Currently, in the stories of the Edgewater, Zhou Chen unexpectedly obtained the opportunity to traverse the cinematic world, and everything began with Little Stada. Chapter 1. The Cinematic Life Experience System. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon with vigor, startling Zhou Chen from his slumber, causing him to sit up abruptly. Yet, before he could fully awaken, a familiar roar resonated from outside. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. What time do you think it is? Are you trying to drive me to madness? Alas, here it comes again. With a hint of resignation, Zhou Chen rubbed his eyes. He reminisced about how gentle and kind his mother used to be, speaking to him in soothing tones. However, in recent days, she seemed to have transformed entirely. The reason was clear to him, yet understanding it did not simplify matters. It was just past March, and the weather in Hawaii City had begun to warm, though the temperature barely reached the teens. The down jacket had long been shed, but a sweater was still a necessity. Dressed appropriately, Zhou Chen stepped out of his room and immediately spotted his mother, Li Tsongping, seated on the living room sofa. He was about to greet her with a smile and some flattering words, but before he had the chance, she abruptly rose to her feet. Look at what time it is now. You stay up late at night and can't wake up in the morning. What do you intend to do? Do you think you're still in your 20s? You're already 30. At this rate, not only will you never find a wife, but you'll also be rendered useless. Zhou Chen touched his nose, refraining from retorting, and muttered softly, Mom, is it really that exaggerated? My birthday is in the 12th lunar month, which means I'm still 6 months shy of turning 28. How am I already 30? Li Tsongping shot him a fierce glare and retorted, Don't try to distract me with nonsense. You are my son, and I say you are 30. When your father and I were your age, your sister had already been around. Look at you still without a girlfriend. Why does it always come back to girlfriends? Mom, I've told you these things depend on fate. If it's not meant to be, there's no use in rushing. This topic surfaced several times a day, and Zhou Chen felt as if his ears were becoming calloused. Tsongping scoffed. Fate? Is it the fate of a lazy son who sleeps all day at home? I'm embarrassed to go out. Everyone in the neighborhood knows we have a son who is a good for nothing. Without even a girlfriend, aren't you ashamed of how that reflects on your father and me? Zhou Chen replied, somewhat dejectedly. When have I ever been lazy? I just resigned less than 2 months ago and am trying to adjust my life. Besides, is it really disgraceful to be single at my age? Umph. Faced with his mother's derisive laughter, Zhou Chen felt a twinge of frustration. Lacking a girlfriend had seemingly stripped him of his standing at home. Ahem. Zhou Jiming coughed twice, interrupting the exchange between mother and son. Addressing his wife, he said, Dear, it's almost noon, hurry and steam the crabs. Xiao Shede and Lei will be here soon. He might have remained silent, but once he spoke, Li Tsongping immediately turned on him, scolding, You're no better. All you do is play the good guy and muddy the waters. Father, what is the matter with mother today? She seems as if she has consumed gunpowder. Zhou Chen pulled his father onto the balcony, lighting a cigarette for him as he whispered his inquiry. Previously, while his mother, Li Tsongping, had urged him to seek a girlfriend, she had never been as vehement as she was today. Zhou Jiming took a drag from the cigarette and exhaled slowly, saying, You cannot entirely blame your mother today. She was provoked by Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao? Isn't she a friend of my mother's? Did they have a quarrel? Zhou Chen was utterly perplexed. Aunt Zhao was a neighbor from their community who often engaged in friendly conversations with his mother. Zhou Jiming inhaled deeply again, expressing his displeasure. Don't blame your mother. I am quite upset myself. Didn't your mother ask her to introduce you to someone? Today, she informed us that she had found a match for you. Initially, your mother was rather pleased, but to her astonishment, Aunt Zhao's choice was a divorced individual with a child. You should have seen your mother. She was so enraged, she was trembling. If I hadn't intervened, she would have confronted Aunt Zhao on the spot. Not only were his parents affected, but even Zhou Chen was left speechless upon hearing this revelation. Aunt Zhao, what could possibly be the matter with you? Zhou Chen nodded, finally comprehending why his mother seemed so irritable today. Any mother in her position might have reacted similarly. Divorced, and with a child, no less did she truly consider him a mere fallback option? It was not that he held any disdain for divorcees in this society. There is no shame in it. However, one must consider the individual as a young man of good, standing, not unattractive, not short, with 2 properties and a car. Surely, he should not be expected to settle for a divorced match. Son, do not place the blame solely on your mother. I too wish to impart a few words of wisdom. As parents, we do not aspire for you to become extraordinarily wealthy. We simply hope for you to establish a small household where harmony prevails, and that alone would suffice. For our contentment, observing his father, who was exhaling smoke, seemingly a loss for words, Zhou Chen remained silent. He understood the intentions of his parents, yet he truly did not wish to compromise. Father, I understand. Please rest assured, I will strive to do my best. You have matured, you're no longer a child. Please try to empathize with your mother. Zhou Jiming patted his son's shoulder, extinguished the cigarette, and stepped off the balcony. Zhou Chen gazed out at the bustling traffic below, his heart heavy with concern. He knew that his parents were not solely fixated on his lack of a girlfriend, but also deeply troubled by his resignation from his job over a month ago. He had been employed at a state-owned liquor factory, a position secured through his father's connections. After graduating, he had spent 5 years there. In that time, he had risen from a lowly employee to a junior leader, earning a respectable salary. Yet only he truly understood the oppressive work environment that had dulled his youthful aspirations, thrusting him into a premature retirement mindset. Not long ago, following an incident where an upper management error had been unfairly placed upon him, he had finally erupted after years of suppression, ultimately choosing to resign. Regret was not an option. This had been his chosen path, although he now felt that the decision had been made rather hastily. Such a life is not what I desire. Life is arduous. Yet, I yearn to live as I wish. This decision left his parents discontented, but he bore no regrets. Suddenly, Zhou Chen noticed an inexplicable white light emerging outside, directing its luminous path toward him, causing a momentary disorientation. Visible yet intangible. What is this? Host, Zhou Chen. Attributes. Strength, 7. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 8. Agility, 7. Remaining points, 4. The interface presented itself with remarkable simplicity beyond the name. Only 4 fundamental attributes were delineated. Is it truly a system? Zhou Chen felt a surge of astonishment had he merely expressed a thought, and thus the system appeared. Yet, soon exhilaration took hold. This was a system. As an avid reader of novels, he was no stranger to such concepts, as they were indeed a hallmark of protagonists. The information flooding his mind revealed that this system was known as the Life Experience Master System, designed to transport him to various worlds and allow him to experience diverse lives, traverse worlds, experience life. Chapter 2. The Little Sacrifices. After several attempts, Zhou Chen realized that although the system panel was within his sight, it was visible only to him. Others could not perceive it, and it would appear only when summoned to traverse to another world. All he needed to do was open the system panel and communicate with the system for the journey. Upon understanding that reality would cease while he traversed to another realm, Zhou Chen felt no hesitation. He opened the system panel, ready to embark on his inaugural journey. In a flash of white light, he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Zhou Chen found himself seated in a minimally decorated office, his expression one of confusion. He had anticipated a physical transition. Yet it appeared that he had not traversed with his entire being but rather with his consciousness. In this world, he was no longer Zhou Chen but had assumed the identity of Xiao Shede. This name was familiar to him, as it belonged to the protagonist of a television series he had been avidly following, the very same Xiao Shede. It was indeed real. The system's capabilities were remarkably powerful. Not only had he become Xiao Shede, but he also inherited the original owner's memories, retaining all but the most distant and vague recollections from the past decades. He opened the system panel, which bore little difference from its previous simplistic interface, save for the addition of a new task at the bottom. Task: Xiao Shede from the Little Sacrifices wishes for his daughter, Xiao Huan, to improve her academic performance. The host is requested to assist Xiao Huan in gaining admission to Hamlin Middle School. Upon reading this task, Zhou Chen's mind buzzed with disbelief. This was truly overwhelming. His journey began at a hellish difficulty level. Both Xiao Shede and Xiao Huan were characters from the immensely popular drama The Little Sacrifices. Depicting a father-daughter relationship, the series centered on the theme of education, interweaving the intricate dynamics of several families, and was generally reflective of contemporary realities. Zhou Chen, a fervent admirer of novels, television, and films, had recently resigned to pursue this series at home, having already consumed a significant portion of it. From its riveting beginnings to the later forced emotional appeals, although he had yet to witness the finale. His extensive experience with dramas led him to predict a conclusive and satisfying resolution. However, having traversed into the world of this drama and embodied Zhou Chen, it was no longer a mere fictional narrative. It had transformed into a tangible reality for him. Particularly concerning was the System's task. Failure to accomplish it would condemn him to remain in this cinematic realm for eternity, until the end of his days. Having acquired the system with the extraordinary ability to traverse cinematic worlds, Zhou Chen could not accept such a fate. Thus, the task must be completed. Yet he could scarcely fathom that his first venture would present him with such a daunting and seemingly hopeless task. Assisting Xiao Huan in gaining admission to Hanlin Middle School, was this not a cruel jest? Having watched The Little Sacrifices, he was acutely aware of what Hanlin Middle School represented, the pinnacle of private junior high institutions in Jiangzhou. Gaining entry into such an esteemed school required nothing less than a prodigious academic prowess. But who was Xiao Huan? A diligent underachiever. She embodies the essence of a spoiled princess, possessing a strong sense of pride yet lacking the spirit of perseverance and hard work. To encapsulate her character in a single phrase, she is a child who has been excessively indulged and pampered. The turmoil within her family arises from her academic struggles, leading to an endless cycle of remedial classes, parental tutoring, and private lessons, yet her grades remain stagnant, akin to a piece of wood that cannot be sculpted. In truth, the young girl, Xiao Huan, is quite remarkable. Despite her occasional petulance, she is extroverted and cheerful, particularly gifted in the arts of singing and dancing, making her a delightful presence. However, when it comes to academic performance, she faces numerous challenges. Understanding the narrative, Zhou Chen perceives his task as one of insurmountable difficulty. The disparity between the public Fengfan Middle School and Hanlin Middle School is vast. Even a student like Yin Ziyou might struggle to gain admission, let alone Xiao Huan. If only she possessed the academic prowess of Mitao, Zhou Chen would have no cause for concern. Alas, she does not. Failing to fulfill his mission would tether him to this world, and such anxiety stripped Zhou Chen of the joy typically associated with his newfound existence. It felt as though he had been reincarnated, suddenly awakened to the memories of his past life, where everything flowed seamlessly. Xiao Shen is he, and he is Xiao Shen. The portrayal of Xiao Shen in the series depicts him as a paragon of virtue, devoted to his wife, respectful and dutiful to his elders, and gentle yet indulgent with his children. However, his own childhood experiences have led him to overly pamper his offspring, particularly his daughter, treating her as if she were fragile and precious, a true daughter-esque slave. Now, as a renowned architectural designer in a prestigious firm, he enjoys the privilege of an independent office, free from the worry of being scrutinized while lost in thought. It is of utmost importance for Zhou Chen to elevate Xiao Huan's academic standing within a year and a half, enabling her to qualify for Hanlin Middle School. Drawing from the lessons of the television narrative, he dismisses the option of direct tutoring, despite inheriting everything from Xiao Shen. He doubts his ability to accomplish what even his predecessor could not. The prospect of tutoring his own child could lead to a surge in blood pressure and a loss of composure. Enrolling her in tutoring sessions, hiring private instructors, and seeking one-on-one guidance are all viable avenues to assist in her studies, yet their effectiveness remains to be proven through experience. Just as the series depicted Xiao Huan attending the city's top tutoring institution, she found herself unable to keep pace, resulting in both financial strain and personal anguish. With that in mind, Zhou Chen pondered alternatives when suddenly he was jolted from his reverie by a knock at the door. Glancing up, he saw his subordinates, Chi and Fei, peering curiously at him. "Oh, lost in thought, are we? You may leave. I will be with you shortly." "Certainly, boss." "We'll take our leave then," they replied, waving goodbye as they exited with their bags in hand. The Design Institute where Zhou Chen works was once a state-owned enterprise, but has now evolved into a hybrid of public and private ownership. As the leading architect within the institute, he enjoys a position of high status, both in terms of remuneration and experience, and oversees a small team. After sitting for a while longer, Zhou Chen began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. Upon exiting his office, he greeted familiar faces with ease, exhibiting no signs of awkwardness. The seven-seater enclave certainly offers far more comfort than my own axilla." Once inside the vehicle, he fastened his seatbelt, pressed the brake, started the engine, and shifted gears with a fluidity that reflected his familiarity with the routine. Reflecting on his past, he recalled spending 5 years in a small, obscure city, merely saving enough to purchase an axilla. Now, as an executive in a bustling metropolis, his current vehicle, while not extravagant, far surpassed his previous one. His annual salary alone equaled several years of his former earnings. As he drove along, An unfamiliar ringtone suddenly pierced the air, causing Zhou Chen to momentarily freeze before realizing it was his phone. He retrieved it with one hand and glanced at the screen, only to find that the caller was his wife, an unexpected development that sent a jolt of anxiety through him. How could he not feel unsettled? Although he now embodied the persona of Xiao Shede, his soul was distinct from this identity, leading to a certain awkwardness when confronted with the wife of the original character. Nanli, a character from the drama Little Happiness, is Zhou Chen's favorite within the series. She is a woman in her 30s, possessing beauty and elegance, with remarkable capabilities intertwined with a charming allure. While not without flaws, she embodies the quintessential type that most men find appealing. And even as the narrative unfolds to reveal her more obsessive traits, it remains difficult to dislike her. The abrupt reality of such a woman becoming his wife left Zhou Chen both anxious and somewhat exhilarated. Chapter 3. A call from my wife calming his anxious and excited heart. Zhou Chen pressed the answer button. On the other end, Nan Li's voice was articulate, crisp, and melodious, exuding an air of competence and poise. However, upon hearing it, Zhou Chen could not help but exclaim, "Darling, what's wrong?" Nan Li asked with an urgent tone upon hearing her husband's outburst. "It's nothing, nothing at all." Zhou Chen quickly composed himself and responded, "I apologize, Li. I completely forgot about this matter. I'm almost home now, so I'll turn around immediately to pick up Huan. Darling, what's wrong? Forgetting to pick up our daughter is so unlike you." Nan Li's tone was filled with astonishment. She knew her husband well. He was an unequivocal doting father. At times, seeing him shower affection on their daughter made her, as his wife, feel a twinge of jealousy. How could such a devoted father forget to fetch his child? At that moment, Zhou Chen had just arrived outside the entrance of their residential complex, Shede, yet he did not proceed inside, instead stopping in place. Faced with Nan Li's inquiries, he wore an expression of helplessness. Though he now embodied Xiao Shede, he was acutely aware that he had traversed into this realm. Despite inheriting everything from Xiao Shede, his consciousness remained that of Zhou Chen. He was no longer the devoted father Xiao Shede once was. In the few hours since his arrival, he had been contemplating his circumstances and strategizing how to fulfill his mission, completely forgetting about picking someone up today. "I got a bit busy today and forgot. Am I too late to come now? All right then. I'll park the car and go pick up Xiao. Okay. I'll hang up first. Darling, goodbye. Goodbye." However, it was Huan's turn for duty today, meaning she would be a bit late, coinciding perfectly with the end of the workday. Originally, it was agreed that Xiao Shede would pick her up, but after Zhou Chen's arrival, he had completely dismissed this responsibility and forgotten to go. After parking the car in the underground garage, Zhou Chen slung his briefcase over his shoulder and walked towards his mother-in-law's place. His mother-in-law, Zhao Na, lived in a small house diagonally across from their complex, a property passed down from Nan Li's grandparents. It was because of Xiao Na that they had purchased their spacious apartment in Shede. Navigating the familiar path, Zhou Chen rang the doorbell, and shortly after, the door opened to reveal a well-groomed elderly lady with short hair. To refer to her as an elderly lady would be misleading, for due to her meticulous self-care, Zhao Na appeared to be in her 50s. "Mom, I'm here to pick up Xiao," Zhou Chen said smoothly, surprising even himself with the ease of the address. It was his first time calling any woman other than his mother-mom, likely due to the memories he had inherited from Xiao Shede, which made it feel natural. "Where's Huan?" Zhao Na glanced around, not seeing Huan, and inquired of Zhou Chen. "Oh, come in," Zhao Na nodded. Zhou Chen waved his hand, saying, "No need. I'll just pick up Xiao and leave. I want to go inside." In his recollection, although their home was in close proximity to his mother-in-law Zhao Na, he seldom visited. Whenever Zhao Na had a request, it was invariably Nan Li who came to assist. Zhao Na, however, did not express any discontent. She merely called out into the room, Xiao, your father has come to pick you up. Daddy's here?" Instantly, a voice echoed from within, followed by the sound of pattering footsteps as a small figure scampered forward. "Daddy." Upon seeing Zhou Chen, the little one immediately opened his arms and leaped into his embrace. Zhou Chen lifted Xiao into his arms, and perhaps influenced by the memories, he felt an inexplicable paternal affection for this tiny being, despite having never married. In that moment, clarity washed over him. He was Zhou Chen, and also Xiao Shede. Yet in this world, he predominantly embodied Xiao Shede. The life experience system was not designed for him to live someone else's life, but rather to experience his own life. Drawn from various worlds, since he had become Xiao Shede, he must bear all responsibilities associated with him, including those towards his wife, children, and parents. Do you miss Daddy? Zhou Chen, having come to an understanding, smiled warmly at his son, Xiao Chao. Yes, yes. Xiao Chao nodded vigorously, clinging tightly to Zhou Chen's neck. Zhou Chen was delighted. He discovered that fatherhood was indeed a source of immense joy. Before his journey to another world, while watching the drama Little House, his favorite minor character had been little Xiao Chao, beautiful, adorable, and exceptionally considerate, understanding the importance of caring for his sister and parents, and always obedient. How could such a child not inspire affection? Cradling Xiao Chao, he took the backpack from Zhao Na. All right, off you go. Xiao Chao, say goodbye to Grandma. Goodbye, Grandma. Goodbye. Xiao Chao waved enthusiastically. Did you behave at kindergarten today? Zhou Chen found himself increasingly fond of the life experience system. Yes, Xiao Chao was very obedient. And the teacher praised me. Really? Our Xiao Chao is truly remarkable. Yes, yes. Daddy, will you reward me? Zhou Chen grinned widely, playfully tapping Xiao Chao's little nose. What reward does Xiao Chao wish for? Xiao Chao squinted his eyes and said, lollipop. Xiao Chao wants to eat a lollipop. Zhou Chen feigned a frown. A lollipop? But Mommy said you can end oppos, to have lollipops. Otherwise, your little teeth will fall out. Xiao Chao raised a finger. Just one. Please, Daddy. No, if Mommy finds out, we will both be in trouble. Then I'll eat it quickly and not let Mommy know, right? Seeing Xiao Chao's clever expression, as if seeking praise, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile even more. All right, Daddy will grant you this wish, but you may only have one, and you mustn't tell Mommy. Okay. Yay. Upon receiving Zhou Chen's consent, Xiao Chao beamed with joy, radiating happiness. Let us go then, off to buy lollipops. At the entrance of the community, there exists a convenience store. Zhou Chen, cradling Xiao Chao in his arms, encourages him to select a lollipop from the myriad of choices displayed at the cash register. The plastic rack brims with lollipops of various flavors: blueberry, orange, pineapple, cola, and many more. The overwhelming selection causes Xiao Chao's eyes to widen in delight as he yearns to sample several flavors. However, his father has only consented to purchase one, leaving him in a quandary. Chapter 4. Son, wife, daughter, daddy, should we buy a few more? After much contemplation, Xiao Chao suddenly lifted his head and said in a soft voice to Zhou Chen. With a sigh that belied his young age, Xiao Chao declared, all right, as a little man, I must keep my word, so let us purchase two. Huh? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled by this little fellow. Having reached a compromise, why then did he insist on acquiring two? Yet, Xiao Chao quickly provided clarity. One for me to eat, and another for my sister. This child. Zhou Chen had previously cared for his sister's children, but his niece had never exhibited such thoughtfulness as Xiao Chao. The difference in demeanor was palpable. Xiao Chao's behavior filled him with immense satisfaction. Despite being younger than Xiao Huan, he was undoubtedly more obedient. This observation suggested that the family's upbringing was quite commendable. Xiao Huan's unruly nature was likely a direct consequence of excessive pampering in her past. It was not unusual for a father to favor his daughter. Even he held a special fondness for his niece. Were it a nephew instead, however, his patience might not extend as far. But if you buy one for your sister too, your mother will undoubtedly find out, and you will be scolded. Aren't you afraid? Xiao Chao puffed out his cheeks, contemplating for a moment, then responded, but my sister always shares her good things with me. I want to bring her something delicious too. Mama loves Xiao Chao the most. So she won and oppos, scold him. Daddy, just buy two, please. What a clever little rascal. Zhou Chen felt quite pleased with Xiao Chao and oppos' words. It is rare for children to grasp the essence of sharing. Today's children often exhibit a degree of selfishness, hoarding good things for themselves. Yet Xiao Chao, at just over 3 years old, understood the importance of sharing, making him truly exceptional. Boss, I'll take 2 lollipops. All right, that will be 2 yuan. After making the payment via a scan, Zhou Chen allowed Xiao Chao to choose the flavors. In no time, Xiao Chao selected 2, one orange-flavored and one strawberry-flavored. The strawberry one is for my sister. I'll have the orange one. Children possess a remarkable ability. Despite their limited literacy, they can accurately discern the flavors of lollipops. With the lollipops secured, Xiao Chao no longer wished to be carried by Zhou Chen. Instead, he happily sucked on his lollipop while holding Zhou Chen's hand as they strolled into the community. Navigating familiar paths, they soon arrived home, where Xiao Chao retrieved the keys to unlock the door. Upon entering, Zhou Chen couldn't resist surveying his surroundings. Indeed, it was a spacious residence of over 200 square meters, double the size of his home in reality. The living room, in particular, was twice as expansive, bright, and airy. After changing his shoes, Xiao Chao dashed off to play in the room he shared with his sister, leaving Zhou Chen to meander through the living room alone. The house, approximately 240 square meters, featured 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. He and Nanli occupied one room, while Huan and Cao Cao shared another, both being generously sized master bedrooms. The other 2 rooms have been transformed into a study and a storage room. The study serves as a workspace for the couple, furnished with a bookshelf and a desk, among other essentials. The other room, although labeled a storage space, is not cluttered and spans over 10 square meters. It even contains a small bed, making it suitable for accommodation. The living room and dining area are undeniably spacious, complemented by a generously sized open kitchen. Overall, the house feels considerably more expansive, a stark contrast to his real-world home. While it consists of 3 rooms and a hall, accommodating 3 individuals is manageable. However, the presence of his sister's family makes it feel cramped. In a small, lesser-known city like mine, one could purchase several such properties. Zhou Chen couldn't and oppose help but marvel at this experience. His first venture into a cinematic world allowed him a taste of a wealthy lifestyle. In terms of housing and work, it undoubtedly reflects a middle-class status or higher, far beyond what he could compare to in his own reality. Suddenly, Zhou Chen found himself at a loss for what to do. Though he had assumed the identity of Xiao Shede, his consciousness remained his own, leading him to process thoughts through his perspective rather than that of the original Xiao Shede. To him, this environment felt both familiar and alien, leaving him with a sense of uncertainty. The door swung open, revealing 2 figures, one large and one small. Zhou Chen's heart raced momentarily, a wave of panic washing over him. He bit his lip and began to mentally repeat, "I am Xiao Shede, I am Xiao Shede, I am Xiao Shede." "Darling, why are you just standing there like a statue?" Nanli, having set down her bag and preparing to change her shoes, noticed Zhou Chen's stillness and muttering, prompting her to speak up. "I was lost in thought," he replied, naturally moving toward her. "Daddy," Xiao Huan exclaimed, rushing toward him before coming to a halt. "Didn't you say this morning that you would pick me up after school? Why did Mommy come instead?" Huan shook her head vigorously. No. I'm happy that Mommy picked me up. But Daddy, Mommy, I must go now. I have a lot of homework to do." With that, she bounded into her room, her backpack bouncing with each step, leaving Zhou Chen with no opportunity to respond. The little girl, Xiao Huan, was indeed adorable and lively. Nanli approached Zhou Chen, scrutinizing him. "Darling, why do I feel like something is off with you today? It's one thing not to greet Huan, but you didn't even smile when you saw me?" The proximity between them was palpable, intensifying Zhou Chen's already tumultuous emotions, causing his breath to momentarily catch. Under Nanli's gaze, uncertainty gripped him. How could she possess such keen intuition? He hadn't even acted oddly, yet she sensed something was amiss. He must not falter. "I am Xiao Shede, her husband, authentically so. What is there to fear?" With this thought, Zhou Chen regained his composure and enveloped Nanli in a heartfelt embrace, holding her tightly. After all, how could he not feel a stir of emotions upon seeing his beautiful, charming, and captivating wife? How delightful! Nanli playfully tapped Zhou Chen on the back, then wrapped her arms around his waist, shyly admonishing, "Mind your words. The children are present." Zhou Chen chuckled. "We've been married for years. What does it matter? The children are in another room and cannot see us." His boldness proved effective, and Zhou Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, as he held Nanli close, his heart stirred with a twinge of desire. In his previous life, though not inexperienced, he had never been in a relationship with someone as exquisite and graceful as Nanli. Being in the embrace of such a remarkable woman naturally ignited feelings within him. Sensing the strength of her husband's grip, Nanli felt a wave of joy. After over a decade of marriage, her husband still cherished her, a sentiment many women could only dream of. However, she gently pushed Zhou Chen away, playfully scolding, "The children are at home. We must be mindful of our influence." Zhou Chen laughed heartily, his heart now entirely at ease, realizing that he had not acted inappropriately. He understood that he embodied the form of Xiao Shede and had inherited his memories. Despite a few minor issues, there was unlikely to be any suspicion, for this was not a world of immortal heroes. Chapter 5: The Greatest Concern. What about Cao Cao? Nanli shot Zhou Chen a glance, her curiosity piqued. "He's in the room enjoying a lollipop, probably afraid you'd find out, which is why he has tea come out," Zhou Chen replied, showing no loyalty by revealing Cao Cao's hiding place. "You spoil them too much," he added. Nanli was not angered. Her decision to withhold lollipops from Cao Cao stemmed from concern for his young age. She feared that indulging him excessively might damage his teeth. Yet she did not strictly forbid him from enjoying them occasionally. The simplicity of a child's mind led Xiao to believe that since his mother had denied him the treat, she would be upset if she discovered him sneaking one, prompting him to hide. I'm not spoiling him. Xiao is quite sensible and obedient. He asked me to buy lollipops, and he didn't keep them all to himself. He even brought one for Huan, Zhou Chen asserted. A smile spread across Nan Li's face, clearly pleased with her son's actions. Her decision to have a second child was motivated by the desire for Huan to have a sibling, ensuring she would not feel lonely. Xiao's arrival had infused their family with immense joy. With a loving husband and a pair of obedient and adorable children, Nan Li felt profoundly content. Have you cooked yet? Not yet. Having grown up under her mother's care, who was the quintessential princess untouched by domestic chores, Nan Li had taken on the household responsibilities. She was adept at cooking, cleaning, and all domestic tasks. However, after marriage, her husband and Appo's affection had significantly reduced her household duties. Either a hired help managed them or her husband took charge. It was only during visits to her mother Zhao that she found herself doing more. Especially after the birth of Xiao and her subsequent job relocation, she had become increasingly busy, leaving her with little time for housework on weekdays. Except for the rare moments on her days off, lunchtime was manageable, as the couple ate at work while Huan and Xiao dined at school. But evenings posed a different challenge. In the real world, meals at work were taken at the cafeteria, and even if the food was unappetizing, one had to pay for outside meals. At home, it was even more challenging. Her mother strictly forbade him from entering the kitchen. When it came to cooking, his specialty was instant noodles, particularly the cup variety. Now, the mere mention of cooking brought forth a flood of culinary memories. Yet nostalgia alone would not suffice to compel him to prepare a meal. Zhou Chen quickly crafted an excuse. I have some issues with my drawings that need addressing, so I'll leave dinner to you. All right, I'll get started on dinner. You focus on your work, Nan Li responded without hesitation. As a supportive wife, she felt it was her duty to step in when her husband was preoccupied. By the way, dear, what would you like to eat? Anything will do. Whatever you prepare is fine by me. With that, he hurriedly retreated to the study, swiftly opening his laptop and adopting a demeanor of industriousness. What is going on? Are you that happy not to be cooking? Nan Li asked, perplexed. She then removed her coat, entered the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began contemplating what to prepare for dinner. Zhou Chen gazed at the architectural blueprints within his notebook. To his surprise, having inherited the memories of Xiao Shede, he effortlessly comprehended these designs, which were entirely foreign to him previously. The memories of Xiao Shede were, without a doubt, a treasure beyond measure, akin to acquiring the expertise of a distinguished member of society out of thin air. This singular gift was a tremendous boon for Zhou Chen. He felt an immense gratitude towards the system. To receive such benefits upon his first journey through time was remarkable. He pondered whether future travels would yield similar advantages. If so, each world he traversed could bestow upon him an abundance of knowledge. After contemplating the blueprints for a while, Zhou Chen turned his thoughts to the task at hand. How could he enable Xiao to meet the criteria for admission to Hanlin Middle School within a mere year and a half? The challenge loomed large. Just considering it felt daunting. Given Huan's temperament, diligent study for a brief period was feasible. Yet sustained effort over more than a year was akin to chasing a mirage. Moreover, children should not be pressured excessively. The case of Yan Zio served as a cautionary tale. He had no desire to push Huan to such extremes in pursuit of his objectives, for she was, after all, his daughter. Furthermore, relentless pressure to study could sometimes yield counterproductive results. After much contemplation, he concluded that he could not undertake the teaching himself. Enrolling Huan in tutoring programs like Zexu might not be the best option. Hiring a professional tutor for one-on-one sessions appeared to be the most prudent choice. Ideally, a tutor who could provide home visits would be preferable. However, such personalized tutoring services typically charge by the hour, and the cost would undoubtedly be considerable. If he were to engage a tutor, it was imperative to select someone qualified and reputable. Otherwise, enlisting a less competent instructor would be of little benefit. Additionally, it would be impractical to focus on a single subject for supplementary lessons, as the entrance examination for middle school assessed a comprehensive range of subjects. Given Huan's relatively mediocre standing at Fengfan Primary School, it was essential to provide tutoring in Chinese, mathematics, and English to elevate her chances of gaining admission to Hanlin Middle School. Thus, the expense of hiring a tutor would escalate significantly. Over time, even for a couple of high-level executives like them, this would become a considerable financial burden. Despite their combined monthly income being substantial, their living expenses were equally high. With 2 children in school and Nan Li, as a senior executive, Needing to adorn herself with luxurious jewelry and handbags, their consumption was indeed extravagant. Consequently, after years of work, their savings were modest. If they had accumulated significant savings, they would not have needed to rely on Nan's parents for the down payment on a house, as often depicted on television. In the end, the primary concern shifted from educational issues to financial constraints. Zhou Chen felt a headache brewing. A child's educational challenges had unexpectedly led him back to the issue of money. It was exceedingly difficult. Earning additional income seemed the only viable option, as relying solely on his salary was insufficient. However, his job precluded him from taking on freelance work. And Nan Li was already exceedingly busy, making it unreasonable to expect her assistance. Investments in stocks or mutual funds. He had never purchased this item, nor had he ever sought to understand it. He was utterly oblivious to its nature and certainly should not engage with it. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen was on the verge of contemplating alternative approaches when, by chance, his gaze fell upon the date and time inscribed at the bottom of the notebook, sending a jolt through his entire being. March of 2019. A few moments later, he leaned back in his chair, his countenance brimming with delight. An idea for generating wealth had dawned upon him. Chapter 6. The money-making plan. Although he had consumed a plethora of novels, television shows, and films, he understood that the methods of wealth accumulation depicted therein were merely fanciful notions, particularly challenging for the average individual to realize in the realm of reality. If one were to contemplate the most straightforward approach to generating income, while adhering to legal boundaries, the first thought that struck him was real estate investment. Indeed, given the circumstances in our nation, engaging in property speculation undoubtedly presents itself as the most reliable and uncomplicated avenue for profit. Even though the world had entered the year 2019, he was convinced that housing prices would continue to ascend in the forthcoming years, making real estate a surefire investment. However, while he was aware of this reality, it was also evident that speculative real estate ventures required substantial capital. For an ordinary family, securing funds for a single property often entailed an arduous process of borrowing and piecing together finances, leaving little to no surplus for a second purchase. Although their household savings were somewhat adequate, they remained far from the threshold required to acquire a new home. Moreover, the prospect of profiting from property speculation was fraught with difficulties. While purchasing may be straightforward, selling, according to regulations, mandated a 2-year waiting period. Yet, by the time 2 years elapsed, opportunities would have likely dissipated, leading him to dismiss this notion altogether. Upon further reflection on this world, he recognized that, despite numerous divergences from reality, many aspects remained consistent, such as the information he had just researched, Bitcoin. He discovered that this world too harbored Bitcoin, and its trends mirrored those of his own reality. Zhou Chen was acutely aware that, although the explosive growth of Bitcoin in this year was not as frenetic as it would be in the subsequent years, the first half of the year would still witness remarkable surges. Should he choose to invest at this juncture and sell by the end of June, he could potentially quadruple his initial investment. Yet, after the initial surge of excitement, Zhou Chen regained his composure, realizing that their current savings were rather modest. Even if he were to invest at all, the returns would be limited. A sudden slap against his own face jolted him. How absurd it was to consider over $1 million as a meager sum. However, upon deeper contemplation, he acknowledged that in such a city, and given their familial circumstances, $1 million was indeed not in abundance. More critically, their savings were not solely his to command. They belonged to both him and Nan Li. If he wished to venture into investment, he would need to secure her approval. Although Nan Li was a corporate executive with a broad perspective, persuading her to invest all their assets in Bitcoin would surely be met with resistance. After all, he possessed memories that foretold the rise of Bitcoin, yet she was unaware of this. Based on his understanding of her character, the likelihood of success in convincing her was exceedingly slim. Frustration began to brew within Zhou Chen. Marriage brought its own set of challenges. He could no longer act solely for himself, spending his own money as he pleased. Now, he had to consider not just his own desires but the needs of a family. This was not a game, but rather a parallel reality, where both people and circumstances were undeniably real. "Darling, dinner is ready." Nan Li's voice resonated from the living room, pulling Zhou Chen from his thoughts about how to amass investment capital. "Oh, I'm coming," he replied, making his way to the living room. The table was impeccably set, with dishes laid out and utensils arranged neatly. It was evident from her demeanor that Nan Li approached even household chores with a sense of earnestness and grace. Huan and Cao Cao arrived hand in hand, first washing their hands before the family of 4 gathered around the table. The dinner was quite simple. Nanli prepared congee and sought Ed 3 homestyle dishes. Mom, Dad, our school will hold a singing competition next month, and you must come. Huan exclaimed joyfully halfway through the meal, addressing Zhou Chen and Nanli. Nanli, taken aback, replied, "Is the competition next month? Our Huan is the best. She will surely win first place." Since the beginning of the year, Huan had been preparing for the singing contest, and the time for her efforts to bear fruit had finally arrived, filling Nanli with pride for her daughter. Singing competition? Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned by the mention of it. He recalled that in the television drama Little Happiness, the story began with Huan participating in a singing competition and winning first place, which was soon followed by a meal at Nan's family home. Was the plot about to unfold? When he traversed into this world, through the memories of Xiao Shede, he realized that the storyline had not yet commenced. Judging by Huan and Appo's impending competition, it seemed that there was merely a month left before the narrative began. With the plot on the verge of initiation, Zhou Chen felt an inexplicable surge of pressure. He needed to prioritize his plans for financial success. After dinner, Huan retreated to her room to complete her homework, while Nanli took Xiao to the sofa to read fairy tales. Zhou Chen, understanding the situation, began to clear the dishes. Although he had not yet mastered cooking, he was quite adept at washing pots and dishes. Once he finished, Zhou Chen naturally settled onto the sofa, habitually pulling out his phone to browse. After scrolling for a while, he recognized many familiar news stories, while others were entirely new to him. Combining this with his memories, Zhou Chen was certain that this world largely mirrored his own reality, albeit with some differences. Overall, the overarching trends remained unchanged, though minor variations were evident. Bored after a while of watching short videos, he decided to search for a novel website in this world. Upon investigation, he discovered that the literary landscape was quite similar to that of reality. However, the familiar novel sites did not exist here, replaced instead by unfamiliar platforms. The largest of these was called Qiyue Chinese Network. Glancing at the titles of novels on the site, he noted they were all new to him, yet upon reading, he found many of their narratives echoed those from the real world. Engrossed in reading for some time, he continued until around 9 o'clock. When Huan finished her homework and Xiao, soothed to sleep by Nanli, drifted off. Observing Nanli, who had changed into her pajamas and was walking before him, Zhou Chen's heart raced. After she completed her tasks, noticing Zhou Chen still seated on the sofa, she urged him, "Darling, I placed my pajamas in the bathroom. Hurry and take a shower, then get some rest." "Oh, okay. Rest?" That posed quite a dilemma. With his thoughts racing, Zhou Chen entered the bathroom and quickly showered, emerging shortly thereafter in his pajamas. Huan and Xiao had already drifted into slumber, enveloping the room in a profound tranquility. Zhou Chen hesitated momentarily before stepping into the master bedroom. Nanli had yet to succumb to sleep. She leaned against the bed, engrossed in her phone. Zhou Chen, with a sense of reluctance, approached her and nestled into the covers. Just as he settled in, preparing to calm his racing heart and surrender to sleep, a sudden tap on his shoulder startled him, prompting an immediate glance towards Nanli. "Why are you turning your back to me? My dear, I've noticed something peculiar about you today. You seem evasive when looking at me. Have you perhaps done something to betray my trust?" "How could that be?" Zhou Chen's voice rose in pitch, his expression one of innocence as he retorted, "Lili, please refrain from such unfounded accusations. I would never do anything to hurt you." Seeing Zhou Chen's flustered demeanor, Nanli chuckled softly. "Look at how frightened you are. Of course, I know you wouldn't, but your distracted air today is quite unusual. My love, what troubles you? Are you facing difficulties at work?" Feeling touched by Nanli's concern as she leaned beside him, Zhou Chen responded, "No, don't overthink it. I'm just a bit fatigued today." "Is that so? My dear, you are indeed playing with fire. Aren't you tired? Where would this fire even come from? Some things are intolerable. If I can endure this, I would no longer be a man." Chapter 7. The Understanding Nanli. "My dear wife, mother, I am off to work now." The following day, Zhou Chen awoke with a refreshing vigor, and after enjoying the breakfast brought by Princess Zhao, he set off for work. Huan was taken to school by Nanli, while Xiao was escorted to kindergarten by the princess. As he drove towards the company, Zhou Chen's mind lingered on the events of the previous day. He had found himself transported into the parallel world of the television drama Xiao Shede. Not only blessed with a son and a daughter, but also graced with a charming and delightful wife. The thought alone filled him with happiness. As the day unfolded, Zhou Chen had fully acclimated to his identity. Although he was aware that he hailed from another realm and that a system had facilitated his transition into this world. Prior to his departure, He was unequivocally Xiao Shede, Nan Li's husband, and the father of Huan and Chao Chao. This was an immutable truth. Last night, he had embraced Nan Li as they drifted into slumber. Everything felt so seamless. Before retiring for the night, he broached the subject of investments with Nan Li. As he had anticipated, she immediately expressed her disapproval. Regardless of his attentiveness in other matters, when it came to significant decisions, Nan Li exhibited no inclination to compromise. However, her refusal was delivered with a degree of tact. She articulated that investments were inherently unstable, often leading to financial entrapment, thus posing excessive risks. In an effort to dissuade Zhou Chen from pursuing Bitcoin investments, Nan Li elaborated on their current family circumstances. Firstly, there were the children to consider: schooling, meals, clothing, and the occasional outings. The annual expenses for both children would easily exceed 100,000. Furthermore, they were burdened with the mortgage for their current home, which they had worked tirelessly to acquire. Although they had purchased it early on, the mortgage remained substantial, with monthly repayments exceeding 10,000 for many years to come. Alongside their daily living expenses, despite earning a significant income annually, neither of them was particularly frugal. Thus, after over a decade of marriage, their savings amounted to a mere 800,000 to 900,000. According to Nan Li, this sum was earmarked for emergencies, as no one could foresee unexpected circumstances. If all their savings were invested and an unforeseen event occurred, where would they turn for funds? Ultimately, Zhou Chen was persuaded, even in the reality he hailed from. He had lived for over 20 years and was an adult, fully aware that Nan Li's reasoning was sound. She was indeed a woman capable of managing the household. Yet, the allure of Bitcoin promised exponential returns. Ignorance might have sufficed, but now that he was aware, failing to seize the opportunity would seem a disservice to his future information. Driven by the prospect of profit, Zhou Chen expressed his confidence to Nan Li, hoping she might reconsider her stance. To his surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Nan Li smiled and agreed to support him, albeit with the stipulation that only half of their savings could be withdrawn, while the other half must remain untouched. Zhou Chen, who had initially harbored little hope, was astonished that Nan Li had indeed acquiesced. Although it was only half, he felt deeply appreciative of Nan Li's willingness to accommodate his desires. He understood that Nan Li did not believe in his ability to earn money. However, as they were husband and wife, she could not bear to see him disappointed. Thus, she reluctantly took a step back and accommodated him. This mutual understanding and affection was something he had never experienced before. At that moment, he felt a profound gratitude towards the system for transforming him into Xiao Shede, allowing him to have such an empathetic wife. Simultaneously, he resolved to surpass the original Xiao Shede in every endeavor, vowing to fiercely protect his wife Nan Li from any harm. Transferring 400,000 to his personal account from the family funds, Zhou Chen did not intend to purchase Bitcoin immediately. He recalled that the end of March this year marked the onset of Bitcoin's meteoric rise, a period when prices were at their lowest. Since it was still not mid-month, he felt no urgency to invest just yet. However, he recognized that 400,000 was a relatively modest sum. In lucrative ventures, larger capital would undoubtedly yield better returns. Yet, he could not fathom where to source additional funds. There was no need to speak of family contributions. The 400,000 was already a generous allowance from Nan Li, and any more was unlikely. Upon arriving at the office, Zhou Chen adhered to his usual routine. As a renowned architectural designer at a design institute, he led a small team, delegating ordinary projects to his subordinates while overseeing major design proposals. Despite his leisurely work schedule, Zhou Chen found himself puzzled. From his understanding of designers, they typically led busy lives, often toiling over blueprints and design schemes, frequently burning the midnight oil. Why was his work so relaxed? Was it his elevated position as a leader that afforded him such tranquility? Throughout the morning, he reviewed blueprints and modified the design proposals submitted by his team. Time flew by, and by the afternoon, there were no pressing matters at hand. However, as it was a workday, he was obligated to remain seated, regardless of the lack of tasks. Feeling bored, Zhou Chen habitually began browsing the internet, catching up on current events and news. After an hour of this, he turned to a novel website to indulge in some reading. As one of the largest novel platforms in this parallel world, Qiyuan Network was quite impressive. The night before, he had read the top-selling novel, a contemporary fantasy tale. The story was well-written, with a captivating plot that promised ample entertainment. Engrossed for over an hour, an idea suddenly sparked in Zhou Chen's mind. Why not consider writing a novel as a means to earn extra income? It required no initial investment and posed no risks. The only necessary commitments were time and effort. Fortunately, he possessed both, and dedicating a few hours each day to writing seemed entirely feasible. As for creativity, was there truly any concern? He had the advantage of drawing from two worlds with remarkably similar developmental trajectories. Popular novels in the real world could likely achieve success here as well. With this thought, Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement. The potential earnings from a novel could be substantial, and within 2 months, he would have a clearer picture. With ample time at his disposal, 2 months was a mere waiting game, particularly if it could align with the most frenzied period of Bitcoin trading. This idea is splendid. Let us proceed accordingly. Upon opening the document, he is prepared to embark on his task, yet the question arises, what should he compose? Adhering strictly to his own thoughts is certainly not an option. In pursuit of profit, he must assume the role of a mere scribe, a transcriber. Given the necessity to write about the most popular narratives in the contemporary world, he must focus on those that are commercially successful and profoundly memorable. Before his transition, he had been engrossed in 2 particular novels, The Great Feng's Night Watchman and Mystical Resurgence. As a seasoned bibliophile, he typically gravitates towards lengthy tomes, seldom dedicating himself to the relentless pursuit of a single story. Undoubtedly, both novels are exceptionally popular, and should they be introduced into this realm, it is highly probable they would achieve remarkable success. However, the choice between the 2 is of great significance, as each teeters precariously on the edge of censorship. After careful contemplation, Zhou Chen resolved that The Great Feng's Night Watchman would be the more prudent option. The risks associated with mystical resurgence are decidedly greater. Chapter 8. Mental Attributes. Zhou Chen made a resolute decision to write about the Night Watchman of Defeng. Thus, he began to outline the plot based on his recollections. Although he had yet to see the conclusion, it did not deter him. He merely sought to make a quick profit, believing that the ending could be addressed later. Previously, he had dabbled in writing novels, but never had he crafted an outline as effortlessly as he did today. It was no wonder that many people enjoyed being ghostwriters. This process was even more fluid than writing fan fiction. After penning a few hundred words, Zhou Chen found himself at a standstill, uncertain of how to proceed. The initial allure of this novel stemmed from the protagonist's investigative prowess and social finesse, yet he was not adept in either domain. While he could manage writing in plain language, crafting something more specialized eluded him. Indeed, he had been rather naive. Being a ghostwriter was not as simple as it appeared, and his intellect seemed to falter. Suddenly, he recalled that he possessed a system. Leaning back in his chair, Zhou Chen remembered his golden opportunity and promptly summoned the system panel. He accessed it with ease, noting that it resembled the one he had seen in the real world, displaying only basic attributes. However, upon discovering that he had 4 attribute points available, he felt a surge of excitement. The system defined several attributes: strength, constitution, spirit, and agility. Strength represented his physical power, constitution denoted overall bodily health, agility encompassed speed and dexterity, while spirit reflected one's consciousness, cognitive processes, and psychological state. Although spirit did not directly correlate with intelligence, a higher spirit score would lead to heightened awareness, active thought, and improved logical and analytical abilities, thus embodying a form of wisdom. According to the system, a typical individual and Oppo's spirit generally scores below 10, while those exceeding 10 are considered exceptionally astute, with higher scores indicating greater genius. Zhou Chen's spirit was rated at 8, categorizing him as average. However, with 4 spare attribute points, he could allocate them to the various attributes. Given that Little Things was merely an urban drama featuring ordinary individuals and devoid of combat, he could fully invest all 4 points into spirit. With an initial score of 8, augmenting it by 4 would significantly enhance his cognitive faculties, undoubtedly benefiting his writing endeavors. Resolutely, Zhou Chen allocated all 4 remaining attribute points to his spirit score. Immediately after the allocation, he experienced a brief, sharp pain in his head, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Yet it lasted only an instant. In the next moment, an extraordinary sensation washed over him. His spirit, having increased from 8 to 12, resulted in a remarkable elevation of his cognitive awareness. Vivid images began to flash through his mind, and many previously obscure memories gradually crystallized into clarity, leaving his mind sharper than ever before. Zhou Chen closed his eyes to savor the transformation, taking considerable time to fully acclimate to this newfound state. Though it remains impossible to recall every detail, I have successfully remembered a substantial portion of the content. As his thoughts progressed, he gradually found himself capable of completing the writing. The effects of the heightened mental state left Zhou Chen astounded. He even contemplated that with a few more enhancements to his spirit, allowing his consciousness to become more vibrant and his thoughts more agile, He could undoubtedly be perceived as a genius by the common man. However, with only 4 remaining attribute points fully allocated, the crux lies in how to further augment these points, which likely correlates with the tasks he is destined to accomplish. After some experimentation, Zhou Chen identified numerous issues. Although his mental capacity had improved significantly, it merely enhanced his awareness, logical reasoning, and memory analysis abilities, leaving other aspects unchanged. For instance, concepts he previously struggled to comprehend still eluded him, and while his memory had sharpened somewhat, he had not developed any extraordinary powers of retention. Overall, he remained an ordinary individual, yet this was a source of satisfaction for Zhou Chen. In the following days, aside from occasionally picking up Huan after work, he entrusted the majority of household chores to Nanli. In response, Nanli expressed her grievances, chiding him for neglecting his primary responsibilities in favor of writing a novel. Zhou Chen offered no extensive explanations. However, after a night of rest, the revitalized Nanli ceased her objections. Despite his body being over 30, his mental vigor resembled that of a youthful man in his 20s, brimming with energy. As for Huan's educational concerns, Zhou Chen had yet to devise a plan, as the timing was not yet right. Both Huan and Nanli would not recognize the severity of any academic decline until it was too late. No amount of discussion would be fruitful at this juncture and could potentially harm the father-daughter relationship. Zhou Chen firmly believed that cultivating a strong bond with Nanli was of utmost priority, as long as their marital connection thrived and they stood united. Many challenges would effortlessly resolve themselves. Moreover, financial stability was paramount, regardless of the family dynamic. A man must earn a greater income than his wife to secure his voice within the household. By working diligently during the day and attending to domestic needs in the evening, a man could enjoy a prosperous life. Otherwise, the implications were all too clear. Days after publishing, a contract notification arrived from the website, with an editor named Xiao Ming assigned to him. His pen name, Shanli, was a blend of his name and that of his wife, Nanli. Thanks to the boost in mental acuity, his cognitive responsiveness had markedly improved. And with the aid of mimicking novels he had read, his writing speed soared. Dedicating 4 to 5 hours daily, he could produce over 20,000 words. Eager to earn quick money, Zhou Chen committed to a rapid update schedule, aiming for 10,000 words daily post-contract, with plans to launch within a month. Initially met with some resistance from the editor, Zhou Chen's explanations ultimately quelled their concerns, granting him autonomy in managing his work. Chapter 9. The inquisitive Nanli. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen had been in this world for 2 weeks. During this time, he had completely immersed himself in his new identity, particularly after engaging in several profound exchanges with his wife, Nanli, which significantly heightened their emotional connection. Privately, Nanli had remarked on multiple occasions whether he had undergone some sort of transformation, as his recent changes were indeed quite pronounced. It had been 12 days since his novel was uploaded, nearing a word count of 100,000. The metrics were commendable. Yet there remained a considerable gap to reach the heights of popularity. Zhou Chen was not anxious. After all, he was merely a newcomer lacking substantial visibility. How many readers could a novel with just 100,000 words attract? He held firm confidence in his work, believing that once the word count increased, it would surely gain traction. Conversely, his editor believed that Zhou Chen's novel, The Great Feng's Night Watchman, was exceptionally well-crafted and suggested he slow the updates, recommending a few more promotional efforts prior to its official release to ensure its success. However, Zhou Chen felt it prudent to publish promptly, as his writing speed was swift and he seldom encountered creative bottlenecks. Faced with such a resolute novice, the editor could do little but sigh and acquiesce to his wishes. On Sunday, having completed her tasks, Nanli noticed Zhou Chen busily typing away in his study and felt a twinge of helplessness. Since he had begun writing, they had not engaged in any weekend activities for 2 consecutive weeks. The previous day, she had taken their children, Huan and Chao, to the library. While she appreciated her husband's ambition to earn extra income through writing, she believed it unwise to sacrifice leisure time for it, especially since she was uncertain of his capabilities. Thus, she approached the study. "Husband," she called softly. Zhou Chen looked up and inquired, "What is it, Li?" Observing his earnest demeanor, Nanli hesitated but gently asked, "How is your novel coming along?" Zhou Chen replied, "I've written over 100,000 words. In another half-month, it should be ready for release. I estimate it will perform well and generate some income." He was confident that once published, it would indeed yield profits. Perhaps not to the extent of becoming immensely popular as in the real world, but at the very least, he anticipated earning several tens of thousands in the first month. "Is that so?" Nan Li responded skeptically. To her, it seemed overly optimistic for a first-time novelist to achieve such success. Yet, she did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. What is the title of your novel? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen felt a pang of anxiety. Why do you ask? He was uncertain how other online authors felt, but he personally preferred to keep his writing endeavors concealed from his family, as there was an inherent awkwardness in revealing such personal pursuits. Nan Li replied, I was merely curious. If your novel becomes a hit, I could help promote it. Given her genuine interest, Zhou Chen relented, reasoning that it was just a novel and not something shameful. The Great Feng's Night Watchman, he disclosed. What a peculiar title, Nan Li remarked. At that moment, Zhou Chen and Appo's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw that the caller ID displayed Yin Peng. Li, it and Appo's Yin Peng, he announced. It and Appo's probably another invitation to play basketball. Go ahead. Getting out to play is certainly better than being cooped up at home all day, Nan Li replied. Despite her dissatisfaction with the other woman and her daughter, she harbored no ill feelings towards Yin Ping and had never discouraged her husband from maintaining their friendship. As soon as Zhou Chen answered the call, an urgent voice came through. Bro, what are you up to? Come out to play basketball. I've got all the gear ready. All right, see you at the usual spot. Having been engrossed in writing his novel, Zhou Chen felt a bit weary. Nan Li was right. Venturing out to refresh his mind could be quite beneficial. Fine. I and Appo's LL have lunch with Yin Ping, he decided. He nodded thoughtfully. In his memory, he and Yin Ping shared a good rapport, often playing basketball and dining together. They weren't blood relatives, but their bond felt almost as close. By the way, darling, didn't you say you were going to invest in that cryptocurrency? I noticed that the 40,000 you received hasn't changed at all, Nan Li inquired, curious as they had a solid relationship and were privy to each other's phone passwords. Oh, I'm still observing the market. In a few days, when the time is right, I'll make the purchase. Don't worry, Li, I assure you that within 3 months, I'll be upgrading to something much better. With a wife like you, I simply must get a luxury car. Without the influence of her, Zhou Chen's character would not have driven him to pursue wealth so eagerly. You have a way with words, but I bought that car just a few years ago. Whether or not you make money is of little concern. I just hope you won't become too obsessed. I still believe that working diligently for money is far more reliable. Although Nan Li was ambitious, she considered investing in volatile cryptocurrencies less stable than purchasing stocks. Zhou Chen embraced Nan Li confidently and declared, Li, with me around, I will ensure you live no less splendidly than others. Just wait and see. All right, enough of that. Go play basketball, while I tidy up for Huan and Chao. Sure thing, dear. Zhou Chen cherished his current family life, light-hearted and joyful, filled with love. He sincerely hoped it would remain this way forever. As he dressed and prepared to leave, Huan suddenly ran over. Daddy. Mommy said you're going to play basketball with Uncle Yin. Can I come too? After spending half a month together, Zhou Chen had genuinely grown fond of the cheerful, kind-hearted Huan. Under the tender pampering of her parents, she truly resembled a little princess. Why would you come along to play basketball? It's just a gym. Have Uncle Yin take Zio along. You all can play while we find something else to do. I want to go too. I want to go. Xiao chimed in, jumping up to remind them of his presence. Darling, just take them along. You haven't taken them out in ages. At the gym, with Huan and Zio looking after Chao, he'll be fine. Zhou Chen thought it over. Both Huan and Zio were in the 5th grade. And Chao was quite sensible, unlikely to run off aimlessly. Chapter 10. A note to Yin Ping Huin, Cho. Let us embark. With the assistance of NL, both Huin and Cho donned their athletic attire, complete with sun hats, while Cho clutched a soccer ball larger than his own head. Onward. The siblings cheered exuberantly. We are off. Drive carefully and keep an eye on Huin and Cho. NL cautioned. Understood. Bye, Mom. They chorused as ZHUCH and helped secure them in their seats. Huin, Cho, fasten your seatbelts. It's time to set off, he announced. Cho gleefully waved his tiny hands, exclaiming, off we go. The sports facility frequently visited by Yin Ping and ZHUCHN was not far away, merely a 20-minute drive. Yin Ping had developed a fondness for tennis, often playing with SHN since their acquaintance. To facilitate this, he had reserved a court at the facility for the long term. Although others could utilize it in his absence, the staff would clear the space upon his arrival, ensuring they always had a place to play. While securing a court year-round was not exorbitantly costly, it was an indulgence few would consider for the mere pleasure of a few games. Only someone of Yinping's affluent background would do so. Brother. As Zhuchen arrived with Hu In and Cho at the court, a voice called out. A man of average stature, clad in a white tracksuit and in his 30s, waved at him. Upon entering the court, Hu In and Cho dashed towards Yinping. Uncle, they chimed. Yinping affectionately ruffled their hair. Hu In. Cho, have you missed your uncle? Zhuchen scanned the area and, puzzled, inquired, why are you alone? Hu In, somewhat disappointed, added. Yes, uncle, is Zyu not coming? Being classmates and relatives, Hu In and Zyu shared a close bond and often played together. Cho echoed. Where's brother Zyu? Ah, don't get me started, Yinping sighed, a frown upon his face. You know my spouse insists on pushing Zyu to study every day. I wanted to bring him to play soccer with Hu In and the others. But she steadfastly refused, and we nearly had a quarrel over it. You really ought to. Zhuchen began. But noticing Hu In and Cho still present, he turned to them. Hu In, Cho. Will you watch your father and uncle play, or would you prefer to frolic on the playground? Having just turned 11 and being both lively and sensible, Hu In was a responsible companion for the obedient Cho, allowing Zhuchen to feel at ease. With that, they dashed away. Goodbye. Uncle. Goodbye. Yinping watched the two lively children bounce away, envious. NNL truly has it well. Look how spirited and adorable Hu In and Cho are. My household, on the other hand, is consumed with studying, and more studying. Zhuchen, shaking his head at Yinping, retorted, you should show a bit of masculine resolve, you know? Tian Yulan relentlessly pressures Zio to study every day, forbidding him from playing. Are you not afraid of driving Zio to madness? Have you not seen the news? Some parents, in their quest for academic success, have pushed their children to the brink, and there are even cases of children committing suicide. This is unacceptable, isn't it? Yinping was taken aback. Although Tian Yulan was strict with Zio, it was not to that extreme. Furthermore, Zio has a cheerful and filial disposition. Surely he would not end up like those children you mentioned. Heh. Zhou Chen scoffed dismissively. The Zio in the narrative was indeed driven to madness. A concern not entirely unfounded. I believe you ought to be cautious. He chose not to elaborate further. He understood the subtleties of the matter. Let us go play some tennis. After taking a racket from Yinping, the two prepared themselves and began to play. Tennis is a game of strength and skill. With the memories of Xiao Shede at his disposal, Zhou Chen had decent stamina and sharper reflexes than before, thus he performed quite admirably. As for Yinping, it was evident that he was a seasoned player. They exchanged volleys for over an hour before finally pausing. I and Oppos, am exhausted, let us take a break. They both sat on a nearby bench, sipping water while engaging in conversation. Bro, what have you been busy with lately? I texted you a couple of weeks ago to play tennis, but you never replied. Yinping asked, slightly out of breath. Earning some extra income? Yinping inquired, astonished. What kind of extra income? Brother, do enlighten me. Zhou Chen looked at him. Why are you so eager? I'm only looking to make some extra money because I need it. You, on the other hand, are not short on cash. You just want to play games all day? Bro, what you say is true, but not needing money doesn't mean I don't want to earn it. Besides, everyone has a bit of pride. I can't keep asking our parents for money. Cough, cough. Zhou Chen nearly choked on his water. Brother, had I not seen you in the dramas, I would have genuinely thought you were an ambitious young man. Do you still have pride with your parents? All right. Don't say I'm not helping you. I'm planning a lucrative investment soon, a sure profit, and within a few months, the returns could quadruple. Yinping was astonished. Is that for real? Although he was currently coasting through life at a state-owned enterprise and was indifferent to the family business, that did not imply he was entirely ignorant. Brother, you must not engage in any illegal activities. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? It was only because Yinping was a decent fellow that Zhou Chen felt comfortable sharing such crucial information. In the vast realm of Bitcoin trading, who isn't making a profit, Yinping was a reliable brother, and regardless of whether he chose to invest or not, it was no concern of Zhou Chen's. Bitcoin, you say? Let me check it out now. Yinping pulled out his phone, quickly gathering information about Bitcoin. After perusing it for a while, he asked, Brother, do you have confidence in this? As for the investment, who could claim absolute certainty? Yet, He believed a 70 to 80% success rate was likely. Zhou Chen was careful not to overstate. After all, he had traversed through souls. Who could predict if a butterfly effect might occur? As they spoke, Huan, clutching a football in one hand and holding on to Huan with the other, rushed over. Daddy, Xiao and I are hungry. When shall we dine? Zhou Chen promptly retrieved the towel he had brought along, wiping the sweat from Huan and Xiao. It was spring, and with such perspiration, a gust of wind could easily lead to a cold. This morning, both children had donned new clothes, but after some play, their outfits were now speckled with dirt, indicative of their exuberant playfulness. Yinping glanced at his phone. It was already past 11. Huan, Xiao, would you like to eat? Today, your uncle is treating us. Huan, with her cheerful disposition and innocent nature, immediately exclaimed, Uncle, I want pasta and ice cream. Xiao chimed in, expressing his desire for steak. Emerging from beneath the towel, Xiao shouted loudly, Don't fidget. Let Daddy clean you up. Yinping then turned to Zhou Chen and inquired, Brother, what about you? Zhou Chen replied, Let's go to a Western restaurant. I can manage a bite. All right, I know a lovely Western restaurant nearby. Huan, Xiao, put on your jackets. We are off. Chapter 11. Mother-in-law and Oppos. S remarks on the son-in-law. Zhao now reclined on the sofa, her face adorned with a mask as she spoke, gently patting her skin. Nanli was tidying the room when she heard her mother and Oppos' words and quickly interjected, Mom, what are you thinking? Xia Junshan has taken the children to the gym to play basketball with Yinpeng. I have no intention of joining them. I simply came to visit you while I had the time. Yinpeng, is he the son-in-law of that old mistress? Zhao Na inquired. Indeed, he is Tian Yulan's husband. He often invites Xia Junshan to play basketball. Seeing as the weather is splendid today, I suggested he take Huan and Xiao along. Mom, I have told you countless times that the trash should be disposed of on the same day. If left too long, it will start to smell. Nanli said, pulling the trash bag from the bin, her expression one of exasperation. Zhao Na replied, It's merely from yesterday. There isn't much, and I didn't throw it out. What smell could there possibly be? With a sigh, Nanli reflected on how her mother, the Long Princess, truly caused her concern. She wondered what chaos would ensue if Zhao Na did not visit for a week. Despite nearly 2 decades of divorce, Zhao Na still required care, which was why Nanli had insisted on purchasing a home in the Times Garden community. Its proximity allowed her to look after her mother. Li, listen to me. You can visit that old man, and Xia Junshan can socialize with Yinping, but you must be cautious of that old mistress and her daughter. They are not to be underestimated. That old hag has been led astray by them and might act without thinking, Zhao Na warned. Understood, replied Nanli, who was pleased to hear her daughter's words. With only Nanli remaining as her daughter, Zhao Na was determined not to let her be deceived by that old mistress. Concerned for her daughter, Zhao Na had been dissatisfied when Nanli became involved with Xia Junshan, as she viewed him unfavorably due to his humble origins and complicated family ties. However, after their marriage, she observed that Xia Junshan treated Nanli well and refrained from further criticism. Yet, she recently noticed that Nanli had begun to take on household chores, which displeased her. Mom, please don't worry so much. He is working hard for our family. He has indeed been busy lately. And it's not a significant matter worthy of your alarm, Nanli said with resignation. I'm merely concerned for you. Fine, since you're okay with it. I want to press further. I know you mean well, Long Princess. What would you like for lunch? I'll prepare something for you. There's still steak at home. Could you help me with that? Zhou Chen and his companions arrived at the Western restaurant and casually ordered a few items, which already amounted to several hundred yuan. However, Yinpeng remained unfazed. Huan, I heard from Zio that the singing competition you entered is about to reach the finals. How do you feel about your chances? Yinpeng inquired while waiting for their meal. With confidence, Huan replied, When the time comes, Mom and Dad will be there to cheer for me. I am certain I will secure first place. From childhood to adolescence, although her academic performance was not particularly remarkable, she excelled in extracurricular activities, especially in singing and dancing, even capable of hosting small events. Really? If you can secure first place, your uncle will treat you to a grand feast next time, Yinpeng assured, patting his chest. Is that true, Uncle? Then I want to dine at the Fairy Tale Restaurant. The Fairy Tale Restaurant is a well-known children's establishment in the city, featuring not only a delightful menu but also recreational areas, making it a favored destination for many children. However, due to its high prices, Huan seldom had the opportunity to visit. Let us discuss it once you achieve first place, Zhou Chen remarked, gently patting Huan's head. As it was Sunday, The restaurant was bustling with patrons. To Zhou Chen's astonishment, a violinist was performing within the establishment. Understood, Dad, Huan, and Chow were engrossed in their meals, while Zhou Chen diligently cut their steaks with a knife and fork. Yin Peng, filled with envy, remarked, "Brother, your family is so fortunate. Unlike me, I must consult Tian Yulan even to take my son out for a meal. That predicament is of your own making. After all, you chose to be hands-off." Zhou Chen rolled his eyes. Yin Peng had a good-natured disposition, yet to some extent, he had not fully embraced his responsibilities as a father. Of course, this was not entirely Yin Peng's fault. It was mainly due to Tian Yulan's formidable nature, making it difficult for Yin Peng to even inquire. Having eaten to her heart's content, Huan seized the moment when Zhou Chen went to the restroom to whisper to Yin Peng, "Uncle, let me tell you. My dad is quite impressive. He has been writing novels at home lately and said that once he earns money, he will take me and Chow to Disneyland." "Writing novels? Your father is writing novels." Yin Peng was taken aback. After so many years of acquaintance, how had he remained unaware of Xia Junshin's hidden talent? "Yes, I believe Dad will earn a lot of money and then take us out to play and buy me mini dolls," Huan said, her face glowing with happiness. Yin Peng leaned closer and inquired, "Brother, do you also write novels?" He immediately pressed, "Brother, I enjoy reading novels too. Where do you write? Please tell me. I'd like to see." Zhou Chen felt a bit awkward. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I'm just writing casually, not worth reading." "Don't say that, brother. Please tell me. You can trust me. I won't tell anyone. Besides, if your writing is good, I can help promote it. You know, many of my gaming friends love reading novels. And there are quite a few wealthy ones among them." Pestered by Yin Peng's relentless questioning, Zhou Chen had no choice but to disclose his secret. "Just don't go spreading it around." "Brother, why wouldn't I be trustworthy?" Yin Peng replied. It was precisely because of that trust that Zhou Chen felt a pang of unease. Chapter 12, Mi Tao's Mother. The lovely Nanli called over Huan and Chow, only to discover that the new clothes they wore in the morning were already soiled, their faces marked with patches of dust. "Mom, I played football with my sister and Dad," Chow exclaimed joyfully, displaying no signs of fatigue after several hours of play. Brimming with energy. "You're filthy," Nanli murmured. Before instructing Zhou Chen, "You take Chow to bathe. I will wash Huan." Although Nanli typically took care of Chow, bathing was Zhou Chen's responsibility, and after more than half a month, he had grown accustomed to it. "All right, Chow, let's go wash up with Dad." After a busy hour and more, Zhou Chen emerged from the bath to find Nanli placing their discarded dirty clothes into the washing machine. "Darling, our previous housekeeper has quit. Today, I hired another one. She came by this afternoon and seems quite diligent and reliable. Interestingly, her daughter is in the same class as Huan. Isn't that a coincidence?" Wiping her hands, Nanli sat beside Zhou Chen and spoke of the new housekeeper. Zhou Chen expressed surprise. He had been puzzled that the housekeeper was not Mi Tao and Appo's mother, but a stranger. He initially thought there had been a shift in the narrative. It turned out that the story had not changed, merely that the time had not yet arrived for Mi Tao's mother to appear. "Really? That is quite serendipitous," he replied. Zhou Chen had some understanding of Mi Tao's mother from watching the television series. Though she possessed a hint of cunning, she was fundamentally a good person, diligent, hardworking, and with a commendable attitude. Even the notoriously picky Princess Chang recognized her merit, which was a significant endorsement. As for cunning, who in today's society lacks a modicum of it? Especially when it concerns one's children. As long as no harm is done, what does it matter? The circumstances of Mi Tao's family reflected a more realistic portrayal of the common household. When parents lack education and skills, who can they rely on but their children? The lengths to which parents will go for their offspring are hardly surprising. Indeed, I share your sentiments. She mentioned that her family just transferred from a lower county this semester. Knowing their background makes me feel more at ease than with the previous housekeeper. Nanli, being somewhat sentimental, had already formed a favorable impression of Mi Tao's mother, despite having interacted with her only a few times. Zhou Chen inquired, "Will she still come to clean every afternoon?" Nanli nodded, "For 2 hours each afternoon. However, since you've been busy writing your novel lately, I arranged for Mi Tao and Appo's mother to come on the weekends as well, also for 2 hours, so she can prepare lunch before leaving." "That sounds good." Zhou Chen naturally had no objections. Due to his focus on writing, he had not been handling household chores, leaving all responsibilities to Nanli. However, Nanli is soon to assume the role of acting director, and as a result, she will undoubtedly be quite occupied, potentially working overtime on weekends. Thus, It would be unrealistic to expect her to continue managing household chores as she has been doing these days. In this context, it would be most appropriate for me Tao's mother to assist on Saturdays and Sundays. I have already discussed her remuneration, and I will handle the payment. So you need not worry about it. Zhou Chen gently grasped Nan Li's shoulder, reassuringly squeezing it. You have worked hard lately, my dear. Rest assured. I shall soon be earning, and luxury cars will beckon you. You can dream, Nan Li playfully retorted, yet a blissful smile graced her lips. Although she is a powerful woman in her professional life, she does not shy away from household duties at home. However, it is her husband's understanding and care that provide her with the greatest comfort. I do not hold high hopes for luxury cars. If you can earn enough to buy a few dolls for Huan, I would be thoroughly satisfied. Lili, you truly underestimate your husband. What value do a few dolls hold? We shall have dolls, luxury cars, and much more besides. Zhou Chen felt belittled. After all, this is a well-received novel. And even in this world, it should not yield merely enough for a few dolls. Just as he was preparing to elaborate, his phone vibrated, and upon glancing down, he discovered a message from his assistant. What on earth? Who has bestowed upon me a silver alliance? Nan Li, noticing Zhou Chen and Oppo's astonished expression, inquired curiously. What is this silver alliance? Zhou Chen hastily explained. The silver alliance is a form of reader patronage for authors, amounting to 1 million points, which translates to 10,000 yuan in cash, shared equally between the author and the platform. Nan Li exclaimed in surprise, are you saying that from one silver alliance you earn 5,000 yuan? Indeed, my wife is quite astute, Zhou Chen responded, a hint of pride in his tone. You see the prowess of your husband. Although my work is yet to be published, this silver alliance, along with previous donations, has already garnered a substantial income. After Zhou Chen elucidated the process of writing novels, contracting, recommendations, and publication, he was poised to boast further when his phone rang again. To his dismay, it was Yin Peng. Hello, what is it now? Zhou Chen answered with mild irritation, as the timing of the call was far from ideal. Bro, you must have seen the Silver Alliance by now? Zhou Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Are you saying that the Silver Alliance was your donation? Observing Nan Li stifling a laugh nearby, Zhou Chen's countenance darkened. After boasting for so long, it turned out to be Yin Peng's contribution. How utterly embarrassing. Fine, you saw it. What else with the donation? I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan later. No, bro, I didn't donate because of you. It's because the novel is genuinely captivating. If you return it to me, what would that signify? All right, I must go. I want to read it again and then promote it in my gaming group and on the forum. Without waiting for Zhou Chen to respond, he hung up. Ahem. Zhou Chen coughed lightly twice and said to the chuckling Nan Li, if you wish to laugh, then do so. That fellow Yin Peng truly excels at achieving nothing and causing failures. Nan Li ceased her laughter. Instead, she took Zhou Chen's right hand and placed it against her cheek. Darling, you're the best. I believe your novel will surely become a sensation, enabling us to acquire numerous delightful things. Pulling Nan Li closer, he bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. No more talk. I must go update the story. The first Silver Alliance, though it is Yin Peng's reward, still merits an additional chapter. Go ahead, my love. Do your best. As she raised her hand in an encouraging gesture, her charming demeanor stirred something within him, if not for the inappropriateness of the time and place. Chapter 13. The Blessed Teacher Zheng Shui. Hurry up. Mom and Dad. Huan. Clad in a pristine white school uniform, tugged at Chow, eagerly urging Zhou Chen and Nan Li, who were still in the room. Coming. Zhou Chen emerged, dressed in a white crew-neck t-shirt beneath a light yellow jacket, complemented by blue jeans. Following closely behind him was Nan Li, adorned in a white jumpsuit, elegantly wrapped in a silk scarf. The ensemble accentuated her fair complexion, rendering her both pure and beautiful. To attend Huan's singing competition, she had risen early to prepare, remaining occupied until just now. Dad, Mom, you're so slow. Huan complained to Zhou Chen and Nan Li. It's not time yet. Don't rush. Nan Li replied. Today is the final competition. You must maintain your composure and not be careless. Your mother is right. We cannot afford to be complacent. You must give it your all, Zhou Chen encouraged, feeling a surge of excitement. He was acutely aware that the plot of Little Happiness commenced with Huan's participation in the singing contest. And today, he would finally meet the illustrious Tian Yulan and her mother, Kai Jui. A few days prior, he had invested all his funds into Bitcoin, purchasing 400,000 in one go, and it had been gradually appreciating over the past few days. The novel had also exceeded 200,000 words, nearing publication. He anticipated receiving the rewards from last month this month, and the subscription earnings next month. Everything was progressing favorably, which was profoundly significant for Zhou Chen, as he understood the immense role money would play in the days to come. This week, Zhou Chen had also encountered Mi Tao and Apos, as mother. Nanli, upon discovering that Mi Tao's mother was working at Tian Yulan's house, couldn't help but express her grievances to Zhou Chen, lamenting the irony of their paths crossing even in the hiring of a part-time worker. Truly, it seemed a case of fate's cruel jest. In response to Nanli's complaints, Zhou Chen could only smile and offer comfort. Driving happily, the family of four made their way to Fengfan Primary School, where an event was set to take place, drawing numerous parents to the school. Once they arrived, Huan hurried to the backstage of the auditorium to join her fellow contestants. With the event yet to commence, Zhou Chen and Nanli wandered the school with Cao Cao in tow. As they strolled, Nanli and Apos' phone rang. It was her father, Nan Jianlong. Inquiring about Huan's competition, Zhou Chen keenly observed the stark contrast in Nanli's demeanor when conversing with her father compared to her interactions with Princess Chang. There was a hint of obligation in her tone. Recently, he had occasionally broached the subject of her father, but each time, Nanli either offered only a few words or displayed impatience. It was evident that she had yet to come to terms with her father's infidelity and subsequent divorce during her daughter's crucial examination period. Who could bear such a betrayal? Teacher Zhang. A woman approached, and upon seeing her, Nanli immediately called out. Zhou Chen recognized her as well. It was none other than Huan and Apos, as homeroom teacher, the renowned and revered Teacher Zhang. In the television drama, Teacher Zhang serves as a pivotal supporting character, embodying a personality, teaching style, and educational philosophy that transcend the capabilities of an ordinary instructor. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that among 100 teachers, one might scarcely find a counterpart to Teacher Zhang. Zhou Chen does not dismiss Teacher Zhang's approach. Indeed, many might regard such a teacher favorably, as most students appreciate a homeroom teacher of this nature. However, what is the reality? If students do not pursue their studies with earnest intent, what then is their objective? At times, it is not merely parental pressure that compels children to learn. Rather, parents have experienced firsthand the challenges of life without a diploma and are acutely aware of the hardships that await in society. Unless one hails from an affluent family poised to inherit vast wealth, it is likely that 90% of individuals must rely on their educational credentials for sustenance. Huan and Apos' father, Huan and Apos' mother, are you here to support her? Teacher Zhang, youthful and strikingly beautiful, exudes warmth with her smile. Nanli responds, indeed. Today is a momentous occasion for Huan, and our entire family is here to cheer her on. Teacher Zhang, with a beaming smile, replies, Huan is truly fortunate to have parents like you. I have observed her rehearsal, and as long as she performs to her potential, she will surely secure a commendable position. Huan, with her vivacious spirit, talent for singing and dancing, and role as vice class leader, is a favorite among teachers. Receiving Teacher Zhang's praise, Nanli beams with pride, as every parent takes delight in their children's achievements. Zhou Chen interjects, Teacher Zhang, Huan has been preparing for the singing competition. I trust her studies have not suffered? Taken aback by the inquiry, Teacher Zhang is surprised, for in her recollection, Huan's parents had not previously expressed any significant concern regarding her academic performance. Not at all. Huan is quite diligent, though she is preparing for the competition. Her studies remain on track. Our school organizes these competitions with the understanding that they will not interfere with academic commitments, so rest assured, Huan's father. Rest assured. You say? Zhou Chen smiles outwardly, yet inwardly scoffs. If he were not aware that Huan had ranked near the bottom in her midterm exams, he might have been swayed by Teacher Zhang's assurances, much like Nanli. That is good to hear. By the way, what of Zhongyi? It has been ages since we last met. Is he well? Reflecting on Zhongyi, Zhou Chen feels a twinge of nostalgia, little relentless, as the series poignantly illustrates. While others gain, Zhongyi alone sacrifices, embodying the tragedy that pervades the narrative. Nothing much, just thinking it has been a while since we last saw each other. When he has the time, we should all gather. Zhou Chen smiles, recalling that Zhongyi and Zhang Shui are in a romantic relationship, yet their educational philosophies starkly diverge. Zhang Shui and Apos' prioritizes the physical and mental well-being of her students, with academic performance being a secondary concern. Conversely, Zhongyi emphasizes grades, believing that students should be judged by their academic achievements, dismissing all else. Both educational philosophies hold merit, Yet the challenge lies in finding the right balance. After parting ways with Zhang Shui, Nanli curiously inquires of Zhou Chen, "Darling, what is troubling you today?" Surprisingly, you have begun to express concern for Huan's academic issues. Previously, when I suggested that you maintain closer contact with your junior, Zhongyi, and provide Huan with appropriate support, you were unwilling to agree. Yet today, in front of teacher Zhang, you unexpectedly mentioned the desire to gather with him. Circumstances have shifted. Earlier, I had not comprehended the gravity of the situation, but now that I do, it is imperative to enact change. What gravity of the situation? Such talk is rather alarming. Nanli completely failed to grasp Zhou Chen's intention. Chapter 14. Purchasing flowers. Zhou Chen and his family of 3 entered the grand classroom, only to discover that the attendance was quite substantial. In addition to the students, parents constituted half of the crowd, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. It was evident that the school placed significant importance on this upcoming literary competition. The family found a seat near the front row and awaited the commencement of the event. Today's children, in terms of economic conditions and various activities, are far superior to those during his own school days. I shared the video with my mother and father. Just as Zhou Chen was engrossed in the proceedings, Nanli suddenly nudged him. "What is it?" Zhou Chen inquired. Nanli replied, Huan performed exceptionally well today. She is bound to win an award. We should prepare accordingly. I will take care of Chao, while you go to a nearby flower shop and buy a bouquet to present to Huan upon her exit, as a gesture of encouragement. Do we really need to buy flowers? It's not that significant. Zhou Chen felt it was somewhat unnecessary. After all, it was not yet certain that she would win an award. It seemed overly indulgent. Zhou Chen explained, "It's not that I find it unusual. I simply believe flowers are unnecessary. At worst, we could treat her to a splendid meal instead. Flowers would be more fitting for you." To be honest, he genuinely felt that Huan's spoiled demeanor stemmed from the indulgence of both parents, and he was determined to initiate gradual changes. However, Nanli was unaware of Zhou Chen's thoughts. She merely sensed that her husband no longer doted on Huan as he once did, but rather seemed more attentive to her. He called her daily during work hours and even cuddled with her face-to-face during their nights together. She recalled the days they were so close before Huan's birth. Since then, a considerable portion of his attention had evidently shifted toward their daughter. Although this was perfectly normal, she initially felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, over the years, she had grown accustomed to it. Even Huan had sensed this shift and had privately inquired whether she had done something to upset her father. Nanli could not pinpoint the cause of this change. Yet she felt joy in her husband's deepening affection for her. Still, she was concerned about the relationship between her daughter and her husband, leaving her feelings quite complex. In this instance, asking him to buy flowers to celebrate Huan felt both exasperating and delightful, especially when he insisted it was unnecessary, while suggesting flowers for himself instead. "Stop joking around. Today is incredibly important for Huan. We cannot allow her to feel disheartened. If you refuse to go, I shall go myself." "All right, I will go." Zhou Chen quickly acquiesced, rising from his seat and exiting the grand classroom. Upon reaching the school entrance, he inquired about the nearest flower shop and proceeded to walk there. After several minutes, he arrived at the closest shop. "Good day, sir. Are you here to purchase flowers?" A warmly enthusiastic female shop assistant greeted him as he stepped inside. "Indeed, I wish to buy flowers. May I ask if these flowers are for a gift or for home decoration?" "They are for my daughter. I am uncertain about which flowers to purchase." When it comes to choosing flowers for his girlfriend, Zhou Chen can easily suggest red roses. However, he is utterly clueless about what flowers to present to his daughter. The female shop assistant enthusiastically elaborates. "If it's for your daughter's birthday, you might consider white roses, sunflowers, calla lilies, or hyacinths. The meaning of white roses is, while sunflowers symbolize, and so forth." As Zhou Chen listens to the shop assistant's incessant chatter, he feels a throbbing headache. After all, it is merely a matter of gifting flowers. Yet it has become so convoluted with numerous types and their respective meanings, who could possibly remember all that? "White roses it is, then." "Very well, sir. How many would you like to purchase?" "How many should I buy for my daughter?" "Sir, you may opt for 11 roses, and I will add some complimentary flowers." "All right, let's do that. Oh, and please wrap a bouquet of red roses as well. I intend to gift them to my wife." "Sir, you truly are a wonderful father and husband. Your wife and daughter must be exceedingly happy." "Thank you." Cradling 2 large bouquets, Zhou Chen makes his way to the school. It has been ages since he last sent flowers. Although he has only been in this world for a month, he has already gathered numerous reflections. In the past, he was merely a son, Now, as a father, he has gained some understanding of his own parents' perspectives and feels somewhat remorseful towards them. Upon returning to school, as he ascends the staircase, he spots Nanli descending with Huan Huan and Chao Chao. "Daddy!" Huan Huan exclaims, rushing towards him with uncontainable joy and throwing her arms around him. Zhou Chen beams at Huan Huan's affection, crouching down to present her with the bouquet of white roses. "Huan Huan, these are for you. Congratulations on winning the championship." On the way, Nanli had already sent him a message informing him of Huan Huan's victory. "Really? Daddy, you are the best. I love you so much." Huan Huan exclaims, accepting the flowers and planting a kiss on Zhou Chen's cheek, bouncing with delight. Nanli watches this heartwarming scene with satisfaction. Clearly, Huan Huan feels a closer bond with her father. "Wife, these are for you." As Zhou Chen hands over the red roses, Nanli's cheeks flush with color. "I asked you to buy flowers for our daughter. Why did you get me a bouquet? Isn't it a matter of course for a husband to buy flowers for his wife?" Zhou Chen replies, bewildered, while Huan Huan and Chao Chao stifle their giggles nearby. How annoying. Nanli rolls her eyes playfully, accepting the roses with both hands. Despite her teasing, she feels genuinely delighted. It has been quite some time since she last received roses from her husband, and she had thought he was merely jesting. The family of four, with the two ladies clutching their flowers and Zhou Chen holding Chao Chao, exits the school gate joyfully. As they reach the car, a video call from Zhao Na comes through. Nanli answers the call, and Huan Huan shouts excitedly at the screen, "Grandma, Grandma, I won the championship." "Indeed. Our dear Huan Huan is truly the best. Quickly show Grandma the trophy." Huan Huan immediately lifted the trophy in her hands, exclaiming, "Grandma, look, this is my champion trophy." "I see, Mom," she replied. After hanging up the phone, Nanli felt the urge to voice her grievances, but remembering that the children were still in the car, she suppressed her thoughts. The cheerful mood she had just experienced dissipated significantly. Zhou Chen drove in silence. Not only did Nanli wish to avoid the visit, but he too was reluctant. He was no longer the person he used to be, harboring little fondness for his father-in-law and his stepmother. Considering that upon arrival, Nanli and Tian Yulan would engage in a battle of wits, the scene would surely be fraught with tension and conflict. As he arranged 2 bouquets of flowers in a vase, he busied himself by opening his computer and began typing. Li, is it really necessary? Can't we just wear what we had on this morning? Why must I change? If I say change, then you shall change, Nanli asserted firmly. The attire she had selected was specifically chosen for the sake of appearances. Zhou Chen, with no other option, reluctantly changed into each piece of clothing. It was not just him. Huan Huan and Chao Chao also donned new outfits. Upon seeing the family in their fresh matching outfits, Zhou Chen felt a pang of jealousy. "Lili, why is it that you 3 are in matching outfits while I am left out?" Noticing Zhou Chen's gloomy expression, Nanli chuckled. "This cannot be blamed on me. After all, your size was unavailable when we purchased them. How about wearing one of my dresses?" Zhou Chen rolled his eyes, and the family of 4 energetically set out towards their grandfather's house. Chapter 15. Father-in-law and the young mistress in a district of Jiangzhou City. The neighborhood of Nan and Appo's family is not too distant from Zhou Chen and Appo's residence. A mere 20-minute drive separates them. As noon approaches, Zhou Chen remains unhurried, meandering along the road. The Nan family's community is an older establishment, boasting over 20 years of history. Due to its age, it lacks towering buildings, with the highest structures reaching 4 to 5 stories. Upon arrival, they find a parking space available at the entrance of the community, allowing them to park with ease. Carrying a fruit basket purchased en route, the family of 4 enters the neighborhood. After turning 2 corners, they unexpectedly encounter an elderly man. Zhou Chen has yet to react when Huan Huan and Chao Chao exclaim joyfully, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" "Ah, Huan Huan, Chao Chao." The elderly gentleman, filled with joy, embraces the 2 children, showering them with affection and kisses, his demeanor exceedingly indulgent. "Dad!" Zhou Chen calls out, following Nanli's lead. "Oh, Lili." The elder's attention is primarily captured by the children, with only a fraction directed towards his daughter. Zhou Chen feels somewhat overlooked. Observing Nan Jianlong, he contemplates how, if not for the truth he knows, one could perceive this amiable, gentle old man as a person capable of infidelity and abandoning his family. Leading the children towards the house, Nan Jianlong reaches the doorstep when a woman in her 60s approaches them. "Hello, Grandma Kai." Huan Huan and Chao Chao greet Kai Jueying. Before eagerly pulling their grandfather inside, Lili has arrived. Kai Jueying exclaims with delight upon seeing Nan Li, who responds coolly and without warmth. Kai Jueying, accustomed to Nan Li's demeanor, brushes it off and instead turns to Zhou Chen, smiling. Why bring anything? You're already here. Unsure of how to address her, Zhou Chen can only muster a smile, replying, it was nothing, really. He surveys Kai Jueying, noticing her beaming countenance displays a certain warmth. However, the truth of her entanglement with a married man and her role in dismantling another's family casts a shadow on her character, rendering her difficult to respect. Once inside, Kai Jueying deliberately crouches down to present slippers to Nanli, placing them at her feet with a radiant smile. Perhaps feeling a bit awkward, Nanli is prompted to express gratitude for the first time. Feeling somewhat dejected by the lack of attention directed towards him, Zhou Chen contemplates his status. In reality, he has never been married, leaving him unaware of the treatment one might receive at a father-in-law's home. Observing the dynamics within the Nan family, it appears that his position as son-in-law is not particularly esteemed. Not only does Nan Jianlong seem indifferent, but even Kai Jueying neglects to acknowledge him, forcing him to don a pair of disposable slippers left by the door. However, once he dons the slippers, he glances beside him and notices 3 pairs of regular home slippers, 2 large and 1 small, distinct from the disposable ones he and Nanli are wearing. Zhou Chen's gaze flickered momentarily. Generally speaking, one would not don disposable slippers in their own home. Such items are typically reserved for guests. Yet here, Kai Jueying had prepared disposable slippers for the 2 of them, while providing casual household slippers for Tian Yulan and her family. Clearly, the seemingly courteous and amiable Kai Jueying regarded them as guests, while she considered her biological daughter, Tian Yulan, and her family as kin. This may not have been a deliberate action on Kai Jueying's part, but it undeniably reflected her innermost sentiments. This situation piqued Zhou Chen's interest. If this were Kai Jueying's home, her actions would be entirely justifiable. However, this abode belonged to Nan Jianlong, and Nanli was his biological daughter, while Tian Yulan was a stepdaughter. Zhou Chen mused that he might be overthinking the matter, yet how could he not, having witnessed the intricacies depicted in the television series? Had he not seen it, perhaps he would not dwell on it. Nonetheless, since he had, it was inevitable that he would contemplate further. However, as his wife Nanli, the primary party involved, exhibited no visible reaction, Zhou Chen too kept his thoughts to himself, setting down the fruit. Zhou Chen had barely reached the sofa when he heard Nan Jianlong showering praises upon Huan Huan, calling her a genius and a prodigy akin to the renowned scholar Gan Luo, which delighted the little girl immensely. Indeed, his father-in-law was a cultured man, whose compliments were refreshingly unique. Just as they were conversing, the front door swung open, and a woman's voice chimed in. We're here. Zhou Chen turned to see Yin Peng entering, accompanied by a woman and a boy. The woman was undoubtedly Tian Yulan. It was undeniable that she had a large frame and stood almost as tall as Yin Peng, her short hair framing her face. Clad in a blue and white shirt paired with a deep blue skirt, exuding an air of competence mingled with a touch of urban charm. The small boy, nearly the same height as Huan Huan, was certainly Yin Zio. Huan Huan and Xiao Chao joyfully dashed from their grandfather Nan Jianlong's embrace towards the entrance, calling out auntie and uncle with glee. Huan Huan took Yin Zio by the hand and ran into the toy room, while Xiao Chao sweetly complimented his aunt on her beauty and his uncle on his handsomeness, eliciting hearty laughter from both. Kai Jueying approached with a fruit platter, and when Tian Yulan offered to assist, Kai Jueying pretended not to see her and placed the platter directly in front of Nanli. Li, have some fruit, she said. Nanli smiled but did not reach for any, while Tian Yulan, standing behind her, wore a displeased expression. Unable to tolerate her mother's obsequiousness towards Nanli, Nan Jianlong inquired, are the dishes ready? Kai Jueying replied, they're nearly done, ready to serve at any moment. Upon hearing this, Nan Jianlong immediately rose, exclaiming, then what are we waiting for? Let us serve the dishes. As Nanli began to stand, Nan Jianlong gently pressed her back down and beckoned Zhou Chen and Yin Peng. Today we have quite a spread. You two come help serve. Zhou Chen clapped his hands and stood up, heading to the kitchen alongside Yin Peng. Upon entering the kitchen, they were greeted by a veritable feast. Indeed, there was an abundance of dishes, at least 10 or more laid out. It must be said, Kai Jueying possessed a remarkable talent for hospitality. Otherwise, it would not have led Nan Jianlong to forsake his wife and daughter to marry her. As the dishes were served, Zhou Chen immediately noticed the painting on the round table. He distinctly remembered it was a piece created during Huan Huan's art class. Initially, he had no intention of bringing it up, but as soon as the dishes were set down, Nan Jianlong pulled him over and pointed at the revolving table, asking, Jun Shan, come take a look. Does it look familiar? Zhou Chen had no choice but to comply, responding, "ISN and Apos. T this Juan and Apos. As painting? Indeed it is." Yin Peng, curious, leaned over the table for a closer look, but his expression changed the next moment. Nan Jianlong, grinning, remarked, "This is grandfather's favorite." Zhou Chen glanced at Yin Peng, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had not been in this world long, and aside from Nan Li and the others, he had communicated the most with Yin Peng. This fellow often discussed novel plots with him at night, making him a friend worth deepening ties with. However, Yin Peng was rather naive, and any discomfort he felt quickly dissipated, leading him to initiate a conversation about Zhou Chen's novel. "Brother, your novel is about to be published, right?" "Yes. It's in the process of being published." "That's wonderful. I've been eagerly following it." "Brother, I admire you more and more. How do you manage to write so well? Although it's just a bit of a raucous affair." Yin Peng teased Zhou Chen with a wink. Nan Jianlong, passing by, was taken aback upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Jun Shan, you write novels too?" He did not dwell on it, simply adding, "It's fine to write a little, but don't let it interfere with your work." "How could that be, Dad?" "Rest assured, I'll write only in my spare time." Yin Peng chimed in with a mischievous grin. "Uncle Nan, you may not know, but our brother, while appearing serious and honest, writes novels that are quite, well." "All right, enough of that, Yin Peng. Don't spread rumors here." Zhou Chen quickly interjected, concerned that Yin Peng's loose tongue might reveal too much. He knew that in the eyes of someone like Nan Jianlong, from an older generation, his writing would likely be dismissed. "Fine, I want to say more, but brother, you must hurry. The wait for updates is unbearable." "Understood. I'll do my best." While they chatted about the dishes in the living room, Nan Li and Tian Yulan began to engage in a subtle battle of wits, exchanging barbs and jibes. Surprisingly, it was the two children, Huan and Yin Zio, who felt the most awkward amidst the adult banter. Chapter 16. The awkward dinner is ready. Wash your hands. Fortunately, Nin Jianlong's call halted the awkward atmosphere in the living room. Huan and Yin Zio hurried to the dining room, followed by Nan Li and Tian Yulan. Everyone settled around the round table, with Nan Jianlong positioned at the center, while the two families took their places on either side, leaving only Kai Jueying still at the side serving the dishes. The soup arrived. "Li, I prepared this soup with only mushrooms and goji berries, simmering it for 4 to 5 hours. Do taste it, and see if it suits your palate." Kai Jueying, however, was already quite satisfied, smiling as she remarked, "We are family, why the formalities?" "Li, you look splendid, your complexion radiant, certainly not like a mother of two." Nan Jianlong remembered the gifts he had yet to unveil and promptly asked Kai Jing to bring them out, distributing them to the three children one by one. Huan and Xiao were thrilled with their presents, while Yin Zio's initial joy faded upon seeing his gift, which was identical to the one grandfather Nan Jianlong had given him previously. Tian Yulan's expression darkened with anger, and Yin Peng, understanding his wife's temperament, hastily signaled her to remain calm beneath the table. However, Tian Yulan pushed him away in frustration. While she could tolerate some things, Nan Jianlong's preferential treatment towards his grandchildren over her son was something she could not abide. Why was it that Huan and Xiao received cherished gifts, while her own son was met with indifference, receiving the same trivial present twice? It was clear to her that her son was not held in high regard. Tian Yulan was resolute. She could endure personal grievances but would not permit her son to be slighted. Knowing how to strike where it hurt, she had devised a plan. As everyone dined, she suddenly sighed and said, "Our Zio really ought to learn from Huan. He is exceedingly introverted, and I often encourage him to explore hobbies. Yet he remains fixated on his studies. Last semester, he secured the top position, and this semester, he has consistently excelled in every test. His teachers adore him." With her words, the atmosphere at the table shifted dramatically. Nan Li remained silent, merely observing Tian Yulan's performance, while Yin Peng was at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Nan Jianlong who praised Zio, saying, "Zio, you are truly remarkable." Seeing his father-in-law speak, Yin Peng quickly diverted the conversation. "Zio, keep up the good work. Let us not dwell on this during dinner. Come, let us toast." After a gentle nudge from Yin Peng, Zhou Chen raised his glass to clink with him. Casting a glance at Tian Yulan, most people would have ceased their awkward attempts at flattery after such a diversion, yet he understood that Tian Yulan was no ordinary person. The best was yet to come. Indeed, Tian Yulan did not disappoint Zhou Chen, as she had yet to take a bite before she spoke again. "I find myself quite content. My child, Zio, possesses few other merits. Unlike other children who require scolding or punishment to learn, Zhou demonstrates a remarkable sense of self-discipline. Zhou Chen, without any intention of interrupting, silently observed Tian Yulan's display, filled with a myriad of thoughts. He truly wondered how this family managed to eat together in the past. If it were him, he would hardly find the appetite to dine in such an atmosphere. At that moment, as if recalling something, Tian Yulan glanced around, noticing nobody was engaging in conversation. However, upon seeing Nan Li's disgruntled expression, she felt a certain satisfaction and decided to shift her focus away from praising her son to Huan Huan. By the way, Huan Huan, have you settled down for the new semester? How did you perform in the recent assessment? Seeing Tian Yulan bring up such an uncomfortable subject, Yin Peng buried his face in his hands, utterly unsure how to confront the situation. What about the last classroom exam? How many points did you score? Tian Yulan pressed. Huan Huan hesitated, unable to voice her score, for she had only managed a little over 70 points, which she found quite embarrassing to admit. Watching Huan Huan's pitiable discomfort, Zhou Chen felt a surge of frustration. Although he hadn't been here long, Huan Huan was now his daughter. While he could be disappointed in her performance, others had no right to criticize. Adult matters should be resolved by adults. Involving children in such disputes felt rather unscrupulous. Especially when he noticed Huan Huan casting a pleading glance in his direction, his irritation intensified. Huan Huan, why are you dawdling? Come, have a chicken leg, Zhou Chen said, using his chopsticks to serve her a piece. He smiled and added, remember this, my dear, gaining weight early on isn't a problem, but gaining it later can be burdensome. Confused, Huan Huan asked, Daddy, what does that mean? It means that for now, not excelling in studies is acceptable. Things will certainly improve in time. Our Huan Huan is incredibly clever, excelling in singing, dancing, and painting. It's merely a matter of learning. As long as she puts her mind to it, achieving good grades will be effortless, right, Huan Huan? Immediately, Huan Huan's face brightened with a joyful smile. Yes, yes. Nan Li, who had been quite displeased, also revealed a smile, nearly unable to restrain herself from speaking out. However, Tian Yulan's expression darkened. Though Zhou Chen appeared to be speaking to Huan Huan, she felt as though he was indirectly mocking her. With a swift glance, she turned to Zhou Chen, smiling as she said, you all are simply too optimistic. For today's children, a solid foundation is crucial. Falling behind, even for a moment, could lead to prolonged disadvantage. Children must be nurtured from a young age, let me tell you. Just then, sensing the rising tension, Nan Jianlong could no longer remain seated. He immediately stood up and, without waiting for others to respond, addressed Huan Huan. Huan Huan, the song you performed on stage today was beautiful, but Zhou didn't get to hear it. Why not sing it again right here? At the mention of singing, Huan Huan instantly perked up, enthusiastically exclaiming, sure, sure. But it might not sound as good without accompaniment. Nan Li immediately raised her hand. Huan Huan, Mommy will provide the accompaniment. Thus, the mother and daughter duo commenced their performance, with one singing and the other providing accompaniment. Chapter 17. Father confronts son-in-law. Daughter confronts father. It is possible that Huan Huan possesses a genuine talent for singing, as her performance is remarkable even when accompanied by just a single instrument. However, it was the accompaniment by Nan Li that astonished Zhou Chen. Having spent considerable time with Nan Li, he had never witnessed her playing an instrument before, and he was taken aback by her exceptional skill. Although Yan Ziyu was quite reluctant, she dared not defy her mother and stood to the side, reciting the digits of pi in front of everyone. 3, 141, 5926. In a brief moment, she had already recited over 100 digits. Zhou Chen and Nan Li exchanged glances, both surprised. Apart from Tian Yulan, who wore a beaming smile, even Yin Peng lowered his head, unsure of what to say. Listening to Ziyu's uninterrupted recitation, Zhou Chen felt an unexpected astonishment. While he did not see much practical value in memorizing such information, the fluidity with which Ziyu recited it indicated the immense effort she had invested. If Huan Huan could exhibit the same diligence as Ziyu, she would not only be able to gain admission to Hanlin Junior High, but would at least not rank in the middle or even at the bottom in Fengfan Elementary. Though Huan Huan was still quite young, she felt a slight sting to her self-esteem upon realizing that she could only recite a few digits while Ziyu could recite so many. At the dining table, only Tian Yulan and Kaiju Ing were genuinely pleased to see Ziyu's continuous recitation. The others felt a mix of helplessness and awkwardness. As Ziyu continued to recite more digits, Yin Peng could no longer contain himself. His son had barely had a few bites of food before being asked to recite pi, and as a father, He felt a pang of sympathy. All right, that's enough. Over 1,000 digits, how long must this continue? Nan Jianlong, who had been disinterested, quickly interjected. Yes, Ziyu is already impressive. Come, it's time to eat. Seeing her son's moment of glory interrupted, Tian Yulan was quite displeased and kicked Yin Peng under the table. Uncle Nan, our Ziyu can recite over 1,000 digits without pausing, she boasted, then swiftly turned her attention to Huan Huan. Huan Huan, how many can you recite? Huan Huan replied candidly, 3. 141, 5926, that's all. Nan Li, unwilling to see her daughter disheartened, reassured her, it's all right, Huan Huan. They won't test you on this. Being able to recite this much is sufficient. At last, Tian Yulan seized the opportunity and forced a smile, saying, You all truly have high hopes for the children. But that's understandable, as young girls, they need not exert themselves so much. It will suffice for them to smoothly transition to Fengfan Junior High. However, our boys are different. They must aim for Hanlin, which is the premier junior high in our district, and a top-tier institution citywide. Having endured for long enough, Nenli finally spoke her mind. Placing her spoon down into her bowl and gently patting Cao Cao's head, stating in a calm tone, this distinction between boys and girls is irrelevant. We will not pressure Cao Cao in the future. Children should not be constantly competing. Such expectations can be quite burdensome. Unyielding, Tian Yulan retorted. I often tell Ziyu that one must endure hardship to rise above others. Nan Li's disdainful retort. In contemporary society, equality is paramount. Who is superior to whom? Such notions are inherently steeped in feudal ideology. Is there truly any equality? This is mere self-deception. People strive to ascend, just as water flows downward. Thus, this child's education must not be neglected. Your current sympathy for her will ultimately lead to her detriment. As the two daughters continued their conversation, it unexpectedly escalated to discussions of their family of origin, feelings of inadequacy, and issues of dependency. Nan Jianlong could no longer restrain himself. With a sharp clatter, he cast his chopsticks onto the bowl, plunging the atmosphere at the dining table into an icy silence. Zhou Chen had anticipated this turn of events but chose not to intervene. He remained quietly seated. However, to his astonishment, Nan Jianlong, recognizing his inability to manage his daughters, redirected the conflict toward him. Zhu Shan, I was just about to mention you. Huh? Zhou Chen was taken aback. What about me? You were supposed to mediate between the sisters. Why am I being implicated? What have I done to warrant your admonishment? Ignoring Zhou Chen's bewilderment, Nan Jianlong continued, as an architectural designer, why are you not diligently pursuing your vocation and instead dabbling in writing novels? Is that not a case of forsaking your primary responsibilities? Moreover, what kind of novels are you writing? Zhou Chen was rendered speechless. Was this truly the argument? Writing a novel equated to abandoning one's duties? He clarified. It's an online novel. I merely indulge in writing during my free time. It hasn't interfered with my work, nor is it a matter of neglecting my primary role. Online novels. Upon hearing this, Nan Jianlong's tone grew even more severe. Are those the chaotic and lowbrow tales found online? Tell me, as an architectural designer, why would you waste your time crafting such trivial literature instead of focusing on your design work? Shouldn't you be spending that time with your children instead? Zhou Chen finally grasped the situation. His father-in-law was attempting to shift the blame onto him. Perhaps he believed that as his son-in-law and student, Zhou Chen would not dare to counter his claims, thereby allowing him to proceed unhindered. Though slightly annoyed, he hesitated to retort, considering Nan Li's father's position and his own established persona. As Zhou Chen contemplated diverting the conversation, an unexpected incident occurred. Although he had no intention of undermining his father-in-law, Nan Li was not pleased with the direction of the discourse. Why should I endure this? You may choose not to support me, your own daughter, in my dispute with Tian Yulan, but to publicly chastise my husband before so many witnesses is far more infuriating than reprimanding her. Thus, Nan Li set down her chopsticks, looking at her father, asserting, Dad, I must disagree with you. How can you label Xia Junshan's novels as vulgar? You haven't even read them. And to dismiss them as such is rather disrespectful. What? Nan Jianlong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not intended to reprimand his son-in-law. He merely sought to quell his daughter's altercation. Yet, he found it surprising that while his son-in-law remained composed, his daughter erupted in defense. However, the irate Nan Li did not cease her words, but rather continued to speak. I am aware of Xia Junshan's endeavors in writing novels. He has not neglected his time with the children. In fact, within merely a month of writing, he has already earned over 10,000 yuan. And this is just the beginning. Therefore, writing novels is not a waste of time. It is a legitimate profession that can yield financial rewards. Nan Jianlong, confronted by his daughter's remarks, wore a discontented expression and retorted, "This is not merely a matter of earning money. As an architectural designer, he must prioritize his primary duties. If he invests all his focus in writing novels, his professional skills will undoubtedly decline, which would be detrimental to his future. You must not only consider immediate benefits but also contemplate the long-term implications. His primary occupation is also for the sake of making a living. As long as one operates within the bounds of the law, why should one not pursue additional ventures? Human energy is limited. One should dedicate oneself to a singular pursuit. Being indecisive will lead to poor outcomes. What harm is there in writing novels during spare moments at work? It is certainly preferable to indulging in drinking and clubbing. I have utmost faith in Xiao Junchen's self-discipline. Even if he writes novels, it will not impede his primary responsibilities. Nor will he engage in frivolous affairs or abandon his family. Nanli, evidently overwhelmed by anger, unleashed emotions that had long been suppressed. And her final statement slipped out inadvertently. In an instant, the entire restaurant fell into silence. Silence. Chapter 18. The awkward family dinner. Nan Jianlong's chest heaved with indignation, prompting Kai Jueying to quickly soothe him, urging him not to be angry. Observing Nan Jianlong's demeanor, Nanli suddenly felt a twinge of regret. She had been 2 furious moments ago, allowing her words to escape without restraint. Despite her remorse, the thought of apologizing, especially in front of Tian Yulan and her children, was utterly unthinkable for her. At that moment, Zhou Chen found himself slightly bewildered, yet he reacted swiftly, sensing Nanli's emotions. He grasped her hand, offering silent comfort. Meanwhile, Tian Yulan, the catalyst for the unfolding drama, had fallen silent, biting her lip as she glanced between Nan Jianlong and Nanli before lowering her gaze. Truth be told, it was the first time Tian Yulan had witnessed Nan Jianlong in such a state of fury, despite having known him for many years alongside her mother. Although she harbored dissatisfaction towards Nanli and sought to put her in her place, she never intended for the father-daughter relationship to fracture, at most. She wished to vent her frustrations. Little did she know that her trivial grievances would spark a far greater conflict, leaving Nan Jianlong gasping with rage. Yuan Ping and the 3 children naturally dared not utter a word, as the once pleasant meal devolved into discord before they had even taken a few bites. With both father and daughter unwilling to concede, Zhou Chen felt the need to intervene. He, after all, was the most wronged, having done nothing. He found himself at the receiving end of Nan Jianlong and Appo's ire, while Nanli had only defended him by confronting her father. After some contemplation, Zhou Chen addressed Nan Jianlong. "Dad, Lily did not mean it that way. She simply lost control of her emotions in her anger. Please do not take it to heart." Under Kai Jueying's gentle reassurances, Nan Jianlong's anger began to subside, though he still harbored resentment. Witnessing his daughter's silent distress and the presence of 3 children compelled him, as the elder, to suppress his displeasure. "Let us eat," he declared. Kai Jueying immediately chimed in. Yes, the food should be enjoyed while it's hot. It loses its appeal when cold. Everyone, please eat." At that moment, Tian Yulan resembled a quail, too fearful to speak, cautiously picking at her meal. With Zhou Chen's unspoken support, Nanli gradually calmed her emotions. Seeing that her father did not erupt in public fury filled her with guilt, despite her lingering grievances from years past. She recognized that such an occasion was not the right time for indiscretion, especially considering her father's health. Any potential outburst could bring her immense guilt. This dinner was undoubtedly the most awkward family gathering Zhou Chen had ever experienced. He had anticipated some turbulence, yet the extent of the discord had surpassed his expectations. Strangely, while he had previously looked down upon Nan Jianlong's actions, witnessing his daughter's public scorn directed at him, only to see him swallow his pride in silence, stirred a profound sense of reflection within Zhou Chen. There is often a bitter truth behind the plight of the unfortunate, just as there exists a tragic story behind those deemed contemptible. The meal concluded amidst an atmosphere thick with discomfort, and to have finished it was, indeed, no small feat. Take Xiao Chao as an example. She was nearly frightened to tears, but ultimately, it was Nanli who comforted her and prevented her from crying. Having just finished dinner, Nanli was preparing to leave when Nan Jianlong approached her with a matter to discuss, leading the 2 to the study. Yan Ping was initially lamenting about Tian Yulan, thinking that had it not been for his wife instigating things, the situation would not have escalated to this extent. Tian Yulan, who had been hesitant to speak moments ago, now faced her husband Yan Peng with an air of arrogance, retorting at every turn, leaving Yin Peng so exasperated that he sought out Zhou Chen for solace. Yin Peng expressed his determination to Zhou Chen, pleading for forgiveness. Alas, had I known better, I would have refrained from mentioning your novel-writing endeavors in front of Uncle Nan. It is all my fault. Zhou Chen held no grudge against Yin Peng, for there was no justification to blame him. Enough, today's events were not solely your fault. I too share responsibility for not intervening sooner, he sighed. Yin Peng echoed his sentiments, lamenting, indeed, this dinner was so awkward it nearly triggered my embarrassment. My extravagant wife is just like that. Brother, I hope you won't take it too much to heart. Yes, it is true that Tian Yulan was excessive this time. No matter the circumstances, the children should never be involved. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes, and despite his repeated assertions to deal with Tian Yulan, he questioned whether he truly had the ability to do so. Nan Jianlong and his daughter spent a considerable time discussing in the study, and upon their exit, they found the two had returned to their original states, bringing a collective sigh of relief from everyone, regardless of the superficial calm or the reasons behind it. The fact that no further conflict erupted was already a significant improvement. On their return, it was Nanli who drove the car, with Huan and Xiao Xiao present. Neither spoke of the day and Oppos as events during the ride. Later that evening, as Zhou Chen heard the door open, he stepped out of the study only to find it was not Nanli, but rather Mama Mitao, who had come to clean. Mama Mitao has arrived. Zhou Chen greeted her. Originally, she was supposed to come at noon, but since they had gone out during that time, he had called to inquire if she could come in the afternoon, to which she kindly agreed. Hello, Huan's father. I apologize for coming a bit late. Mama Mitao was a very down-to-earth woman with a warm demeanor, particularly skilled in her work, always putting forth her utmost effort in cleaning. Nanli had dinner across the street, while Zhou Chen made do with a quick bite after Mama Mitao departed. That night, after lulling Xiao Xiao and Huan to sleep, Nanli ran on the treadmill, channeling her emotions into her workout. Lili, take a break. You've been running for half an hour already. If you continue like this, you might injure your legs. With heavy breaths, Nanli gradually came to a halt, and Zhou Chen seized the moment to say, Lili, you were truly magnificent today. The moment you stood up for me, I was genuinely moved. Nanli collected herself and shot a playful glare at the mischievous Zhou Chen. I only acted to defend you, and look where it led us. Regretfully, I never anticipated that the old gentleman would ultimately involve me in this matter. I was taken aback, and then I saw you approaching, all in a flurry. Nanli remarked, this situation was inherently his fault. Even if he wished to deter me from associating with Tian Yulan, he should not have implicated you. Moreover, today it was Tian Yulan who instigated the confrontation. Just look at her. She fervently praises her son while disparaging our Huan. How can one not be infuriated? Indeed, it is aggravating. Yet, we should not stoop to her level. As you rightly pointed out, her behavior stems from issues within her original family. She yearns to showcase what she lacks. Engaging in a dispute with her would be pointless. I had no intention of contesting anything. However, her remarks today were exceedingly irksome, as if she had consumed gunpowder. Her actions are driven by the discomfort she feels due to the gift the old man bestowed upon Ziyu, which was akin to the previous one. This provoked her, leading her to find fault with us. Do you grasp my meaning? Is that so? Nanli had indeed overlooked this aspect. If that were the case, everything would fall into place. What father did was undeniably inappropriate. But it shouldn't have been directed at us, especially not at Huan. That is utterly unacceptable. Let us set that aside. My dear, what has become of the investment you mentioned, that cryptocurrency? It is progressing well. It has appreciated nearly 30% thus far. Nanli displayed astonishment. 30%? That means, aside from the principal, you have earned over 100,000? Just over 100,000, Lili. What prompted you to inquire about this? Weren't you previously opposed to my investment? Nanli took a moment to collect herself and then seated herself on a nearby chair. I was contemplating that if Huan and Xiao truly are not cut out for academia, we should prepare accordingly. While we still possess the means, we ought to accumulate wealth, ensuring that even if they do not achieve great success in the future, we can provide them with some inheritance. Chapter 19. The plan commences. Nanli's remarks left Zhou Chen utterly astonished. She, who had always been indifferent towards wealth, suddenly articulated such thoughts? Lili, what prompted this sudden line of thinking? Nanli replied, today's confrontation with Tian Yulan indeed unsettled me. Upon reflection, if Huan's academic performance continues on this trajectory, she will undoubtedly be unable to gain admission to a prestigious university. If we wish to assist her, We must either compel her to study rigorously or create a more favorable home environment. Should our circumstances improve sufficiently, we would not need to pressure Huan unduly. Even if she does not pursue higher education, she would not be at a disadvantage compared to others. Zhou Chen was genuinely taken aback. Nanli had always adopted a rather laid-back approach to their child's education, yet now she seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Remarkably, her solution was not to urge Huan to work harder, but rather to seek improvements in their own circumstances. Nanli's indulgence towards their child was no less than it had been before. However, one aspect he wholeheartedly agreed with was the necessity of enhancing their living conditions and earning greater income. What do you mean? Zhou Chen inquired. Nanli asked, I would like to know if the Bitcoin you mentioned is truly a guaranteed investment. Are you confident? Over 90% certainty, Zhou Chen affirmed. Nanli, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, declared, let us proceed as you suggest. With this month's salary, we have over 500,000 in savings. After setting aside a few thousand for daily expenses, I entrust the remaining 500,000 to you for investment. Zhou Chen inhaled sharply, astonished by Nanli's drastic shift in attitude. Previously, his entreaties had been in vain, yet now she was ready to commit their savings without him uttering a single word. Li, are you certain? Absolutely certain. The future prosperity of our family relies on you, she asserted. Feeling deeply moved by Nanli's unwavering trust, Zhou Chen embraced her tightly. My dear wife, rest assured. Within 3 months, I promise to present you with an extraordinary surprise. Not only through Bitcoin, but my novel is also set to launch soon. The initial data appears quite promising. If I can update extensively over the next 2 to 3 months, earning several million should be quite feasible. Nanli squirmed, attempting to extricate herself from Zhou Chen's embrace, but he held her even closer. I'm not averse. Come, let us share a romantic bath. Ugh. Who wants to bathe with you? That is not up for negotiation. Amidst Nanli's exclamations, Zhou Chen swept her off her feet and carried her toward the bathroom, where moments later, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and intimacy. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had elapsed. Thanks to the volume of updates, Zhou Chen's work surged into the top 20 of the sales rankings on the Qiyuan novel network, marking a significant success. Initially, he had conservatively estimated earnings of around 100,000 in the first month, yet given the current momentum, even within a month, sales would undoubtedly exceed expectations. Based on his understanding of the narrative, reaching over 3 million words was not an issue. As for the future, he contemplated whether to continue writing in alignment with the plot or to conclude the story prematurely. The choice remained under consideration. Fang Yuanyang, the CEO of the Racehorse Group, visited the Design Institute, requesting that he design a landmark building for the corporation. The Racehorse Group is a prominent company in Jiangzhou, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions. It puzzled Zhou Chen that such a large conglomerate would seek his services, especially considering that his Design Institute was not among the most prestigious in Jiangzhou. However, upon hearing Fang Yuanyang's suggestions, he began to understand why. Having inherited the memories of Xiao Shede, Zhou Chen had spent over a month mastering architectural design and recognized the peculiarity of Fang's proposals. He also comprehended why the narrative Xiao Shede was so reluctant to design the group building. In a bid to retain such a significant client, the director of the Design Institute persistently implored Zhou Chen to adhere to Fang Yuanyang's suggestions. Naturally, Zhou Chen did not wish to offend a business titan like Fang. Yet the latter and Apos' arrogant demeanor and demanding attitude had left him somewhat displeased. Thus, he refrained from outright acceptance or rejection, opting instead to keep Fang at bay. As for the potential fallout of this project, Zhou Chen was indifferent. If it succeeded, it would be advantageous, but if not, he harbored no substantial loss, as Fang, being a savvy businessman, would not harbor resentment over such matters. Beyond financial gain, Zhou Chen's primary concern was his daughter Xiao Huan's academic performance, especially after her recent midterm exams. He sensed her despondency post-examination, as she seemed aware that her results might not be favorable. This realization prompted Zhou Chen to take action to encourage Huan's studies. However, before doing so, he needed to ensure that Nanli also recognized the gravity of the situations. Only then could his forthcoming plans unfold smoothly. On Wednesday, a message circulated in Huan's class group, announcing a parent-teacher meeting scheduled for Friday afternoon, emphasizing the necessity of parental attendance. Aware that her exam results were likely subpar, Huan pleaded with Zhou Chen to attend the meeting. Subsequently, on Thursday, Nanli confirmed her availability for the meeting, which aligned perfectly with Zhou Chen and Apos' intentions. Her attendance would highlight the academic disparities between Huan and her peers. Husband, Do you think we've been too irresponsible regarding our child? She lamented. You should have seen Huanhuan's math score. It was barely over 40. With her Chinese and English grades merely average. Overall, she ranked among the bottom few in her class. Thankfully, the class rankings are not publicly disclosed otherwise. This was not Nan Li's first time attending a parent-teacher meeting, but it was the first occasion she felt embarrassed, as Huanhuan's decline in performance was indeed stark. Upon hearing this, Nan Li exclaimed, if you had noticed this, why didn't Oppos, do you mention it? Had you spoken up, she surely would not have fared so poorly this time. Zhou Chen, it is not that I refrain from speaking, but rather that I am waiting for the examination results to be released, before the scores are unveiled. Do you truly believe that, given Huanhuan's temperament, she would be receptive to our words? Only when she recognizes the issue herself will she be able to heed our advice. Nan Li gazed at Zhou Chen in astonishment. I did not realize you were strategizing regarding our daughter. What you call strategizing, I deem a targeted approach. What do you think we ought to do next? Even if my expectations are modest, we cannot afford to see her scores dwindle. Zhou Chen felt a stir of realization. He understood that the moment he had awaited had finally arrived. I have given this serious thought. To improve her grades, relying solely on what the school provides is insufficient. You see, in Huanhuan's class, more than half the students attend tutoring sessions. Thus, I believe we should either enroll her in a tutoring class or hire a private tutor. Nan Li frowned deeply upon hearing this. Darling, we had previously agreed to allow our child to enjoy a joyful childhood. If she attends tutoring classes, not only will her time be consumed, but we will also need to accompany her. Lately, I have been particularly busy, and you are occupied with your writing, with Xiao at home. We truly lack the extra energy to take her to tutoring classes. Although Huanhuan has not attended tutoring classes, Nan Li is well aware of their implications. If she were to enroll, someone must be there to pick her up. However, since she has recently become an acting director, her schedule is unpredictable, and Zhou Chen, engrossed in his writing to earn money while managing Xiao, would also find it impractical to transport Huanhuan to and from tutoring sessions daily. Zhou Chen replied, you are correct. Attending tutoring classes would not only exhaust our child, but would also burden us further. We cannot continually rely on my mother for assistance. Therefore, I believe hiring a one-on-one tutor who comes to our home would be the most suitable solution. A home tutor does sound appealing, but I suspect it is not inexpensive, is it? Indeed, it is not cheap. They charge by the hour, with fees ranging from a few hundred to several thousand. I have recently researched extensively on this topic and have consulted numerous tutors. Such home tutoring is quite rare. Most tutors are university students, and the well-known educators either run their own tutoring centers or work at educational institutions. Therefore, in this case, the cost is secondary. Finding a qualified tutor is the real challenge. Seeing Zhou Chen speak with such authority, it was evident he had invested considerable effort into this matter. Nan Li felt both admiration and guilt. Darling, I suddenly feel that in comparison to you, I am the irresponsible mother. Zhou Chen embraced Nan Li. What are you saying? We are partners. My responsibility is shared by you. Darling, have you devised a solution? Zhou Chen replied, I have not yet found a suitable tutor, but I have a direction in mind. You know that Huanhuan's math teacher, Zhong Yi, is from my hometown and a junior of mine at school. He is engaged in education, and tomorrow is the weekend. I plan to invite him and teacher Zhang to dinner to inquire if they can recommend a suitable tutor. Nan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, they must be far more professional than us. My dear husband, you are truly brilliant. I admire you immensely. So, will there be a reward this evening? What would you like as a reward? I crave something more exhilarating. Oh, you. What on earth occupies your mind all day long? Naturally, it's you. Chapter 20 Seeking assistance from Zhong Yi with the completion of the task at stake. Zhou Chen wasted no time and proactively called Zhong Yi the next day. After ending the call, Zhong Yi approached Zhang Shuer, who had finished preparing and was ready to go out for lunch. Both Zhong Yi and Zhang Shuer were graduates of the same school, and they subsequently took up teaching positions at Fengfan Primary School. Zhong Yi as a mathematics teacher and Zhang Shuer as an English teacher and class supervisor. As they were in a romantic relationship, they often spent time together. Since it was the weekend, they had planned to enjoy a nice meal out. But just as they were about to leave, Zhong Yi received a call from his senior, Xiao Junshan. Shuer, it's my senior, Xiao Huahuan's father. He has invited us to dinner, Zhong Yi informed her. Zhang Shuo expressed her surprise. I thought he was just being casual last time. I didn't expect him to genuinely invite us. Did he mention what it was about? Zhong Yi replied, he said it concerns Huahuan's studies. But he didn't elaborate over the phone. He insisted that I come for dinner tonight. and specifically requested that I bring you along. You can go with your senior. I don't have to join, right? That one T do. He specifically asked for you to come, and Huahuan's mother will be there as well. You'll have company. Shui, please don't decline. After some contemplation, Zhang Shui ultimately agreed, recalling Huahuan's recent struggles with her academic performance, which had affected her mood. It seemed prudent to seize the opportunity to converse with Huahuan's parents. Very well then. In the evening, Zhou Chen and his companions arrived at the restaurant that Nan Li had previously booked. Soon after, Zhang Yi and Zhang Shui arrived as well. Senior, sister-in-law. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, please take a seat. With the children at home being watched over by their grandmother, Zhou Chen and his friends could enjoy their meal without concern. Senior. It's been quite a while since we last met. Has tea it? After they were seated, Zhang Yi smiled and spoke to Zhou Chen. They were not only fellow townsmen and schoolmates, but now they also shared a city and a profession as Huahuan's teachers, which naturally drew them closer. Despite their previous infrequent contact. Indeed, it's hard to believe it's been nearly 2 months. While Zhou Chen and Zhong Yi engaged in conversation, Nan Li and Zhang Shui began their own dialogue. Huahuan's mother, we truly appreciate your generosity. Oh, there's no need for such formality. It's the least we could do. We are grateful for the care you've provided, Huahuan. Huahuan's mother, you are far too kind. This is merely our duty as teachers. It is not about care. The dishes were served promptly. Having reached the position of deputy director at a large company, Nan Li was adept at managing both personal affairs and social etiquette. The chosen venue was a modest restaurant, serving home-style dishes, which alleviated any potential pressure for Zhong Yi and Zhang Shui. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhong Yi inquired, Senior, you mentioned over the phone that you had something to discuss. Please feel free to share. I am willing to assist in any way I can. Zhou Chen was not one to hold back. Although he had not yet witnessed the final episode of Little Happiness, based on the narrative he had observed, it was evident that Zhang Yi was facing a dismal fate, likely ending up with nothing, including the loss of his girlfriend. The series portrayed Zhang Yi in an unfavorable light, yet Zhou Chen, as a mere spectator, began to comprehend the depths of Zhang Yi's anguish. While it is true that Zhang Yi had his flaws, his ability to connect with his students and earn their respect and affection indicated that he was, in essence, a dedicated and passionate teacher. As for the matter of conducting tutoring sessions after school, while it indeed contravened school regulations, it was a rather natural response to the circumstances. In a bustling metropolis like Jiangzhou, how substantial could the salary of an elementary school teacher be? It is likely a struggle for one to afford basic necessities, particularly for someone hailing from a small town. Without finding ways to supplement their income, how could one aspire to dreams of marriage and family? Women might sidestep these concerns, marrying and shifting the burden onto their husbands. However, men, especially those from humble beginnings, harbor a deeper yearning for success and financial stability. Yet, what avenues for income does an elementary school teacher possess? Undoubtedly, tutoring emerges as the most viable option. Regrettably, in the storyline, he encountered the duo of Tian Yulan and Nan Li, a pair of good sisters, who transformed the once vibrant and optimistic teacher into a petty and resentful figure. While his own shortcomings contributed to this metamorphosis, external factors played a more significant role, particularly Tian Yulan, who could be deemed the primary instigator of Zhong Yi's downfall. Even more perplexing was the presence of Zhang Shui, a saintly girlfriend who, aside from occasionally feeling sympathy for him, often expressed complaints and misunderstandings whenever challenges arose. Zhou Chen, an ordinary individual in his own right, found himself empathetic to Zhong Yi's plight. Given that he had entered this world and established a relationship, he felt compelled to assist Zhong Yi if possible, provided that Zhong Yi was indeed worthy of help. He had a pressing matter to discuss. Teacher Zhang, junior brother, you are likely aware that Huan performed poorly on her midterm exams, which has left her quite disheartened. We wish to help her, but both of us are rather busy and cannot consistently oversee her studies. Thus, we seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yi immediately exclaimed with assurance, Senior brother, rest assured, I will diligently guide her in the coming days. No, junior brother, that is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Zhang Yi assumed Zhou Chen sought him to look after Huan, which he considered entirely reasonable. He was well aware of Zhou Chen's family situation and their reluctance to pressure their child excessively. However, since Zhou Chen had brought it up, he was inclined to help. Yet Zhou Chen's clarification left him puzzled. Zhou Chen explained, as teachers, you manage numerous students and must be quite occupied. I do not wish to add to your burdens. We are looking for a one-on-one home tutor and thought to inquire if you might know of any qualified tutors. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi and Zhang Shui were both taken aback. Senior brother, are you considering hiring a tutor, perhaps one who offers personalized and home sessions? Zhang Shui added, Mr. Huan's father, Ms. Huan's mother, I believe this is unnecessary. Huan merely performed poorly this time. With some effort, her grades may very well improve. Though Zhou Chen refrained from articulating his thoughts, he was internally skeptical. I can hardly believe such naivete. If everyone shared your perspective, the children would be doomed. He did not entirely concur with Zhang Shui's educational philosophy, which prioritized the mental and physical well-being of children. In his view, while mental and physical health is crucial, academic achievement holds greater significance. Both aspects should coexist, yet learning must take precedence. To focus excessively on well-being at the expense of education, as Zhang Shui suggested, would ultimately be detrimental to the child. Chapter 21. Have Zhong Yi and Tian Yulan reconciled? Junior brother, Teacher Zhang, this decision has been made after thorough discussion between us. Zhou Chen stated delicately. After all, Zhang Shui had acted out of genuine concern, not malice. It was merely that he did not fully agree with her perspective. Zhong Yi, however, was in complete accord. Senior brother, I believe it is exceedingly wise for you to recognize the importance of prioritizing the child's education. It is essential that children focus on their studies. Just as we once aspired to attend a prestigious institution, without such an opportunity, one risks stagnation in lesser locales. Only through diligent study can one gain admission to a reputable university, thereby expanding future options. Zhang Yi felt that since he had already taken on several students, adding Huan to his roster would pose no issue. At this moment, Nanli spoke up. We appreciate Teacher Zhang's goodwill, but we are seeking a tutor because both of us will soon be quite occupied and unable to reliably drop off and pick up our child. Hence, we are considering in-home tutoring. Oh, Zhong Yi understood. This was a perfectly reasonable concern. Zhou Chen and his wife both held respectable jobs, undoubtedly busier than their child's teacher. Enrolling in tutoring classes necessitated transportation, not just for the child but for the parents as well, and this was a commitment that would extend over time. Senior brother, I am familiar with reputable educational institutions and distinguished teachers who run tutoring programs, but I must admit my ignorance when it comes to finding private tutors for in-home sessions. From what I gather, those top-tier tutors are typically quite occupied and unlikely to offer home tutoring. Most are university students, as they possess ample spare time. Yet the quality of such tutors can vary significantly, with no guarantee of effectiveness for the child. Zhou Chen replied, It is precisely for this reason that we are hesitant to engage anyone randomly. Given your experience in the field of education, you surely have greater insight than we do. Thus, I would like to ask for your assistance in identifying a suitable tutor. The cost is not an issue. Thank you very much. Now, let us proceed. Zhang Yi responded. Observing the camaraderie between Zhang Yi and Zhou Chen, Zhang Shui felt compelled to speak, yet ultimately refrained. As Huan's homeroom teacher, she held a fondness for the student. Although Huan's academic performance was not stellar, her cheerful disposition and eagerness to assist classmates were commendable. She believed that at Huan's age, joy and holistic development should take precedence over relentless academic focus. However, as it was the parents' request, she, despite being the homeroom teacher, lacked the authority to oppose it and only wished to provide Huan with comfort upon returning to school. Before long, the weekend had come to an end. As they had solicited Zhong Yi's help, Nanli hoped Zhou Chen would mention this matter to him, ideally to reach a satisfactory resolution. Zhou Chen did not hesitate. If Zhong Yi could avoid expulsion, many subsequent issues might be averted, so he promptly called Zhong Yi. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he spoke earnestly to Zhong Yi over the phone, urging him to engage in a meaningful conversation with Tian Yulan. He warned that, given Tian Yulan's temperament, she would not hesitate to lodge a complaint with the Education Bureau otherwise. Although Zhong Yi possessed a stubborn nature, he was not impervious to the counsel of others. Perhaps it was Zhou Chen's admonition that spurred him into action, as Zhong Yi agreed to have a sincere discussion with Tian Yulan. The outcome of their dialogue, however, surpassed Zhou Chen's expectations. It remained a mystery what transpired between them, but to everyone's astonishment, they reached an amicable resolution. The reason was quite simple. Zhong Yi's tutoring class had welcomed a new student, Yan Zio. By the time Zhou Chen learned of this development, several days had elapsed, and it was through Nan Li that he obtained the news. This revelation left Zhou Chen utterly flabbergasted. Could it truly unfold in such a manner? Yet, in Zhou Chen's eyes, Tian Yulan's actions displayed a rather hypocritical duality. Had Zhong Yi chosen not to engage with her, she would have promptly reported him to the Education Bureau. Now that he had, she was willing to accept Yanzio into her class, exhibiting a sudden and complete turnaround in her demeanor. Not only did she refrain from making a fuss, but she also withdrew her previous threats. It must be admitted that Tian Yulan was indeed formidable, her actions guided solely by self-interest, devoid of any principled stance. Nevertheless, this may have been a perfect resolution. Zhang Yi need not worry about the repercussions of his tutoring class being shut down, while Tian Yulan secured a commendable tutoring opportunity for Yanzio. Most importantly, it seemed that the two would no longer find themselves at odds. With this turn of events, the narrative had shifted dramatically, and Zhou Chen could no longer predict the forthcoming developments. Following the contact information provided by Zhang Yi, Zhou Chen reached out to the university student and arranged for her to come for a trial lesson over the weekend. On Saturday, both Zhou Chen and Nanli were home for a respite when they met the young woman who had come for the interview. She was simply dressed in her early 20s with an unremarkable appearance. This student, Chen Xiaoqin, adopted a humble demeanor, proposing that she would not charge for the initial sessions. Instead, payment would be contingent upon the results of Huan's next monthly exam. Such an arrangement astonished both Zhou Chen and Nanli. Those who propose such a plan are either exceptionally confident in their abilities or egotistically presumptuous. However, observing the earnestness of Chen Xiaoqin, it was evident that she did not possess an arrogant disposition. Ultimately, both Zhou Chen and Nanli resolved to give Chen Xiaoqin a trial run. In truth, this was a choice born of necessity. They wished to avoid sending Huan to a tutoring center and thus sought a private tutor. Although they had sought Zhong Yi's assistance, Nanli had also explored various avenues on her own. Yet, as Zhong Yi had mentioned, securing a competent teacher proved to be a formidable challenge. The majority of educators were reluctant to provide home tutoring, leading them to ultimately consider Chen Xiaoqin, who had excelled as the county and Appos, as top scorer in the college entrance examination. Chapter 22. The Arrival of Royalties, Surprising Nanli. Quick. There are just a few minutes left until 10. In the study, Nanli shooed Zhou Chen away from the chair and sat down herself, her gaze fixed intently on the laptop screen. Ever since Zhou Chen had informed her a few days ago that last month's royalties might exceed 300,000, Nanli had been in a state of exhilaration. Despite her position as an assistant director and a high-ranking member of the corporation, her monthly salary was just over 30,000, a result of more than a decade of hard work. The news that her husband, writing his first novel, had managed to earn over 300,000 in the very first month was simply electrifying. This excitement had persisted for several days, transforming into a kind of fervor that had left Zhou Chen both pained and joyful. The source of his fatigue was Nanli's exuberance, which translated into relentless energy at night, leaving him utterly exhausted. He arrived at work each day bearing the marks of sleepless nights, dark circles under his eyes, and a less than optimal mental state. In contrast, Nanli appeared increasingly vibrant, almost buoyant, effortlessly overpowering her colleagues, including Tian Yulan, in their work encounters. As the saying goes, only the overworked ox can ruin the field, a truth that Zhou Chen found painfully evident. He began to regret not allocating his attributes towards physical endurance. Otherwise, well, it was hard to say. At 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as fierce as a tiger, a wisdom gleaned from countless predecessors. Darling, is it truly possible to earn over 300,000? Nanli anxiously refreshed the author's back-end, seeking confirmation from Zhou Chen once more. With a resigned expression, he reassured her, "Indeed, I've erred on the side of caution. It will only be more, never less. So you need not worry." Though his novel had not launched at the beginning of the month, it had been available for over 20 days, during which he had updated over 600,000 words. At the outset, the initial subscription had exceeded 10,000, and by the end of the month, thanks to his frenzied updates, it had catapulted into the top 5 of the bestseller list, maintaining a remarkable stability with an average subscription of 30,000, one of the fastest growing on the entire platform. Consequently, the royalties surged in the first month alone. He had earned over 10,000 from tips, and according to his calculations, last month's royalties would surely surpass 300,000. This exceeded even his own expectations, with May promising even more astonishing figures. Yet her joy stemmed from more than just the royalties. Her previous investment in Bitcoin had also seen substantial gains. With an initial capital of 900,000, they had already profited 300,000, and Zhou Chen had suggested that further increases were likely, potentially doubling their investment. As an ordinary family, what could bring more happiness than the prospect of financial gain? Nanli continued to refresh the webpage, muttering excitedly, leaving Zhou Chen to smile wryly. This side of Nanli bore little resemblance to a corporate executive. She seemed more like an exuberant young girl, both amusing and endearing. Ah, it's out. As Nanli scrolled through the screen, she suddenly let out a shriek, startling Zhou Chen. Her eyes were glued to the computer display, counting aloud. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 10,000. Ah! In an exuberant leap from her chair, she grasped Zhou Chen and Appo's shoulders and exclaimed excitedly, Darling, darling, over 400,000. Over 400,000. You are truly magnificent. Though Zhou Chen winced from the tight grip of her hands, he was equally astonished. His previous estimation of more than 300,000 had proven overly conservative. The figure had indeed soared to over 400,000, surpassing even the rapid returns of Bitcoin. Calm down, there's no need for such excitement. It's merely over 400,000. This is just the beginning, and there will be many more joyous days ahead. He reassured her. Nanli shot him a playful glare, then returned her focus to the screen. When will you receive your royalties? She inquired. On the 12th, he replied. That's still more than a week away. Why rush? It's not going anywhere. Darling, we must celebrate today. Congratulations on earning a fortune. Nanli was genuinely thrilled. Ever since she had contemplated improving their family's circumstances, she had been envisioning a brighter future. Witnessing Zhou Chen's success in novel writing naturally led her to dream about what lay ahead. With their diligent efforts, they could surely provide a better life for Huan and Xiao Xiao. All right, sounds good. Didn't Huan say she wanted to go to the fairy tale restaurant? Let us go today, and tomorrow we can visit the amusement park for a day of fun. I'll go invite Huan and Xiao Xiao. They will be overjoyed to hear the news. Watching Nanli skip out of the study like a little girl filled Zhou Chen's heart with happiness. He had fully embraced this family life, becoming a devoted husband and a father to 2 children. Daddy, Daddy. Before long, Huan came rushing in, her face alight with joy. Mommy said you earned a lot of money and that we're going to the fairy tale restaurant and the amusement park. Is that true? Indeed, do you want to go? Yes, I want to go. Xiao Xiao chimed in, bouncing in with enthusiasm. All right, we shall all go. Mommy and Daddy will take Huan and Xiao Xiao together. Daddy, I want to buy a doll. Okay, you can get one. Daddy, I want a lollipop. All right. Well, not really. You can't have a lollipop. It will ruin your teeth if you eat too many. There's nothing I can do. If Mommy says no, Daddy doesn't dare to buy it. All right then. As the days passed, Zhou Chen had come to understand Chen Xiaoqin a bit better. She was indeed a sincere child, never arriving late or leaving early, and always attentive in class. Once, he had seen her notes, which were meticulously detailed. Moreover, Chen Xiaoqin exhibited remarkable patience. Huan struggled with the basics, yet she began teaching from the very fundamentals without ever losing her temper. Although somewhat dull, the time spent with Huan has been quite pleasant. Initially averse to attending tutoring classes, Huan, after a few weeks, surprisingly exhibited no resentment. Instead, she earnestly engaged in her studies under Chen Xiaoqin's guidance. This development has greatly reassured Zhou Chen, who was previously most apprehensive about Huan's reluctance to learn and her potential mischief during class. It appears that, despite still being a university student, Chen Xiaoqin possesses a commendable aptitude for teaching. Chapter 23, Thriving Southly eagerly awaited the 12th, and upon arriving at class, she immediately called Zhou Chen to inquire whether her manuscript payment had been received. Indeed, as anticipated from a prominent website, the payment was dispatched early in the morning. When Zhou Chen forwarded the notification of the transaction to Southly, she exuberantly initiated a video call, sharing her delight as if the earnings were her own. Thanks to the manuscript payment, the family dined out that evening for a sumptuous feast, even postponing Huan's tutoring session for the night. Later, Zhou Chen and Southly nestled together under the covers. Upon learning that Zhou Chen's remuneration exceeded 400,000, Southly expressed her desire for a particular handbag by Fendi, though its steep price had deterred her from purchasing it previously. After the funds were credited, Zhou Chen promptly transferred over 100,000 to Southly. In the past, such an expenditure for a handbag would have been inconceivable for him. However, the circumstances had changed. While 100,000 was still a considerable sum, he had acquired the means to generate income, thereby rendering the expense less daunting. Fulfilling his wife's desires also reflected his capabilities as a husband. Yet, as Southly gazed at the incoming sum, she suddenly found herself somewhat disenchanted, not entirely unwilling, but rather inclined to leverage the money to generate even greater wealth. Zhou Chen's expression turned serious upon hearing her words. Lily, money is inexhaustible. It should be utilized when necessary. Furthermore, you seem to be growing a tad greedy. You must understand that investments do not guarantee profits. My confidence stems from my research into Bitcoin, which informed my judgment. However, not all investments are so straightforward. I must convey this after my dealings with Bitcoin. I will refrain from investing in stocks or similar financial ventures, not just me, but you should also steer clear. Southly, taken aback by Zhou Chen's sternness, questioned, "So, we won't invest anymore?" In the past 2 months, she had been profoundly influenced. The profits Zhou Chen amassed in such a brief period rivaled their combined annual salaries. Such a swift method of earning naturally sparked her ambition. If there existed a more effortless way to make money, why not exploit it? Indeed, we shall cease all investments. Despite our current success, you must recognize the countless individuals who have lost everything through stocks and other financial products, leading to devastating consequences. I do not wish for us to tread that perilous path. Although Zhou Chen may not possess the academic accolades of South Li, nor her wealth of experience, he possesses the invaluable trait of self-awareness. He acknowledges his limited understanding of finance. His current success stems from his comprehension of Bitcoin and seizing the opportune moment. This approach serves merely as a means for quick financial gain. Once he profits from Bitcoin, he intends to withdraw and never engage again. He does not wish for South Li to pursue such ventures either. South Li, being astute, recognized her momentary lapse in judgment thanks to Zhou Chen's admonition. If we do not pursue this path, merely relying on our combined salaries will not suffice to elevate our quality of life. In the past, their joint earnings would reach around 60 to 70,000 a month, which was quite satisfactory. However, now she aspires to enhance the living conditions of their household, and that amount is far from adequate. Zhou Chen had long contemplated this issue. Working for others would only provide a marginal improvement over mere survival, and it would never lead to wealth. Indeed, continuing in this manner is untenable. I have considered writing novels, and once I capitalize on a wave of Bitcoin profits, along with my royalties, we should be able to amass approximately 10 million in 2 to 3 months. I pondered whether we could leverage this sum to embark on our own ventures. A capital of 10 million opens doors to myriad business opportunities. Being my own boss has always been Zhou Chen's dream, a notion he has never relinquished even after arriving in this world. His relentless pursuit of wealth has always been aimed at this goal. "Darling, you wish to start your own business?" Nanli extricated herself from Zhou Chen and Appo's embrace. "Being a business owner sounds appealing, but my dear, we have no prior experience in this realm. Do you have a clear direction for this venture?" Without the memories of Xia Junshan, Zhou Chen indeed lacked a solid plan. However, the situation has changed now, as he has conceived several strategies. "I have a direction in mind, but I still need to contemplate it thoroughly. Once I finalize my thoughts, I will inform you immediately. Husband, I believe in you. You will succeed." In just 2 short months, Nanli had developed an almost mystical faith in Zhou Chen. Therefore, Zhou Chen set aside his serious demeanor and smiled. "My love, it's just a bag. If you fancy it, buy it without hesitation. Remember, I will earn more money in the future to buy you even more exquisite bags. Henceforth, I will take on the responsibility of providing for our family, while you shall remain as beautiful as a flower." Humph, such words from a man are most untrustworthy. I am already 37. How can I still be as lovely as a flower? Nanli feigned anger. Zhou Chen embraced her tightly, his expression earnest. "Li, my wife, no matter your age, you will forever be the most beautiful in my eyes and the one I cherish most in this world." "How utterly cheesy," Nanli remarked, feeling a delightful warmth in her heart, and she hugged Zhou Chen even more tightly. In a recent examination, Huan achieved commendable results, although merely average. It represented an improvement of 20 ranks compared to her previous position at the bottom of her class. More importantly, she excelled in all 3 subjects, particularly in mathematics, where she scored 80, a significant leap from the 40 she had previously attained. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, personally called Nan Li to commend Huan, which brought her immense joy. Since Huan started elementary school, it was the first time a teacher had reached out to praise her progress. In less than a month of instruction, Huan demonstrated such improvement, leaving both Zhou Chen and Nanli thoroughly satisfied with Qin Xiaoqin's teaching, and they soon began discussing the fees. Introduced by Zhong Yi and sharing a hometown with Zhou Chen, every time she visited, the family would always have tea and fruit platters prepared. Additionally, during the weekends, they would often invite Qin Xiaoqin to join them for meals. Qin Xiaoqin, being a sincere individual, found Zhou Chen to be equally generous. Ultimately, They agreed upon a fee of 300 for an hour. In a bustling metropolis like Jiangzhou, this rate is neither exorbitant nor insignificant. Huan requires 2 hours of instruction each day, which means Chen Xiaoqin could earn at least 600 daily, with weekends included. Barring any personal commitments, her monthly earnings could easily exceed 10,000. Such a salary is indeed a rare opportunity for an undergraduate, leaving Chen Xiaoqin immensely appreciative. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, perceived the arrangement as mutually beneficial. For the time and effort invested, Huan's academic enhancement warranted the compensation. The household was flourishing. And this was the source of Zhou Chen's utmost joy. Chapter 24. The Fortunate Fool Yinping, are we going again? Zhou Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The memory of the recent family gathering was still vivid, and now they were to convene once more so soon. Nanli replied, there is no choice. The old man has called me multiple times, insisting that I come over this weekend. I had been preoccupied previously, but now I cannot decline. Huan and Chao have expressed their longing for their grandfather, so for the sake of the children, we shall go. Deep down, the couple was reluctant to dine with Nan Jianlong, as his presence inevitably meant that Tian Yulan's family would also attend. And with Tian Yulan around, complications were sure to arise. Zhou Chen wished to avoid any confrontation with Tian Yulan, not wanting to engage in any rivalry. Nor did he desire for Nanli to clash with her. Due to work-related matters, the two had already had their share of disagreements, which Zhou Chen had heard Nanli lament about on more than one occasion. Whenever they crossed paths, it was as if they were roosters ready to fight. Nanli scoffed, do you think I wish to compete with her? It is always her who initiates the provocations. I would rather ignore her. Yet sometimes her words are infuriating. Besides, why should I be the one to concede? He understood his father-in-law and Jianlong's intentions. He simply wished for the family to gather more often, believing that familiarity breeds closeness. However, he failed to consider the complexities of the situation. One daughter was the biological child of an ex-wife, while the other was the stepdaughter of a later marriage. With no blood ties and significant ideological differences, how could these two daughters coexist harmoniously? Any semblance of peace would merely be an act. I'll give Chen Xiaoqin a call to push back my class a bit on Friday, he decided. On Fridays, elementary schools typically dismissed early. Since he had started tutoring, his Fridays had been consistently shortened, but next week he would need to adjust his schedule. That evening, Nan Jianlong initiated a family chat on WeChat, sending a message announcing a dinner gathering for the following Friday, complete with an elaborately worded invitation. On Thursday, during the lunch break, Zhou Chen invited Yinping to dine with him. Brother, what a pleasant surprise to receive your invitation for lunch, Yinping remarked, astonished upon his arrival at the restaurant. Employed at a state-owned enterprise, his work was rather uneventful, allowing him to be readily available. Zhou Chen replied, I want to talk to you, and also to thank you for your generous support with the 2 silver memberships. I had intended to return the money, but you refused. So this meal is my way of expressing gratitude. Yinping chuckled, what is there to repay? I rewarded you because I genuinely enjoyed your novel. If you truly wish to show appreciation, treat me to dinner more frequently. That is no problem. Consider yourself on notice. I will certainly invite you often. After all, I usually dine alone during lunch, so having your company would be delightful. By the way, brother, I owe you my thanks as well. The last time you mentioned that Bitcoin thing, I bought some too. Believe it or not, I've made quite a profit recently. I haven't told Tian Yulan. I've kept it all in my little treasure chest, and even purchased a full set of skins. Haha, brother, if you come across any more good opportunities like that, do remember to include me. You jumped on the bandwagon too? Zhou Chen was indeed taken aback. The last time he merely mentioned it to Yinping in passing. After all, who in their right mind would invest in virtual currency simply based on another's suggestion? Yet, to his astonishment, Yinping actually heeded his words and proceeded to invest, and from the sound of it, he had made quite a profit. Was this what they called fool's luck? Oh, but do keep this from Tian Yulan. Why would I, in my idleness, go and inform her? He chuckled, lamenting, lately, I've been utterly bored, spending each day gaming in class. Zhou Chen cast a disdainful glance. You are oblivious to your own fortune. Look at you, a wealthy second-generation heir. And your son requires no inquiry from you. How could you possibly be idle? That's not my fault. I simply have no inclination to learn the business from my father. As for Ziyu, Tian Yulan has forbidden me from inquiring, leaving me with no other choice. Enough of your excuses, we both know you are quite comfortable. Indeed. Yinping was living quite well. With a prosperous family, he had no need to worry about his child's future, unlike Zhou Chen, who toiled tirelessly at his writing, striving for a better life. Are you aware of the family banquet tomorrow afternoon? Of course, the old man summoned us. Attendance is mandatory. Yin Peng sighed, brother. I wish it were otherwise, but you know how Tian Yulan is, blunt and outspoken. One misstep, and she spills everything. I can't possibly stop her. Zhou Chen, exasperated, retorted. Can we not exhibit some backbone? As a grown man, can you not even manage one woman? Yin Peng rolled his eyes, brother. If our elder brother struggles with the second, how can I hope to control Tian Yulan? Though Nanli may not provoke, she is formidable once engaged. Are you capable of managing her? Damn, Zhou Chen found himself at a loss for words. Fine, I understand. Let's do our best. Brother, are you free for basketball this week? How about Saturday afternoon? It's been ages since we last had a game. It's high time we got some exercise. Before long, the two families had gathered. Apart from Kai Juying, who was busy in the kitchen, everyone else was seated in the living room or the small pavilion outside. Zhou Chen entertained the children while brewing tea with his father-in-law, Nan Jianlong. Nanli sat on the sofa engrossed in her phone, while Yin Peng was absorbed in his game. As for Tian Yulan, she incessantly chattered away, primarily boasting that in a recent examination, Yin Zio had secured first place in the class. When discussing her son's studies, Tian Yulan was positively radiant, animatedly recounting how diligent, intelligent, and gifted her son was. Zhou Chen, lacking any expertise in the art of tea, found himself indifferent, having had little exposure to it. To him, tea was merely a means to quench thirst, devoid of any intricate rituals. However, instead of listening to Tian Yulan's endless prattle, he preferred to learn the tea ceremony from Nan Jianlong, gradually picking up the craft as he listened to his father-in-law's explanations. Although his attempts were rather rudimentary, Zhou Chen found it quite enjoyable, and the more he listened, the more he realized the depth and intricacies of this art form. Chapter 25. In high spirits, Junshan, the art of tea is vast and profound. Even I possess but a rudimentary understanding of it. If you are intrigued, it would be worthwhile for you to delve deeper into its study. Nan Jianlong, noticing Zhou Chen's interest, felt a swell of delight. He evidently favored his biological son-in-law over his daughter's partners, not merely due to familial ties, but also because Xia Jushan was his student, nurtured under his guidance. Engaging in the art of tea brewing is, after all, a commendable method to cultivate tranquility and serenity. Zhou Chen smiled and complimented. Father is correct. When time permits, I shall indeed explore this further. On the other side, Tian Yulan, noticing the lack of attention directed her way, felt no embarrassment. Instead, she proactively sought conversation with Zhou Chen and his companions. Xia Junshan, Nenli, you truly ought to consider tightening your focus on Huanhuan studies. Let me tell you why Zio excelled in his exams this time. It's because I enrolled him in a tutoring class. Not just any tutoring class, but one conducted by his mathematics teacher, Zhong Yi. I must admit, Zhong Yi possesses a certain caliber. Since joining his class, Zio has shown remarkable improvement in mathematics, achieving not only the top score but a perfect one at that. Nan Jianlong, taken aback, inquired, Huanhuan and Zio's mathematics teacher? Isn't it said that current teachers are prohibited from running tutoring classes? Tian Yulan immediately responded, Uncle Nan, you may not be aware, but policies are merely guidelines. How they are enforced is another matter entirely. Besides, if teachers do not conduct tutoring classes, how can they sustain themselves on a meager salary? Zhong Yi is a bachelor. If he does not earn from tutoring, how can he ever afford to marry? Therefore, when they say teachers should not run tutoring classes, it's best to take it with a grain of salt. I must say, I had not realized until now that the teachers in my class are often more reliable than external tutoring institutions. Not only charging less, but also being well acquainted with the students, which brings a sense of security. Oh, I see, Nan Jianlong replied, albeit somewhat perplexed. Yet he nodded in agreement. Nanli, I believe you should also consider enrolling Huanhuan in Zhong Yi's classes. His expertise is indeed commendable. Listening to Tian Yulan praise Zhong Yi made Zhou Chen feel somewhat uneasy. Tian Yulan, you may not be aware, but had it not been for my mediation, you would not be extolling Zhong Yi, but rather condemning him. Auntie, my sister has a tutor at home. Chow Chow suddenly raised her small hand and exclaimed loudly to Tian Yulan. Tian Yulan was momentarily taken aback, turning to Nanli, a tutor? What do you mean? Have you actually engaged a private tutor? Her astonishment was palpable, mirrored by the astonishment of Nan Jianlong and Yin Peng. Nan Jianlong queried Zhou Chen. Have you hired a tutor for Huanhuan? But I thought you previously had no significant expectations for her academic performance. Why the sudden decision to hire a tutor? Huanhuan, Do you find it exhausting to study at home? The last question was directed at Xiao Huan. Zhou Chen clarified, Xiao Qin, that is, Chen Xiao Qin, is the tutor we have engaged. Tian Yulan exclaimed in surprise, a one-on-one tutor, and they even provide home service. Surely, this must come at a considerable cost? Upon hearing this, Tian Yulan was further astonished. 300 an hour, 2 hours a day. Does that not amount to nearly 20,000 a month? Have you all lost your minds? While she did care for her son's education, she could not fathom spending such an extravagant sum, not even half of it. Nan Jianlong was equally taken aback. A monthly expenditure nearing 20,000 for tutoring was undeniably a substantial financial burden for their daughter and son-in-law. Although they could afford it, such a cost would severely diminish their quality of life. Nanli remarked, it's not as exaggerated as it sounds. It's not every day. Sometimes there are occasions when classes are missed. A little over 10,000 should suffice. As she casually mentioned this figure, Tian Yulan felt a jolt in her heart. Her salary barely exceeded 10,000, and Yin Peng earned even less. Together, their income amounted to approximately 20,000. The expense of hiring a tutor for Huan equated to more than half of their earnings, creating an imbalance within her. Consequently, her tone shifted slightly. If such a significant sum was spent on a tutor, it should yield substantial results. Yet why did Huan's recent exam scores remain mediocre? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow at this implication regarding Huan's performance. Yin Peng grew anxious. He had just assured Zhou Chen the previous day that they had yet to dine. Yet here she was, instigating once more. He exchanged urgent glances with Tian Yulan, silently imploring her to cease her remarks. Yet Tian Yulan appeared oblivious to his gestures and continued unabated. You must be cautious. Some tutors lack the necessary skills. Do not waste your money. At this point, Nanli could no longer contain herself. We are not foolish. The tutor's competence is reflected in the results. Progress takes time. One cannot expect immediate outcomes. Besides, even if we were to waste money, it is our hard-earned money, and we have the right to decide how to spend it. Consider it a lesson learned. A price paid for wisdom. Tian Yulan felt a deeper discomfort at these words, sensing an underlying implication. What did she mean by hard-earned? Was my money not earned through my own efforts? Indeed, most of their family and Apos' expenditures were supported by Yin Peng and Apos' parents. This realization only deepened her unease. After years of hard work, she sought to prove that she was not inferior to Nanli. She could accept being compared to anyone, but never to Nanli. Since she felt she could not surpass her, she would compare their children instead. Based on her years of experience, the realm of tutoring was fraught with pitfalls. They must proceed with caution to avoid being deceived. If they spent such a hefty sum and ended up with a fraud, it would be an immense loss. It was essential to hire reputable, trustworthy tutors, individuals with a proven track record, much like Teacher Zhou. The implication was clear. Zhou Chen and Nanli lacked the discernment she possessed in recognizing capable individuals. Your reasoning holds some merit. However, the notion of deceit is entirely implausible. This esteemed teacher, Chen Xiaoqin, was indeed introduced to us by Zhongyi. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention that Zhongyi is a junior of Junshan, and both he and Chen Xiaoqin hail from the same county. Notably, Chen Xiaoqin was the top scorer in the college entrance examination from their locale. This act of pretense was executed flawlessly. Even Zhou Chen discreetly raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Wife, impressive." In an instant, Tian Yulan's expression darkened, leaving her speechless and awkwardly at a loss for words. After all, she had just extolled Zhongyi for quite some time, only to discover his connection with Xia Junshan. Observing his wife rendered utterly speechless, Yin Peng hastily diverted the topic. The dishes are served. Let an Apos' go eat. Nan Jianlong, perceiving the tension, promptly chimed in. Yes, let an Apos' dine. We have prepared a plethora of dishes, all favorites of the children. Huan, Chao Chao, and Ziyu, come, let us go enjoy a meal with Grandpa. Chapter 26. The Wrath of Tian Yulan during the meal. Tian Yulan maintained a sullen expression, uttering not a single word, while everyone else engaged in jovial conversation. Nan Jianlong was particularly elated today, after many years. He had the rare pleasure of a tranquil family banquet. Although the absence of Tian Yulan and Apos' participation rendered it less than perfect, it was, for him, quite satisfactory. Today's victory was nothing short of resounding. In previous encounters, she had never been at a disadvantage, yet such a decisive triumph was unprecedented. Consequently, Nanli was in exceptionally high spirits, even when she spotted Kai Juing donning a qipao once worn by her mother. She paid it no mind and instead smiled at Kai, eliciting a radiant response from her. Observing the lively scene at the table, filled with laughter and merriment, Tian Yulan felt increasingly discontented, particularly as she watched Yin Peng continuously clink glasses with Zhou Chen, which infuriated her further. How could he revel in drinking while his wife was being bullied? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. After dinner, since Huan had a tutoring session, Zhou Chen's family did not linger and left promptly. Once she had arranged for her son, Tian Yulan forcibly dragged Yin Peng, who was engrossed in a video game, into their room. "What's wrong, dear?" "I was in the middle of a game," Yin Peng protested, his spirits lifted by a few drinks. Enjoying a gaming session with friends. Naturally, he was somewhat displeased by her abrupt interruption. "Gaming? Gaming. That's all you ever think about. Your wife is being tormented. And here you are, lost in your game." Tian Yulan had hoped for some comfort from him, but upon finding him still fixated on his game, she could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Startled, Yin Peng rushed to console her. "What's the matter, dear? Who has bullied you? I'll take care of them." "You?" Tian Yulan cried, tears streaming down her face. "Nanli has tormented me. Do you dare to confront her?" Upon hearing this, Yin Peng fell silent. He understood her implication but felt uncomfortable speaking out. After all, the two sisters had clashed numerous times, and even Xiao Shede had never intervened. How could he then assist Tian Yulan in confronting Nanli? "Dear, it's unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Isn't it just that Zhong Yi is Xiao Junshan's fellow townsman and junior? It's not too late to realize now. And this connection could even lead to Zhong Yi looking after Zio more. That is a good thing, isn't it? You are going to drive me insane." Tian Yulan was infuriated that Yin Peng seemed to twist the situation into a positive one. Did you not hear the sarcasm in Nanli's tone? She casually hired a tutor for over 10,000. Even if she incurs a loss, it matters not, for it is all their own earnings. Just listen to her. What does she mean by saying her money is her own? Is she implying that our earnings are not our own? Does she think they earn more than we do? So they are superior? Listening to Tian Yulan's words, Yin Peng felt a throbbing headache, yet he persevered and explained, "My dear, she certainly does not mean it that way. Please refrain from overthinking. Even if they earn more, so what? Are we not doing well ourselves?" Little did he know, this only served to further infuriate Tian Yulan, who redirected her grievances towards him. "How can you say that? If only you could earn a bit more, would Nanli still have the audacity to flaunt herself? If you had a bit more spirit, would I have to endure her scorn today? How is this my concern? Why am I being implicated? Just because my salary is modest does not equate to my lack of ambition. My parents provide a substantial amount each month. How does that render me unambitious? It's astonishing that you would even say that. At nearly 40, you still rely on your parents for money. How can you bear such shame? My dear, that remark is utterly unfair. I am their only son. Their money is my money. Why should I feel any shame? It's you who constantly fixates on this and that. We are family. What is there to be concerned about?" On ordinary days, Yin Peng would not engage in a dispute with Tian Yulan. However, having consumed some alcohol, and with his gaming interrupted by her, he felt the rising heat of frustration and began to retort against her. Tian Yulan, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. "So, today I am wronged, and instead of supporting me, you choose to criticize? Family? Yin Peng, you can say that as you wish. But have you seen how your parents treat me? Their condescending demeanor every time they hand over money is evident. What do they mean? Is it charity? Each time I use their money, I feel my dignity trampled upon. I do not seek their funds. I desire their respect, which they have never offered." As her words poured forth, her sobs grew louder. Each recollection of her in-laws' disdain filled her with humiliation, prompting her to decisively move out of that villa to assert her independence. It must be noted that Tian Yulan's upbringing shaped her views differently than most. She utilized her in-laws' money while lamenting the absence of dignity. If you truly desired dignity, you could refuse their money, thus avoiding their haughty attitude altogether. Let us consider this. When you chose to marry Yin Peng, you must have understood the man he is. If there were no regrets then, what right do you have to complain now? Faced with the sight of Tian Yulan weeping heartbrokenly, Yin Peng found himself at a loss for words and could only attempt to console her. "Dear, I acknowledge my faults. Next time, if my parents behave that way again, I will speak up. Please do not be upset." On typical occasions, a few comforting words from him would suffice to placate her. However, today, the emotional turmoil she experienced was too profound for mere reassurances to mend, and she continued to cry inconsolably. Seeing her persist in her tears, Yin Peng felt a sense of urgency, and suddenly, A spark of inspiration ignited within him. My dear, although my salary is not particularly high, I possess ways to earn money. Do you know how much I've made these past few days? 60,000. In just over a month, I have earned 60,000. Upon hearing this, Tian Yulan's sobs ceased immediately. She wiped her tears and, astonished, asked, 60,000 in just over a month? You wouldn't have borrowed money from your parents to deceive me, would you? Yin Peng was instantly displeased. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Though Tian Yulan remained silent, her gaze spoke volumes. Very well. Yin Peng chose not to argue but instead took out his phone, tapped a few times, and placed it before Tian Yulan. Look at this. It's called Bitcoin, a virtual currency similar to stocks. I invested 50,000 at the end of March, and now it has risen to 110,000. In just over a month, it has more than doubled, yielding a pure profit of 60,000. Tian Yulan quickly took the phone and, under Yin Peng's guidance, examined the information. Finally, she realized he spoke the truth, leaving her utterly astonished. Darling, you are incredible. How did you become so adept? With a sudden change of expression, she transformed from a weeping figure into one radiating joy. Yin Peng, dazed by her affection, boastfully proclaimed, My dear, this is merely the beginning. If I had sufficient funds, I would not be discussing a profit of 60,000, but rather 600,000 or even 6 million. The braggart spoke without intent, yet the listener was keenly interested. Darling, are you certain you can make this money? Absolutely. Do you think I would jest with you? Since we are assured of profit, let us withdraw some of our savings and invest it. What? Upon hearing this, Yin Peng panicked, feeling he had oversold his capabilities. What do you mean? It's a guaranteed investment. Our savings are modest. Should we borrow a bit from your parents? We can repay them once we profit. What? Chapter 27. Is it a blessing or a curse? One cannot escape misfortune. Hey, Yin Peng, do you have nothing better to do so early in the morning? Zhou Chen inquired with evident annoyance, having been abruptly awakened on a rare Saturday morning of leisure by Yin Peng's call. Unfazed, Yin Peng eagerly responded, Bro, I need to ask you something of great importance. Will Bitcoin continue to rise? Zhou Chen extricated his right hand from under Nan Li's neck, gently laying her down and propping himself against the pillow. You call me this early just for that? Yes, brother. Is there still room for Bitcoin to increase? Are you considering investing more? Indeed, that's why I'm asking. Nan Li turned over, grasping Zhou Chen's arm, seeking a comfortable position. Zhou Chen had barely paid attention when Yin Peng initially bought Bitcoin, but now, as he contemplated further investment, suspicion began to gnaw at him. If Yin Peng were genuinely interested, he could have asked during their basketball game on Thursday, rather than waiting until today. What prompted this sudden urge to invest more? This ISN and Oppos, T like you. Brother, it sounds as if you think I am some sort of immortal, detached from worldly matters. Who doesn't T want to make money? I have a little spare cash and wish to let it grow, but I don't understand much else, so I trust your judgment. Zhou Chen, knowing Yin Peng well, dismissed any further doubts. He was not the type to become addicted to Bitcoin speculation. Based on my calculations, Bitcoin should still have potential for growth. However, I plan to hold off on selling until next month. This investment carries risks, so I advise you to tread lightly. Still room for growth? Understood, brother. Thank you. When I make a profit, I shall treat you to a show. Forget it. Haha. I'm hanging up now, brother. After ending the call, Zhou Chen glanced down to see Nan Li awake, her eyes still hazy as she regarded him. Darling, I heard you mention Bitcoin. Who were you speaking with? It was Yin Peng. I inadvertently mentioned it during our basketball game, and it turns out he also decided to invest. Now he is thinking of increasing his stake. Even someone like him, who usually seems indifferent, is keen on making money. Nan Li stretched languidly and nestled against Zhou Chen. Not just him. Even those wealthy magnates are quite focused on accumulating wealth. As Zhou Chen admired the tousled hair and relaxed demeanor of Nan Li, he felt a distinct charm in the moment. Li, on this warm, tranquil morning, with nothing pressing to do, shall we engage in some invigorating exercise for our body and mind? Don't. Zhou Chen hummed a tune while preparing breakfast. The reason he was cooking was that Nan Li was still replenishing her energy. Once breakfast was ready, he roused Nan Li and Huan Huan, and the family of four joyfully gathered to share their meal. As days passed, Zhou Chen became entirely accustomed to his current lifestyle. Beyond his pursuit of wealth, his primary concern remained his family, particularly Huan Huan's education. Though this world is undeniably beautiful, it ultimately does not belong to him. Only after the entrance examination to junior high school, over a year hence, will Huan Huan be able to leave this realm, for otherwise, he would be condemned to remain here forever. If he were devoid of family and friends in his own world, it might be bearable, but in that world, he is surrounded by loved ones, there lies his true domain. Furthermore, with the benefits of the system at his disposal, he is naturally unwilling to be confined to this world, no matter how splendid it may appear. One evening, while partaking in dinner, Huan suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, Teacher Zhong has been dismissed from the school." What? Zhou Chen and Nan Li were both taken aback, particularly Xiao Chen, who found it utterly unbelievable. What is going on? Has Nan Apos, T. Zhongyi reconciled with Tian Yulan? How could he still be expelled? Zhou Chen was filled with questions. Huan, do you know why Teacher Zhong was dismissed? Nan Li inquired. Although Huan was merely in elementary school, gossip and rumors were never in short supply, and she had heard something. Nan Li turned to Xiao Chen and suggested, "Darling, I think you should make a call to inquire about this situation." Zhou Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, I will call after dinner. This matter seems rather peculiar." Zhong Yi's tutoring classes have been ongoing for quite some time. It is strange for issues to arise now. In his view, even if Zhong Yi faced complaints about his tutoring sessions, as long as he was not dealing with someone as troublesome as Tian Yulan, it could be resolved. Perhaps with just a reprimand. The fact that he was expelled indicated that something unknown had transpired. After dinner, Zhou Chen called Zhong Yi. Since they had been in frequent contact lately, their relationship had grown closer. During the call, Zhong Yi disclosed the truth and expressed his frustrations, lamenting his misfortune and unfortunate encounters. Upon grasping the circumstances, Zhou Chen's expression grew markedly complex. He sighed, "The issue lies with Tian Yulan." Tian Yulan? Nan Li questioned in confusion. What does she have to do with this? Isn't Yin Zio attending classes with Zhong Yi? It can't possibly be Tian Yulan who reported him. Indeed, it was not Tian Yulan who made the complaint, but she was nonetheless entangled in the situation. As it turned out, Zhong Yi was reported due to Tian Yulan's influence. Many parents sought out Zhong Yi, eager for their children to join his tutoring classes. However, Zhong Yi, with limited capacity, politely declined numerous parents. Naturally, those who were turned away felt aggrieved. Why should he accept other children but not their own? Thus, they persistently approached Zhong Yi, demanding an explanation. Consequently, the situation escalated, culminating in someone leaking the information, leading to a formal complaint not only to the school but also to the Education Bureau, causing quite a stir. Given the enormity of the affair, it was clear that a mere reprimand would not suffice. Ultimately, to quell the uproar, the school had no choice but to expel Zhong Yi. As for how Zhong Yi became aware of the connection with Tian Yulan, it was due to numerous parents stating that it was Tian Yulan who made the introduction. Indeed, the two individuals, who had initially reached an agreement through Zhou Chen's mediation, once again erupted into conflict, surpassing even the dramatization seen on television. After all, in the series, it was merely Tian Yulan who reported the incident. However, this time, it involved a collective effort from many individuals, escalating the situation far beyond the fictional narrative. In light of this, Zhou Chen found himself utterly powerless, left only to lament that it was destined to unfold this way. Ultimately, the rivalry between Tian Yulan and Zhong Yi is fated to culminate in a grand showdown in the Imperial City. Chapter 28. The arrogant Feng and the ingratiating Yinping Zhong Yi exhibited commendable efficiency shortly after being expelled from Fengfan Primary School. He secured employment at a tutoring institution named Zishu. This development left Zhou Chen quite astonished, as it felt like something straight out of a melodramatic television series. He had painstakingly resolved Zhong Yi's expulsion issues not long ago, and now, the situation had taken such a turn, ironically mirroring the narrative of a drama, with Zhong Yi ending up at Zishu. While Zhou Chen found no cause for concern regarding Zhong Yi's new position, he did fear that Tian Yulan might also take Yin Zio to Zishu, which could lead to quite a spectacle. As days swiftly passed, one particular afternoon, Zhou Chen had arranged to dine with Yinpeng. "Brother, there has been another fluctuation in Bitcoin lately. Its growth appears stagnant. Do you think it can rise further?" A few days prior, Yinpeng had invested a significant sum in Bitcoin. Initially, the upward trend seemed promising, but in recent days, it had not only stopped rising but had also experienced a slight decline. Although the drop was minimal and seemingly inconsequential, Yinpeng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, he had invested heavily, and should he incur losses, he would find it difficult to hold his head high before Tian Yulan. Zhou Chen, unfazed, wiped his mouth and replied, "Fluctuations are entirely normal. If it were to rise uncontrollably, that would be the true concern." Although he lacked formal training in finance, he possessed enough knowledge to understand that a consistently soaring stock or cryptocurrency often indicated a forthcoming market correction. "I believe it can rise to just over 10,000. Of course, that's merely my estimation. I intend to liquidate my holdings by the end of June. He had been closely monitoring Bitcoin, noting that its fluctuations were consistent with his recollections, and thus he felt no alarm. Yin Peng, lacking experience, took comfort in Zhou Chen's calm demeanor and decided to remain unperturbed. I trust you, brother. Zhou Chen shook his head in resignation. Don't take my word too lightly. It's only because of our relationship that you can trust me. With anyone else, you might find yourself stripped of everything. Yin Peng dismissed the warning nonchalantly. As you said, we share a bond. Could you truly deceive me? By the way, brother, I came to see you today because I have a task at hand. A task? Zhou Chen replied, taken aback. What kind of task? It concerns my family. Since Zhong Yi was expelled from school, Zio has been left without a tutoring class. Somehow, Tian Yulan took her to Reshoot to compete for a spot in the elite class. She ranked 8th, but was ultimately not accepted. Later, Tian Yulan discovered that the teacher for the elite class was none other than Zhong Yi. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes. Upon learning of Zhong Yi and Appo's new position at Reshoot, he had sensed that trouble was brewing. Indeed, without his intervention, events had unfolded in a manner reminiscent of a scripted drama. So you wish for me to assist you in advocating on your behalf? Yin Peng sighed. To be honest, my friend, I truly do not wish for Zio to attend classes under Zhong Yi. After all, Zhong Yi was expelled, and Tian Yulan undoubtedly bears some responsibility. I do not wish to view this matter with a petty mindset, yet I cannot help but worry that if Zio falls under his tutelage, she may become entangled in unforeseen troubles. Despite his apparent indifference, being a middle-aged man, he possesses a certain understanding of human nature, making it difficult for me to dismiss my concerns. However, you are well aware of Tian Yulan's character. She is relentless in her pursuits and has set her sights on the elite class under Zhong Yi. There is no alternative. I must seek your assistance, or else I fear I will be forced to sleep in the study in the future. Zhou Chen shook his head in resignation. You all truly make things difficult for yourselves. Although Zhong Yi is my junior, I have some insight into his character. Being expelled from school surely leaves him with unresolved grievances, and approaching him now is bound to lead to trouble. I advise you to reconsider. He genuinely wished to avoid this entanglement, for Zhong Yi was not someone to be trifled with. He sincerely hoped that Tian Yulan and Zhong Yi would not cross paths, as it would undoubtedly result in chaos, escalating the situation further. Left with no choice, Zhou Chen stepped aside to call Zhong Yi, explaining the circumstances surrounding his family and Tian Yulan. He made it clear that he was merely acting as an intermediary and that the resolution was ultimately theirs to determine. However, Zhong Yi's stance was unyielding, placing the blame for his expulsion squarely on Tian Yulan. Nonetheless, he conceded to offer her a chance for negotiation out of respect for Zhou Chen. After a brief exchange, Zhou Chen hung up the phone, silently resolving that he would no longer involve himself in the disputes between the two. He was already overwhelmed with his own responsibilities and lacked the energy to mediate for Tian Yulan. He had conveyed Zhong Yi's willingness to discuss matters with Tian Yulan, but the outcome was entirely outside his purview, and henceforth, he wished to be left out of this troublesome affair. Yin Peng immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Brother, I assure you, I will never trouble you again. Even if Tian Yulan were to place a knife to my throat, I would never yield. Just then, an assistant named Chi Chi knocked on the door, announcing, Director, the head of the racing group, Mr. Fong, has arrived again. Zhou Chen, engrossed in reviewing designs in his office, felt a wave of weariness wash over him. This was not Mr. Fong's first visit. It was the third. The previous 2 encounters had been postponed, not out of laziness or disinterest in the business, but because Mr. Fong was exceedingly difficult to deal with. During the second meeting, Zhou Chen had acquiesced to Fong's peculiar design direction and had even prepared a preliminary sketch according to his specifications. Yet, Fong had been dissatisfied, altering the design haphazardly under the pretense that it was his true vision. Currently, Zhou Chen was a building designer, not a sycophant. Even though Fong was a business magnate, adhering to Fong's design proposals would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation once the building was completed. A renowned designer ultimately produced a building that pales in comparison to the creations of even a child. Who would dare to seek your services again? Although Fong Yuanong offered a handsome sum, wealth alone would not fill his pockets. Accepting the project would tarnish his long-standing reputation, which is the primary reason Zhou Chen hesitated. Yet, he could not disregard the director's orders and was compelled to visit him. Upon entering Director Lin's office, Zhou Chen beheld Fong Yuanong seated with a commanding presence on the sofa, flanked by a row of glamorous female assistants, reminiscent of a talent audition. Fong Yuanyang's eccentric character was evident in dramas, but first-hand experience revealed an even more ostentatious demeanor. He was truly arrogant and high-handed. Jun Shan, come and sit, the director urged, wary of offending the business magnate. He had previously advised Zhou Chen multiple times to acquiesce, yet Zhou Chen, considering his reputation in architectural design, had consistently refused, leaving Director Lin in a predicament. Designer Xia. As soon as Zhou Chen took his seat, Fang Yuanyang directed his gaze towards him. What are your thoughts on my proposal? Zhou Chen replied, Mr. Fang, I truly cannot endorse your plan. If you insist on pursuing that scheme, you are welcome to seek another designer. Why must it be me? Fang Yuanyang huffed in displeasure. I want you, and only you. What issues do you have with my design? Am I not entitled to make decisions about my own building? Director Lin hastily intervened. Mr. Fang, please do not take offense. Allow me to mediate. He nudged Zhou Chen discreetly and added, Jun Shan, Mr. Fang is genuinely sincere. Cannot you consider taking a step back and renegotiating? Zhou Chen suggested, Director, perhaps you could assign this project to another team? Unacceptable. I have specifically chosen you. No one else will suffice. Before Director Lin could respond, Fang Yuanyang erupted, I have made my decision. It must be him. I want him as my designer. Director Lin wore a bitter expression. Although Xia Junshan was a prominent architect within the institute, he could not apply too much pressure. However, he could not afford to offend such a significant client either. Caught between these two uncompromising forces, he found himself in a difficult position. Having heard tales of Fang Yuanyang's fiery temperament, Director Lin knew that once the latter made a decision, it was nearly impossible to sway him. Mr. Fang, please calm down. Zhou Chen felt equally helpless, recognizing Fang Yuanyang and Appo's obstinacy. He understood that if he declined, this individual would likely pursue him further, and Director Lin would incessantly press him, leaving him no time to focus on his work. Noticing Zhou Chen, who had always been resolute, relent for the first time, Fang Yuanyang appeared somewhat taken aback. Fang Yuanyang's decisive nature meant that he arrived and departed swiftly. Once Fang Yuanyang left, Director Lin took Zhou Chen aside and earnestly implored, Zhu Shan, please accommodate him. Understand that if we secure the Sima Group contract, it would equate to a year's worth of our performance. Put in some extra effort. Zhou Chen indeed felt a profound weariness. He was ultimately engrossed in work, immersed in writing, and preoccupied with his children. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual, both mentally and physically fatigued, and the notion of resignation grew increasingly compelling in his mind. Working for others, no matter how arduous or exhausting, yielded little more than a paycheck, perhaps with a slight increase in commission. It paled in comparison to the potential earnings from his own literary endeavors. Should he venture into business for himself, even amidst the busiest of schedules, it would be a labor for his own benefit, imbued with purpose. Following the narrative and Appo's trajectory, he resolved to expedite the flourishing of the Racing Group's enterprise, thereby rendering a final contribution to the role he had assumed. Chapter 29. The hectic days regarding the new building of the Racehorse Group. Zhou Chen had long since conceived a rather conventional idea. However, after submitting his preliminary proposal, Fang Yuanyang did not agree. Instead, he made modifications everywhere, ultimately resulting in a chaotic mess. It can be said that the reason for the lack of resolution thus far is due to both parties' unwillingness to compromise. While it is essential to prioritize the client's wishes in such matters, the designer also possesses their own choices and convictions. This is why Director Lin, despite knowing Zhou Chen's refusal, did not exert any coercive pressure. Having decided to assist Fang Yuanyang in creating the best design proposal before departing, Zhou Chen naturally dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the task. Sitting at his desk, he recalled that the proposal in the storyline was able to resonate with Fang Yuanyang because Xia Junshan had tailored the design based on Fang's life experiences. It may sound somewhat far-fetched. How can life experiences be integrated into architectural design? Yet, this notion holds merit, as each individual possesses a unique character and style. By inferring what kind of person the other is based on their life history, one can then employ a targeted approach in design. To simplify, the design should reflect the individual it is meant for. It may not be the absolute best, but it is undoubtedly the most fitting. Just as everyone has a distinct head shape, resulting in varied outcomes with the same hairstyle. An exceptional hairstylist does not merely follow a routine of cutting a few standard styles, but rather crafts hairstyles tailored to the client's head shape. Similarly, a remarkable architect can indeed weave the client's life experiences and style into their design. Once the direction was established, Zhou Chen began to search online for information about Fang Yuanyang. As a renowned tycoon in Jiangzhou, Fang's journey is quite legendary, from humble beginnings. He spent over 20 years building a conglomerate worth billions. Coupled with his flamboyant personality, he is quite well known in Jiangzhou, leading to a wealth of available information. Initially, Zhou Chen found little relevant data, but an abundance of gossip surfaced. This is a common trait among the wealthy. The only difference lies in whether the details are exposed. Zhou Chen believed himself to be above such matters, yet he was gradually moving in that direction. For several consecutive days, Zhou Chen was engrossed in designing the proposal. The novel was being written from stored drafts, but his daily output, which had once exceeded 20,000 words, dwindled to 10,000. Perhaps the readers had become accustomed to his earlier pace, as now, even a 10,000-word update resulted in considerable backlash. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen remained unfazed. Writing novels was merely a side endeavor, and he was committed to his primary work. Moreover, he planned to conclude this assignment swiftly before moving on. "Darling, why have you been so busy lately?" After putting the children to bed, Nanli, seeing Zhou Chen still immersed in his drawings and biting his pen, felt a pang of concern. "It and Oppos. It's already past 10, Aran and Oppos. To you going to sleep?" "Just a little longer," he replied. Nanli walked up behind him and gently massaged his head, her worry evident as she asked, "Husband, you're working so hard every day and writing novels too. It and Amp, Oppos, is too exhausting. Why Don and Amp, Oppos, we take it a bit easier?" Recently, due to Zhou Chen and Amp, Oppos, relentless dedication to the design scheme for the horse racing group building, he found himself retiring to bed only around midnight. Nanli observed this with concern, her heart heavy with empathy. Zhou Chen gently grasped her hand, murmuring, "It's all right. Once I navigate through this busy period, everything will settle down." "Darling, are you truly considering venturing into business on your own?" she inquired. "What other option is there? Did you think I was jesting before?" "This decision has been made after careful contemplation. Consider this. Although I currently lead a small team at the Design Institute, advancing to the next level will require several more years of effort. Even if I were to climb the ranks, the workload would likely increase without a substantial financial gain. Rather than exhausting myself working for others, it seems far more prudent to embark on an independent path." Zhou Chen's confidence stemmed from their relatively stable financial foundation. They possessed a home and a vehicle, not to mention the income from a popular novel that ensured a steady stream of royalties. As long as they did not engage in overly ambitious ventures, they could withstand some losses in ordinary business endeavors. Nanli furrowed her brow. "While your reasoning is sound, business differs vastly from a job. It's starting from scratch. The initial phase will undoubtedly be arduous and hectic. What will become of Huan Huan and Xiao Chao when both of us are preoccupied?" Zhou Chen replied. "Then you should resign as well. We can tackle this together. One of us will always be able to manage the household." Nanli rolled her eyes. "After working so hard to become the acting director, soon to shed the acting title, how could I possibly resign? Besides, with you pursuing entrepreneurship and me maintaining my job, even if your venture fails, I will still have my position to fall back on. I wouldn't risk losing everything. Do you truly lack confidence in your husband?" Zhou Chen felt a tinge of frustration, despite his own belief in their potential success. Nanli wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, her cheek brushing against his, as she softly declared, "How could I not believe in you? You are exceptional, earning substantial amounts from your first novel and profiting from your initial investment. Therefore, I have no doubt that your first entrepreneurial attempt will flourish. Yet, dear, this position represents years of my hard work, and there is room for advancement. I genuinely enjoy my job, so I don't wish to relinquish it lightly. However, I will wholeheartedly support your entrepreneurial journey." Observing the expression on Nanli's face, Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. He was acutely aware of the immense effort she had invested to attain her directorial position. However, he also understood that her ascent might soon be thwarted. The narrative suggested that she was not the sole candidate for the director role. It intertwined with the power struggles within the higher echelons of the corporation. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to lose her position solely due to a complaint from Tian Yulan, which also resulted in the transfer of her backing executive. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen refrained from voicing these thoughts, knowing that Nanli would likely dismiss them. After all, after investing so much effort, how could she easily let go? "Very well. If you find it difficult to continue at Wanwan, then join me in my endeavors. After all, I have yet to decide when to embark on my entrepreneurial journey. Following my resignation, I plan to complete my novel first, gradually attending to the matters of starting a business." Nanli feigned annoyance, saying, "Darling, can't you at least wish for my well-being?" Zhou Chen replied, "I merely fear that you may suffer while working for others. If it's our own business, you would be the queen, the CEO, free to do as you please. ISN and Oppos. T that preferable to working for someone else? Nan Li retorted playfully. You only feed me sweet nothings, Queen, CEO, at home. I am merely a housewife. With a swift motion, Zhou Chen playfully swatted Nan Li's mischievous hand. I still have work to do. And I am part of your work, she teased. Enough of this nonsense, oh dear, please. Chapter 30. Kai Juiying and Oppos. Visit Xiao Shede. How has Huan been faring with her studies recently? On Sunday, after class, Zhou Chen's family invited Chen Xiaoqin to stay for dinner. Unable to decline, she accepted the invitation. During the meal, Zhou Chen inquired about Huan's academic progress. Recently, he had been so occupied with work that he could hardly attend to anything else. Yet he had not forgotten his responsibilities in this world. Oh, what is it? You may ask, he prompted. Chen Xiaoqin had been tutoring Huan for a month now, and their rapport had blossomed. The once reluctant learner had begun to show a newfound diligence. Although there were still minor issues to address, significant progress had been made. Thanks to Chen Xiaoqin, a fact not lost on Zhou Chen and Nan Li. Indeed, Teacher Xia, I intend to introduce Huan to the realm of Olympiad mathematics and encourage her to participate in competitions. Zhou Chen was taken aback by this revelation. Olympiad math? Xiaoqin, we never anticipated Huan to excel in this area, nor did we plan for her to achieve any notable standings. Chen Xiaoqin hastened to clarify, Teacher Xia, that is not my intention. I merely wish for Huan to explore it. While Olympiad math is not compulsory, it undeniably cultivates a student's thinking abilities. Even if she doesn't end Oppos, secure a high rank, studying Olympiad math in her spare time would greatly benefit her mathematical skills. Is that so? I have heard that Olympiad math can be quite challenging and may easily undermine a student's confidence. Zhou Chen was somewhat unfamiliar with Olympiad math, as he had not engaged with it during his own schooling, feeling it unnecessary for practical life. Whether it truly develops one's cognitive abilities remained uncertain to him. However, he could envision it potentially driving someone to madness. Teacher Xia, it's not as severe as you imagine. Olympiad math is still mathematics at its core. If the aim is not to win awards, there is no need to delve into excessively difficult problems. Engaging with Olympiad math can indeed be beneficial, and participating in competitions serves as valuable experience. Zhou Chen, though not a graduate of a prestigious university, understood this fundamental principle. Huan, what do you think? Huan replied, Dad, I want to learn it. Most of my classmates are studying Olympiad math, and sometimes when they chat, I feel left out. Yin Zio is also involved. And Teacher Xiaoqin believes I have the potential, so I want to give it a try. Zhou Chen and Nan Li exchanged astonished glances, both surprised at their daughter's newfound enthusiasm for learning. Was this truly their previously indifferent daughter? However, seeing Huan so eager, they felt it necessary to support her decision. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, startling Zhou Chen. Who could be visiting at this hour? I'll check, he said, rising to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was met with disbelief. Aunt Kai? Indeed, standing at the entrance was Kai Juiying. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, she appeared slightly embarrassed. It's me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. No, not at all. Though surprised, Zhou Chen warmly welcomed them in. Aunt Kai, have you eaten? Where's Dad? I have. He didn't come. I came alone. When Nan Li saw Zhou Chen entering with Kai Juiying, she was equally astonished. They had no prior connection with Kai Juiying. So how did she find them? However, Huan and Chao joyfully exclaimed, Grandma Kai, Grandma Kai. Upon seeing Nan Li, Kai Juiying became more reserved. Li, I hope I'm not interrupting your meal. Nan Li was at a loss on how to approach Kai Juiying. After all, a guest is a guest. Yet their relationship was exceedingly complicated, leaving her unsure of what to say. Observing Nan Li's discomfort, Zhou Chen took the initiative to speak. It's all right, Aunt Kai. How did you find us? Is there something wrong with Dad? He too was baffled by Kai Juiying and Oppos' visit, given their convoluted relationship. It seemed that unless something had happened to Nan Jianlong, there was little reason for her to come. No, Kai Juiying quickly waved her hand, glancing at Chen Xiaoqin with an awkward expression. Chen Xiaoqin, perceptive as she was, immediately understood the situation and recognized that Kai Juiying was hesitant to speak in her presence. Teacher Xia, Sister Nan, I'm full now, so I'll take my leave. Nan Li hurriedly replied, It's fine, Xiaoqin. Please stay and continue eating. We'll talk in the study. No, I and Oppos am really full. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Thank you for your hospitality, Teacher Xia, Sister Nan. Goodbye, Huan, Chao. After Chen Xiaoqin departed, Zhou Chen once again asked, Aunt Kai, If there and Oppos as something you need, please feel free to share. Kai Juing cautiously began. Lili, Junshan. I came today to ask for your assistance. Zhou Chen, surprised, inquired. You need us to help? But Aunt Kai, what could we possibly do for you? Kai Juing explained. It's about Zio getting into the prestigious class. Zhou Chen and Nan Li exchanged glances, both astonished that Kai Juing had come for this matter. They soon understood her intention. Nan Li asked, is there a problem with Zio getting into the prestigious class? Kai Juing replied, as you both know, the teacher for the prestigious class is Zhong Yi, who previously offended Lan Lan. He is deliberately making things difficult for her, refusing to allow Zio into his class. Lan Lan has already pleaded with him, but he still refuses and has even humiliated her in various ways. Lili, Junshan, we truly have no other options. Lan Lan mentioned that Zhong Yi is Junshan's junior, and they have a good relationship. Could you please help persuade Zhong Yi to accept Zio? You know Zio is a good child. The adult's conflicts should not be taken out on the child. Xiao Chen now truly felt a headache coming on. This mother and daughter duo were indeed quite remarkable. Aunt Kai, it is not that we are unwilling to assist. Previously, Yin Ping approached me regarding this matter, and I have already spoken to Zhong Yi about it, urging them to resolve the issue amicably. However, they have yet to come to an agreement, and we find ourselves powerless in this situation. Although Zhong Yi is my junior, our relationship is not as close as you might imagine, and I cannot dictate his decisions. Kai Juing hastily approached Nan Li, seizing her arm with a plea. Lili, I implore you. You must understand that Lan Lan has been quite distressed over this issue lately, given our long-standing relationship. I ask you to extend a helping hand to Lan Lan and Ziyu. After all, Ziyu has addressed you as aunt and uncle for so many years. Please consider it a favor for the child. Nan Li struggled against Kai Juing's grip, but to no avail. It is not that we do not wish to help, rather, we find ourselves unable to do so. Could you please release me? Zhou Chen hastily intervened, finally managing to pull Kai Juing away. Nan Li stepped back in alarm, her arm marked with several angry red welts from the forceful grip, a testament to Kai Juing's intensity. Nan Li was indeed furious. This was hardly a plea for assistance, but rather a coercive act, dragging in the child as leverage, as if their refusal to help would somehow betray the child. Zhou Chen, taken aback by Kai Juing's obstinacy, felt constrained, for she was the mother of his father-in-law, and he could not voice his thoughts freely. He could only offer gentle counsel. Aunt Kai, it is not that I do not wish to assist. As you mentioned, we are indeed Ziyu and Oppos, aunt and uncle. And my relationship with Yin Ping is quite amicable. If I could help, I would not hesitate. However, my words hold no weight. Zhong Yi is my junior, not my subordinate. If he is unwilling to accept, I cannot force him, can I? But Ziyu is a good child. You cannot simply disregard her. Kai Juing lamented desperately. Very well, it seems this will not end easily. Zhou Chen had heard snippets of Kai Juing's past from Nan Li, tales of her shamelessness and tenacity, but he had not taken them to heart until now. It was evident that she was more relentless than any dramatization on television. They found themselves ill-equipped to handle Kai Juing's obstinacy and would have to pass this dilemma on to Nan Jianlong. Chapter 31. Utterly speechless when Nan Jianlong answered his daughter's call and learned that Kai Juing was creating a disturbance at his daughter's home, he was taken aback. He quickly reassured his daughter, stating that he would arrive shortly. After ending the call, Nan Li gazed at Kai Juing in the living room, feeling a surge of frustration. Their family had been enjoying a meal together, and just as they were halfway through, Kai Juing barged in, leaving the two children unsatisfied and nearly scaring Huan Huan and Chao Chao to tears during the commotion. This was what infuriated Nan Li the most. She was not a cold-hearted person. After all, one could communicate their concerns without resorting to such a ruckus. Yet, how could one even begin to speak when the other party was already being so aggressive? Realizing that Kai Juing had come for Yin Zio, and given her relentless nature, Nan Li worried her father might struggle to manage the situation alone. Thus, she promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Tian Yulan's number. Tian Yulan had intended to solicit assistance from her in-laws regarding Yin Zio's enrollment in an elite class. She had invited them to dine at a restaurant with Yin Ping, hoping to appeal to their financial support. However, to her surprise, while her in-laws initially maintained a cordial demeanor, the conversation gradually veered towards the topic of having a second child. They suggested that if she were willing to have another baby, they would assist her in any way possible. Upon hearing this, Tian Yulan erupted in anger. What was this? Were they negotiating a business deal? She believed that everything she did was for her son, and since Zio was also their grandchild, it was only natural for the grandparents to support their grandson. Yet now, They were attempting to threaten her over the matter of having another child. However, Tian Yulan had indeed misunderstood her in-laws' intentions. They were genuinely not implying anything of the sort. They felt obligated to support their grandson. They had simply noticed Tian Yulan's good spirits and seized the opportunity to bring up the topic, never anticipating her explosive reaction, which visibly soured their expressions. After all, they were the elders, providing financial support without any wrongdoing towards their daughter-in-law. It was only natural for them to feel displeased when she displayed such disdain. Caught in the middle, Yin Peng felt increasingly awkward. Who could he possibly blame in such a situation? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Tian Yulan's phone rang. Seeing that it was Nanli calling, her already sour mood darkened further. Due to work-related issues, their professional relationship had been contentious recently, leading to several conflicts. Stepping aside, Tian Yulan answered the call. "Hello, is there something you need?" Upon hearing Nanli's abrupt tone, her irritation flared up. "Oh, your mother has come to stir up trouble. I am trying to resolve this issue with you, and you speak to me like that?" Consequently, Nanli's tone turned equally curt as she demanded, "Tian Yulan, I don't know what you and your mother discussed, nor do I care, but I ask you to come immediately and take your mother away from my house." Tian Yulan was taken aback by Nanli's words. "What did you say?" "My mother went to your house." "When did this happen?" "Did my mother cause a scene at your house?" Tian Yulan was genuinely bewildered. She had indeed mentioned the matter to her mother, but she certainly did not instruct her to confront Nanli, let alone create a ruckus at her home. Nevertheless, Tian Yulan was an intriguing individual. Upon hearing the news, she felt a mix of embarrassment and intense anger as she perceived disdain for her mother in Nanli's tone. Suppressing her fury, Tian Yulan retorted sharply, "I'm on my way over now, but Nanli, let us handle our affairs without making things difficult for my mother." Just as Nanli was about to respond, Tian Yulan abruptly hung up, leaving her fuming and stamping her feet in frustration. What kind of person is this? It was clearly Kai Jueying who instigated the trouble. Yet it seems as if my family is bullying her. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Fuming, Nanli remained on the balcony, unwilling to confront Kai Jueying in the living room, fearing that she might lose her composure and utter something unkind. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was managing Kai Jueying in the living room. To him, it was preferable that Nanli kept her distance, otherwise he would find it difficult to navigate the situation should Kai Jueying behave as she had earlier. "And Kai, let us speak calmly. Zio is our nephew, and I have a good relationship with Yinping. If there is a genuine way I can assist, I will certainly do so." Kai Jueying feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, "Zhu Shan, since you've mentioned it, you should indeed extend your help. The grievances between adults should not involve the children. You mustn't and amp, oppose, drag them into this." Zhou Chen was rendered speechless by her words, unsure whether she was pretending to be oblivious or deliberately misinterpreting the situation. How could she claim that they were withholding assistance due to adult grievances? Everyone has their limits. He had only been courteous for the sake of his father-in-law. Yet that was no justification for her manner of speaking. "Aunt Kai, there are no grievances between us adults. Even if there were, they would pertain to you and Li Li's parents and would not affect us. Therefore, there is no need for you to say such things. I have already made arrangements regarding Zio and Appo's situation. However, I only know Zhong Yi. We are not in a superior-subordinate relationship. How he chooses to act is beyond my control. So, your visit here seeking our assistance is truly futile. If you genuinely wish for help, you might consider approaching Yinpeng's parents. They have wealth and can likely provide assistance more effectively than my words ever could." Woon and Amp, Appo's, do you agree? Yet Zhou Chen realized he had underestimated Kai Jueying. Though he had communicated his intentions both overtly and subtly, she acted as if she had not heard him at all. "Jun Shan, why not try speaking with Teacher Zhong once more? Wanlan mentioned he is your junior. He will surely show you some respect." This was an intriguing proposition. If it were the elder Nanjian Long making such a request, it would carry weight. But what qualifications did this woman, who had only recently risen to prominence, have to make demands of him? Zhou Chen found it impossible to continue eating and decided to clear the table instead. To his surprise, Kai Jueying rushed over. "Jun Shan, please. Do reach out to Teacher Zhang. I will take care of the cleanup myself." "No need, Aunt Kai. Truly, I can manage on my own." However, Kai Jueying paid no heed, her hands moving swiftly as she carried plates and wiped the tables, rendering Zhou Chen unable to intervene. Very well. Faced with such a stubborn individual, Zhou Chen found himself at a loss, resigned to her insistence. Yet, he refrained from making a call, simply sitting there watching her tidy up. Chapter 32. The impending collision of Mars and Earth. It must be said that Kai Jueying, is indeed a master of household chores. She not only tidied up the dishes but also polished the table to a pristine shine, even mopping the floor in the process. If it weren't for her earlier conduct, Zhou Chen would genuinely admire her. With such skills and servitude, it is no wonder her father-in-law is so attached to her. And why his wife, Zhao Na, who is unaccustomed to manual labor, cannot contend with her. Nanli, perched on the balcony, naturally witnessed the unfolding scene in the living room. Observing Kai Jueying's diligent efforts, she found herself at a loss for words. Yet, she truly wished to distance herself from Kai Jueying, opting to remain on the balcony, staring at her arms, where the marks of blood were still distinctly visible. After half an hour had passed, during which Nanli remained on the balcony and Huan and Xiao Xiao stayed in their room, only Zhou Chen lingered in the living room, engaged in sporadic conversation with Kai Jueying. Regardless of what Kai Jueying said, Zhou Chen refused to make a phone call or acquiesce. He simply delayed until his father-in-law arrived to address the predicament. Finally, a knock echoed through the air, and upon hearing it, Zhou Chen felt a surge of energy and hastened to open the door. "All right, Lily has informed me. I am here to resolve this," he declared, striding into the living room without even changing his shoes. He approached Kai Jueying to lead her away, but she resisted, exclaiming, "Old Nan, I want to leave. I simply wish for Li and the others to assist. They are capable." Seeing her father's arrival, Nanli stepped out from the balcony. She noticed Huan and Xiao Xiao peeking through the door and quickly waved them inside. Nanjianlong, visibly irate, remarked, "What can they do? If they were capable of helping, they would have done so by now." Yuki had felt a pang of unease when his daughter called earlier, grappling with the embarrassment of his companion causing a stir at their own daughter's home. Kai Jueying retorted, "They have their means. Teacher Zhang from the elite class is a junior of Junshan." Lanan mentioned their strong rapport. If Junshan is willing to speak, it will surely be of help. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen interjected, "Dad, Zhongyi is from my hometown, but Yinpeng has already approached me about this. I have made every effort to mediate. Yet they ultimately fell through. As an outsider, I cannot intervene further. Both Yinpeng and Tian Yulan are aware of this. The relationship has only recently begun to mend, and I do not wish to stir up further chaos." However, Kai Jueying shouted, "What am I to do then? What can I do? I am a person of little capability, and you refuse to lend assistance. I have but one grandson, and for his sake, even if it cost me my dignity, I must find a way." Zhou Chen truly wished to avoid an argument. After all, his daughter, son-in-law, granddaughter, and grandson were all watching, and he too had his pride to maintain. "I have not caused any trouble. I merely came to request their help. Li Junshan. As long as you are willing to assist, I will comply with whatever you ask." Listening to Kai Jueying and Oppo's outcry, Zhou Chen found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to turn his back, pretending he neither saw nor heard. Nanjianlong hastily urged, "Let us go. We must leave now." Although Kai Jueying was shameless, she harbored a certain fear of Nanjianlong. After all, she had been with him for many years and her future depended on him. Thus she dared not provoke his ire. Observing their exchange, Nanli was equally incensed. This woman was not only being unreasonable, but was also bargaining with her father right before their eyes, rendering her utterly speechless. When she finally noticed they were about to depart, she breathed a sigh of relief, as the day's pleasant mood had been thoroughly disrupted by this incident. Zhou Chen too felt a sense of relief. It was only today that he truly witnessed the formidable nature of women, particularly one like Kai Jueying, who, once she cast aside her dignity, could indeed resort to any measure. Though it was not a grave matter, it was rather troublesome and impossible to shake off. What are they doing? It's midday, and why is the main door still wide open? Suddenly, a voice broke the tension, and upon hearing it, Zhou Chen and Nan Li's expressions changed drastically, while Nanjianlong shivered in fear. "This is bad." In that instant, Zhou Chen realized the gravity of the situation, and Nan Li reacted even more swiftly, preparing to rush forward, but Zhao Na had already entered. Zhao Na stepped into the room, placing her bag on the shoe cabinet, ready to change her shoes when she cast a glance into the living room, her expression freezing in shock. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted, shattering the air and causing Zhou Chen to experience a momentary ringing in his ears. It was unimaginable that an elderly woman could produce such a high decibel shriek. "Mom! Mom!" Nan Li, frightened, dashed towards Zhao Na, urging, "Stay calm. Mom, please remain composed." But at that moment, it was impossible for Zhao Na to maintain her composure. She shoved Nan Li aside and stormed into the living room, pointing at Kai Jueying and berating her, "You shameless old mistress, what are you doing in my daughter's home? You disgraceful woman! And you, Nanjianlong, you old fool, Who permitted you to bring this old mistress into my daughter and Appo's house? Though Nanli had stumbled from her mother's push, she quickly disregarded the pain in her ankle and hurried to her mother's side. Mom, please calm down. Just listen to me. Zhou Chen also regained his wits and rushed over, positioning himself alongside Nanli to shield Zhao Na, fearing that she might lose control and confront Kai Juiying physically. Chapter 33, where Zhou Chen stood resolutely beside Nanli, shielding Zhao Na from rushing forward. Both of them were acutely aware that should Zhao Na charge ahead, a confrontation would undoubtedly ensue. At that moment, Zhao Na exhibited an astonishing ferocity, vehemently hurling insults at Kai Juiying and Nan Jianlong, even from behind the two of them. You two are utterly shameless. Who invited you to my daughter's home? You have polluted this place, tainting it with your presence. Nan Jianlong, how dare you bring this old mistress here? You too. Zhou Chen exerted all his strength to restrain Zhao Na, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the elderly woman. Just then, he spotted Huan Huan and Chao Chao emerging from the house, and he called out urgently, Huan Huan, quickly take your brother inside, lock the door, and do not come out. Such a scene was not one that children should witness. The potential for psychological trauma was too great. Huan Huan, being a compliant child, though aware that something significant was unfolding, nonetheless obeyed her father's command, grasping her brother Chao Chao's hand and retreating into the room, securing the door behind them. Zhao Na's tirade escalated, her words growing increasingly vitriolic. In truth, under ordinary circumstances, even if she encountered them on the street, she would only mutter a few choice words about their shamelessness and infidelity. However, this moment was different. These two had audaciously intruded upon her daughter's sanctuary. Since her divorce, her daughter had become her sole focus, her utmost priority. Although it pained her to see her daughter dining with them, she had merely complained but never intervened. Now, with her daughter's household being violated, her fury erupted uncontrollably, unleashing a torrent of expletives she had never uttered before, flowing forth with an eloquence that was both shocking and relentless. Nan Jianlong's face turned ashen under the barrage of Zhao Na's accusations, yet he dared not retort, trembling hands reaching for Kai Juiying to depart. But Kai Juiying, emboldened by Zhao Na's relentless vitriol, her constant references to old mistress and depraved couple, found her own pent-up frustration igniting into a furious outburst. Whom are you cursing? Who is the old mistress? You are the one incapable of managing your own life, so who can you blame? I am not a mistress, and you have no right to insult me. Kai Juiying's response only served to further incite Zhao Na's wrath. You shameless old mistress! How dare you speak? You steal another's husband, and you still have the audacity to show your face? Who granted you the right? Truly, you are insufferable. Nan Jianlong, unwilling to provoke Zhao Na further, urged Kai Juiying, let us go, quickly. Yet, Kai Juiying, filled with resentment, felt humiliated not only by her partner's lack of support, but also by his rebuke in front of his ex-wife and their daughter-in-law. Her anger only deepened, feeling utterly disgraced. By what right do you demand my departure? It was she who initiated the insults. What qualifications does she possess to berate others? Lacking in capability herself, she resorts to blaming others. You question my dignity, yet where is your own? You are no paragon of virtue, so why the pretense? Fury ignited within Nanli as she witnessed Kai Juiying, this interloper, berating her mother within her own home. She turned to her father, Nan Jianlong, exclaiming, Father, take your companion and leave. She is unwelcome here. Remove her from my presence. Kai Juiying's countenance darkened as Nan Jianlong grasped her arm, leading her towards the exit. However, the space was limited, and Zhao Na rushed in from the doorway, positioning herself in the corridor. Though Nan Jianlong and Kai Juiying attempted to avoid her, Zhao Na wildly flailed her arms, aiming to strike them. Despite the efforts of Zhou Chen and Nanli to restrain her, Zhao Na and Appo's arms made contact with both Nan Jianlong and Kai Juiying. While Nan Jianlong remained relatively unaffected, Kai Juiying could not contain her indignation. Though the blow was not painful, it unleashed her pent-up fury, leading her to shake off Nan Jianlong's grip. How dare you strike me? On what grounds do you presume to hit me? And Appo's, she shouted as she retaliated against Zhao Na. The ensuing chaos saw their arms entangled, each grasping at the other, creating a scene of utter disorder. Nanli firmly grasped her mother and called out to Zhou Chen, Xiao Shede, separate them and escort them out. This was the most prudent course of action. Zhou Chen released Zhao Na, positioning himself between her and Kai Juiying, attempting to pull Kai Juiying away alongside Nan Jianlong. The two women clawed at Zhou Chen, their hands tangling in his clothing, rendering it a disheveled mess. Yet, in that moment, he prioritized extricating Kai Juiying from the fray. However, the unpredictable nature of the situation was about to unfold further. Just as Zhou Chen was on the verge of separating the two struggling elders, an unexpected interruption occurred. Two individuals appeared at the doorway. What is happening here? Tian Yulan arrived, her temper flaring. Even before crossing the threshold, she was met with a scene that incited her wrath. Her mother, Kai Juiying, was surrounded and beset upon, igniting her fury to a boiling point. With a primal roar, she discarded her handbag and charged into the room. Hey! Hey! And Oppos. Yin Ping sensed the escalating situation and attempted to restrain his wife. However, his reaction was a beat too slow, for Tian Yulan had already surged forward. Zhou Chen was still tugging at Kai Juiying, his back turned to the entrance. The tumultuous environment rendered him oblivious to Tian Yulan's thunderous shout. Just as he was pulling Kai Juiying, a sudden force propelled him forward, causing both him and Kai Juiying to stumble uncontrollably against the wall. Tian Yulan pushed Zhou Chen aside with a forceful shove, swiftly supporting her mother. Only then did Zhou Chen realize that it was Tian Yulan who had propelled him. He was baffled as to how she had arrived at such a moment, but after being pushed twice with considerable strength, his irritation flared. What the hell? I was merely mediating. Why are you pushing me? And Oppos. Before he could utter a word, Tian Yulan erupted in fury. After steadying her mother, she pivoted sharply to confront Zhou Chen, unleashing her ire. Do you have no shame at all? How could so many of you gang up on just my mother? I thought you were educated individuals. Is this truly the standard of your so-called culture, to overpower the few with your numbers? It is utterly disgraceful. Unbeknownst to her as to what had transpired, she nonetheless trusted her own observations. She had arrived only to witness her mother being seized by Zhou Chen and subsequently attacked by Nanli and her daughter. Thus, she hastily concluded that her mother was being victimized, and by this entire family, no less. Chapter 34, A Mother-Daughter Alliance. The infuriated Nanjian Long Zhou Chen had initially managed to separate the two women, and with a little more effort, he could have pulled Kai Juiying outside, thus resolving the troublesome situation. However, unexpectedly, Tian Yulan arrived, only to exacerbate matters by hurling insults, reigniting the conflict in an instant. Tian Yulan was imperious and unreasonable, yet Nan Li was equally formidable. Upon witnessing Tian Yulan not only push her husband, but also vociferously berate him, she was immediately incensed. Tian Yulan, how dare you speak like that? Who has bullied your mother? It was your mother who stormed into our home uninvited. We have never mistreated her. Tian Yulan retorted angrily. I witnessed everything with my own eyes. It was you who bullied my mother. How can you, as educated individuals, stoop to such behavior? Just because my mother may have been a nuisance, does that justify your actions? If you wanted her to leave, you could have simply asked her to go. What gives you the right to lay hands on her? Do you think our family is easy to bully? With Tian Yulan's arrival, Kai Juiying seemed to find a source of strength, crying out, Lan Lan, they called me an old mistress. After all these years of hard work, I'm still labeled as such, and no one stands up for me. In her eyes, after so many years with Nan Jianlong, he should have defended her. Yet his silence left her feeling deeply wronged. Thus, with her daughter as presence, all her pent-up frustrations erupted. Upon hearing this, Tian Yulan was consumed by rage. Pointing at Nanli and Zhao, she shouted, You can't keep your men in check, so how dare you blame my mother? Don't assume we're easy prey. If you dare insult my mother again, I won't hesitate to confront you. Nanli replied furiously. What kind of ruckus are you causing here? This is not a place for your tantrums. Take your mother and leave. We do not welcome you. You think we wanted to come here? But since you have bullied my mother today, you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, do not expect me to be courteous. Tian Yulan was adamant and unwilling to retreat. Her childhood experiences had made her exceedingly sensitive, and witnessing her mother being bullied was intolerable. You must be Kai Juiying's daughter. What explanation do you seek? If your mother chose to be a mistress, she should not be afraid of the consequences. Why come here and stir trouble? My reprimands have been mild. Had it not been for my daughter's intervention, I would have taught her a lesson. Zhao Na, possessing a sharp tongue, harbored no affection for Tian Yulan due to her connection with Kai Juiying. Seeing Tian Yulan target her daughter, a mother's instinct kicked in, compelling her to defend her child. Who was the mistress here? What gives you the right to label me as such? Kai Juiying retorted defiantly. Zhao Na pointed at Kai Juiying, declaring, I am the legitimate wife of Nan Jianlong, while you were entangled with him before our divorce. Therefore, you are indeed the mistress. Even if you are now older, you remain an old mistress. How dare you say that? I'll fight you. Kai Juiying could no longer contain herself, rushing towards Zhao Na to confront her, but Zhou Chen stood in between, resolutely preventing the two from clashing. He was able to prevent the two elders from escalating the situation, yet an explosion of emotions erupted from Tian Yulan, burdened by her family's past, which left her perpetually disdained by her in-laws. Zhao Na's words pierced her heart, rendering her breathless. Nanli, your family truly goes too far. Yinping, quickly take your wife and mother-in-law away, hurry. Zhou Chen exclaimed, realizing he could not single-handedly contain the turmoil. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's urgent call, Yinping snapped back to reality, rushing over to grasp Tian Yulan, while simultaneously reaching for his mother-in-law, attempting to pull them away. However, neither Kai Juing nor Tian Yulan were willing to let the matter rest after being publicly insulted, continuing to entangle themselves with Zhao Na. The uproar had attracted attention from those upstairs and downstairs, drawing curious onlookers to the doorway. Tian Yulan and Kai Juing remained unperturbed, as they did not reside there. But Nanli felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Frustrated, she realized she could not dismiss the two women, her anger boiling within her. Everyone, silence. In the midst of the chaotic bickering, Nan Jianlong's rare bellow commanded immediate attention, cutting through the clamor. His trembling hand pointed at Zhao Na, then at Kai Juing. His lips quivering. You. Before he could complete his thought, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Dad. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. Zhou Chen abandoned his efforts to restrain Kai Juing and rushed to Nan Jianlong, who lay on the floor. The others quickly set aside their quarrels and hurried over. Dad. Zhou Chen supported Nan Jianlong, shaking him lightly but receiving no response. This is not good. Dad has fainted. Kai Juing immediately panicked. What should we do? Lan. What should we do? Tian Yulan was equally flustered. They had all been engrossed in the argument, hardly paying attention to Nan Jianlong's condition. His sudden fainting was unforeseen. Call for an ambulance, quickly. Nanli, reacting swiftly, grabbed her phone, ready to make the call. Zhou Chen, however, calmly interjected, No. Waiting for an ambulance could take too long. How far is the nearest hospital? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen squatted down, turning his back to Nan Jianlong to carry him. Yinpeng, you drive. We'll take Dad to the hospital. All right, my car is just outside. I'm coming too. Both Kai Juing and Nanli exclaimed simultaneously. Zhou Chen turned to Nanli. Li, you stay behind. Comfort Mom and Huan. We'll come back. You are Dad's daughter, and many hospital procedures will require your presence. Okay, I'll drive over as soon as I can. Zhou Chen hurriedly carried Nan Jianlong towards the elevator, while Yinping pushed aside the onlookers, urging them to make way. He sprinted swiftly into Yinpeng's car, accompanied by Yinping and Kai Juing, making a total of 4 passengers as they hurried towards the nearest hospital. After carrying someone for several hundred meters, Zhou Chen felt breathless and his body ached intensely upon finally taking a seat in the vehicle. Kai Juing, cradling Nan Jianlong in the back seat, wore a sorrowful expression. Initially, she had resented Nan Jianlong for not speaking up for her, but witnessing his collapse filled her with profound fear. Given Nan Jianlong's fragile health, should anything untoward happen to him, it would indeed be too late for regrets. Chapter 35, Nan Jianlong in the hospital slowed down. Are you out of your mind? Yinping? Drive slower. Zhou Chen shouted urgently, gripping the handle on the car door. Yinping was nothing short of reckless, speeding over 100 in the city center, sending Zhou Chen into a state of panic. If an accident were to occur, it would spell disaster for everyone in the vehicle. Oh, Yinpeng exclaimed, responding to Zhou Chen's frantic cries by promptly reducing speed. He had been consumed by anxiety, eager to transport Nan Jianlong to the hospital as swiftly as possible, which had led him to momentarily lose his senses and press the accelerator relentlessly. Zhou Chen shook his head, bemused, despite being in his 30s. Yinpeng's emotional resilience was akin to that of a child, flustered and panicking at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, as Zhou Chen and the others rushed Nan Jianlong to the hospital, Nanli was at home gathering her belongings. Mom, you stay here with Huan and Xiao. I'm heading to the hospital immediately to check on Dad's condition, Zhao Na said, seated on the sofa. At that moment, she had lost the fierce demeanor she displayed earlier in the argument, appearing instead utterly terrified. The sudden collapse of Nan Jianlong had genuinely frightened her. Though they had divorced and shared no lingering feelings, they had been married for 2 decades. The thought of something happening to him was unfathomable. Mom, Nanli urged, noticing Zhao Na's lack of response as she approached and wrapped an arm around her mother's shoulders. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Dad will be fine. Zhao Na, anxious, questioned, Li, was it my fault that he fainted? Nanli reassured her, it's not your fault. It was that woman. Had she not shown up today, this wouldn't have happened. Please don't blame yourself. Everyone bore some responsibility for the day's events, but she certainly wouldn't place the blame on her mother, shifting the responsibility onto Kai Juing, much like Tian Yulin had done before. In the face of her mother, she was adamant in her defense. Mom, Grandma, Grandpa isn't going to die, right? Huan Huan emerged with Cao Cao, both with tear-filled eyes, having witnessed Nan Jianlong's collapse and fearing the worst. Stop saying such nonsense. Nan Li scolded quickly, her worry intensifying at their words. Huan Huan, you and your brother stay here with Grandma. I'll go to the hospital to see Grandpa. Turning to Zhao Na, she added, Mom, I'm counting on you to look after Huan Huan and Cao Cao. I'll call you the moment I have news. Yes, yes. Hurry along. Zhao Na urged, her tone insistent. You are his biological daughter. There are many matters that require your presence. Go quickly, and make sure you have enough money. Understood, Mom. I'll head out now. Nan Li hastily gathered her things, not even changing her clothes, and grabbed her bag as she made her way outside. As she drove out of the community, she spotted Tian Yulin at the intersection, fervently waving for a taxi. Gritting her teeth, she decided to drive over. Beep. Tian Yulin stood by the roadside, having been left behind due to insufficient seating in Yin Peng's car. Now, she was fervently trying to hail a taxi. Yet 10 minutes passed without success. Just as her impatience grew, she spotted Nan Li's vehicle approaching, and the window slid down. Get in quickly. Tian Yulin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately opened the door and entered the car. There was no need to revisit the previous incident. Their priority was the hospital. Before Tian Yulin could utter a word, Nan Li spoke first, pressing the accelerator and driving forward. Tian Yulin murmured to herself but refrained from objecting. At this moment, the safety of Nan Jianlong was indeed of utmost importance. Despite her dissatisfaction, she could not overlook the fact that Nan Jianlong had once helped her. She genuinely did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Under Zhou Chen's guidance, Yin Ping drove swiftly to the nearest hospital. Zhou Chen wasted no time. He exited the vehicle and carried Nan Jianlong directly to the emergency room. Upon their arrival, the attending nurse, alerted by news of a fainting patient in poor condition, promptly summoned a doctor and ushered the patient into the emergency resuscitation room. You all go handle the registration and payment. Zhou Chen intended to proceed but, upon checking his pockets, realized he had forgotten his phone. He could only ask Yin Peng to accompany him, leaving Kai Juing alone to guard the door of the resuscitation room. Approximately 20 minutes later, Nan Li and Tian Yulin rushed in. Upon arrival, Nan Li immediately inquired of Zhou Chen, Darling, how is my father's condition? I don't know. He has been taken into the resuscitation room, and there has been no update yet. Meanwhile, Tian Yulin comforted Kai Juing, who had been weeping uncontrollably since Nan Jianlong was admitted. Zhou Chen and Yin Peng had been at a loss for words, but with Tian Yulin's arrival, the mother and daughter embraced and wept together, as they anxiously awaited news. The door to the resuscitation room finally swung open. Who is the patient's family? I am his daughter. I am his partner. Nan Li and Kai Juing responded swiftly, calling out to the doctor. He is stable now, but still unconscious. The patient's condition was indeed critical. We are unsure of the exact cause, but he likely fainted suddenly. His heart is not in good shape. While he is no longer in immediate danger, he will need to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. Please proceed with the necessary paperwork. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Zhou Chen and the others visibly sighed in relief. Thankfully, he was safe, as the alternative was too dreadful to contemplate. Now, they could set aside their earlier quarrel. Kai Juing and the others followed the doctor as they transported Nan Jianlong to his hospital room, while Zhou Chen accompanied Nan Li to handle the admission procedures. On the way, Nan Li called her mother, Zhao Na, who exhaled in relief upon hearing that everything was all right. Thus, a monumental showdown between the former and current partners concluded with Nan Jianlong fainting from the stress. On the way back, Nan Li remained shaken, reflecting on the day's unexpected series of events. The situation was on the verge of resolution when, rather unfortunately, Tian Yulin arrived at the most inopportune moment. This led to an escalation from a mere dispute between two elderly individuals to a full-blown conflict involving three families, drawing the attention of onlookers both upstairs and downstairs. It was indeed a source of frustration, resulting in a loss of face. However, in comparison to Nan Jianlong and Apos, as safety, these concerns paled in significance. Thankfully, Nan Jianlong emerged relatively unscathed. Otherwise, Nan Li would have been consumed by guilt, as it was she who had summoned her father, thus bearing the brunt of the responsibility. What could Zhou Chen possibly say? His only recourse was to console Nan Li, assuring her that she could not be wholly blamed, for the incident had occurred unexpectedly, with too much randomness contributing to this unfortunate tragedy. Yet, he too felt a deep sense of reflection. He had engaged a tutor to alleviate the tensions between the two families vying for a limited number of opportunities. But who could have anticipated that it would precipitate an even more dire situation that left Nan Jianlong faint with anger? Indeed, it seems that whenever the legitimate wife and the mistress collide, calamity is inevitable. Yet, in this instance, it was the husband who succumbed to distress, while both the ex-wife and the mistress remained unharmed. Chapter 36. Zhou Chen's awakening upon arriving home. It was already past 9 o'clock. Mother-in-law Zhao Na was quite diligent and responsible towards the two children. Huan Huan and Chao Chao had already fallen asleep, while Zhao Na sat in the living room, waiting for them. Allowing the mother and daughter to converse in the living room, Zhou Chen made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He opted for simplicity, swiftly cooking noodles that were ready in a mere 10 minutes. Zhou Chen and Nanli sat at the dining table, joined by Zhao Na. Xiao Shan. Today's events have been conveyed to me by Lili. I must express my disapproval. Why were you so courteous to that old mistress, even allowing her entry? You should have firmly dismissed her without engaging in conversation. Once reassured that Nan Jianlong was not in serious trouble, Zhao Na felt a sense of relief. Though the afternoon and Appos, events still left her with a considerable amount of resentment. In broad daylight, she came over, shamelessly asking for your assistance. Lili, Xiao Shan. Let me be clear, if you dare to help her, you can forget about me as your mother. Seeing Zhao Na genuinely infuriated, Nanli hastily put down her chopsticks. Mom, what are you saying? We would never assist her, right, Xiao Shan? Zhou Chen nodded vigorously, admitting that, at the time, he had indeed wanted to swiftly expel Kai Juiying, but she was so brazen that she simply refused to leave. Once his father-in-law arrived, he found himself unable to act. As for Tian Yulan, he had refrained from taking action out of respect for Yin Peng, and given the chaotic situation, it was indeed not the right moment for a man to intervene amidst a gathering of women, no matter how displeased he felt. Zhao Na insisted, regardless of the circumstances. You must assure me today that that old mistress will never cross this threshold again. Otherwise, do not blame me for my wrath. Nanli promptly assured her, Mom. Rest assured, I promise you that if that woman dares to return, we will not even let her cross the threshold. She will be turned away without a second thought. Not even a door open for her. And the old man is no exception. Absolutely, even if the old man comes, we shall not open the door. Now, that's more like it. Zhao Na finally expressed her satisfaction. Sitting beside them, Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His mother-in-law, despite her age, behaved like a child, her dynamic with Nanli resembling a role reversal. In the room, Zhou Chen sat at the edge of the bed, massaging Nanli's ankle. Darling, don't take my mother's words to heart. She simply speaks her mind without holding back. That Tian Yulan is indeed quite like her mother. Recalling Tian Yulan, Zhou Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. This woman was utterly shameless, and though he had been infuriated enough to strike her, he ultimately refrained. Knowing that the chaos of the moment was already sufficient, any act of violence on his part would have escalated the situation entirely. Today's events have led me to a profound realization. We have always strived to maintain a fade of harmony, yet in reality, such a thing is utterly unattainable. Given their rudeness today, storming into our home without a care, we shall no longer extend them the courtesy they do not deserve. Our politeness has only made them believe we are easy to bully, and we cannot rely on them. We have truly given them too much credit. Nanli suddenly leaned closer to Zhou Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe. What is the matter? He inquired. It's nothing. I just find it hard to believe. Is this truly my husband? When we visited that place before, you always urged me to prioritize peace, fearing I would provoke a quarrel. Yet now, you speak such words. Have you truly been stirred today? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes, clarifying that he had not been rattled but had come to an understanding. After today's uproar, they would walk away unscathed, while our family would be left to endure the whispers behind our backs. Moreover, Huan Huan and Chao Chao were greatly frightened today, which is the most intolerable aspect for me. They even dared to involve the children. What do they call that? I believe we have been too accommodating in the past, leading them to perceive us as easy targets, emboldening their audacity. I have come to understand that we can no longer afford them any courtesy. Even for the sake of father, if need be, we shall simply sever ties. What value do such relatives hold? Should they dare to bully you again, I will unhesitatingly confront them and demand their departure. Zhou Chen felt a lingering displeasure about today's occurrences, as he had never encountered anything like it before. Coupled with his myriad concerns, his handling of the situation during lunch had been less than satisfactory, resulting in his wife and children feeling frightened and wronged, a failure unbecoming of a husband. His mother-in-law, Zhao Na, appeared quite brutal today, but upon reflection, such an approach may prove more effective against Kai Jueying and Tian Yulan, the troublesome mother-daughter duo. Perhaps his mother-in-law has come to a realization over the years. Had she possessed such fierceness back then, she would not have allowed Kai Jueying to usurp her position. Nanli attentively listened to Zhou Chen's grievances and rage, then suddenly broke into a smile, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Darling, you are truly wonderful. I have faith in you," he reassured her. "I promise. Should such an incident occur again, I will protect you and the children, regardless of who it may be that dares to bully you. I will not let them go unpunished. Thank you, my love. Marrying you is the greatest fortune of my life." Zhou Chen, with a complex gaze, held Nanli tightly, murmuring, "To have come into this world and met you both, I am the one who is truly fortunate." Chapter 37. Finding Fault. Resignation. Nan Jianlong spent a total of 7 days in the hospital. During this time, Nanli intended to take leave to care for him, but was ultimately refused by Nan Jianlong. Although she visited daily, the one who remained to provide care was Kai Jueying. Zhou Chen also came to visit several times, but due to a hectic schedule and a reluctance to encounter Kai Jueying, his visits were brief. On the day of his discharge, both Zhou Chen and Nanli were present at the hospital, handling all the formalities and settling the expenses. When Nan Jianlong offered to reimburse them, Nanli firmly declined. She felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that if it weren't for them, Nan Jianlong would not have been hospitalized in the first place. Upon returning home, Nan Jianlong gazed at the still pristine and tidy house, reflecting on the days he spent in the hospital. He noted that his ex-wife, Zhao Na, had not visited him even once, and this stark contrast reinforced his belief that his choices were indeed justified. That night, as he prepared for bed, Kai Jueying whispered in his ear, lamenting her difficulties and the burdens she bore for the family. She expressed her frustration at being labeled a mistress despite her efforts. Feeling that she had no one to confide in, she pleaded for assistance regarding their child's education, asserting that if Nan Li and her husband were willing to help, success was assured, yet they looked down upon her and refused to extend their aid. Nan Jianlong felt a pang of discomfort. He understood his daughter's disdain for his current wife and recognized that Kai Jueying's claims were somewhat exaggerated. Nonetheless, he acknowledged her plight, despite her lack of formal recognition. She had invested years of labor and faced unjust criticism. "Rest assured, I will find a way to ensure Zio gains admission to that prestigious class," he promised. Kai Jueying was overjoyed. Being uneducated, she viewed Nan Jianlong, once a cadre, as a man of great capability. His assurance filled her with hope that Zio would indeed secure a place in the coveted class. Stretching languidly, Zhou Chen held a teacup and prepared to brew coffee to invigorate himself. As he entered the lounge, savoring his drink, he was approached by Director Lin of the Design Institute, whose countenance was dark with displeasure. "Designer Xia, how can you afford to take a break for coffee?" he queried sharply. Zhou Chen, fatigued from work and having barely rested, felt a surge of irritation at Lin's accusatory tone. "Why shouldn't I enjoy a cup of coffee?" Zhou Chen retorted. He had already resolved to resign after completing his current project, and had Lin adopted a more amiable demeanor, he would have reciprocated. However, Lin's approach was brusque, and Zhou Chen felt no inclination to indulge him. With a sneer, Director Lin replied, "Designer Xia, while drinking coffee is not inherently lazy. You have spent the past 2 months idly playing on your phone and writing novels in the office. Do you honestly believe no one is aware? This is a workplace, not a playground for your whims. I have tolerated your behavior more than once, expecting you to amend your ways. Yet, the Sima Group project has been delayed repeatedly. Do you feel justified in accepting your salary under these circumstances?" Zhou Chen's expression hardened. It became evident that Lin had come prepared, harboring long-standing discontent towards him. Director Lin and Oppo's assertions were not entirely unfounded. Indeed, over the past 2 months, I have been penning novels within the confines of the company. Yet this was undertaken solely after fulfilling my work responsibilities, without any detriment to my professional obligations. Ultimately, Lin's grievances stemmed from a lack of contracts with the racing group, and he sought to project his frustrations onto me. In the past, Xiao Shede might have endured such indignities in silence. However, the current Zhou Chen would not acquiesce. I discerned his intentions clearly. If he believes I am unworthy of my salary, I shall not engage in futile arguments with him. Listen closely, I am resigning. Zhou Chen cast his name badge onto the table. Resigning was not a novel experience for him, especially since he had already charted a more favorable course and held no desire to engage in disingenuous pleasantries with Director Lin. What did you say?" Upon hearing Zhou Chen's vehement declaration, Director Lin was taken aback, as their heated exchange had drawn the attention of numerous colleagues within the company. Zhou Chen stared coldly at Lin and reiterated, "I said, I am resigning. Did you comprehend that this time?" Lin trembled with rage. "You are resigning? After the company has invested so many years in your development, do you think you can simply walk away?" Zhou Chen scoffed. "Do you think this place is a prestigious research institution that can infringe upon my personal freedom? According to labor law, I possess the right to resign. Your protests are futile, even if you were to take legal action against me. You. Lin stammered, pointing at Zhou Chen, utterly speechless. Though he held the title of director, it was the renowned designers who constituted the backbone of the company. Should the higher-ups discover that he had forced Zhou Chen out, he would likely face dire repercussions. However, Zhou Chen had resolved firmly. While his initial resignation had borne some emotional weight, this time he felt no such pressure. Though he had not yet attained true financial independence, he was disinclined to squander more time here. In recent days, he had devoted himself to designing a proposal, neglecting his writing, resulting in a significant loss of productivity. Over the past 2 weeks, he had fallen short by tens of thousands of words, equating to a loss of substantial earnings. "Boss, please don't act impulsively." At that moment, several members of Zhou Chen's team rushed over, 2 women and 1 man, who had followed him for several years. One was a fellow architect and his deputy, while the other 2 were junior assistant designers, Chi and Fei. As members of Zhou Chen's team, their collective future hinged on his decision. More importantly, they shared a strong bond with him and wished to prevent his hasty departure. Zhou Chen looked at them and said, "Enough. My decision is resolute. I had contemplated resigning much earlier. I initially intended to complete the racing group project before making that move. Yet, since someone has taken a disliking to me, I shall acquiesce to their wishes." The leader, Zhou Chen, halted their conversation and turned to Director Lin, speaking coldly, "I must reiterate my stance. I take pride in my work. I have thoroughly prepared the case for the racehorse group. I was merely planning to refine it before approaching Feng Yuanyang. However, since you are so impatient, I shall refrain from further discussion. Though you may act unjustly, I shall not follow suit. I will not take the design proposal for the racehorse group. Instead, I will entrust it to my team. Additionally, I will share with them the strategies to persuade Feng Yuanyang. If they adhere to my guidance, the chances of securing the racehorse group case will exceed 80%. This shall be my final contribution to the company." Upon concluding his statement, he addressed the 3 members of his team. "Follow me, before we depart. I will entrust all matters to you." Ignoring Director Lin's grim expression, which seemed ready to overflow with resentment, Zhou Chen led his 3 team members away. Chapter 38. Decisiveness and comfort from Nanli. "Boss, are you truly going to resign?" Upon hearing Zhou Chen's serious plans for his post-departure work, Chi and the others wore troubled expressions. The trio currently enjoyed a decent salary simply because they were part of Zhou Chen's small team. However, if Zhou Chen were to leave, their team would either disband or be reassigned to others, resulting in a significant reduction in their compensation in either scenario. Upon learning that Zhou Chen intended to venture into business as an entrepreneur, Chi and Appo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Teacher Xiao, are you planning to establish your own design firm? If so, may I join you?" Chi eagerly inquired, her enthusiasm palpable. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. "I haven't decided yet. I might not even open a design company. So please refrain from overthinking it. Focus on your work here. I will leave the project for the racehorse group's building in your capable hands. As long as you negotiate with Feng Yuanyang as I instruct, he is likely to agree. Should any issues arise later, feel free to call me for guidance." Realizing they could not dissuade Zhou Chen from resigning, Chi and the others could only lament their misfortune. After arranging matters concerning their work, Zhou Chen proceeded to the Human Resources Department to submit his resignation letter. His abrupt decision astonished many, as Zhou Chen was a renowned architect at the Design Institute. It was surprising that after a few words with the director, he would decide to leave without considering his future. The Human Resources Department did not approve his resignation immediately, stating that the proper procedures needed to be followed, and he must complete his work handover before approval could be granted. Zhou Chen had no objections. The month was nearing its end, and according to his employment contract, his salary would not be affected. After all, they dared not withhold his wages. For such a semi-public enterprise valued its reputation greatly and would not risk turmoil over a trivial amount of money. As Zhou Chen gathered his belongings and departed the office, many watched, including Director Lin, with whom he had argued. Witnessing Zhou Chen's resoluteness in leaving filled director Lin with regret, for Zhou Chen was his most capable designer. Much of his work relied on Zhou Chen's expertise, and his departure would undoubtedly have a detrimental impact. Moreover, he was aware of Zhou Chen's connections within the Design Institute, and he feared that Zhou Chen's exit might affect his own standing. Several times, he attempted to persuade Zhou Chen to stay, but due to pride, he could not voice his thoughts. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Zhou Chen left the company. "Weren't you supposed to wait until after this busy period to resign?" Director Lin queried. Zhou Chen replied, "I intended to finish my current projects first, but today, Director Lin seemed to have lost his composure, subjecting me to an onslaught of criticism as if I had been slacking off. I lost my temper and ended up in a heated argument, which led to my resignation. In truth, it was for the best. He had accomplished what he needed to, and even in resignation, he felt no lingering regrets." Upon completing the design proposal for the racing group, although it was certain that no commission would be earned, for Zhou Chen, it represented the finest conclusion to his work. Nan Li, ever empathetic, offered comforting words. "If you no longer wish to continue, there is no need to force yourself. Resigning is perfectly acceptable. My husband is quite capable. Why should he fear financial instability?" She had heard Zhou Chen mention that this month's royalties were expected to reach $1 million. With a spouse earning such a substantial income, even if it lasted only a year or two, it would be far more advantageous than a lifetime of labor. In the absence of financial pressure, she wholeheartedly supported her husband's decision, just as he had always supported her endeavors. Moreover, resigning was merely a change of circumstance. His skills remained intact, and should business falter, he could always return to his work as an architectural designer, simply a shift in environment and employer. Recently, his updated novel had firmly secured a position among the top 3 on the sales chart of Qiyue.com, even reaching first place multiple times. A novel of such magnitude naturally attracted the attention of copyright merchants. However, as a newcomer, he had assigned the rights to the website, thereby eliminating the need for him to engage in negotiations personally. The editor would contact him promptly regarding any matters. Zhou Chen harbored no grand ambitions concerning copyright, after all. His novel was essentially adapted from others. As long as he could ensure his own financial gain, that was sufficient. Furthermore, such a significant website would hardly take advantage of an author with the potential of a platinum-level talent. "Is there truly such an abundance of copyright opportunities?" Nan Li inquired. Astonished, Zhou Chen replied, "Certainly, this is primarily due to my newcomer status. If I were a renowned author, the profit sharing would be even more substantial. So, for now, there is no need to worry about finances. While I may not possess the prowess to earn vast sums like some, I can still secure a modest income." He then added, "By the way, I mentioned before that I would buy you a luxury car. With next month's royalties, that can become a reality." Nan Li had not anticipated this. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "Are you serious, dear?" "Of course. If I earn money, I must elevate your standard of living. What car do you desire?" Nan Li shook her head and responded, "There is no need, truly. I have only recently begun driving my Buick. It would be a shame to replace it so soon. Let us save that luxury for later. You should reserve that money for business or investment. And when you earn even more, then consider purchasing me a better luxury car." "Are you really sure?" "I genuinely do not need it, dear. If you wish to buy something, then it should be for yourself. After all, if you are pursuing business, a car is a matter of reputation. As for me, being an employee, I see no need for such an extravagant vehicle." Zhou Chen contemplated this and chose not to pursue the topic further. "Then I shall toil on your behalf. However, do not place too much pressure on yourself. We should enhance our quality of life within our means, without excessively chasing after a high-quality lifestyle." Nan Li, being a woman, naturally aspired for a more luxurious life, desiring better bags, finer clothing, and exquisite jewelry. Chapter 39. The aggrieved Huan. Though I have submitted my resignation letter, the formalities remain incomplete, thus requiring a bit more time for a complete departure. During this interim, several events transpired. However, due to Zhou Chen's considerable busyness and the relatively minor connection to him, these occurrences went largely unnoticed. Firstly, my father-in-law, Nan Jianlong, swallowed his pride and sought the assistance of a former subordinate, now a district chief, to secure a coveted spot in a prestigious class for Yanzhou. Despite Zhong Yi's initially firm demeanor, he was ultimately no match for the deputy district chief's authoritative phone call. Regardless of his position, even the owner of the selection company had to acquiesce, resulting in Zhong Yi reluctantly accepting Yanzhou as a student. Zhou Chen refrained from commenting on this matter. If his father-in-law wished to endure this humiliation, it was of no concern to him, especially since Huan would not be competing for a spot with Yin Ziyo. On this particular day, after school, Zhou Chen had arranged with his mother-in-law to pick up Huan, and as the time approached, he drove to Fengfan Primary School. This was not Zhou Chen's first time fetching Huan. He was well acquainted with the route. After parking, he strolled to the school entrance to await her arrival. Ah, Huan's father. You're here to pick her up today? It was Mi Tao's mother. Hello. Zhou Chen greeted warmly. As Mi Tao's mother worked as a part-time helper in their home, they had become quite familiar over time. After a brief conversation at the school gate, they observed fifth-grade students being dismissed, forming a line as they exited. Daddy. After a short wait, Zhou Chen spotted Huan walking out with a little girl. Upon seeing him, she immediately pouted in a display of grievance and rushed into his embrace. Noticing her distressed demeanor, Zhou Chen quickly inquired, "What's wrong, Huan? Have you been wronged? Today, we elected class officers, and I didn't get chosen as the vice class leader," she lamented. The little girl beside her chimed in, "Hello, uncle. I'm Huan's classmate, Mi Tao." "Oh, so you are Mi Tao. I often hear your mother speak of you. You're such a considerate child," Zhou Chen replied, gently patting Huan. Although Mi Tao's mother had been working in their home for over 2 months, this was his first encounter with Mi Tao. The little girl was slightly shorter than Huan, clad in a neat school uniform, with a soft voice that radiated a spirited demeanor. As Mi Tao's mother approached, Mi Tao was about to share her news of being elected class leader, but hesitated, noticing Huan and Zhou Chen's embrace, worried it might upset her. Perhaps the bond between a daughter and her father is inherently strong. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, Huan sniffled a couple of times, her spirits lifting significantly. "Daddy, I just don't understand. My grades have improved, so why didn't anyone vote for me? Instead, they chose Yin Ziyo. What makes him better than me?" Her expression of slight grievance tugged at Zhou Chen's heartstrings, and he frowned inwardly. In the narrative, Huan was not elected as the vice class monitor due to her poor academic performance, which placed her at the bottom of the rankings. However, with the arrival of a tutor, her grades, while not outstanding, improved to a level above average. Nevertheless, she still failed to secure the position of class monitor. This led Zhou Chen to contemplate the situation. Yin Ziyo, who had never held the role of vice class monitor, was not a likely candidate for selection given his character. Furthermore, his close relationship with Huan made it improbable for him to intentionally compete against her. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that Tian Yulan was interfering, employing tactics reminiscent of those in television dramas, rallying support from several academically inclined parents. It is uncommon for parents to meddle in such matters regarding class representatives, yet it seemed that only a parent as audacious as Tian Yulan would engage in such behavior. "Don't worry, Huan, your father believes in you. You and Appos, LL surely be elected next time," he reassured her. Children can easily become fixated on their disappointments. Huan, having served as a class officer since first grade, was experiencing this setback for the first time, which naturally left her feeling disheartened. Zhou Chen also silently cursed the school for choosing this moment. Barely a month before summer vacation, to reevaluate class leadership, was this not an absurdity, akin to a leadership transition with time constraints? "Really?" Huan asked, her voice trembling. Zhou Chen gently patted her head and replied with a smile, "When have I ever deceived you?" After wiping her tears, she turned to her friend Mi Tao and asked, "Mi Tao, would you like to join us at the fairy tale restaurant? It's so much fun there. Children are indeed easy to comfort." And she remembered to invite her good friend. All right. Huan felt a tinge of disappointment. She had grown fond of Mi Tao, who had recently transferred to their class. Not only for her academic prowess, but also for her delightful personality. Huan's dad. Huan, we must take our leave now. Mi Tao and Appos' mother announced as they bid farewell to Zhou Chen and Huan. As Zhou Chen prepared to depart with Huan, he noticed Tian Yulan and Yin Ziyo exiting the school. Tian Yulan, supporting her son, strode confidently, exuding an air of triumph. Huan's mood, which had begun to lift, plummeted again upon seeing the red stripe on Yin Ziyo's shoulder, denoting his new role as vice class monitor. "Ah, is that not Xia Junshan, the great talent? What brings you here to pick up your child today?" The voice reached them before its owner did. Zhou Chen initially wished to ignore Tian Yulan, as the recent events were still fresh in his mind. It was not that he held a grudge, but rather he had no desire to engage with her, especially considering Huan's disheartened state. Yet, Tian Yulan, in her jubilant demeanor, insisted on approaching him. Your family boasts a great talent and a prominent director. Are you not both exceedingly busy? Zhou Chen regarded Tian Yulan coolly and replied, if you can speak, do so properly. Refrain from being sarcastic in front of the children. You. Tian Yulan's smile abruptly froze upon her face. Initially in high spirits, she intended to showcase her joy upon seeing Zhou Chen. However, to her surprise, Zhou Chen, who was usually amiable, countered her with unexpected retorts, leaving her at a loss for words. Observing the awkward situation, Yin Zio quickly called out to Zhou Chen. Uncle. Despite her discontent with Tian Yulan, Zhou Chen held a favorable view of Yin Ping and Yin Zio. The latter, unlike her mother and grandmother, possessed a delightful temperament and showed great respect for her elders, qualities that endear her to parents. Upon hearing about football, Yin Zio's enthusiasm ignited, and she eagerly inquired, is that true? Zhou Chen replied with a smile, of course. Let me tell you, Uncle's football skills are quite impressive. I shall teach you a few tricks. And you and Appos, LL surely become unbeatable among your classmates. This was not mere boasting. Zhou Chen genuinely had a knack for football. During his middle and high school years, he relished playing the sport. Although his busy work life left little room for playing, his skills remained intact, sufficient to coach a primary school student. That's fantastic, Uncle. Why have I never heard you mention that you could play football? Yin Zio asked with excitement. In the past, I was preoccupied with work and had no time. But this week, you'll witness Uncle S football prowess, Zhou Chen replied, ruffling Yin Zio's hair. His intention to engage Yin Zio in football was also for Huan's sake. He wished to prevent any discord arising from the vice class monitor issue. Children, after all, typically forget their grievances when they play together, especially with his guidance. The matter regarding the vice class monitor should soon be resolved. Chapter 40. Confrontation with Tian Yulan leads to physical altercation upon witnessing her son joyfully conversing with Zhou Chen about football. Tian Yulan felt an increasing sense of dissatisfaction and pushed her son slightly. What are you doing playing football? You have tutoring classes this weekend. When do you have time for such frivolities? Yin Zio replied, I do have time. I'm free on Sunday afternoon. Tian Yulan retorted, even if you have no classes, you still need to complete your assignments. Zio, you are now the vice class monitor. You must prioritize your studies. If you neglect your studies and perform poorly on your next exam, someone else may replace you as vice class monitor. Do you understand? Yin Zio's expression fell. Can I play for a little while? Besides, I don't even want to be the vice class monitor. If someone else wants to take the position, let them. Tian Yulan's face hardened at this, and she angrily exclaimed, what are you talking about? Do you understand how much effort I put into securing that position for you? Her words trailed off abruptly as she realized Zhou Chen was still present, nearly exposing her manipulative tactics. Stealing a discreet glance at Zhou Chen, she found him observing her with a peculiar expression that made her feel somewhat guilty. What was that look? Zhou Chen's gaze was one of disdain. Not only due to Tian Yulan's underhanded methods regarding the vice class monitor position, but also because of her tone. Is this how one speaks to a child? To a child, being the vice class monitor should be a source of pride and honor, yet Tian Yulan's words only conveyed pressure, particularly for Yin Zio, who had no desire to hold that position. Her remarks only intensified his anxiety. Deprived of his beloved football and coerced into doing assignments while being pressured to fulfill the role of class monitor, how could one not feel oppressed? Of course, this was a family matter that did not concern him, so he remained silent. When the subject of the vice class monitor arose, Huan clutched Zhou Chen and Appos' hand tightly. Unlike Zio, she cared deeply about the position, and hearing Tian Yulan speak of it in her presence only deepened her distress. In summary, Zio, you must remember your mother's words. You must study diligently and retain your position as vice class monitor. It took great effort to achieve it, and losing it would be quite embarrassing, not only embarrassing but also detrimental to your future academic pursuits, Tian Yulan admonished her son sternly. Entirely oblivious to how hurtful her words were to Huan, having already felt wronged and rendered speechless. Huan burst into tears upon hearing Tian Yulan declare that losing the vice class monitor role would be disgraceful. She wailed, clinging to Zhou Chen, who was also infuriated. Initially, he had refrained from confronting Tian Yulan due to her gender, but her increasingly outrageous statements had crossed a line. Tian Yulan, do you not know how to communicate? Is it appropriate to say such things in front of the children? Tian Yulan, who was more receptive to gentler approaches, recognized that her earlier remarks had hurt Huan. However, upon hearing Zhou Chen's furious inquiry, she became enraged. It must be noted that when Tian Yulan is at home, she reigns as the queen. Her word is law. Whether it is her husband or her son, they must heed her commands, and even her in-laws are compelled to consider her mood. Yinpeng dares not challenge her. Yet now Zhou Chen questions her, and in front of the school no less. She can hardly tolerate such an affront, having already harbored resentment over previous conflicts. Zhou Chen's admonishment ignites her fury. I am educating my son. How does that concern you? As Zhou Chen delivers his scathing remarks, Tian Yulan feels a surge of indignation, memories of that day when Zhou Chen's family bullied her mother flooding her mind, intensifying her wrath. Zhou Chen cannot suppress a cold laugh. He is thoroughly exhausted by Tian Yulan's self-righteous and sarcastic demeanor. You can assert yourself in my presence, yet I am to remain silent before you? Do you believe your status as a woman grants you immunity? Previously, I refrained from engaging with you out of respect for our familial ties. Believing adult disputes should be resolved among adults. Yet you repeatedly drag children into this. Is this how a senior should behave? Tian Yulan, incensed, retorts. What right do you have to speak of family? You dare say I am unworthy of being a senior? You, who refused to assist Zio in joining a prestigious class. Are you fit to be called an uncle? For so many years, the child has called you uncle in vain. Her loud outburst immediately draws the attention of nearby parents and children, many of whom turn to witness the scene. Holding on to Huan, Zhou Chen feels displeased. But in light of the many onlookers, he decides to leave to spare Huan any embarrassment. I cannot be bothered with you. As Zhou Chen prepares to depart, Tian Yulan vehemently objects. Completely incensed, she forgets the setting and rushes to confront him. Mom. Yan Zio desperately tugs at her. Yet his strength is no match for the towering Tian Yulan. She seizes Zhou Chen and Appos' shirt, demanding loudly, Xiao Shede, clarify your words. How have we offended your family? That you must treat us this way? You initially bullied my elderly mother, and now you come to intimidate me. What is your intention? Have you lost your mind? Zhou Chen forcefully shakes off Tian Yulan, but she pulls him back. Holding Huan makes it difficult for him to exert force, and as she yanks him, he hears the sound of fabric tearing. Damn it. Approaching the end of May, the weather is sweltering, and Zhou Chen is clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt. When Tian Yulan yanks him, not only do 2 buttons pop off near his neck, but the collar also tears significantly. Fortunately, he shields himself with Huan, or else much of his chest would be exposed. Let go of me. An irate Zhou Chen pushes Tian Yulan away, his voice low and furious. Tian Yulan, are you out of your mind? Speak your mind, but why resort to violence? This marks the second instance of Tian Yulan pushing or pulling him. The first time at home she had shoved him twice, and now it has escalated, resulting in damage to his clothing. Yet Tian Yulan had already lost her composure. Although she was momentarily staggered by Zhou Chen's push, once she regained her balance, she sought to confront him, exclaiming loudly, clarify your words. What have we done to offend your family? Why treat us this way? Good heavens. With so many onlookers, Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Those unaware of the situation might mistakenly believe he had wronged Tian Yulan. He never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Who could have foreseen Tian Yulan's outrageous behavior? This woman had truly abandoned all sense of dignity. However, the crux of the matter was that while she cast aside her shame, he could not afford to do the same. For the sake of Huan's reputation at school, he was solely focused on departing swiftly. As the crowd continued to swell, just when Zhou Chen was engulfed in embarrassment, 2 figures suddenly surged through the throng. Zio's mother, Huan's father, please remain calm. Let us discuss this peacefully. Do not resort to violence. The first to rush over was Zhang Shui, followed closely by Zhong Yi, who had come to collect his girlfriend from school. Utterly unprepared for the chaos that awaited him, Zhong Yi swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhou Chen, shielding him, while Zhang Shui and Appos stepped in front of Tian Yulan, effectively separating the two. Observing Zhou Chen's torn shirt, Zhong Yi felt a pang of anxiety. Who would have thought Tian Yulan could be so formidable? Even targeting her own relatives? Had they clashed, it was uncertain who would have suffered the consequences. All right, senior brother, you should leave first, Zhong Yi promptly urged, grasping Zhou Chen's intent. Meanwhile, Zhang Shui had successfully restrained Tian Yulan, who was beginning to recognize her own indiscretion, especially with so many parents and children witnessing the scene. Under Zhang Shui's persuasion, Tian Yulan soon took Yan Ziyu's hand and departed. As they watched Tian Yulan leave, Zhong Yi, still shaken, turned to Zhang Shui and remarked, Shui, you witnessed it too. I cannot be blamed for the conflict with Tian Yulan. She is family to senior brother, and if she resorts to such extreme measures, it speaks volumes about her character. She is indeed a madwoman. Zhang Shui shot her boyfriend an exasperated glance, but refrained from arguing, as the day's events were undeniably perplexing. She knew Huan's father well. He possessed a gentle disposition and was certainly not one to create unnecessary strife, hence today's turmoil must have genuinely provoked him. However, Tian Yulan's aggression towards Huan's father, coupled with the damage to his clothing right at the school entrance, was undeniably disgraceful and had far-reaching negative implications. Yet, given that Tian Yulan was a woman, it could be argued that Huan's father was the one more disadvantaged in this encounter. Nevertheless, the nature of Tian Yulan's actions was profoundly troubling. Although Zhang Shui speculated that the conflict might stem from Yan Ziyu's competition with Xiao Huan for the position of vice-class monitor, this reasoning seemed tenuous at best. Given Huan and Amp, Oppo's father and Amp, Oppo's character, it was implausible that he would engage in a dispute with Tian Yulan over such a trivial matter. Chapter 41. The mother-in-law who desires perfection. Whoever were to be subjected to such treatment would find it impossible to remain composed. Yet, under the circumstances, he had no choice but to maintain his calm. After all, this transpired at the school entrance, and with Tian Yulan being a woman, any impulsive reaction on his part could easily be captured and disseminated online. In this age of advanced social media, the keyboard warriors would care little for the context. They would only see a man confronting a woman outside an elementary school. At that point, no amount of explanation would suffice, and should his identity be exposed, not only would he face dire consequences, but it could also bring misfortune upon his entire family. Thus, he could only grasp Huan and hastily depart. Though the resentment within him remained unquenched, without an outlet, he could not find peace. Daddy. Upon hearing Huan's voice, Zhou Chen glanced through the rearview mirror and saw her anxiously looking at him. He exhaled softly. Huan, there's no need to worry. Daddy is fine. It was just a minor disagreement with your aunt. It's nothing serious. Despite his intense dissatisfaction with Tian Yulan, he refrained from divulging too much in front of his child. She was still so young, and such burden should not be placed upon her. The incident had diverted Huan's attention from her own sadness, and sitting behind Zhou Chen, her small hand gently touched his shoulder as if offering silent comfort. Observing his daughter's understanding demeanor, Zhou Chen felt his anger gradually dissipate. It is often said that daughters are their father's little treasures, and this sentiment rang true. Although Huan could be somewhat willful at times, she was fundamentally kind-hearted and perceptive, recognizing his distress and learning to console him. Upon returning home, Zhao Na, who was playing with Chao in the living room, noticed Zhou Chen entering with Huan, his clothes somewhat disheveled, and her expression turned to one of confusion. Xia Junshan, what happened to your clothes? Zhao Na's curiosity deepened, prompting her to inquire of Huan, what's the matter with your father? Aunt? You mean that Tian Yulan? After the previous incident, Zhao Na was left with a vivid impression of Tian Yulan. No, why would your father argue with her? Is it because of what happened last time? That shouldn't be the case. Perplexed, Zhao Na pondered, based on her understanding of her son-in-law. He was certainly not the type to engage in physical confrontations, especially with a woman. The first thought that crossed her mind was the prior incident. But that had occurred over a week ago. If there were to be a quarrel, it would have happened by now. Huan pouted. I didn't get elected as vice-class monitor. Yan Ziyu did. And spoke too harshly, which is why Daddy argued with her. Daddy didn't want to fight. Amp pulled on his clothes and tore them. Being a fifth-grade student, Huan's logic was relatively clear. And her account allowed Zhao Na to grasp the general sequence of events. What? That woman's son took your vice-class monitor position? And she spoke rudely. Confronting your father? Truly, the cycle of behavior persists across generations. They all seem to enjoy taking from others, without a hint of shame. After being reprimanded by Zhao Na, Zhou Chen managed a bitter smile and said, Mom, at the school gate, with so many parents and children around, what do you expect me to do? I can't just resort to violence, can I? She has no shame, but I must maintain mine. If this incident causes Huan to be looked down upon at school, it would only worsen the situation. If Zhou Chen were to argue with someone else, he would not entertain such thoughts. Yet when it came to Kai Jueying and her daughter, he could not tolerate the bullying of his wife and daughter-in-law. Mom, please calm down. Don't be angry, he pleaded. How can I not be angry? She retorted. They have been provoking us incessantly, and now they have even snatched Huan's position as the vice-class monitor. How can I not be furious? Watching Zhao Na storm off in a huff, Zhou Chen felt equally helpless and frustrated, knowing that violence was not an option. And any revenge could only wait for a more opportune moment. At that moment, Nan Li, who was busy preparing the home decor project, received a phone call from Huan's homeroom teacher, Zhang Shui. Surprised, she wondered if something had happened to Huan at school. Little did she expect that her husband had gotten into a dispute with Tian Yulan at the school gate, even resorting to physical confrontation. When she learned that her husband's clothes had been torn, her anger escalated further. How outrageous! After causing a scene at our home, she has now come to the school to create a ruckus, tearing my husband's clothes in front of so many people. She shows no regard for decency whatsoever. Knowing that Nanli had to work late, Zhou Chen prepared dinner himself and asked Huan and Xiao Shede to eat on their own. After dinner, before he could tidy up, Nanli hurriedly rushed through the door. Upon arriving home, Nanli, without even changing her shoes, urgently questioned Zhou Chen. Huan was not elected as the vice class monitor. Yin Zio was chosen instead. I suspect Tian Yulan conspired with other parents to sway the votes, and with her harsh words in front of the children. I couldn't contain myself and confronted her. But who knew that this woman would act so irrationally, attacking me in public and tearing my clothes? If it weren't for the circumstances at the time, I would have loved to slap her. Nanli's anger only intensified upon hearing this. You are absolutely right. My dear, Tian Yulan is indeed deranged. After all the meals we've shared, how could she behave like this in front of everyone at the school gate? No, I cannot let this go. Zhou Chen replied, I cannot let it slide either. But what can we do? We can't just storm her house and create a scene. Don't say that. I truly feel the urge to do just that, Nanli exclaimed furiously. I believe we have been too accommodating in the past, too unwilling to lose face. But now, seeing their outrageous behavior and relentless provocations, what do they have to lose? If it comes to it, let and amp, oppos, let's make a scene. I want to see who ends up embarrassed in the end. Zhou Chen gently patted Nanli's back, soothingly saying, Lili, do not let yourself be upset. You are absolutely right. Tian Yulan is indeed deserving of reprimand and correction. However, we must deliberate on how to address her appropriately. We cannot act impulsively. Setting aside the known plot of the television drama, merely from the few encounters I have had with Tian Yulan, I find her to be utterly irrational. Her actions and words exceedingly irksome. Such a woman, lacking in any true capability yet harboring an inflated sense of self-importance, has merely found herself entangled with a man like Yin Peng. Had she married someone else, it is not far-fetched to imagine a life marred by domestic abuse. If not daily, then certainly not better. To be her husband or son would indeed be a stroke of immense misfortune, should this woman ever find redemption. It would be an affront to justice itself. Nanli's tone was resolute. She was not one to harbor grudges lightly. But Tian Yulan's recent actions had truly crossed her boundaries. She was determined to ensure that Tian Yulan faced the consequences of her deeds. Chapter 42. Clear logic at the same time. In the Yin household, Yin Peng entered humming a tune. Having spent the day engaging in online gaming with friends and achieving a remarkable 5 kills, his spirits were undeniably high. However, after years of marriage to Tian Yulan, this sudden shift in his mood immediately piqued Yin Peng's concern. He sensed that something was amiss. Cautiously, he approached his son and quietly inquired about the situation. Yin Zio, accustomed to his father's peculiar behavior, relayed that his mother had an altercation with his uncle. Upon hearing his son's account, Yin Peng was taken aback. What could have caused his wife to argue with Xiao Shede? While he could believe that Tian Yulan might have a dispute with Nanli, the thought of her clashing with Xiao Shede was utterly unfathomable. Yet, observing his son and Appo's expression, it was clear he was not fabricating the story. Yin Zio elaborated on the day's events, concluding with, Today, Mom indeed went a bit too far. She even tore Uncle's clothes. Children possess a keen sense of right and wrong, and having witnessed the incident firsthand, he was well aware of what transpired. Yin Peng furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had no doubt about his son's words, for he believed that Tian Yulan's temperament could indeed lead her to such actions. What surprised him, however, was that the usually gentle Xiao Junshan would engage in a quarrel with Tian Yulan. Yet, considering Xiao Junshan's affection for his daughter, it began to make sense. Rubbing his head in frustration, Yin Peng grasped the sequence of events and pondered how best to comfort Tian Yulan. Ignoring Yin Zio as he continued to play, he entered the bedroom. Darling, he called out with an exaggerated tone, twisting his body as he stepped into the room. Upon seeing Tian Yulan sitting alone at the edge of the bed, he adopted an even more theatrical stance, pouting and leaning toward her face. Get away from me, Tian Yulan exclaimed, slapping Yin Peng's face and sending him sprawling onto the floor. I'm not in the mood to play with you, she added, her irritation palpable. Unperturbed, Yin Peng chuckled and asked, My love, Who has upset you this time? Tian Yulan shot him a glare. Haven't you already heard? With a sheepish grin. Yin Peng replied, It's not a big deal, dear. Don't take it to heart. It's just a few harsh words. In a few days, things will settle. I know Xiao Shan. We're all relatives, after all. Can we truly remain angry with family? Relatives? At the mention of kinship, Tian Yulan's anger flared anew. You think of him as family, but he has never regarded us as such. Do you know what he said about me today? Right in front of the child. He criticized me in every possible way. Is this how relatives behave? It's shameful for a man like him to throw his weight around, instead of confronting Nanli. He comes to bully me. What kind of bravery is that? Yin Peng's brow knitted in concern. He had already gathered the details from his son, who had indicated that the greater share of blame lay with Tian Yulan. Thus, hearing her speak so harshly was indeed difficult for him to digest. Yet, after all, she is his own wife. Even if her words may be misguided, he is undoubtedly inclined to support her. All right. I am no longer upset, dear wife. No more anger. A kiss from husband. Get away. Once again, Tian Yulan pushed him aside. Her irritation still simmering. Your daughter lacks the capability to maintain her position as vice monitor, and yet she dares to hold me accountable. If she possesses the ability, let her strive for it herself. Spending exorbitant amounts on tutors, does it even make a difference? No matter how much she studies, she cannot surpass our Zio. Yin Peng found himself at a loss for words, hastily interjecting, Enough. This is an adult dispute. Let us not involve the children. They are all our children. What is there to compare? I was merely stating a fact. Have I erred? Their family spends over 10,000 a month on tutors, flaunting what exactly? In the end, they still cannot measure up to my son. Our Zio is simply more intelligent than their child, a truth that no amount of money can rectify. Indeed. You are absolutely right, my dear wife. I have yet to eat. I am starving, yearning for the meal you prepare. His pitiful demeanor elicited an involuntary laugh from Tian Yulan. Very well, I shall prepare your meal. I truly owe you both a great deal. Not only caring for the younger one, but also for the elder. Wife, I adore you. You are my utmost favorite. Step aside. I am going to cook. As the next day dawned, Tian Yulan was busily engaged in preparations for the anniversary celebration of the Yi shopping mall. For a shopping mall. The anniversary is a day of paramount importance, thus the entire establishment treats it with utmost seriousness. The leadership had explicitly stated that during the anniversary period, no issues must arise. Should any problems occur in areas under someone and Oppo's responsibility, that person would be summarily dismissed. Having worked at Yi for many years, Tian Yulan had finally ascended to the position of floor manager, overseeing the management of an entire floor, making her responsibilities particularly demanding during the anniversary celebrations. Of course, this was her own choice, despite her husband's considerable wealth, which could allow her to manage the factory. She stubbornly insisted on maintaining her independence for the sake of her pride. Yet, her independence was merely a fade, as the majority of her family's expenses were still supported by her in-laws, rendering her self-proclaimed autonomy and dignity somewhat misguided. Manager Tian. An employee rushed over in haste. Tian Yulan inquired, Why the rush? What has happened? Her expression shifted as she asked, Is it about Weinua's materials? Yes, it concerns Weinua's materials. We ordered numerous display items, yet not a single one has been delivered thus far. It is too late to seek other vendors now. Manager Tian. What should we do? Do not panic. Let me think of a solution. Tian Yulan's face betrayed her anxiety. If the display area were to remain empty during the anniversary celebration, the implications would be unfathomably severe, especially since she was responsible for that floor. Naturally, she felt the weight of her responsibilities pressing down upon her. Yuan stands as a paragon in this industry, and securing a spot in the marketplace was no small feat. Thus, should any issues arise, the mall would undoubtedly refrain from placing blame on Yuan. Instead, it would be the floor manager, herself, who would bear the brunt of any misfortune. Yet, she is merely a floor manager at the mall, with very few connections to influential figures, save for one. Tian Yulan bit her lip, gazing at the contact number displayed on her phone, her expression wavering with uncertainty. However, she swiftly made her decision and pressed the call button. Chapter 43, A harsh rebuke for Tian Yulan. Nanli sat in her office, diligently refining her home goods pavilion plan. Although the events of the previous day had left her seething with anger, her emotions did not impede her work. The success of the pavilion plan was critical to her ambition of removing the acting from her title of deputy director, and thus she could not afford the slightest lapse in focus. Suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, her brow furrowed with irritation, and she promptly hung up, tossing the device aside. However, Nanli chose not to return to her planning but leaned back in her chair. Just yesterday, Tian Yulan had quarreled with her husband. And now she was calling. Nanli was uncertain of Tian Yulan's intentions and was disinclined to engage. Yet, the phone rang again almost immediately. With her temper flaring, Nanli rejected the call once more. A few seconds later, it rang again. Exasperated, she finally answered, her tone laced with displeasure. Tian Yulan, I don't care why you're calling, but I am not in the mood for idle chatter right now. That's it. As she prepared to hang up, Tian Yulan's urgent voice pierced through. Wait, Nanli, please wait. Ignoring her, Nanli ended the call. Yet, mere moments later, the phone rang again with Tian Yulan's name flashing on the screen. Frustrated, Nanli answered once more. Tian Yulan, what do you want? I and Amp, Oppos, am at work and Don and Amp, Oppos, T have time to waste on you. Don't push your luck. Tian Yulan spoke rapidly, clearly having rehearsed her words to prevent Nanli from hanging up again. Nanli, please help me. This matter is of utmost importance. If the materials don't arrive by the anniversary celebration, my job is at stake. I really need your assistance. Hearing Tian Yulan's plaintive tone tugged at Nanli's heartstrings. But memories of the previous day's events at home, along with the grievances her husband and Huan had endured, hardened her resolve. I'm sorry, but if there's a problem with the logistics department, you should contact them directly. This is beyond my jurisdiction. I have an important meeting to attend, so I must hang up now. With that, Nanli abruptly ended the call and activated the Do Not Disturb mode on her phone. I am not seeking revenge. This situation is not my fault, and I bear no guilt, she thought, taking a deep breath to suppress her inner turmoil. Regaining her composure, she returned to her work. Meanwhile, in the 100 Mall, Tian Yulan seethed with rage, nearly throwing her phone against the wall. What kind of person is she? This is undoubtedly revenge. Nanli, I never imagined you were this kind of person. You claim to be impartial, yet you are nothing but a petty, despicable individual. Tian Yulan's expression was one of fierce anger, instilling great fear in her nearby colleagues, who quickly distanced themselves, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. She raged for nearly 2 minutes before gradually calming herself. Despite the profound frustration bubbling within her, she realized that for the sake of her work, she must address the issue with Wan. Since Nanli was unwilling to assist, she resolved to personally seek out the logistics department of Wan. However, despair engulfed her when the logistics department informed her that their delivery vehicle had been halted for inspection and could not operate normally, asking them to wait a while longer. In a desperate attempt, she even escalated the matter to the mall's management, yet they too were powerless. Wan had followed the standard procedure, and unforeseen complications had arisen along the way. Thus, after a long and arduous day, the matter circled back to Tian Yulan, as she was ultimately responsible for this layer of operations, and the mall's management was unwilling to bear the blame. After a full day of frantic efforts, the problem remained unresolved, infuriating Tian Yulan to the point of vehemently cursing Nanli, accusing her of underhanded tactics and deceit. How could she not be that sort of person? Yin Peng thought, somewhat incredulous. After all, they had shared many meals at the same table. He could not fathom Nanli as being of such character. Hearing her husband defend Nanli at such a time only fueled Tian Yulan's fury. How could it be impossible? My discussions with Wan were solely with her, and now the issue arises in her logistics department. If it were not for her scheming, how could it be such a coincidence? She ignores my calls, clearly revealing her guilt and intentions to set me up for failure, hoping to jeopardize my job. I suspect this stems from our previous encounter at her home, prompting her to seek revenge. How could someone with whom I share familial ties act so maliciously? I never realized she was such a petty person, and that Zhou Chen is no better. The two of them must have colluded to exact revenge on me. One cannot deny that Tian Yulan's behavior was perplexing. During their previous quarrels, she had vehemently declared that they were not relatives, yet now, when faced with difficulties and in need of assistance, she invoked their kinship without a shred of shame. It's impossible, utterly impossible. Yin Peng shook his head. Nanli and Zhou Chen cannot be those kinds of people, especially Zhou Chen. Our bond is too strong for him to act in such a manner. It is absolutely inconceivable. Dear wife, you must be mistaken. Had this been a while ago, perhaps he could have agreed. Yet, could she not see the change? Since the last family gathering, their audacity had only grown. After witnessing them bully his mother in their home and encountering their unreasonable antics at school just yesterday, such behavior was well within their capabilities. Why would they not also attempt to sabotage her at work? I believe they are doing this deliberately, aiming to make me lose my job and humiliate me. Otherwise, why would Nan Li refuse to help? The more Tian Yulan pondered, the more incensed she became. Convinced that all her troubles stemmed from Zhou Chen and Nan Li, who were intentionally targeting her. Yin Peng, feeling helpless, finally suggested, "Shall I call Xiao Shan to inquire about the situation? What is there to inquire about? This is blatantly obvious. May I ask you not to speak while I make this call?" Yin Peng, feeling uneasy about Tian Yulan, ultimately decided to ring Zhou Chen. He switched his phone to speaker mode and dialed. "Hello, Yin Peng? What brings you to call me at this hour?" Zhou Chen found it peculiar to receive a call from Yin Peng, especially after the events of the previous day, having been aware of the situation. He was puzzled by Yin Peng's intentions at this moment. Yin Peng gestured to Tian Yulan to remain silent before he spoke. "Brother, I must sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. Tian Yulan has a rather straightforward personality. Please do not take her words to heart." Unbeknownst to Zhou Chen, Tian Yulan was right beside him. Upon hearing Yin Peng's words, he replied, "While I can overlook most things, your wife repeatedly struck at Huan's wounds. It was rather excessive, Yin Peng. Frankly, I restrained myself out of respect for you. Were it anyone else, I would not hesitate to slap her twice." Tian Yulan's eyes widened in shock, and she opened her mouth to retort, but Yin Peng quickly covered her mouth, shaking his head vigorously. "My apologies, brother. I truly did not anticipate such an outcome." Tian Yulan does not harbor ill intentions. She merely speaks her mind. Yin Peng continued, "I just wanted to express my apologies. Was your call solely for this matter?" "Indeed. It was to convey my regrets. By the way, there's a small issue concerning Tian Yulan's business related to Wayne Wan. Since Nan Li is the director there, I was hoping you could lend a hand." Upon hearing this, the struggling Tian Yulan ceased her resistance and listened intently. Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. Tian Yulan was in trouble? Considering their relationship, it was indeed plausible. Their current dynamics were far worse than anything depicted on television. If Nan Li refused to assist, it was entirely possible. Regardless of Nan Li's intentions, Zhou Chen was determined not to jeopardize the situation, thus opting to feign ignorance. "Oh, I see, brother. Would you be so kind as to intercede with Nan Li? I understand the last incident left some lingering resentment, but we are family. No matter how tumultuous things get, we are still relatives." Tian Yulan regrets her actions. You know how their sisterly bond is. She simply cannot bring herself to apologize. Please consider helping us by speaking to Nan Li. To her, this may seem trivial, but for Tian Yulan, if mishandled, her livelihood could be at stake. "Very well, Yin Peng. Since you have asked, I will certainly assist. I will speak to Nan Li tomorrow. Given her nature, if she can help, she will." Tian Yulan, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Tomorrow? That may be too late. Their anniversary celebration is the day after. If we wait until then, the logistics will surely be inadequate. In a moment of desperation, she could not afford to hesitate and firmly declared, "No, absolutely not. Tomorrow will be too late. We must address this today." Upon hearing Tian Yulan's words, Yin Peng immediately sensed trouble and swiftly covered her mouth, but it was already too late. Zhou Chen, startled by Tian Yulan's sudden interjection, felt a surge of anger. How dare Yin Peng make a phone call in front of her? Moreover, what did Tian Yulan mean by her tone? Was she ordering him to take action? Thus, Zhou Chen, disinterested in prolonging the conversation, merely replied, "Yin Peng, it is already late. I need to sleep. Let us leave it at that." However, Tian Yulan was ablaze with fury. How could she allow Zhou Chen to hang up so easily? "Xiao Shan, what exactly do you mean? How have we offended your family? Not only did you bully my mother, but now Nan Li is also deliberately making things difficult for me at work, trying to sabotage my job. Is this not utterly shameless and lacking in decency?" Zhou Chen, incensed by Tian Yulan's accusations, had previously refrained from taking action at school, but now, with Tian Yulan's arrogance, how could he endure it any longer? "Tian Yulan, are you out of your mind? We are shameless? We lack boundaries? Perhaps you should look in the mirror before casting stones at others. I have restrained myself out of respect for Yin Peng and your son, yet here you are, provoking me. I have tolerated you for far too long. Enough, enough. Tian Yulan, stop right there. Hand me the phone. Get away from me. Today, I must speak my mind. What makes them so exceptional? Acting all high and mighty. They are nothing but abandoned women, left by Nanshu. If they cannot even keep their husbands, what right do they have to flaunt their superiority? Tian Yulan, have you lost your mind? What are you saying?" Yin Peng shouted in exasperation. But Tian Yulan pushed him aside, hastily walking to the balcony and locking the sliding door, continuing her tirade into the phone. Xiao Junshan, listen closely. If I lose my job, I will take you down with me. Speak up, Xiao Junshan. You were quite vocal a moment ago. Why the silence now? Are you feeling guilty? You better shut your mouth. I have tolerated you for long enough. Who do you think you are? A sudden roar erupted from the phone, cutting off Tian Yulan mid-sentence. Having never been berated like this in her life, she stood there, momentarily stunned. But this was merely the beginning. Tian Yulan, listen carefully. You want to fight? Come on. Do you really think everyone will indulge you? Who do you think you are? You are nothing but the daughter of a mistress, who along with your mother, usurped someone else's husband and father, enjoying another's family. Yet you still have the audacity to insult others. I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you. Your mother was a mistress, and you take pride in that? No matter how brightly and cleanly you adorn yourself, it cannot alter the repulsive essence that resides within you. I had no intention of acknowledging your existence. Yet you insist on provoking disdain. Relatives like you are truly of no value to me. I wish for you to swiftly distance yourself as far as possible. Go and wallow in your own misery. Beep, beep, beep. After a few moments of stunned silence while staring at the already disconnected phone, Tian Yulan suddenly let out a piercing scream. Chapter 44, Tian Yulan, did I kill someone? In a fit of rage. Tian Yulan hurled her phone, shattering it against the balcony window. The sound of glass fracturing echoed, and shards plummeted to the ground below. Suddenly, a few anguished cries erupted from downstairs, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of glass crashing. The falling glass had struck someone. The cries from below jolted Tian Yulan into a state of panic. As she heard the shouts and exclamations, her face paled, and she trembled uncontrollably. Open the door. Open the door. Yanping anxiously banged on the sliding door in the living room, having heard the commotion outside. His concern was palpable. They resided on a high floor. And if the glass had injured someone, the consequences could be dire. The thought of a fatality made him shudder. In her fright, Tian Yulan opened the sliding door and threw herself into Yanping's arms. Husband, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to. The stark contrast between her earlier arrogance during her argument with Zhou Chen and her current fear was striking. I know you didn't mean to, Yanpeng replied. Though he too was engulfed in panic, he forced himself to remain composed. If he lost control, who would manage the situation? Tian Yulan quaked in terror. Husband, did you hear that? Someone was hit. We live on a high floor. If the glass struck someone, could it have killed them? I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. Husband, have I killed someone? Will I go to jail? No, I can't go to jail. Zio is still so young. He cannot be without his mother. What should we do? What should we do? Having known Tian Yulan for over a decade, Yanpeng had never witnessed her in such a state of frantic fear. He understood her mindset, for the gravity of the situation was indeed overwhelming, instilling dread even in him. Everything will be fine, my dear. Do not be afraid. Your husband is here, and I will ensure nothing happens to you. Yet, such reassurances did little to soothe her. She continued to tremble, leaving Yanping with no choice but to guide her to sit beside the sofa. Fortunately, Tian Yulan had mentioned working late that day, allowing Yanping to send their son to his grandparents' house in advance. Otherwise, the chaos would have been even greater. Yanping gently cradled Tian Yulan's head in his hands, gazing into her eyes. Look at me, Tian Yulan. Focus on me. Her expression was one of sheer terror as she anxiously met his gaze. My dear, listen to me. Remain calm. That was an accident. I was cleaning the window, and inadvertently, I broke it, causing the glass to fall. Husband. Tian Yulan looked at him in disbelief. Yanping insisted loudly. This is the only narrative we can present now. If someone was indeed struck, we must stick to this account. Remember, I was cleaning the glass and accidentally broke it. Do you understand? Husband. Tian Yulan called out. Yanpeng, frustrated, admonished her. Tian Yulan, this is not like you. Summon the courage you have shown before. Do you understand? I was the one who broke the glass. Tian Yulan grasped Yanpeng tightly, exclaiming, Darling, it's not you. It's me. I was careless. Silence. Yanping thundered. Remember my words. If anything truly goes awry, I would rather be the one to bear the consequences. Zio can manage without me, but she cannot do so without you. Do you understand? Under Yanping and Appo's urgent gaze filled with concern, Tian Yulan swallowed hard. Her voice trembling as she replied, I understand. I remember, my love. Yanping sighed with relief, his own hands trembling, yet he maintained his grip on Tian Yulan and Appo's. arms. Even at this moment, they remained oblivious to the situation unfolding below, but the earlier screams and shouts had led them to believe the matter was grave. In their building, there were only a limited number of households. It was impossible to evade responsibility. With so many residences, if only their window was damaged, who else could be to blame? Yin Peng hastily rushed out the door without even changing his shoes, leaving behind a still trembling Tian Yulan. He soon arrived at the scene of the incident, where a crowd had already gathered. Despite the night, the community was bustling with onlookers, drawn to the commotion of the accident. Yin Peng swallowed hard. He felt fear creeping in. His earlier composure had merely been an effort to reassure his wife, but now, standing at the site of the calamity, his heart raced. And he staggered forward. As he pushed through the crowd and beheld the scene, he noticed shards of glass scattered across the cement in the center of the green area. Though not abundant, they were strewn everywhere. Within that vicinity, 3 young individuals were present. 2 were seated on the ground, and through the darkness, it was evident they were bleeding, while the 3rd stood nearby, angrily pointing at their high-rise home. Upon closer inspection, the 2 seated youths were indeed sitting upright rather than lying down. They were still able to move. Although there were injuries, their heads appeared intact. It seemed they had been wounded not from a direct blow but rather from the debris of shattered glass. This revelation eased the heavy burden in Yin Peng's heart significantly. He felt his legs weaken, and he uncontrollably sank to the ground. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Yin Peng murmured to himself, experiencing a profound sense of relief. His heart brimming with a tumult of complex emotions. In the Shede Huading community, Zhou Chen hung up the phone, his anger still simmering. Although his earlier outburst had provided some relief, it could not quell the fury ignited by the consequences of Tian Yulan's actions. However, when he lifted his gaze and saw Huan standing cautiously at the bedroom door, watching him intently, he was taken aback. Huan, did you hear what Daddy just said? Huan nodded timidly. Yes, Daddy. You looked really scary just now. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, realizing that his anger had indeed been intimidating for his daughter. Come here, Huan. Waving at Huan, although she appeared somewhat frightened, she obediently approached. Zhou Chen embraced Huan and said, All right, Daddy apologizes. Next time, if I must scold someone, I will keep my distance so you won't witness it. No, Daddy, Huan replied earnestly. The teacher said we shouldn't insult others. Please don't scold anyone again. Zhou Chen chuckled and gently patted Huan's head, saying, Understood, Daddy will remember. Yet, in his heart, he pondered that while reprimanding others is indeed wrong, there are certain individuals who truly leave one no choice but to express their discontent. Chapter 45, Nan Jianlong and Appos visit Mom, Dad just scolded someone. As Xiao Shede was engrossed in his writing in the study, he heard the door open, followed by the sound of Huan reporting to Nanli. It seemed that this little cotton-padded jacket was truly letting in a draft. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Zhou Chen set aside his work and made his way to the living room. There, he saw Nanli pulling Huan and asking, Did Dad scold you? Huan shook her head and replied, No, Dad scolded Annie. I heard it, and it was quite harsh. He scolded Annie Tian Yulan? Nanli paused, her expression one of astonishment. She then turned to Zhou Chen, who was approaching. Darling, how could you scold someone in front of the child? Zhou Chen responded, You can end Appos. Blame me for this. Yin Peng called, saying that Tian Yulan had encountered some work-related issues and asked me to request your assistance. But who would have thought that Tian Yulan, over the phone, spoke to me as if she were giving orders, lashing out with accusations and harsh words. I couldn't hold back and ended up scolding her back, which Huan just happened to overhear. Nanli's face displayed dissatisfaction. I know. There indeed were some issues on Tian Yulan's end. She called me today, but I chose to ignore her. I never expected she would come to you this evening. Zhou Chen scoffed. This woman is quite opportunistic. She uses people when she needs them and discards them when she doesn't. When we had conflicts, she turned her back on us, resorting to insults and aggression. Now that she faces her own problems, she comes crawling back, expecting help with an attitude that suggests we owe her something. If we don't assist her, she makes us feel guilty, as if we are committing a grave sin. You are right. Frankly, it's not that I don't want to help her. I just feel a surge of frustration recalling her past actions, and at present, I simply do not wish to engage with her. Enough about her, he concluded. I've already given her a piece of my mind today. It's likely to be difficult for her moving forward. Nanli replied decisively. If it's difficult for her, then so be it. I never intended to get too entangled with her anyway. It was my father who insisted on bringing us together. Zhou Chen nodded, sharing her sentiment. He too wished to distance himself from Tian Yulan, though he felt a tinge of regret for Yin Peng. Regardless, Yin Peng was a decent person. But given the current turmoil between their families, any chance encounter between the two would likely be awkward. The couple cast aside their thoughts of Tian Yulan, washed up, and retired to their room for the night. Recently, Nanli had been exceedingly busy with work, causing her evening activities to dwindle. The extra energy Zhou Chen had found was thus devoted solely to his writing. Mi Tao's mother, you have truly worked hard, Nanli expressed to Mi Tao's mother, who had prepared the meal and was getting ready to leave. Mi Tao's mother had been with them for over 2 months yet had never dined with them, steadfastly refusing to stay even when Zhou Chen and Nanli urged her to do so. It's no trouble at all. I must thank you for providing me with this job. Working for a family like yours is indeed the most relaxed experience I have ever had. Mi Tao's mother felt quite grateful. She currently worked as a part-time domestic helper for several families. From Monday to Friday, she spent her mornings at Tian Yulan's home, transitioned to another household for lunch, and then came to this place in the afternoon. However, on weekends, she didn't need to visit the other 2 families. Instead, she would come to Zhou Chen's residence for a few hours during lunchtime, always leaving after finishing the meal, and then head to yet another family in the afternoon. Among these families, Zhou Chen and Nanli and Apos, S household was indeed the most agreeable. They never complained, and even when she occasionally made minor mistakes, they would gently address them. Compared to the other families, this environment was undoubtedly the most relaxed and pleasant, both in terms of work and mental comfort. After Mi Tao's mother left, the family began their meal. Lately, I must say, Mi Tao's mother is quite impressive. I observed her cooking. She cleans thoroughly and maintains high hygiene standards. She is certainly superior to the part-timers you hired previously. I heard her daughter is in the same class as Huan, remarked the discerning Zhao Na, expressing satisfaction with Mi Tao's mother's work. Indeed, Mi Tao's mother is easy to get along with and takes her work seriously. We have certainly had a much easier time with household chores, replied Nanli, equally pleased with Mi Tao's mother's service. Having such a diligent and well-mannered domestic helper, who is also familiar to us, is much more reassuring than those we employed before. Zhou Chen suddenly interjected, Mom, why don't you consider hiring a part-time helper as well? Zhao Na shot him a glance. What? Are you suggesting that I have your wife come over to tidy up for me, making you feel distressed? Zhou Chen chuckled. Of course not. Nanli doesn't go there every day. What I mean is, living alone, you sometimes have a lot on your plate. Hiring a part-time worker could greatly ease the burden. They wouldn't need to come daily. Just 2 or 3 days a week for a couple of hours would surely be much easier than handling everything by yourself. Nanli's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Yes, Mom, I think Xia Jushan has a point. You tend to forget things quite often. Hiring a part-time helper to clean up would be beneficial. There's no need. I can manage just fine on my own. Besides, hiring a part-timer isn't inexpensive. It's unnecessary to spend that extra money. Zhao Na shook her head. Nanli quickly countered. What do you mean unnecessary? We earn money to improve our lives, don't we? A part-time worker coming 3 times a week wouldn't cost much in the grand scheme of things. You wouldn't even need to pay. We can arrange it for you. Zhao Na gave her daughter a pointed look. Just you wait. Let me think it over. Seeing that Nanli was about to continue persuading, Zhou Chen interjected. All right, Li, let Mom take her time to think. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Zhou Chen felt a jolt of surprise and glanced at Nanli, who was looking back at him. In that moment, it seemed they understood each other's thoughts. What are you standing there for? Go open the door, Zhao Na said, placing a piece of meat on Cao Cao's plate. Noticing that neither of them moved, she urged them again. I'll go. Zhou Chen nodded to Nanli and stood up. Yesterday, the incident involving Tian Yulan transpired, and today, upon hearing a knock at the door, they instinctively thought of her. Given Tian Yulan and Apos' temperament, the likelihood of her visiting again was quite high. Zhou Chen hastened to the door but did not open it immediately. Instead, he peered through the peephole, which elicited a look of astonishment from him. Swiftly, he opened the door and exclaimed, Dad, what brings you here? Why can't I come? No, Xia Junshan, why are you blocking the doorway? Step aside. Nan Jianlong shot Zhou Chen a glare, noticing that although the door was ajar, Zhou Chen stood firmly in the way, attempting to push him aside. However, Zhou Chen remained steadfast, unwilling to yield. He replied, No, Dad, it's not that I don't want you to enter. But Mom has issued a decree. Neither you nor Aunt Kai are permitted inside. If you do, she will sever ties with us. We dare not defy her command. So I truly cannot let you in. It was not Tian Yulan at the door, but rather Nan Jianlong. However, aside from his last visit, it had been many years since he had come here. His sudden appearance today surely carried significance, most likely related to the matter of Tian Yulan. Given her nature, if she could not resolve the issue herself, she might have incited her mother to persuade Nan Jianlong to come over. Under normal circumstances, he would not have obstructed him. But today, with his mother-in-law present, he felt compelled to assert his position and put on a faade. To be honest, he harbored a degree of resentment towards Nan Jianlong as well. The last incident at their home had escalated to such an extent that afterward, Nan Jianlong offered no explanation, as if it had been brushed aside. Both he and Nanli held some grievances regarding the matter. Xiao Shan, have you grown wings? You dare to block me? Nan Jianlong forcefully pushed past Zhou Chen and unsteadily entered, but upon noticing Zhao Na by the dining table, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 46, The Astonished Father-in-law Nan Jianlong. Who permitted your entry? Get out, Zhao Na exclaimed, slamming her chopsticks down on the table, her face a mask of icy disdain directed at Nan Jianlong. A shiver ran down Nan Jianlong's spine. Ever since his infidelity and subsequent divorce, he instinctively felt a sense of dread in Zhao Na's presence, a desire to retreat. Why shouldn't I be here? This is also my daughter's home. I merely wish to see Huan Huan and Chao Chao. Is that so wrong? Grandpa, Huan Huan and Chao Chao, having not seen Nan Jianlong for quite some time, rushed joyfully towards him. He knelt down, embracing his granddaughter and grandson, delight radiating from his being. Zhou Chen approached Zhao Na, saying, Mom, it's not that I wanted Dad to come in. I simply couldn't stop him. What can you expect from them? Zhao Na shot Zhou Chen a fierce glare before again directing her ire at Nan Jianlong. Nan Jianlong, are you all out of your minds? Do you all enjoy showing up uninvited while people are eating? That old mistress did it last time, and now you as well. Are you trying to ruin our appetite on purpose? Nan Jianlong rose, gazing at Zhao Na. Look at the words you speak. Is this how a cultured person behaves? What does it have to do with you? Zhao Na retorted. Nan Jianlong, why are you here? If you have something to say it quickly and then leave. Nan Jianlong pointed at Zhao Na and turned to Nanli. Li, look at your mother. What has she become? Naturally, Nanli sided with her mother and refrained from saying anything against Zhao Na. Instead, she asked Nan Jianlong, Dad, why are you here now? Have you eaten? I have eaten. You all go ahead. I will wait until you finish. Seeing you has completely taken away my appetite, Zhao Na said, pushing her bowl away and heading straight to the sofa to sit down. Nan Jianlong, undeterred, took a seat where Zhao Na had just been. Li, you all eat. I have something to attend to, and I will talk to you once you finish. Zhou Chen sat down, casting a glance at the dishes on the table and then at Nan Jianlong, feeling a sense of frustration. How could one enjoy a meal under such circumstances? His mother-in-law was correct. Both his father-in-law and that Kai Juiying had an uncanny knack for choosing the worst times to visit, always during meal times. Dad, we're almost done eating. Only Huan Huan and Chao Chao are left. They can continue to eat while you discuss whatever you need with us directly. Yes, Dad, if you have something to say, just call us. There is no need to come all the way here. Nan Jianlong chuckled. It's nothing at all. As one ages, one should walk more. Consider it a form of exercise. Suddenly, he turned to Zhou Chen, his tone laced with discontent. Xiao Shan, I heard from the people at the institute that you're planning to resign. What do you mean there is no issue? Raising his hand to strike down with force. He suddenly remembered Huan Huan and Chao Chao were present and slowly lowered it instead. Why would you resign when you're doing so well? And why didn't you inform me? Zhou Chen chuckled awkwardly. No, Dad, this is my own decision, one that I discussed with Li. There was no need to inform you specifically. Nan Jianlong furiously exclaimed. Xiao Shan, you have truly grown audacious. Do not forget, it was I who facilitated your employment. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to secure your position? Now, you wish to resign without so much as a word. Do you even regard me anymore? And you, Lily, how could you so readily support him in such an important decision? Have the two of you lost your senses? The Design Institute's work is not demanding. It is respectable, and the salary is decent. Why would you even consider resigning? Zhou Chen replied, Father, it is not as you perceive. The work at the Design Institute may not be arduous for the leaders, but for me as a designer. There are days when I toil late into the night, poring over drawings. While it may seem respectable, the salary is truly insufficient, given the current prices and living conditions. Without commissions, I would barely cover the expenses for our child over the course of a year. Indeed, Father, Xiao Shan had mentioned his intention to resign long ago, and their leader continually creates trouble for him, making his work intolerable. Zhou Chen continued. Nan Jianlong snorted dismissively. What work isn't exhausting? If you find it difficult, then stay home and do nothing. Just consider the two of you. If Xiao Junshan resigns, how will you manage? On your single salary, can you support a family? Writing novels? Those trivial pursuits? Running a business? Xiao Junshan is merely an architectural designer. What business acumen does he possess? Nan Jianlong expressed his disdain. Fully aware of Xiao Junshan and Appo's capabilities as a student, he believed that while Xiao Junshan could handle design work, he would certainly fail in business endeavors. You, Nan Jianlong, lack any substantial skills. Do not presume that Xiao Junshan is on par with you. He possesses far greater talent. Zhao Na interjected from the sofa, confronting him. Turning to Zhao Na, Nan Jianlong inquired, "You are aware he has resigned? Why did you not intervene? Do you wish to overburden our daughter?" In his view, Zhou Chen resigning equated to living off South Li's earnings, a notion he could not abide. To his surprise, Zhao Na regarded him with disdain. "Of course I know. I am more concerned with our daughter and Appo's affairs than you are. The very writing you scorn can bring in over 1 million a month for Xiao Jushan, while you have earned but a fraction of that throughout your life. How can you belittle him? You should be ashamed. 1 million? Writing those inconsequential works can earn that much?" Nan Jianlong replied, incredulity etched on his face. "Look at your astonished expression." "Humph, Nan Jianlong. You need not concern yourself with our daughter's affairs any longer. If there is nothing else, you should leave and spend time with your mistress at home instead of embarrassing yourself by wandering about." After a few exchanges, Zhao Na resumed her sarcastic remarks, leaving Nan Jianlong feeling exceedingly awkward yet hesitant to retort. "Lily, is it true that Xiao Junshan can earn over 1 million a month through writing novels?" he asked. Nanli nodded, approximately. Xiao Junshan mentioned that while it may not be feasible to earn 1 million every month, earning several 100,000 or even tens of thousands should pose no issue. The work at the Design Institute, while commendable, only yields a maximum of several thousand yuan per month. In contrast, Xiao Junshan, through his literary pursuits, can earn tens of thousands to even millions in a month. He might argue that writing novels is an unstable profession, but, Lily, did you just mention venturing into business? Have you all reached a consensus on what kind of business to pursue? Well, we are entertaining the idea, yet we have not finalized what business we will embark upon. Oh, Nan Jianlong nodded. While he could offer guidance on work-related matters, he felt ill-equipped to comment on business ventures. Today, besides this topic, there is another matter I wish to discuss. Did you know that Lan Lan and Yinping visited the police station last night? What? Both Zhou Chen and Nanli exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 47. The selfish Nan Jianlong, hearing that Yinping and Tian Yulan had entered the police station, genuinely astonished Zhou Chen. It was only the night before that he had vehemently berated Tian Yulan over the phone, and it was already late at night. Could it be that they went to the police station afterward? But why? Was it truly the daughter of that old mistress who had been taken in? How splendid! Heaven indeed has its eyes, like mother, like daughter. Both of them are not virtuous beings and deserve to be apprehended by the police. Upon hearing that Tian Yulan was at the police station, Zhao Na was instantly elated, slapping her thigh in delight, her face reflecting a sense of vindication. Nan Jianlong and Appo's expression darkened. His remarks were intended for his daughter and son-in-law, yet this ex-wife continually interrupted, leaving him irked but too wary to retort. He was acutely aware that should he dare to engage, Zhao Na would promptly demonstrate the formidable nature of a woman scorned. What on earth? How could they end up at the police station? Nanli was utterly perplexed. The more she observed Tian Yulan, the more she found her distasteful. Yet she could not fathom how such a situation had arisen. Nan Jianlong explained, "Their glass was broken and fell from above, injuring someone." "Did it kill someone?" Zhou Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Stop spouting nonsense." Nan Jianlong shot Zhou Chen a glare before clarifying. The glass shattered upon impact with the ground, injuring 2 individuals. Though their injuries were not severe, they were merely taken to the police station for routine questioning. It is merely a civil matter that requires compensation and an apology. Zhou Chen was at a loss for words. Could this really be considered self-inflicted by Tian Yulan? "Dad, you didn't come here just to tell us this, did you?" Nan Jianlong replied, "I heard from Lan Lan that their incident is somehow related to you two." "Dad, that sounds quite peculiar. Their glass broke, injuring someone. And you claim it is related to us? Are you suggesting we went over there last night to deliberately break their glass?" Zhou Chen was genuinely bewildered by the absurdity of it all. They accepted responsibility for the glass breaking, yet somehow it was still blamed on them. Even Zhao Na had risen from the sofa, positioning herself beside Nan Jianlong, pointing at him as she exclaimed, "Nan Jianlong, have you nothing better to do? That old mistress's daughter's glass injuring someone is merely their misfortune, a karmic retribution. How does that concern Lili and Xiao Shan? Your reasoning is utterly ludicrous. Nan Jianlong hastily clarified. I am not asserting that the injury is your fault. Rather, I heard from Lan Lan that the glass broke because Xiao Shan. You called and scolded Lan Lan, causing her to hurl her phone in anger, which struck the window and shattered the glass, leading to it falling and injuring someone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen was left dumbfounded, incredulously pointing at himself. Dad, are you all right? Her anger leading to the glass breaking has nothing to do with me. If someone were to die, would I then be held accountable? Lili, perhaps we should take Dad to the hospital to check if something is amiss. This logic is simply absurd. It was only in the presence of his father-in-law that Zhou Chen refrained from directly suggesting that he had lost his mind. The situation truly was laughable. Indeed, Lili, you should promptly take that old man to check his mind and see if something is amiss. The daughter of that old mistress is in trouble, and he rushed over to confront his biological daughter's husband. I am truly astonished, even if he is a stepfather. This is hardly the way to behave. Zhao Na gestured animatedly towards Nan Jianlong, clearly infuriated by his actions. Enough, mother, please refrain from saying more, Nan Li implored. Though she too found the situation bewildering, her heart heavy for her father, unwilling to let her mother continue her tirade. Father, I must speak frankly. Why are you involving yourself in this matter? Can the troubles of Tian Yulan and Appo's family really be blamed on Xiao Shan? Furthermore, have you even grasped the situation? You know nothing, yet you stormed over here at noon to defend Tian Yulan. What do you expect us to think? Are you my biological father or Tian Yulan's? No, Lili, do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. You are overthinking it. I am not here to stand up for Lan Lan. I merely heard what they were saying and wanted to understand the situation better. How could I possibly side with them? Even if I did, it would surely be with you, as you are my true daughter. Oh, so you do remember that Lili is your biological daughter? I had thought you were so bewitched by that old mistress that you no longer recognized your own flesh and blood. Nan Jianlong, despite his generally good temperament, found himself provoked by Zhao Na's remarks. I am speaking with my daughter. Could you kindly refrain from interrupting? Lili is first and foremost my daughter, then yours. Do not talk of interruptions. Even if I were to expel you, she would not utter a word against me. Would you care to test that? I cannot be bothered to engage with you. Your lack of civility is truly astounding. What culture can one discuss with someone like you? You call yourself cultured while engaging in infidelity and seeking a mistress? There is a term that aptly describes you, a beast in human clothing. You. Nan Jianlong was at a loss for words against Zhao Na, her scathing words striking him like blows, his chest heaving in frustration. Grandma, Grandpa, please stop arguing. Huan Huan and Cao Cao could no longer contain themselves, their big, watery eyes fixed on Nan Jianlong and Zhao Na. Nan Li quickly interjected, All right, mother, enough. Take Huan Huan and Cao Cao to the sofa to read. Humph. Zhao Na huffed heavily at Nan Jianlong before leading Huan Huan and Cao Cao to wash their hands and wipe their mouths. Taking them to the sofa to read. Father, do not take offense, but you must listen. You are utterly unaware of what has transpired. You were easily swayed by a few words and came here to scold and question us. We all know your intentions are good, but sometimes good intentions can lead to mischief. This simple truth eludes you. Nan Jianlong felt embarrassed by his daughter's words. He indeed knew little of the events. All he knew was that Tian Yulan had called Kaijuing, mentioning a visit to the police station and being scolded harshly by Xiao Shan, who hurled particularly vile insults at her, calling her the daughter of a mistress, which had incited her to smash a glass, resulting in the incident. Immediately, Kaijuing embellished the situation as she relayed the message to him. In his eyes, when conflicts arose between his two daughters, it was his duty as the elder to intervene. What frustrated him further was that while the two daughters were at odds, how could the usually sensible Xiao Shan also join in the fray and hurl insults? Moreover, not long ago, he had heard from people in the courtyard that Xiao Shan had resigned without even informing him, which left him deeply dissatisfied. Thus, he had come over at midday, partly to admonish Xiao Shan, and partly to understand the circumstances and mediate a reconciliation between his daughters. His intentions were noble, yet upon arrival, he was first berated by his ex-wife, followed by his son-in-law daring to chastise him, and ultimately, even his daughter deemed him meddlesome. This overwhelming sense of grievance weighed heavily on his heart. Lili, I understand that there has been tension since the last incident here, but regardless of the circumstances, you have known each other for so many years and shared countless meals at the same table. Even without blood ties, you are akin to relatives. And there is no need to harbor resentment. When she is in trouble, you should lend a hand, and vice versa. Mutual support and humility are the foundations of harmonious relationships. Upon hearing this, Nanli could no longer contain herself. Dad, you truly do not grasp the situation or know what has transpired. This is not our first conflict. After the last incident here, just a few days ago, Tian Yulan secretly colluded with the parents of students to usurp Huan's position as vice-class monitor. She even mocked and assaulted Xia Junshan at the school gate, tearing his clothes. Do you know what that feels like in front of a crowd? And this is not all. Nan Jianlong wore a look of astonishment. He genuinely had no knowledge of these events. Zhou Chen interjected, Dad, I believe you should focus on your own affairs and refrain from involving yourself in ours. Not to mention, just last night, she came seeking help yet treated me with such haughtiness, as if I would be at fault if I failed to assist her. I was disinclined to engage with her, but to my surprise, she escalated the situation with insults, not only targeting me but also Lily and Mom. In such a situation, how could I simply yield? It would have been too lenient to merely scold her. Had she stood before me, I would have slapped her directly. As for her claim that I provoked her to smash the glass, that is even more absurd. She shifts all blame onto others, insisting she is blameless. What nonsense is this? What? She dares to insult me and Lily? Zhao Na, who had been listening intently, exclaimed, She, the daughter of an old mistress, dares to berate us. Truly a reflection of her lack of upbringing. Xia Junshan, my mother supports you. Scolding her is too lenient. She ought to be struck, just like her mother, who is equally despicable. Nin Jianlong felt a throbbing headache. He had come to understand that this issue was not solely the fault of his son-in-law. Even so, as a grown man, why should he stoop to squabbling with a woman? Zhou Chen chuckled, Dad, according to your reasoning, am I to be subjected to her insults and blows without the right to retort? Nanli expressed her indignation. Father, your words are utterly misguided. In this day and age of gender equality, why should she be allowed to insult us while Xia Junshan cannot retaliate? To you, this may seem trivial, but to us, it is of grave significance. Why should we acquiesce to her? Who is she to us, and what connection do we share? Nan Jianlong responded, Though you are not biological sisters, you have shared a sisterly bond over the years. If a rift were to form, it would be quite shameful. Father, please do not say that. Tian Yulan and I have never been sisters, nor do we resemble sisters in any way. We are merely two unrelated individuals whom you insisted on bringing together. Each family gathering you orchestrate is meaningless. She is not family to me. And there is no such thing as a family banquet. With evident dissatisfaction, Nanli had reached her limit with Tian Yulan and was no longer willing to tolerate her behavior. Sisters? Relatives? They can all go to hell, she declared. Zhou Chen chimed in, Father, Lily is absolutely correct. I didn't notice it before, but I am genuinely disheartened now. There is no necessity to engage with such a person. While her antics may have been subtle before, they have now become outrageous, as if we owe her something. Let us be clear, if apologies are to be made, it is they who owe an apology to our mother and Lily. Why should we yield to them? Nan Jianlong was already feeling distressed, and while he remained silent at his daughter's words, Zhou Chen's remarks ignited his irritation. Xia Junshan, I see your audacity has grown. You dare to lecture me. This is a family matter, and you should not stir the pot. Zhou Chen retorted, Father, I cannot agree with that statement. What do you mean it is merely your family matter? Do you see me as an outsider, even lesser than Tian Yulan? He was genuinely angry. Regardless of Nan Jianlong and Appo's past relations with Xia Junshan, he felt no strong emotional ties to him. In the few months he had been in this world, Nan Jianlong's impression had been far from favorable. He was aware of the tensions between Nanli and Tian Yulan, and yet, during every meal, he chose to smooth things over instead of addressing the issues. Instead, he would privately criticize Nanli, urging her to concede. Moreover, after the last incident, where chaos erupted without a single word of consolation from him, it was as though nothing had transpired at all. Now, learning of the situation, he was attempting to reconcile the families and even claimed it was a family affair, dismissing his own involvement. To think that his own daughter was present while he uttered such words, it was unfathomable. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming disdain for his father-in-law, who was truly despicable. In his youth, he had admired his mother-in-law, a lady of grace and privilege, showering her with affection. Yet, when troubles arose, he deemed her incapable of serving him, choosing to stray for someone who could. Was this the conduct of a decent man? Now, in his old age, he sought to unite his biological daughter with the daughter of his mistress, disregarding their conflicts, all for the sake of enjoying his familial bliss. Such behavior is indeed the epitome of selfishness. Previously, Zhou Chen refrained from speaking out, choosing to feign ignorance for the sake of Nanli. However, the words of his father-in-law have truly left him disheartened. Nanli, too, was deeply aggrieved. Father, have you lost your mind? Xiao Shan is my husband, and I am your own flesh and blood. Yet now, Xiao Shan has become an outsider, while Tian Yulan, that child brought in by someone else, is considered family. Is this truly how you feel? I. Nan Jianlong realized he had misspoken. His words had slipped out in a moment of frustration. Nan Jianlong. Zhao Na's piercing scream rang out once more as she berated him. Ah, now I see it clearly. You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Xiao Shan is the father of Huan Huan and Chao Chao, the husband of Lily, having toiled for over a decade. Yet here, he is treated as less than the daughter of a scandalous mistress. Truly remarkable. Nan Jianlong, if you refuse to acknowledge Xiao Shan, I shall. He is my son-in-law. Zhao Na's husband. If you consider that child of the mistress to be family, then go to her. Now, leave, get out, and do so at once. Grandmother. Please don't argue, don't fight with grandfather. Huan Huan and Chao Chao clung to Zhao Na, weeping uncontrollably. Zhao Na, utterly infuriated, exclaimed, Huan Huan, Chao Chao, he is not your grandfather. Do not call him that anymore. A man who refuses to recognize his own daughter and son-in-law is nothing but a confused old fool. Why should we call him grandfather? Leave. Just leave. Seeing Zhao Na's furious outburst, Nanli hurriedly rushed to restrain her, while Zhou Chen ran over to comfort Huan Huan and lifted Chao Chao into his arms. Nan Jianlong stood up, trembling slightly, casting a remorseful glance at Nanli and Zhou Chen. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, ultimately departing in a daze. Chapter 48. Seeking cooperation with Zhongyi. Mom, darling, are we being a bit excessive towards Dad? Nanli observed her father's forlorn departure and felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, he was advanced in years and in poor health. Excessive? Where's the excess? Zhao Na scoffed disdainfully. He treated us that way back then. Does that not qualify as excessive? He must bear the consequences of his own actions. He cannot blame others. Zhou Chen cast a glance at Nanli, signaling her to refrain from further comment. As one directly involved, it was utterly improbable for Zhao Na to forgive Nan Jianlong. I'll go reheat the dishes. I wasn't full earlier. It was she who had instigated Nan Jianlong to seek out Nanli and Zhou Chen, hoping they would extend a hand to Tian Yulan out of consideration for Nan Jianlong. Nan Jianlong glanced at Kai Jueying and remarked, let them resolve their own matters. I am of no use as an old man. With that, he buried his head in the bed, while Kai Jueying, noticing his unusual demeanor, hurried to follow. What troubles you? Why does your face look so pale? I'm fine. Kai Jueying placed her hand on Nan Jianlong's forehead and gasped. You have a fever. How can you be fine? What is wrong? You seemed well just 2 hours ago when we went out. How did you suddenly fall ill? I and Appos am all right. I just need to rest for a bit. Although his daughter had refrained from uttering harsh words, her attitude weighed heavily on his heart. Even his usually obedient son-in-law had shown a marked change in demeanor. Did Li Li and the others refuse to help? How could they? Lan Lan has only just attained the manager position. If she doesn't and Appos receive assistance this time, her job will be at stake. How will she survive? As she spoke, Kai Jueying shed tears of grievance. Have we ever treated them poorly over the years? Each time they visited, we provided them with the best of everything. We understood when they refused to help with Zio's matter, but this time it concerns Lan Lan's job and future. A simple request. Why is Li Li unwilling to assist? Nan Jianlong, already feeling unwell, found Kai Jueying's incessant lamentation overwhelming, his mind buzzing with noise, unable to absorb her words. Enough. Please let me have some peace. Kai Jueying wanted to say more, but, upon seeing Nan Jianlong's discomfort, ultimately refrained from further pressing the issue. I understand. You rest. I will prepare some medicine for you, and you can take it when you wake up. Though she felt deeply discontented, she dared not press Nan Jianlong, recognizing that he was her only support. Despite her limited education, Nan Jianlong replied drowsily, closing his eyes to rest. It was Saturday, a day when Tian Yulan would typically enjoy a break from work. Yet due to the mall and Appos' anniversary celebration tomorrow, she was required to work through the weekend. However, after the events of the previous night, she felt utterly exhausted. The issues with the home visit remained unresolved, and the materials for Wayne 1 were still nowhere in sight. To this end, Tian Yulan found herself in a state of utter disarray, desperately seeking to switch brands. However, at that moment, she was unable to find a home textile brand that could rival the prestige of Wayne 1. Meanwhile, her superiors inundated her with phone calls, urging her incessantly, which only exacerbated her exhaustion. Deprived of rest, Tian Yulan was physically drained, and the anxiety over job security weighed heavily on her mind. This fiercely ambitious woman suddenly fainted at work, leaving the mall's employees in a state of alarm as they rushed her to the hospital. Zhou Chen, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding Tian Yulan, was dining with Zhong Yi at a restaurant. "Zhong Yi, I must apologize for the incident that occurred at school last time," Zhou Chen said, pouring a glass of wine for Zhong Yi, and they both downed it in one go as Zhou Chen recounted the previous events. Zhong Yi replied, "What is there to apologize for? If we are to speak frankly, I am in a worse predicament. That Tian Yulan has caused me to lose my job, and now she has resurfaced at Zishu, leaving me in a state of chaos. To be honest, I really wish to avoid her, but how can I? She possesses the connections to secure her position. But what puzzles me, senior brother, is that isn't she related to you in some way? Why would she resort to such hostility towards you, even causing a scene? What is the reason for this?" He recalled Zhou Chen mentioning that Tian Yulan had some connection to their family, albeit a complicated one, but it seemed extreme to engage in such a public altercation. "She cannot truly be considered a close relative of ours. It's a long story, complicated, to say the least. Just know that she currently has no ties to us, nor will there be any in the future." The thought of Tian Yulan troubled Zhou Chen, prompting him to shift the conversation directly to his purpose for visiting. "Zhong Yi, I called you here to discuss a matter, but before we delve into that, I would like to inquire about your experience at Zishu." Zhong Yi furrowed his brow. "Senior brother, given our relationship, I will be frank. Zishu is indeed a prestigious tutoring institution, and I am leading a gold class program. However, having just joined, I have yet to achieve significant results. My salary is not high, and the institution has many regulations, including a prohibition on recruiting students independently after class. Although the compensation is better than at Fengfan Primary School, the pressure is considerably greater, and the workload is heavier. Zishu is indeed a renowned tutoring center in their district, with exorbitant tuition fees. Yet, since Zhong Yi had only recently joined and lacked experience, even leading a gold class program, his salary remained modest, better than some, but lacking in comparison to others. The pressure in tutoring classes is immense, as students attend specifically to improve their grades, and as the lead teacher, one must devise every possible means to enhance their performance. Unlike in a school setting, these students cannot be reprimanded or scolded. Hearing this, Zhou Chen suddenly inquired, "Have you ever considered starting your own tutoring center?" "Starting my own tutoring center?" Zhang Yi pondered. "If I could attract students and had sufficient funding, would you have confidence in teaching them and successfully establishing the center?" Zhou Chen asked. Zhang Yi paused, wineglass in hand. "Senior brother, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Chen nodded and said, "You are not mistaken. I indeed have such an inclination." Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Chen in disbelief and exclaimed, "No, senior brother. Are you not an architectural designer? How could you consider venturing into such a field?" Zhou Chen smiled and replied, "Zhang Yi, you may not be aware, but I have already resigned." "Resigned? Why on earth would you do that? Your job is so commendable and respectable." "It's hard for me to fathom why you would leave," Zhong Yi said, genuinely perplexed. He understood that Zhou Chen was a renowned architectural designer, earning a substantial income monthly. Such a promising career was beyond his comprehension to forsake. Were he in Zhou Chen and Appo's shoes, he certainly would not make such a choice. Even the best job is merely working for someone else, and what you see is but the superficial glamour. The reality is not as splendid as it appears. Zhou Chen countered, "The reason for my resignation is my desire to embark on my own venture. Recently, due to Huan's academic performance, I have been focusing on children's educational matters and have realized the immense pressure they face regarding studies and admissions. This has led to the proliferation of various tutoring centers." "Senior brother, are you contemplating starting a tutoring business?" Zhong Yi asked. "But truly, it is not as simple as it seems. If your aim is merely to attract a handful of students, it pales in comparison to your previous job. However, if you aspire to scale it up, that presents a far greater challenge. Networks, student recruitment, funding, quality educators, and effective management are all indispensable. Take a prestigious tutoring center like Zishu, for instance. The costs for teachers and rent alone are staggering. If you cannot secure a sufficient number of students, it becomes a losing venture. Moreover, with the multitude of tutoring centers available today, achieving significant growth is no easy feat." Zhang Yi, who had always been keen on making money, had previously opened a tutoring center, but that was only because he was a substitute teacher at the school. Parents naturally sent their children there. Yet, the challenge of establishing a tutoring center from scratch, especially for someone like Zhou Chen, who lacked professional credentials, was daunting. I am fully aware of the difficulties involved, which is precisely why I sought you out. I wish for you to join me in this endeavor. We could partner up. I will provide the capital while you contribute your effort. Having spent many years here with Nanli, I have cultivated some connections that could help us attract initial students. However, the crux of retaining students lies in the quality of education, and I believe you possess the capability. Zhang Yi, consider this while working for others. No matter how well you perform, you remain an employee, forever allowing others to reap the substantial rewards while you earn mere pittance. In contrast, through our collaboration, I will offer you shares, transforming you from an employee into a proprietor. You will be embarking on an entrepreneurial journey, which may be challenging at first, but undoubtedly holds more promise than a lifetime of employment. Partnering together? Zhou Chen's words caused Zhang Yi's expression to shift dramatically, igniting a stirring within his heart, particularly at the notion of no longer being an employee but rather a boss. He hails from a small town and yearns to establish himself in this city. His girlfriend, Zhang Shui and Appos, comes from a well-off family, and their relationship appears strong. However, her family is resolutely opposed to their union. The reasoning behind their disapproval is straightforward. Zhang Shui's parents deem him unworthy due to his modest origins, lacking both wealth and property. Aware of this, Zhang Yi feels compelled to earn money relentlessly, yet he is painfully cognizant that, given his current capabilities, accumulating sufficient funds to purchase a home could take decades. Yet, how could Zhang Shui possibly wait for such an extended period? Naively, she fails to grasp the underlying complexities, but Zhang Yi understands all too well. Thus, when Xiao Chen spoke, his words ignited a flicker of hope within him. Previously, he envied Xiao Chen, his senior who, despite sharing the same humble beginnings, succeeded in marrying a girl from a prosperous family and securing a respectable job with a comfortable lifestyle. To Zhang Yi, Zhou Chen represented an ideal, a goal worth striving for. Are you serious about this, senior? Zhang Yi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Zhou Chen replied affirmatively, stating, absolutely. I have meticulously calculated that if we commence preparations now, we could coincide with the summer tutoring classes starting in just over a month. This period is when student enrollment is most abundant. Initially, we can charge lower fees to build our reputation gradually, as parents witness their children progress. They will become our silent advocates. As a parent myself, I am acutely aware of the influence parents wield. The crux of a tutoring center lies in its instructors, and we must recruit reliable teachers. Zhang Yi, I have faith in your capabilities. With you as our cornerstone, we can later hire additional teachers to establish a solid foundation. Zhou Chen envisioned not only a physical tutoring center, but also an online platform once their reputation flourished. Having watched television dramas, he recognized Zhang Yi's potential as an exceptional educator, capable of elevating an unmotivated student's performance from the bottom ranks to the top 10 in just one summer, an accomplishment few teachers could achieve. Furthermore, he anticipated a nationwide calamity the following year that would prevent students from attending school, thereby making online tutoring immensely popular. Among the ventures Zhou Chen contemplated, establishing a tutoring center held significant promise. As for management, he had a clear vision. If all went according to plan, it would be challenging for Nanli to ascend to the position of director. At that moment, he would urge her to resign and oversee the tutoring center's operations. Having spent years in management, Nanli possessed a keen understanding of the field. Moreover, her experience in sales endowed her with a robust network. Recruiting students for the tutoring center would parallel sales tactics, both being forms of promotion. With her abilities, she would undoubtedly attract a considerable number of students. Regarding the procurement of necessary licenses for the tutoring center, as long as all procedures were correctly followed and connections leveraged, any financial costs incurred would not pose significant issues. In Xiao Chen and Appos' view, exceptional educators are of utmost importance. He believes that a capable and driven young man like Zhang Yi would seriously contemplate the offer if provided with a certain share of the business. Certainly, establishing a tutoring center is not the only venture Zhou Chen has in mind. If it proves unfeasible, he possesses alternative plans. However, in his perspective, the tutoring center represents the most expedient path to profitability, particularly within the realm of education. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi replied, his voice tinged with gravity, "Senior brother, this matter is truly significant for me, and I need to ponder it earnestly." Zhou Chen, understandingly, responded with a smile, "Of course, such an important decision warrants careful consideration. You might also discuss it with your girlfriend. To be candid, I would like to recruit your girlfriend, Teacher Zhang, as I find her to possess an exceptional charm and be an excellent educator. Her involvement could greatly benefit students, especially in terms of psychological guidance. This was Zhou Chen's sincere sentiment. Although Zhang Shuo exhibited a somewhat idealistic nature, this trait allowed her to forge strong connections with students. When faced with the heavy burden of academic pressure, her heartfelt counsel could prove immensely beneficial. While academic performance is vital, the psychological well-being of students is equally crucial. The pressure within a tutoring center can be substantial, and having an appropriate teacher to provide psychological support would hold considerable significance for the educational process. Zhongyi chuckled wryly. I doubt that Shui would agree. She is rather idealistic, wholly devoted to teaching and nurturing, and would certainly be reluctant to work in a tutoring center. Several million in startup capital? Zhongyi was genuinely taken aback. He had never encountered such a sum. Does establishing a tutoring center truly require such an investment? Zhou Chen patted his shoulder and said, I share this with you not to apply pressure, but to convey my determination and to assure you. However, I will not coerce you. Regardless of your decision, it will not affect our relationship. Having previously felt a flicker of interest, Zhongyi was now overwhelmed with excitement. He reasoned that since Zhou Chen had prepared several million in funds, it must signify a serious endeavor. If this venture could indeed take off, even a modest share would undoubtedly surpass his current employment in the tutoring institution. Chapter 49. The frantic Tian Yulan and the enraged Yinpeng. For an outsider adrift in Jiangzhou, establishing oneself in such a vast metropolis proves exceedingly challenging. Unable to afford decent housing, he finds himself residing in a dilapidated old complex. Even the thought of renting a place solely to spend time with his girlfriend weighs heavily on him, for the monthly rent remains exorbitant, even for such a modest dwelling. As a primary school teacher, Zhongyi regards himself as quite capable. However, his educational background, specialization, and humble origins severely limit his prospects for advancement. Securing a teaching position at Fengfan Primary School was, in fact, a commendable achievement for him. Yet, the lack of future prospects compelled him to establish a small tutoring class after school, catering exclusively to his own students. Given that they are his pupils, tutoring them aligns seamlessly with his educational philosophy, and he finds it not only effortless, but also more lucrative than his salary. Previously, this way of life had brought Zhongyi considerable contentment. According to his aspirations, he envisioned saving diligently for a few years, perhaps affording a down payment on a modest home in a more remote area of Jiazhou, followed by marrying his girlfriend, together striving to create their own little haven. However, fate took an unexpected turn when he encountered the unyielding Tian Yulan, whose obstinacy cost him his position at Fengfan Primary School, leading him to Zhishushu. Leveraging his exceptional mathematical teaching prowess, he assumed the role of a premier class teacher at Zhishushu. Although this position comes with immense pressure and heavy burdens, it offers a respectable salary and prevents his career from stagnating. Yet, upon arriving at Zhishushu, he found himself entangled with Tian Yulan once more. Despite emerging victorious in their clashes, the joy was overshadowed by the additional stress of having another student. Life, though fraught with difficulties, still held glimmers of hope for Zhongyi, who persevered with unwavering determination. It was not until that evening, upon hearing the words of his senior, Xiao Shede, that he experienced a profound shock. The prospect of investing millions to open a large tutoring center and become a business owner was something he had only dared to dream about in the past. Even though Zhou Chen merely broached the subject, the notion ignited a genuine excitement within him. As a distinguished teacher within the tutoring institution, he understood the considerable profits that lay within the industry. He believed himself to be exceptionally capable, merely lacking an opportunity to realize his ambitions. Now, with a trustworthy senior presenting this chance, he felt he had no reason to decline. The only concern lingering in his mind was whether his abilities could truly measure up. Schwer, I must discuss this thoroughly with Schwer. If she could join me in this endeavor, it would be even better. With this thought in mind, Zhongyi quickly picked up his phone and dialed his girlfriend's number. Meanwhile, Tian Yulan had been unconscious in the hospital for a day. Upon awakening the next day, disregarding Yin Peng's objections, she left the hospital and headed straight for the shopping mall. Upon arriving at the 100 Mall, she discovered that the shopping center was bustling with excitement due to its anniversary celebration. The home visit counters, which she had been anxiously concerned about, were operating normally, and the promotional materials were all in good order. It seemed that during her unconsciousness, the materials had been delivered promptly. This revelation brought a wave of relief to Tian Yulan, and in an instant, her physical discomfort seemed to dissipate, invigorating her spirit for work. However, upon reaching her designated position, she was informed that she was not required to work that day, which left her utterly bewildered. It was the busiest day of the anniversary celebration. How could the floor manager possibly be absent? In a rush, she hurried to the management to clarify the situation and insist on her presence at work. To her shock, she found herself suspended. According to her superiors, although the materials had arrived on time, it was deemed a significant oversight on her part, for which she bore undeniable responsibility. This verdict struck Tian Yulan like a thunderbolt. Having spent over a decade navigating the complexities of the workplace, she was acutely aware of the implications of suspension. While it did not equate to dismissal, it was, in many ways, nearly as severe. Unable to accept this harsh reality, Tian Yulan erupted in front of her superiors, imploring them to consider her years of dedication, if not for her contributions, then at least for her efforts. She was willing to accept a salary deduction or a month's pay cut based on performance, but not a suspension. Yet, Tian Yulan soon learned the bitter truths of reality. In her home, she could throw tantrums and achieve her desires, but in the workplace, no one indulged her whims. Confronted by the cold gazes of her superiors and the snickers of her colleagues, she could only leave in silence. On her way home, tears streamed down her face. Her vision blurred to the point where she nearly collided with others, only to be met with furious shouts and pounding on her car window, yet she dared not retort, offering apologies instead. In a moment of frustration, she burst into a scream and rushed towards Yanpeng. In the face of his incredulous stare, she yanked his headphones away and smashed them against the monitor, then violently toppled the screen to the ground, sparing nothing, including the computer tower, from her wrath. Yanpeng sat in shock, staring at the chaotic scene unfolding before him, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Tian Yulan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? He pushed her aside, his body trembling with rage as he surveyed the scattered remains of his computer components. He had invested over 10,000 in assembling that machine. The monitor, keyboard, and headphones were all high-end items that had contributed to his ascent in the gaming world. Now, this prized setup lay in ruins. And despite his usual patience with Tian Yulan, he could no longer tolerate her actions, for she had crossed a line. Why did you destroy my computer, Tian Yulan? What madness has overtaken you? I've done nothing to provoke you. I was simply enjoying my game. Why would you do this? Chapter 50. Yanpeng's outburst. Why? Yanpeng? How dare you even ask why? If you had exhibited a modicum of determination, would I be in this situation? It is precisely because of your lack of ambition that I must strive for everything I desire on my own. How could I have ever chosen to marry you? After venting her frustrations, Tian Yulan was further incensed to see Yanpeng audaciously shouting at her, prompting her to unleash a torrent of invective. Are you out of your mind, Tian Yulan? What words can you possibly utter? I lack ambition? You regret marrying me? If you had not married me, would you possess the life you currently enjoy? Yanpeng was genuinely furious, confronted by this woman, his wife, who was behaving as if she had lost her senses, deriding him and declaring her regrets about their union. Any man would find such sentiments intolerable. In his view, while anger was a natural response, certain utterances were simply beyond the pale, no matter the provocation. After more than a decade of affection and subservience, to be met with such disdain was a bitter pill to swallow. What gives you the right to speak like that? My current life is the result of my own efforts. What does it have to do with you? Tian Yulan, you truly have the audacity to say such things. My salary, aside from the monthly living expenses, goes entirely to you. Beyond that, my parents contribute tens of thousands each month. Do you think you achieve this life on your own? The money from your parents is spent on Zio, while your earnings are used to repay the mortgage. Why should I not express my disdain? I care for our son every day and attend to you as well. What have you accomplished? Whenever challenges arise, you turn to your parents. When funds run low, you seek their assistance. Are you not a man? To sustain your wife and child while relying on your parents is akin to being a perpetual infant. Tian Yulan. Yanpeng bellowed in fury. Unfazed, Tian Yulan continued to berate him. What are you shouting about? What right do you have to raise your voice? If you possess any capability, then support your wife and child without relying on your parents. You lack the ability to do so. Aside from gaming and coasting through work, what skills do you possess? Yanpeng panted heavily, biting his lip as he pointed at himself. I lack ability? Even if I rely on my parents, that is still a form of capability. I am their only son. What is theirs is also mine and Zio's. Why should I not rely on them? Must I be born into a family like yours and struggle for every penny to be deemed capable? But what is your motivation for earning money? Is it not to secure a better life? I have already achieved that condition. Why should I exhaust myself as you do? To earn a mere compliment from you? Is that what constitutes ability? Yanpeng, how dare you look down upon my origins? Look down upon my family? Tian Yulan, resembling a woman possessed, thrust herself at Yanpeng, who, caught off guard, collided with the computer desk, experiencing a sharp pain in his thigh. What right do you have to look down upon my family, to scorn my origins? Leave, just leave. Yinping pointed at Tian Yulan. Observing her crouched on the ground, weeping profusely. In that moment, his overwhelming emotion was anger. It was truly unreasonable, and he could hardly be bothered to engage. Grabbing his bag, Yinping cast not a single glance at Tian Yulan and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The events of the day had pushed his patience with her to its absolute limit. He was oblivious to the turmoil she had faced, yet regardless of her struggles, they did not justify her venting her humiliation upon him. Tian Yulan cried out in anguish for what felt like an eternity before suddenly lifting her head. Her expression twisted in rage. It's all your fault, Nanli. You are the reason I am in this predicament. You caused me to lose my job. I will not let you off easily. I shall ensure you suffer. In her fury, she was convinced that it was Nanli who had deliberately orchestrated her downfall. She had reached out to Nanli early on, yet Nanli had shown no willingness to assist her. However, after her fainting spell, Wenwan and Appos, S materials had arrived almost fortuitously. If Nanli had not intended to harm her, how could such a coincidence have occurred? Recalling the numerous confrontations she had endured with Nanli, Tian Yulan's eyes reddened, her tears ruining her makeup, rendering her visage all the more ghastly. After Yinping left the house, his anger simmered, and he remained seated in his car for a considerable time, reflecting on the recent events. He felt no fault in his own actions. This was how it had always been. He was laid back, yet that was a consequence of Tian Yulan's overwhelming assertiveness. Why had this day been the tipping point? And why were her words so harsh? In the presence of Tian Yulan, he often cast aside his dignity, but that did not imply he lacked self-respect. Her public insults and humiliation were intolerable to him. He surmised that Tian Yulan must have been provoked by something, and although he considered inquiring, the events of the moment extinguished that desire. After a long contemplation, he finally started the car and departed the community, driving towards his family's villa. Upon entering, he plopped down with impatience and exclaimed, "Oh, I am starving. Mother, could you please bring me a set of chopsticks? I didn't even have breakfast." "Why didn't you eat breakfast? Where is Yulan? Did she not prepare anything?" his mother inquired, puzzled. Yinping's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. "Today is the anniversary celebration at the mall. She is extremely busy and couldn't attend to me." He had not divulged to his parents or son the incident of Tian Yulan's fainting, and naturally, could not mention the day's events either. "Mother, hurry up. I am famished." "All right, I'll get it right away." After his mother left, his son, Yin Zio, poked him with a small hand, whispering, "Dad, did you and Mom have another argument?" Such curiosity for one so young. "No, your mother is genuinely busy," Yinping replied, brushing off his son's concerns. Turning to his father, he continued, "Dad, Yulan has indeed been preoccupied these past few days, neglecting both Zio and me. I was thinking that perhaps we could stay here for a few days." Upon hearing this, Father Yin immediately expressed his delight, saying, "Wonderful. Of course, you and Zio may stay for as long as you wish. It would be best if you never left." "Never leave?" Mother Yin, placing the chopsticks and bowl before her son, inquired with curiosity. With a smile, Father Yin replied, "Our son just mentioned that he and Zio plan to stay at home for a few days." Upon hearing this, Mother Yin was overjoyed, exclaiming, "That would be splendid. However, Peng Ping, have you had a quarrel with Lan Lan?" "No, Mom. Please do not let your imagination run wild. Lan Lan has been quite occupied lately and hasn't had time for us. Is it possible that you would object to our staying here?" Father Yin immediately exchanged glances with Mother Yin, signaling her to refrain from further inquiries. It was evident enough. Although her words lacked grace, she was perceptive enough to understand that her discontent with Tian Yulan stemmed from the fact that she had taken both her son and grandson away. Why did the elderly couple desire a second child? Indeed, Yinping was hungry and consumed his meal heartily. Midway through, he turned to Yin Zio and said, "Son, after we finish eating, let us rest for a while. This afternoon, I shall take you to play football." "Really?" Seeing the look on his son and Appos' face, Yin Peng felt a pang of compassion. He understood well the challenges his son faced. "This afternoon, after your class, we will go play football. As for your mother, she is so busy that she and Appos have time to concern herself with us. If I do not mention it, and you remain silent, she will be none the wiser." Both father and mother Yin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Zio, listen to your father. While education is important, one cannot study incessantly. Our family is not one that relies solely on academic success to thrive. There is no need to push too hard. Engaging in football and exercise is beneficial for one's health. Seeing that his father, grandfather, and grandmother were all in agreement, and with his mother absent, Yin Ziyo felt a surge of excitement. All right then, Dad, after class, we shall play football. It has been ages since I last played. The last time? It was my great-uncle who took me to practice my skills. Should we invite him and Huan as well? Yin Ping paused, recalling the events of the previous night. Shaking his head as he replied, No, they are unavailable. Today, it shall just be the two of us. Very well. Chapter 51. The Far-Sighted Nanli Honey. What made you think of starting a tutoring agency? Weren't you always against enrolling children in various tutoring classes? Why have you decided to open one yourself? This is so unlike you. When Nanli discovered that Zhou Chen was discussing a business venture with Zhongyi to establish a tutoring agency, she appeared utterly astonished. But this is not your area of expertise. Venturing into an unfamiliar business is indeed a grave misstep, especially when you are partnering with Zhongyi. As far as I know, while he possesses commendable teaching skills, his interpersonal conduct leaves much to be desired. I fear that opening a tutoring agency together may lead to significant discord. Darling, perhaps it's best to reconsider this tutoring agency. I believe you should stick to your original profession. If you're reluctant to work for someone else, you could always establish a small company. Given your capabilities, securing minor projects should pose no challenge. Even starting a decor design studio could be feasible, and I could assist you with promotion in that area. Managing a company while penning novels seems quite ideal to me. Upon learning that Zhou Chen could earn a substantial income from his writing, Nanli was naturally reluctant to see him abandon his literary pursuits. She believed entrepreneurship was viable, but it should be grounded in one's expertise. A small company would suffice initially. With time and experience, along with increased capital, they could consider expanding operations. One cannot expect to achieve success overnight by launching a large tutoring agency from the outset. My wife, as expected, possesses a clear logic and far-reaching insights. I am truly in admiration. Zhou Chen clasped his fist in a gesture of respect before embracing Nanli and showering her with affectionate kisses. Stop it. Don't be silly. We're discussing serious matters here. You become increasingly unrefined. Nanli feigned indignation, rolling her eyes with a playful charm that stirred Zhou Chen's affections. Were it not for the inopportune timing, he would have shown her just how capable he truly was. Lili, you make a valid point. In fact, I have contemplated starting a small company or studio aligned with my expertise. However, doing so would require my full commitment, leaving little time for novel writing. Moreover, I would be unable to devote sufficient attention to Huan and Chao, which is of paramount importance. Throughout, Zhou Chen remained cognizant of his responsibilities. With only a year remaining before Huan's transition to junior high school, his options were dwindling. He needed to swiftly elevate Huan's academic performance, ensuring she possessed the requisite skills to gain admission to the prestigious Hanlin Junior High. Despite the fact that Huan's grades were steadily improving with the help of a tutor, Zhou Chen felt uncertain about her chances of being accepted into Hanlin within the limited time frame. Thus, he had to prepare for the possibility that she might not secure a place, and if that were the case, he would need to deploy his extraordinary resources, indeed, his financial prowess. Zhou Chen had contemplated that Hanlin Junior High was undoubtedly the best in their district, yet being a private institution, it inevitably lacked absolute fairness to some extent. Financial capability would undoubtedly play a significant role. Reflecting upon the matter, although I am not a member of the teaching profession, Zhongyi certainly is. My collaboration with him does not necessitate any financial investment on his part. A mere allocation of shares would suffice. I am confident that he would lend his utmost assistance, which would save me considerable time and energy, allowing me to devote time to writing novels and spinning with our children. Nanli remarked, but Zhongyi is merely an elementary school teacher. How much capability can he truly possess? Do you place such unwavering trust in him? Furthermore, establishing a tutoring institution is not as straightforward as you envision. With the multitude of tutoring centers in existence, what leads you to believe that yours will inevitably succeed? Zhou Chen replied with a smile, if I cannot, then there is still you, right? I am not well versed in this matter, and even if I wished to assist, I would be of little help to you. Nanli responded, her expression one of confusion. Zhou Chen continued, you could aid us in recruitment. Given your exceptional abilities and connections, you would undoubtedly attract students for us. Nanli frowned, I would certainly assist if I could, but I have my own responsibilities and cannot dedicate much energy to your endeavor. Then why not resign and embark on this venture together? United as a couple, we can achieve remarkable success. You speak of such things again. Did I not inform you previously that I will not resign? Noticing Nanli and Appo's slight displeasure, Zhou Chen quickly soothed. All right, no resignation. I want to press you on that. Just allocate some time to offer us your insights. Nanli inquired, so you are resolute in establishing a tutoring institution? Seeing that her attempts at persuasion seemed futile, Nanli felt a sense of resignation. She did not deny the profitability of tutoring centers, but acknowledged the formidable challenges in establishing one. Moreover, she believed that her husband's overly accommodating nature might lead to difficulties when collaborating with others, particularly with someone as temperamental as Zhou. My wife knows me well, Zhou Chen replied, beaming with a flattering smile. Nanli sighed. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall support you. I will find time to contemplate a strategy. A tutoring institution's viability hinges on student enrollment. Yet the quality of education is paramount. I'm not entirely convinced of Zhou Yi's capabilities, so I shall seek to find more competent educators. Since this venture is a family business, she would naturally invest her heart into it. After all, it is a financial undertaking rather than a charitable endeavor, with profit being the foremost priority. Lily, my dear wife, I love you immensely, he exclaimed. Moi. Enough. You only know how to flatter me. Truly a debt of gratitude you owe, she retorted playfully. Nanli chose not to resign, and Zhou Chen felt no urgency, for he was aware that Wan's sales director position would soon be finalized, and Nanli was unlikely to be selected. Nevertheless, should Nanli indeed attain the sales director role, Zhou Chen would be elated for her, fully cognizant of the efforts she had invested. With her capabilities, she was certainly qualified for such a position. However, this would mean that Zhou Chen would need to devote even more energy to the tutoring institution. When it came to business and management, Zhou Chen harbored little confidence, having never navigated such waters. In contrast, the formidable Nanli possessed a distinctive strength and was undoubtedly more suited for a managerial role, which is why he genuinely wished to promote her into such a position. Chapter 52. Specialization and Expertise. Nanli is a person of considerable foresight. Although she does not entirely agree with Zhou Chen's business choices, she resolves to assist him in realizing his plans, commencing the drafting of a proposal that very day. In comparison to Nanli, Zhou Chen feels rather inadequate. He perceives business as merely following his instincts, often making impulsive decisions. He had not properly prepared a proposal, preferring to address issues as they arise once he feels ready. Nanli's actions impart many lessons to Zhou Chen. He recognizes his significant shortcomings, as he has never engaged in business within the real world. His work experience is limited to a few years in a state-owned enterprise, and the memories he received upon arriving in this realm lacked any pertinent knowledge in this regard. Lacking experience and exposure, his considerations are insufficient, and his preparations are wanting. He realizes that without Nanli, his seemingly profitable tutoring institution could very well incur losses. Specialization is essential, and while he may lack experience, he is willing to learn. As for the system, Zhou Chen discovers its limitations. Aside from facilitating his journey to this world, issuing tasks, and providing a system interface, it offers little else and lacks even a means of communication. He remains uncertain whether he can rely on the system in the future, but for now, it has proven to be of limited assistance, particularly in terms of generating income. Despite Nanli's lack of direct business experience, she possesses substantial work experience, particularly in marketing and sales. Her extensive interactions with various individuals have broadened her understanding, allowing her to approach tasks methodically. In Zhou Chen and Appo's estimation, Nanli is far more professional than he. This realization only reinforces his belief that entrusting her with the reins of their business would yield better results than his own stewardship. The novel continues to unfold. Having amassed over 1 million words in just a few months, placing it among the fastest updates on the Qiyue novel network. Had he not been preoccupied with designing the horse racing group's proposal, there might have been even more content. The novel's performance continues to improve, with sales soaring to an impressive 4,000 average subscriptions, breaking records for the fastest ascent to this milestone on the platform. Earning a monthly income of 1 million from writing, a notion he could only dream of in the real world, has indeed materialized in this realm. Recent events have been numerous, causing a slight delay in his writing pace. Zhou Chen feels it is time to recalibrate his mindset and contemplate his next steps. Perhaps his rapid update frequency has shielded him from any adverse impact on his results, as the upward momentum remains robust. As a new week dawns, Nanli departs for work early in the morning. Although Zhou Chen has resigned from his job, he does not take on the sole responsibility of transporting their 2 children. Zhao Na continues to handle the school runs for Cao Cao, while he takes on the majority of the responsibility for Hua Huan. In this regard, Zhou Chen is grateful to his mother-in-law. Though she may possess a somewhat regal demeanor and a touch of delicacy, she has been exceedingly supportive. offering assistance whenever possible due to their close proximity, ultimately saving Zhou Chen and his family considerable time and effort. At noon, alone at home, Xiao Shede felt too lazy to prepare a meal and decided instead to drive to Nan Li's company, intending to take her out for lunch. Upon receiving Xiao Chen's call, Nan Li tidied herself up, ready to go out, much to the envy of her assistant, Lulu. Nan, your relationship with your husband is truly remarkable. Even with such a brief lunch break, you still choose to dine together. How blissful. Nan Li chuckled and replied, blissful? Hardly. He is simply too lazy to cook for himself, which is why he came to find me. If you're envious, you should find yourself a boyfriend soon. She was quite pleased with her new assistant, who was diligent and reserved. Although inexperienced, she was eager to learn, often asking questions, making her a promising girl. Thus, Nan Li frequently offered her assistance and guidance. Zhou Chen and Nan Li found a nearby restaurant, casually ordered a few dishes, and began to eat. Honey, I just heard from my assistant that the anniversary celebration at E by Mall went quite well, the one where Tian Yulan works. However, I also heard she seems to have been suspended due to health issues after fainting at work. When she learned of this from Lulu, she was genuinely astonished. Lulu had learned about it because E by Mall had business dealings with Wayne Wan. She had seen Tian Yulan visit Nan Li several times, leading her to believe their relationship was special. Hence, she informed Nan Li upon hearing the news. Tian Yulan has been suspended? Zhou Chen was equally shocked. He understood how seriously Tian Yulan took her job. She was exceptionally resolute. How could she faint while working? Moreover, to be suspended. Perhaps their relationship had soured. And although Xiao Chen felt no schadenfreude, he certainly did not feel pity for Tian Yulan, who was unworthy of such sympathy. Indeed, when I heard, my expression mirrored yours, Nan Li said, setting down her chopsticks. I even wondered if it was because I didn't assist her last time. However, I called the logistics department, and the materials were delivered on time. Her suspension should have nothing to do with me. Though Nan Li appeared indifferent, her heart was warm. Despite her dissatisfaction with Tian Yulan, when she saw her aging father pleading with her about the matter, she initially refused but later reconsidered and made the call, secretly deciding it would be her last assistance to Tian Yulan. Once everything was settled, Nan Li did not pursue it further. However, upon hearing about Tian Yulan and Appo's suspension today, she was genuinely taken aback. Zhou Chen grasped Nan Li's hand gently and said, do not overthink it. It surely has nothing to do with you. She treated us poorly, yet you still repaid her malice with kindness. How many possess such a magnanimous spirit? So, my dear, do not dwell on it. There is no need to trouble yourself over Tian Yulan. She was never truly connected to our lives. He had grown thoroughly weary of Tian Yulan. However, he did not oppose Nan Li's choice. Now that the matter was in the past, regardless of the outcome, they bore no debts to one another and should simply move on without hesitation. Chapter 53 Farewell to General Fong. While enjoying a meal, Zhou Chen's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number, yet there were no indications suggesting it was a scam or a delivery call. Setting down his chopsticks, he pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello, Mr. Xia. I apologize for the interruption. I am General Fong and Appo's assistant. General Fong? Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, you mean Fong from the racehorse group? Yes, Mr. Xia. I am calling on General Fong and Appo's orders. He wishes to discuss matters regarding the new building of the racehorse group with you. Would you be available for dinner this evening? I'm sorry, but I have already resigned. I have submitted the design proposal for your new building to my company for them to follow up. Is it possible that General Fong is dissatisfied with my work? Having left the company for several days, Zhou Chen knew that although he had not completed all formalities, the company would not delay in prioritizing this business, and the proposal would be delivered to General Fong at the earliest opportunity. No, Mr. Xia, you have misunderstood. General Fong has reviewed your design and concepts and is very pleased. However, he mentioned that there are a few aspects he would like to discuss with you personally. Zhou Chen hesitated. I am no longer an employee of the company. If General Fong has any thoughts, he can consult with the company's designers. There is no need to involve me. Mr. Xia, this is General Fong's directive. I am merely a messenger. If I fail to facilitate this, General Fong will hold me accountable. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Please do not make this difficult for me. Frowning, Xiao Chen was well aware of General Fong Yuanyang's difficult nature from their previous interactions and instinctively wished to refuse. However, he suddenly noticed Nan Li across the table, raising her hands and nodding in encouragement, indicating he should agree. Wonderful, Mr. Xia. Thank you very much. We will send a car to pick you up. There's no need for that. Once you finalize the time and location, just send me the details. I will make my own way there. Very well, I appreciate your understanding. Mr. Xia. After hanging up, Zhou Chen turned to Nanli and asked, "Why did you want me to agree?" Nanli replied, "Fang Yuanyang from the Racehorse Group is a significant player in Jiangzhou's business landscape, with extensive connections. If you had not resigned and were still working at the Design Institute, I would not have suggested this. But now that you are seeking business opportunities post-resignation, you must build your network. It would be wise not to offend someone like Fang Yuanyang. You might find yourself needing his assistance in the future." Zhou Chen responded, "I understand your reasoning, but the issue is that Fang Yuanyang is notoriously difficult to deal with. Indeed, dealing with him can be challenging, but sometimes it is necessary. Business often requires such interactions. As long as things do not escalate too far, there is room for negotiation. You might find that discussing matters with him could yield unexpected developments. Do not overcomplicate things. Many connections are formed in such ways," Nanli patiently explained, aware that her husband lacked experience in these matters and often required her guidance. "Very well, I understand," said Nanli, chuckling softly at Zhou Chen's somewhat reluctant expression. "My husband is simply the best. Cheer up, there will be rewards tonight." Zhou Chen and Appo's eyes suddenly brightened. "Really? Then we have a deal." "Oh, you're so annoying. Always lost in your thoughts," she teased. With a charming smile, Nanli shot him a playful glance before inquiring, "You mentioned wanting to collaborate with Zhong Yi. Has he agreed?" She continued, "It's perfectly fine for you to partner with Zhong Yi, but you must make it clear that he is only responsible for teaching matters. He must not interfere with management. His temperament is not suited for that role. As for the shares, I believe it's reasonable to allocate him a smaller portion, considering that the investment will predominantly be ours. His contribution can be deemed as a technical stake. I will also assist in finding teachers. Relying solely on Zhong Yi is not feasible. If all the instructors are sourced through him, it will undoubtedly lead to significant issues in the future. However, before we proceed, the utmost priority is to secure a rental property. Only when we have a venue for classes and office work can we officially begin enrollment. Otherwise, parents will hesitate to send their children if the teaching location remains uncertain. With just over a month remaining until the summer tutoring program, we need to secure the rental and undertake renovations. This aspect should pose no challenge for you. During the renovation, ensure that we select materials with low formaldehyde content for desks and boards, prioritizing safety and the well-being of the students above all else. In addition to the rental, obtaining the various permits necessary to establish the tutoring institution can be quite troublesome. I will take the time to handle this personally, but if it proves unmanageable, we may need to resort to financial expenditure, so it would be prudent to prepare funds in advance." Nanli continued to elaborate extensively, and while Zhou Chen comprehended everything, he merely scratched his head, wishing to express just a few words. "Goodness, is it really this complicated?" Nanli, clearly perceiving Zhou Chen's true feelings, replied, "Never mind. I will strive to draft a preliminary plan today. You can just follow it." "All right, no problem." With Nanli taking on the burdensome tasks, Zhou Chen had no objections and readily agreed. "Tonight, you must attend a banquet. As for Huan, if I am available, I will take her. If I haven't finished work, I'll have my mother take her." Nanli advised, "Remember, regardless of your feelings towards others, maintain politeness and smiles. It's best to avoid offending anyone." "Understood," Zhou Chen acknowledged, sensing something amiss. It felt as if Nanli were a parent advising him, while he played the role of a child listening attentively. Around 5:00 and Appo's clock, Zhou Chen changed his clothes and drove to the location sent by Fang Yuanyang's assistant, a prestigious hotel. Guided by a hotel staff member, he arrived at a private room. And upon opening the door, he found Fang Yuanyang seated alone, with an assistant standing behind him. "Designer Xia, you have finally arrived. It has proven quite challenging to arrange this meeting," Fang Yuanyang remarked, rising to greet him. Fang Yuanyang beckoned to Zhou Chen, inviting him to join. Zhou Chen, not one to stand on ceremony, walked into Fang Yuanyang's private room and took a seat. The room was occupied solely by the three of them. And as soon as they settled, the standing assistant promptly poured wine for both Fang Yuanyang and Zhou Chen. "Thank you." Zhou Chen expressed his gratitude before turning to Fang Yuanyang. "Mr. Fang, there was truly no need for you to seek me out. I have already submitted my design proposal to the company. With their capabilities, they can undoubtedly execute it as per my design." Fang Yuanyang chuckled lightly. "Designer Xia, let us not rush into such discussions just yet. First, let us enjoy our meal, and once we are done, we can converse further." Zhou Chen, Unable to discern Fang Yuanyang's intentions but recalling Nan Li's instructions, chose to exercise patience and dined alongside him. Designer Xia. Fang Yuanyang continued. You may simply call me by my name. Very well, Mr. Xia, do sample the dishes here. You might not be aware, but when I first moved to the city from the countryside, I dreamed of dining in establishments like this. However, I lacked the means. A single meal here equated to several months of my salary. Yet now, as I gaze upon these dishes I once longed for, I find my appetite has waned. It seems that when one has not attained something, there is a fervent desire for it. But once it is within reach and becomes a habit, it loses its allure. I am but an uneducated man, incapable of articulating anything profound or poetic. Unlike you esteemed graduates from prestigious universities. Mr. Fang, you jest. I am hardly a talent. I am merely an ordinary individual, far inferior in comparison to someone of your stature. Zhou Chen listened intently, understanding the reason behind Fang Yuanyang and Appos' remarks. The design proposal he had submitted was crafted in accordance with Fang Yuanyang's background, perhaps evoking a sense of resonance that prompted Fang Yuanyang to share his reflections. Chapter 54. The loquacious Mr. Fang. An opportunity. Half an hour had elapsed, and the sole word to encapsulate Zhou Chen's sentiments was unbelievable. It was impossible not to feel this way, for in that brief span, Fang Yuanyang's incessant chatter had been unyielding. Aside from the occasional interjection or flattery from Zhou Chen, the conversation was dominated by Fang's relentless discourse. In Zhou Chen's perception, titans of the business world were often characterized by their decisive and formidable demeanor. After all, as leaders, they were typically beset with myriad responsibilities and would not indulge in procrastination. However, Fang Yuanyang had truly broadened Zhou Chen's horizons. This individual possessed an extraordinary gift for gab. Speaking at length without a hint of repetition, Zhou Chen had encountered eloquent men before. Yet the crux of the matter lay in Fang's distinguished status as a billionaire mogul. Sitting together, sharing drinks, and engaging in banter felt surreal, given the stark disparity between their worlds. Nonetheless, after this half-hour exchange, Zhou Chen's impression of Fang Yuanyang underwent a significant transformation, setting aside their differences in status. Today's Fang Yuanyang struck him as an amiable individual, a potential friend worth having. After such an extensive monologue, would Mr. Xia find it irksome? Fang paused to inquire of Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen hastily waved his hands. Not at all, not at all. To be perfectly candid, I had not anticipated this facet of your character, Mr. Fang. Fang chuckled. You thought me to be indifferent and unreasonable, did you not? If I were truly such a person, do you think I could have achieved my current standing? I may not be well educated, but that does not imply I lack the ability to connect with others. I am fully aware of your previous thoughts. Zhou Chen smiled politely. Mr. Fang, what are you saying? What thoughts could I possibly harbor? If there are none, then there are none. Fang chose not to dwell on the past, instead stating, I was quite astonished to learn that you resigned from your previous position. However, after reviewing your design proposal, I was genuinely impressed. It was your design philosophy that resonated with me and evoked memories of the past. This realization has solidified my desire to appoint you as the chief designer for our new headquarters at the racing group. Mr. Fang, I must apologize, but I fear I cannot assist you. You are aware that I have already resigned. There are many capable designers at the firm who can fulfill this role. No. The design proposal was conceived by you, and I place my trust in you, not in others. I am aware of your resignation, but that is inconsequential. I can hire you externally as a design consultant for our new headquarters. Your presence need not be continuous, merely to oversee the overall direction and make key decisions. You may set your own salary. Fang Yuanyang exuded a sense of grandeur, believing that Zhou Chen understood his vision, which was why he desired Zhou Chen to orchestrate the entire project. This is not feasible. It contravenes the established protocol. Zhou Chen promptly declined the offer, explaining that the project had been initiated prior to his resignation and technically belonged to the design firm. Accepting Fang Yuanyang's proposal would violate ethical standards and would not reflect well if it were to circulate. Fang Yuanyang reassured him, saying, Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you. This design is primarily from that side, and I will cover the design fees. By hiring you, you essentially become part of our group, responsible for liaising with them. This way, there won't be any issues. Zhou Chen was taken aback by Fang Yuanyang's foresight and responded with a wry smile. President Fang, it and Appos, it's not that I am unwilling. Rather, my reason for resigning is that I wish to venture into business independently. To be candid, I am preparing to establish a tutoring institution, which is already on the agenda, with plans to begin enrollment during the summer vacation. Therefore, I truly lack the time to assist you. Aren't you a building designer? Why venture into a tutoring institution? Fang Yuanyang exclaimed, astonished. He had assumed Zhou Chen resigned to pursue his own career in design, but instead, he was embarking on an entirely different path. Fang Yuanyang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, in that case, that might not be a hindrance. After all, the initiation of the new building isn't something that happens overnight. You can focus on your tutoring institution first, and once you have stabilized it, you can come back to assist me. Moreover, I don't expect you to be present full-time. I just need you to grasp the overarching direction, avoid any issues, and report back to me periodically. It won't consume too much of your time. With such an offer laid before him, Zhou Chen discerned that Fang Yuanyang's various conditions were indeed a recognition of his capabilities. If Fang Yuanyang did not hold him in high regard, he certainly would not make such concessions. If it weren't for the tutoring institution, he would have readily accepted the offer, as the work would undoubtedly be less demanding than a position at a design firm. Fang Yuanyang, growing impatient, remarked, as a grown man, why consult a woman? Don't you have your own opinions? Zhou Chen replied, this isn't about gender, we had a plan in place, and any changes necessitate discussion. All right. Since I have come to appreciate your design, just don't let me down again. Otherwise, I will be quite displeased, Fang Yuanyang said half-jokingly before diverting the conversation. The dishes have cooled. I will have them serve another portion. Upon hearing this, Nanli interjected, this is a good thing. They are proactively inviting you, which signifies strong sincerity. From my perspective, it might be better to temporarily postpone the tutoring institution and follow the new building project for the Sima group. Since Fang Yuanyang has personally approached you, he will certainly not treat you poorly, and you will have the freedom of time to write your novel, which is quite advantageous. Are you suggesting that I should go? Zhou Chen asked. Yes, I believe you should take charge of the new building project as the client. I see this as a wonderful opportunity. Fang Yuanyang's offer was indeed appealing, yet Zhou Chen was reluctant to abandon his plans for the tutoring institution. Despite Fang Yuanyang's considerable influence, Zhou Chen felt a twinge of temptation, for the authority bestowed upon him was significant. As Nanli had pointed out, this truly was an opportunity. However, he had contemplated the matter of the tutoring institution for quite some time. This was a preparation he had made for Nanli. As her position as marketing director remained uncertain, he thought it prudent to make arrangements for the tutoring center beforehand, ensuring that Nanli would not face undue pressure from others in Wenwan. Nanli found it difficult to comprehend why Zhou Chen was so fixated on establishing a tutoring business. In her view, it was highly probable that Zhou Chen could earn more from writing novels than from running a tutoring center, which appeared to be far more complex and laden with responsibilities. Darling, do you think this is a feasible plan? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and replied, let us proceed with this. His agreement stemmed from the realization that significant events were set to unfold at the beginning of next year, and thus, the construction of the new building would likely be delayed, affording him ample time. Consequently, the next day, Zhou Chen called Fang Yuanyang to inform him of his decision, making it clear that he would only assume his role once the new building commenced. To Zhou Chen's delight, Fang Yuanyang brought up another matter. He inquired whether Zhou Chen had secured a location for the tutoring institution. If not, he offered to assist by checking the stores under their racehorse group's management, suggesting that if a suitable location was available, Zhou Chen could reach out to him directly. This was undoubtedly encouraging news for Zhou Chen, as the racehorse group was also engaged in real estate, and the stores under their umbrella, such as Zusher, were numerous. Chapter 55. Nanli's demotion with the assistance of the formidable business tycoon Fang Yuanyang. Zhou Chen felt no hesitation in expressing his gratitude before embarking on the selection of storefronts. While this might have appeared to be a trivial matter to Fang Yuanyang, Zhou Chen regarded it as a significant undertaking, for it promised to save him considerable time. Upon receiving Nanli's proposal, Zhou Chen commenced his efforts. And with Fang Yuanyang's backing, he swiftly identified a suitable location. Hey, senior brother, I've made my decision. I will follow you in this endeavor. That's splendid, Zhongyi. We have an agreement then. I've already chosen a storefront. It is spacious enough to accommodate 100 or 200 individuals without difficulty. Really? Senior brother, you are remarkably swift. I cannot lag behind, so I will resign immediately to assist you. Seeing that Zhou Chen had already secured a sizable storefront, Zhang Yi felt completely reassured. This indicated that Zhou Chen was earnest about expanding their enterprise, allowing him to resign with confidence. Excellent. The storefront is secured, but we still need to undertake renovations. You can oversee that for me. Rest assured, your salary will remain consistent. Senior brother, You are being overly formal. This is my responsibility. However, regarding what you mentioned previously about my girlfriend joining us, I did discuss it with her, but she did not agree. I truly apologize. She didn't agree? Zhou Chen was not surprised by this revelation. It was to be expected that someone like Bian Shui, a passionate and ambitious teacher, would decline. Nevertheless, he still wished to recruit such a talented instructor. Let's arrange a time for me to speak with her. All right, senior brother, I appreciate your assistance. Zhang Yi was eager to work alongside his girlfriend, especially since Zhou Chen had promised him a share of the business, though he did not expect a considerable amount. The distinction between being an employee and a minor partner was significant for his future. Zhang Yi acted swiftly. That very evening, he arranged for Zhou Chen to meet with his girlfriend. In his efforts to persuade Bian Shui, Zhou Chen exerted considerable effort, yet ultimately, she did not agree to join, though she was open to trying it out when the summer tutoring program commenced. Subsequently, Zhang Yi informed Zhou Chen that he had begun reaching out to former acquaintances in search of exceptional teachers. However, recalling Nan Li's words, Zhou Chen understood that they could not rely solely on Zhang Yi for recruiting educators. Thus, he suggested starting with fewer teachers, as they remained uncertain about student enrollment. The primary focus at present was to oversee the classroom renovations for the tutoring institution. For Zhou Chen, this task was rather straightforward, as the learning environment did not require overly intricate designs. Consequently, he finalized the renovation plan in just one evening. Zhang Yi volunteered to supervise the renovations, and Zhou Chen accepted without reluctance. Having resolved to grant Zhang Yi shares, it was only fair that he contributed meaningfully to the endeavor. Is she out of her mind? Or is she doing this on purpose? Have you called Dad? This matter cannot be ignored. Who knows if she will continue to create disturbances? With her shameless character, she is capable of anything. In truth, I believe the most prudent course of action is to notify the authorities. When faced with such an elderly woman, devoid of any sense of shame, whether it be Nan Li or anyone else, it is indeed challenging to take action. For once force is employed, the situation transforms entirely. In Zhou Chen's view, calling the police is the wisest choice. Nan Li remarked, I did not dare to call Dad. You witnessed how agitated he became last time. I fear that if it happens again, it could provoke a serious reaction. Initially, I intended to reach out to Tian Yulan, asking her to take her mother away. However, now that Tian Yulan has lost her job, I genuinely worry that she might join forces with her mother to escalate matters. This mother-daughter duo is truly formidable. The thought of Tian Yulan and Kai Juing causing a scene together made Zhou Chen gasp. Indeed, they possess the capacity to create chaos. In confronting such individuals, unless Nan Li is willing to abandon all sense of dignity, employing conventional methods to deal with them would be utterly futile. After some contemplation, Nan Li said, let us proceed as you suggest. If they do return, I will call the police. I had hoped to extend them a modicum of respect and avoid a spectacle. But it seems the best course is to cut through the chaos swiftly and let the police handle the matter. Listening to Nan Li and Appo's grievances, Zhou Chen could only embrace her, offering comfort. Do not dwell on it. The more you think, the angrier you become. If they return, we will simply alert the authorities. In the subsequent 2 days, Kai Juing did not make another appearance, which brought a sigh of relief to Nan Li. She genuinely feared that Kai Juing would continue her relentless pursuit. Though it would not inflict any tangible harm upon her, the impact on her work would undoubtedly be substantial. However, they had underestimated Tian Yulan's tenacity. Ever since her suspension, Tian Yulan's mental state had deteriorated, directing her resentment towards Nan Li, even neglecting her own son in the process. In a bid for revenge against Nan Li, she devised various schemes, ultimately deciding that since Nan Li was responsible for her job loss, she would ensure Nan Li experienced similar anguish. One day, Nan Li arrived at the office in high spirits. Her mood had been buoyed by the president's assurance that the position of marketing director would soon be confirmed, particularly as her home decor project had flourished remarkably. Seeing her efforts on the verge of fruition, her spirits soared. Yet, upon entering the office that day, she sensed something amiss. The warmth she had previously received from her colleagues had vanished. Instead, they seemed to avoid her, whispering and pointing. On the company's internal network, a newly posted announcement caught her attention. Upon clicking it, Nan Li stared at the computer screen for several moments. The announcement pertained to the appointment of the marketing director. And to her disbelief, the name listed was not hers. She was unfamiliar with Eric, but the position she had aspired to attain had suddenly slipped away, and she had been demoted to the role of marketing manager. This was truly beyond her comprehension. Furious, Nan Li sought out the company's president. The reason she had come to this place in the first instance was due to President Wayne Wan, who had assured her that the position of marketing director would undoubtedly be hers. However, now all her hopes had been dashed, and she felt compelled to confront the president for clarification. Unfortunately, upon her arrival, she found that the president had evaded her, aware of her intentions. In her desperation, she turned to the Human Resources Department to inquire with the HR director, only to learn that her dismissal from the position was attributed to her educational background. The newly appointed Eric, a Ritterny elite with an impressive academic record and credentials, had outshone her in the competition. After putting in so much effort, to have her opportunities snatched away by another left her engulfed in an unprecedented fury. On another front, she faced complaints against her, spearheaded by Tian Yulan, who had united several stakeholders in a collective grievance, alleging significant flaws in her home furnishings project, accusing her of mixing personal and professional matters, abusing her authority, granting private favors, and orchestrating the suspension of Tian Yulan. Upon hearing this shocking truth, Nanli felt a chilling wave wash over her, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of Kai Juiying causing a ruckus in her company. Connecting the dots to Tian Yulan's clandestine complaints, she suspected that this was a premeditated scheme orchestrated by Tian Yulan. Zhou Chen was seated at his computer, engrossed in his work, when suddenly his phone buzzed beside him. Turning to glance at the screen, he saw it was Nanli, and he immediately pressed the answer button. "Hello, Lili, what is it?" "Darling, I've been demoted." Chapter 56. Zhou Chen's counterattack. Upon hearing Nanli's lamentations, Zhou Chen felt a mix of surprise and expectancy. Nevertheless, his concern compelled him to inquire further. "It's Tian Yulan, she." After listening to Nanli's explanation, Zhou Chen inwardly cursed. Tian Yulan, who had already been suspended, was still causing turmoil. Connecting this with the earlier uproar instigated by Kai Juiying against Wayne Wan, he couldn't help but wonder if Tian Yulan was deliberately orchestrating these events. In this regard, he found himself in remarkable agreement with Nanli. "Your company is excessively oppressive. After laboring so hard for so long, you end up demoted instead. Lili, I suggest you consider resigning outright to spare yourself this unjust indignation." "Husband, I cannot swallow this grievance. Why should I toil for so long only to gain nothing? I am a graduate of a prestigious university. How dare they look down upon me? In Tian Yulan, she has gone too far. I must confront her for an explanation." "Hey, Lili, listen to me." But just as Zhou Chen began to speak, the call was abruptly disconnected, leaving him anxious and agitated. He knew Nanli would undoubtedly seek out Tian Yulan, and given Tian Yulan and Apos as character, Nanli would likely find herself at a disadvantage. Determined not to let his wife suffer, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Manager Fong? I have a matter I need your assistance with. May I ask if you know?" Indeed, Nanli had gone to find Tian Yulan, and before reaching her residence, she intercepted her at the entrance of the community. As the saying goes, when foes meet, their eyes burn with animosity. The moment they laid eyes on each other, a fierce exchange ensued. Although Nanli was eloquent, the emotional toll of the day had rendered her vulnerable. While Tian Yulan was well prepared, leaving Nanli at a disadvantage, subjected to a barrage of ridicule and scorn. At that critical moment, Zhou Chen arrived just in time. Spotting the altercation between Nanli and Tian Yulan by the roadside, he hastily parked and rushed over. "Lili, are you all right?" Zhou Chen immediately pulled Nanli behind him, his eyes filled with concern as he regarded her troubled expression. Before Nanli could respond, Tian Yulan scoffed derisively. "Oh, afraid you can't hold your own in a debate, so you've summoned a bodyguard? Nanli, Xiao Junshan, are you two planning to team up? This is all you can muster as a couple." "Tian Yulan, you." Nanli began to retort, but Zhou Chen intervened. Turning to Tian Yulan with a cold smirk. "Our capabilities are of little consequence, but your lack of moral integrity is truly revolting. Tian Yulan, your actions are despicable. First, you had your mother wreak havoc at Li Li's company, and then you resorted to sneaky reports behind her back. Your behavior is not only foolish but utterly shameless. Not to mention, you've even exploited your mother, which adds a layer of filial ingratitude to your offenses." "Xiao Junshan, what are you saying?" Tian Yulan fumed with indignation. "What I say is abundantly clear. You are ungrateful. Your mother, in her quest to provide for you, has degraded herself to become someone else and Apos' mistress, sacrificing so much to raise you. Yet now that she is old, you have the audacity to drag her into your schemes. While one might excuse your mother's choices for survival, your conduct is far worse than hers. Xiao Junshan, I'm going to confront you." Tian Yulan shouted fiercely, rushing towards Zhou Chen with the intent to tear him apart. However, Zhou Chen was already prepared. As she lunged at him, he forcefully pushed her away, causing her to land unceremoniously on the ground. Xiao Shan, how dare you strike me? Such a woman as you is unworthy of my touch. Zhou Chen's expression was one of disdain. He had witnessed Tian Yulan's shamelessness countless times, and this incident pushed him to the brink of tolerance. Though Tian Yulan was seething with fury, she understood well that as a woman, she was no match for Zhou Chen. Yet, her past experiences had equipped her with the know-how to navigate such predicaments. Help! Someone is attacking me. A man is hitting a woman. Their quarrel had already drawn a crowd, but her desperate outcry attracted even more onlookers. In broad daylight, a man bullying a woman was indeed a disgrace. Indeed, it is quite shocking to witness such behavior in public. A seemingly cultured man and woman resorting to such cruelty against a woman. What a world we live in. Let us not jump to conclusions. Who knows the full story? Furthermore, being assaulted does not necessarily imply innocence. Perhaps this woman is a mistress. We often hear of the legitimate wife confronting the mistress in the news. That does make sense. A man and two women certainly raises questions. Perhaps we should call the police and let them handle it. In this country, there is no shortage of spectators eager for drama. And the crowd buzzed with gossip, their curiosity piqued. Darling, perhaps we should leave. Nanli felt a twinge of apprehension in this situation. While she was furious at Tian Yulan's underhanded tactics, she did not wish to be the center of attention, fearing the gossip that would ensue. Yet Zhou Chen resisted her urge to flee, whispering, "Do not rush. If we do not deal with this woman today, we shall face greater troubles in the future." Anticipating Tian Yulan and Appo's obstinacy, he had come prepared. As Tian Yulan saw the crowd encircling her, she began to wail dramatically from her seated position. "Everyone, judge for yourselves. This couple is bullying me, a weak woman, and has resorted to violence simply because they believe I am the reason for their loss of corporate positions. We are relatives. After all, they have acted without understanding the situation. What kind of kinship is this?" It must be said, Tian Yulan had truly inherited her mother Kai Jueying's talent for dramatics. Her ability to evoke sympathy was first-rate. Just then, several individuals carrying cameras and microphones pushed their way through the throng. Upon seeing the reporters, Tian Yulan seized the opportunity, remaining seated as she directed her grievances towards them. "Mr. Reporter, you must expose their tyranny. This couple is bullying me, a mere woman. And they are even related to me. They have dared to strike me." Immediately, the cameras and microphones turned towards Zhou Chen and Nanli, causing Nanli to instinctively reach for Zhou Chen, eager to escape. However, Zhou Chen did not walk away. Instead, he turned to Tian Yulan with a cold smirk and approached the reporters. "This gentleman and lady claim that you assaulted her, and that you were relatives. We wish to understand what circumstances would compel you to disregard familial ties and strike a woman. Such behavior is not only immoral, but also illegal. Sir, you must provide us with an explanation. Indeed, an explanation is imperative. Such conduct cannot be tolerated. They must be exposed for their disgraceful actions, bullying a woman. What further questions remain? Let us unveil them and see how they can reconcile their actions thereafter." The crowd's vehement denunciation caused the usually composed Nanli to tremble as she clutched Zhou Chen's arm tightly, her nails digging into his skin. Today, Nanli was already in a fragile state. Now, confronted by reporters and the ire of countless onlookers, her former poise had dissipated, and all she desired was to leave this place swiftly. Zhou Chen, however, stood undaunted, casting a glance at Tian Yulan, whose expression was one of vindication, and coldly remarked, "If you are unashamed, let us see who truly has reason to be embarrassed." He then addressed the reporters and Appo's microphone, stating, "You seek an explanation? Very well, I shall provide one. Indeed, I did push this woman, but let me clarify. She was the one who approached me with the intent to strike. It was her failure that caused her to fall. She initiated the assault. Surely, some of my friends who passed by witnessed this." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted, "Indeed, I saw it. That woman was the first to strike. I also witnessed it. I was here the entire time and observed the complete sequence of events. First, those two women quarreled, then the man arrived and, after an exchange of words, the woman charged at him like a madwoman. He was compelled to push her away, and that is when she fell. What began as a one-sided narrative quickly shifted as debates erupted. While it is unacceptable for a man to strike a woman, if the woman initiated the violence, the situation transforms entirely. Seizing the moment, Zhou Chen continued, "Mr. Reporter, you too have heard that she struck first." The reporter retorted, "Even if this lady initiated the assault, She did not harm you, yet you pushed her down. As a man, is it not inappropriate to strike a woman? Zhou Chen countered immediately, Mr. Reporter. I must disagree with your assertion. Is it only permissible for women to strike men while men are barred from retaliation? Should I stand idly by while she attacks me? And if I do not strike back, am I to be blamed? Sir, that is not my intent. You have misinterpreted my words, the reporter attempted to clarify. But the crowd erupted in a cacophony. I believe this man makes a valid point. Why should a woman be allowed to strike a man without consequence? What kind of reasoning is that? It was already said, do not jump to conclusions, and now they have been proven wrong. Upon overhearing the murmurs around her, Tian Yulan's countenance darkened considerably. This was a stark contrast to her expectations. Was it not supposed to be the case that everyone rallied to her side, denouncing Zhou Chen? Why, instead, did it seem as though the tide had turned against her? It was this woman seated on the ground. Do you comprehend the nature of our relationship? She claims we are relatives, which is not entirely inaccurate. But do you grasp the specifics of our kinship? This woman's mother was a mistress, having an affair with my wife and Apos' biological father, which resulted in my wife and her mother being forsaken. Subsequently, this woman's mother ascended to become my wife's father's wife. Indeed, when calculated thus, they are relatives, for this woman and my wife are stepsisters. The reason for today's altercation lies in the resentment harbored by them towards my wife, which led them to disrupt her workplace and file malicious reports, culminating in her demotion. When my wife sought to confront her, she resorted to physical aggression, resulting in the scene everyone witnessed. To be candid, incidents like today's have transpired more than once. They have even caused a ruckus at our home. It was only after enduring so much that I finally pushed her away, yet she attempted to turn the tables on me. I trust, dear journalist, that my words are now clear to you. Although Zhou Chen's explanation was somewhat convoluted, the onlookers comprehended, and their gazes swiftly transformed into disdainful glances directed at Tian Yulan. While mistresses are a common occurrence in this world, the mere act of vocalizing such truths invites scorn. As evidenced by the crowd's reaction, Tian Yulan's complexion turned a shade of deep purple as she vehemently protested, "That is not true. Do not believe his words." Zhou Chen interjected, then articulate, "Is what I said not factual? Did your mother not usurp another's husband?" Tian Yulan, in a fit of rage, retorted, "No. Their relationship was already strained, leading to their divorce. My mother had nothing to do with it." Yet, the more she insisted on her defense, the more it seemed to validate Zhou Chen's claims, for in the public's perception, mistresses often resort to such justifications. At this juncture, the reporter reacted swiftly, directing the camera and microphone towards Tian Yulan. "Madam, is what this gentleman has stated accurate? Is your mother truly a mistress who usurped another and Apos' position? Do you harbor resentment, seeking revenge that resulted in her demotion?" No. Tian Yulan shouted in fury, her composure shattered by the disdainful stares and the reporter's relentless questioning. "Get away from me. You are the one whose mother is the mistress." In a fit of madness, Tian Yulan shoved the reporter aside and turned towards the camera, exclaiming, "Do not film me. Go away, do not film me." At that moment, she could no longer concern herself with Zhou Chen and the others. She shielded her face and struggled through the crowd, hastening towards the residential complex, fearing that the reporters and others would pursue her. Although Tian Yulan had fled, the surrounding crowd remained abuzz with discussion, yet the tide had turned, now directing their ire towards Tian Yulan and her daughter. Seizing the moment of chaos, Zhou Chen swiftly took Nan Li's hand and led her away. "Darling, do you feel a bit better now?" he inquired. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Nan Li turned her head and asked abruptly, "Honey, were you deliberate just now? Did you summon those reporters?" In her earlier state of fluster, she had not grasped the situation, but now, reflecting on it, everything felt too coincidental, especially Zhou Chen's composed demeanor, as if he had been prepared for this all along. Zhou Chen smiled, "As expected of my wife. You guessed it perfectly. You really did bring them?" Nan Li stared at Zhou Chen in disbelief. He replied, "Do you not see this as the most effective way to deal with her? She sought to use public opinion to ensnare us, so I returned her tactics in kind." Nan Li swallowed hard. "But that's rather ruthless. I assent it? How will she ever live here again? And surely that reporter actually broadcast this?" Zhou Chen reassured her, "Am I that foolish? If it were to air, what benefit would we gain? I paid them, and the camera wasn't even rolling." Tian Yulan was too startled to notice. He continued, "As for Tian Yulan, she brought this upon herself. After today, if she dares to trouble us again, she should carefully consider the consequences. In the end, the one who will be most embarrassed is she." Nanli gazed at Zhou Chen with an indescribable expression, making him quite uncomfortable. Wife, what kind of look is that? Honey, I realize I truly underestimated you before. You could devise such a cunning plan. I was merely left with no other choice. So, does it feel satisfying? Well, it does bring a sense of relief. That's all that matters. I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. If she dares to stir trouble again, I will know how to handle her. You complain about being overweight, yet you're still out of breath. Chapter 57. Video fermentation. Lately, if you truly feel stifled, then perhaps resigning would be wise. It would allow us to devote ourselves fully to our own endeavors. However, Nanli did not acquiesce, but instead replied, I need to think, my dear husband. Grant me a little time. The idea of resigning left her feeling deeply reluctant, yet if she chose not to resign, she would have to assume the role of manager in the marketing department, a position vastly different from her previous one, leading to a profound emotional disparity. Zhou Chen refrained from pressing further and suggested, why don't you take a moment to rest? Indeed, today had been overwhelming, and Nanli felt utterly fatigued. Yearning for a moment of respite, she clicked on one of the videos, which captured the altercation that had just transpired at the community entrance. However, the footage was evidently edited, omitting any clear view of her and Nanli, while the segments featuring Tian Yulan were prominently displayed. Her face shown in sharp detail multiple times. The video even included subtitles. Although it did not explicitly reveal Tian Yulan's identity, it outlined the events, lamenting the decline of societal morals and depicting the daughter of a mistress creating a scene against the daughter of the ex-wife in public. Furthermore, it clearly documented Tian Yulan's frenzied tirade and her subsequent flight. Previously, Zhou Chen had not been entirely truthful with Nanli. The camera had been recording the entire incident, a directive from Zhou Chen himself. However, he had no intention of disclosing this to Nanli, acknowledging that such actions were somewhat excessive. Yet, Zhou Chen proceeded with this course of action. As Tian Yulan's incessant disturbances had long since depleted his patience, he felt compelled to deliver a stern lesson to her. As I instructed, whatever the cost, I shall pay double. After sending this message, Zhou Chen exhaled deeply. While exposing someone's privacy is not commendable, it seemed the most effective means of dealing with someone like Tian Yulan, especially since he could not resort to physical confrontation. Nor could he expect Nanli to engage with her in such a manner. Henceforth, it was merely a matter of waiting for time to work its magic. Nanli was reluctant to resign. She gritted her teeth, determined to make one last effort, hoping for another opportunity. Yet, reality proved overwhelmingly disheartening. Following her demotion, the president of Yuan avoided her, and the attitudes of her colleagues shifted drastically. Even her desire to ascend to the top floor for a cup of coffee felt beyond her reach. All of this left Nanli deeply pained, and she couldn't help but recall her husband's words, rather than endure bullying here, it might be better to leave altogether. The thought of having worked so hard only to depart in disgrace was profoundly unsatisfactory. Under Zhou Chen and Oppo's orchestration, the video concerning Tian Yulan spread rapidly, creating a considerable stir within a confined circle, despite not igniting widespread outrage online. After all, certain keywords, mistress's daughter, and the clash between the ex-wife's daughter, naturally invited public discourse. Meanwhile, Yan Peng and his son, who had been residing together with his parents, relished a carefree existence now that the oppressive presence of Tian Yulan had vanished. Not only were the father and son in high spirits, but Yan's parents also felt an overwhelming sense of joy and satisfaction, a sentiment that had eluded them since their son's family had moved away. As for their daughter-in-law, Tian Yulan, she had long since been disregarded. Yan Peng, seated on the sofa and engrossed in his mobile phone, stumbled upon a video that had garnered millions of likes and tens of thousands of comments. The content revolved around a mistress, piquing his curiosity. Upon watching, he was struck with astonishment. The female protagonist bore an uncanny resemblance to his wife, and upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed Tian Yulan. Oh no, this is serious. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Peng donned his clothes and, amidst his mother's frantic calls, hastily departed the villa. Nanli had been preoccupied with work and scarcely had time to check her phone. Yet the video had circulated so rapidly that it had caught the attention of her mother, Zhao Na. Although the faces were not clearly visible, Zhao Na recognized the silhouettes of Nanli and Xiao Shede, not to mention the unmistakable visage of Tian Yulan. When Zhou Chen saw the video that Nanli had played, he remarked nonchalantly, perhaps it was recorded by a bystander that day and shared online. Nanli retorted angrily, do you take me for a fool? Do you really think a bystander would post it so clearly and deliberately avoid showing our faces? Did you lie to me last time? Did you orchestrate the dissemination of this video? If so, our identities could be exposed, and that would be quite embarrassing. Zhou Chen calmly explained, fear not. The focus is currently on Tian Yulan, not us. Even if our identities become known, it would be minimal, especially since we have nothing to hide. The one who should be concerned is Tian Yulan. She may have committed minor misdeeds, but we are determined to teach her a lesson and show her that we are not to be trifled with. Though Nanli understood Zhou Chen's reasoning, she remained apprehensive. You are well aware of how advanced social media is today. If this escalates, we would have completely severed ties. We might be indifferent, but what about my father? Zhou Chen, with an air of indifference, replied, haven't we already severed ties? Given the current situation, do you think we can maintain any semblance of a relationship with him? You are his biological daughter. Unless he truly wishes to disown you, nothing will change. What kind of talk is that? Nanli inquired, somewhat irked. Zhou Chen sighed deeply and said, my dear, benevolence can invite exploitation, a notion you once shared with me. Today, she may threaten your career, but she could perpetrate even worse actions in the future. While we can endure, what if the children are harmed? There is no foolproof way to guard against thieves, thus, it is wiser for us to take preemptive action. Gazing at Zhou Chen, who seemed unfazed, Nanli expressed her frustration. Have you not considered how our tarnished image might affect our tutoring institution? Zhou Chen said, my dear, you are contemplating too far ahead. How could such matters possibly have such profound consequences? Furthermore, there was never an issue in the first place, even if others were to discover it. We stand on solid ground. If we are justified, why should we be overly concerned? I have come to realize that we have been overthinking things. We have been too restrained, which is why we have been targeted and provoked by Tian Yulan repeatedly. To deal with individuals of their ilk, we cannot maintain such decorum. They are shameless, so we must respond with greater severity. I wish to see if they truly have abandoned all sense of shame. In Nanli's heart, two inner voices were at odds. One voice deemed such actions to be morally reprehensible, while the other believed Zhou Chen's reasoning was sound. The two voices continued to bicker incessantly. Do as you wish. I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. I have no intention of returning to the company. I shall resign. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen was elated. That is splendid news. Goodness, Xia Junshan, I have realized you have been eagerly awaiting this day. Could you not at least hope for me a little? Nanli retorted, her voice laced with irritation. Zhou Chen chuckled, I only wish for your well-being. Which is why I say this. If you were to be promoted to director, I would wholeheartedly support you. However, given that you have not only failed to ascend but have been demoted, and even your president may be reassigned, why endure such indignities? It would be far better to resign and venture into entrepreneurship together as a couple. Although Nanli had already made her decision in her heart, Zhou Chen's jovial demeanor still irked her. In just over a month, we both resigned. Should our entrepreneurial endeavors fail to yield profit, we shall face the winds of hardship together. That is unlikely. I have a literary contract to fall back on, so I am not concerned. Chapter 58. The way men resolve issues at this moment. Yinping and Appo's call was concerning Tian Yulan, was it not? Gazing at the caller ID on his phone, Zhou Chen contemplated declining the call, for he had recently left Tian Yulan in a rather disheveled state. The thought of Yin Peng calling now surely indicated an impending confrontation, even if it was somewhat delayed. However, realizing that such matters would have to be confronted eventually, and feeling no guilt, he decided to answer the call. Hello, Yin Peng. I'm downstairs at your place. Come down and meet me. Just as Zhou Chen was about to respond, Yin Peng abruptly hung up, causing Zhou Chen to furrow his brow. It was quite unexpected that Yin Peng would seek him out at such a late hour. Nevertheless, the fact that Yin Peng requested a meeting rather than storming into his home suggested that he possessed at least a modicum of decorum compared to Tian Yulan and her mother. It was already past 9, and both Huan and Chao Chao had fallen asleep. Zhou Chen informed Nanli and prepared to head downstairs. Darling, Yinping is undoubtedly here regarding Tian Yulan. Try not to escalate the situation. Nanli expressed her concerns. Zhou Chen replied with a smile, fear not. He was bound to come eventually. I am well prepared. If it comes to it, we shall just exchange blows. The way men resolve conflicts is far more straightforward than your methods. Stop joking. Just go. If anything arises, call me. Before Nanli could finish her sentence, Zhou Chen had already departed the house. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Yinping, who wasted no time in speaking, follow me. As Zhou Chen trailed behind Yinping, they arrived at a secluded corner, prompting Zhou Chen to halt them. Yinping, I understand your purpose for being here. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhou Chen had not anticipated that Yin Peng would resort to violence, and thus he was caught off guard when Yin Peng delivered a punch to his face, causing him to stagger backward. Yin Peng, have you lost your mind? Zhou Chen felt a sharp pain in his cheek. The blow was indeed forceful, and upon touching his lip, he discovered it was bleeding. Yes, I've lost my mind. Xiao Shede, you dare to bully my wife, and you question my sanity? Yin Peng refrained from further words and lunged forward with another punch. But this time Zhou Chen was prepared, sidestepping and retaliating with a kick to Yin Peng's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The two engaged in a fierce scuffle for several minutes, emerging battered and bloodied, with noses bruised and blood streaming. Fortunately, they were in a quiet corner of the community, where the commotion would have surely attracted considerable attention. Gasping for breath, Zhou Chen sat on the ground, his face swollen and stained with blood. Not only was his face in agony, but his body also ached in multiple places, likely due to abrasions sustained during their tumble. Yin Peng was no better off. Sprawled on the ground, he too bore the marks of their altercation, his face bruised and his clothes torn in the fray. Now that we've exchanged blows, do you have anything further to say? Zhou Chen lightly touched his lip, wincing in pain, before directing his question to Yin Peng. After hearing this, Yin Peng turned over and sat up, his gaze filled with dissatisfaction as he fixed it on Zhou Chen. Xiao Shede, I considered you my closest friend. Why would you treat my wife this way? Zhou Chen snorted coldly. Why? You ought to be well aware that every conflict is instigated by Tian Yulan. This time, she sent her mother to create a commotion at Nanli Company and subsequently filed a complaint against the company's leadership, resulting in Nanli's demotion and ridicule, ultimately forcing her to resign. Yin Peng retorted. Tian Yulan claimed that it was Nanli who first caused her suspension. Zhou Chen scoffed. Do you truly believe her words? Of course, you would, as she is your wife. However, I must clarify that her suspension has nothing to do with Nanli. That matter was beyond Nanli's jurisdiction. Assisting was a matter of goodwill, while not assisting was merely a duty. Moreover, she made a phone call afterward, and the materials were delivered on time. So, why should Nanli bear the blame for her suspension? Zhou Chen's agitation grew. You know your wife's true nature better than I do. She constantly compares herself to Nanli. And if that were an end oppose, enough, she even drags children into the comparison. Each time, it results in unrest. Recently, it has escalated further. Both mother and daughter came to our home to cause a scene, and she even created disturbances at school, out of respect for you and your father-in-law. I tolerated her time and again, yet what has it yielded? She has only become more audacious. Yin Peng, regardless of your thoughts, I genuinely regard you as a brother. I have mentioned this matter to you more than once. If you possess the ability to rein her in and prevent her from causing such turmoil, would we be in this predicament today? Yin Peng, feeling disgruntled, questioned. So, it ultimately falls on me? It is not solely your fault. We all share responsibility. However, the current turmoil is largely a consequence of your inaction. I once held the same belief as you, thinking that enduring would suffice. What was the outcome? My family was victimized. Today, you confront me on behalf of your wife. What sentiment do you harbor? If you reflect carefully, you should grasp my feelings and comprehend my motivations. Zhou Chen spared no kindness. The situation had reached a point where reconciliation seemed impossible. Thus all words could be openly exchanged. Yin Peng exclaimed, I do not understand. I truly do not understand. Why, when both families could coexist harmoniously? Have we arrived at this point of conflict? Zhou Chen fell silent. The root of their discord lay in the absence of blood ties between their families, their complex relationships rendering coexistence untenable. Additionally, Tian Yulan's arrogant pride and competitive mindset contributed to the rift, perhaps even some disdain from Nanli towards Kai Jueying and her daughter. Regardless, the situation had deteriorated to an irreparable state. Yin Peng rose, his tone icy as he addressed Zhou Chen. Xiao Shede, after today, we are no longer friends. I will ensure that Tian Yulan does not trouble your family again, but I ask that you refrain from targeting her. Our families will have no further dealings. Even if we find ourselves in your vicinity, we shall avoid you. Zhou Chen remained composed and replied, we feel the same. Yin Peng uttered not a single word more and departed without hesitation, leaving Zhou Chen to gaze at his retreating figure until it vanished from sight, rendered speechless. Yin Peng had been his closest friend since arriving in this world, and now, as of today, that bond had been severed. A man, upon establishing a family, inevitably sacrifices certain aspects of his life, encompassing both the positive and the negative. Perhaps this is the essence of maturation. Chapter 59. The request of me Tao's mother, darling. What have you done to yourself? Keep your voice down. We don't want to wake Huan Huan and Xiao Xiao. Guiding Zhou Chen to the sofa in the living room, she was taken aback by the wounds and bruises adorning his face. A mixture of fear and concern flooding her heart. Husband, that must hurt terribly. Wait here. I and Oppos. I'll fetch the toolbox to tend to your injuries. Zhou Chen winced and gasped. What's so surprising? I treated Tian Yulan that way. If he still harbors feelings for her, he certainly won't let this matter rest. Just as if any man dared to bully you, I would fight him fiercely. Don't underestimate me. Yinping is in an even worse state than I am. Even in such pain, he still put on a brave front. Nanli lightly smacked Zhou Chen's shoulder, prompting him to yelp, startling her. What's wrong? Are you hurt elsewhere? As she spoke, she lifted Zhou Chen's shirt only to reveal his back, marred with bruises. How fiercely did you fight to end up like this? Your body is covered in injuries. Zhou Chen sighed. If it were just physical wounds, it would be manageable. But this fight has severed our friendship. I have laid everything bare with him, and we shall no longer have any dealings. Sigh. Nanli was at a loss for words. Understanding that Zhou Chen and Yinping shared a close bond, and now, due to these circumstances, they must part ways, certainly a painful reality. You should stay indoors for the next few days. In your condition, you would frighten people if you went out. Yes, I understand. The following morning, Huan Huan and Xiao Xiao were taken aback by their father's appearance, nearly brought to tears, requiring numerous reassurances to calm their fears. Not only the children, but even Zhao Na, who brought breakfast early that morning, was astounded by Zhou Chen's battered visage. Xiao Shan, how did you end up like this? Nanli provided a lengthy explanation to her mother. Perhaps it is for the best that you've severed ties. Fighting is never right. But it was he who struck first, and we Kuden and Oppos. T just stand by. Nevertheless, the way that video was handled was appropriate. Those people deserve to be dealt with in such a manner. Since matters have escalated with that family, it's best not to maintain connections. I previously did not oppose your interactions because of your father, but it seems that old fool has truly lost his senses, choosing to support the daughter of that mistress instead of his own. At this point, she grew anxious, asking, Li, what will you do? What about your job? You worked so hard to achieve that position, and now you've been demoted. What a tragedy. Having spoken with her daughter over the phone the previous day, she learned of the professional troubles caused by Kai Juing and her daughter, which infuriated her. Mom, they're in Oppos. There's no need to worry. I have already decided to resign and start a business with Xiao Shan. Resign? Zhao Na exclaimed in alarm. How can you possibly resign? What business are you planning to start together? Nanli replied, Mom, let me explain. We are preparing to open a tutoring institution. Is that a viable plan? Zhao Na's face was etched with concern. She was aware that her son-in-law had achieved success, yet the uncertainties of business still troubled her. Mom, please don't worry. We already have a plan in place and have begun the preparations. The storefront has been secured. However, we may need your assistance in picking up Huan Huan and Xiao Xiao in the future, Nanli reassured her. Zhao Na replied, this is no burden at all. As long as you two are well and can earn a living, everything will be fine. Despite her worries, she had faith in her daughter. The couple embarking on a venture together, even if their earnings were modest, was reassuring, especially since her son-in-law was also writing novels, ensuring their livelihood was secure. Mom, we are well aware of what we're doing. Just then, Nanli and Oppos' phone rang. Her father, Nan Jianlong. She stepped onto the balcony to converse with him. Meanwhile, in another household, a fierce argument was unfolding between two elders, Nan Jianlong and Kai Juing. However, after enduring a series of setbacks, Nan Jianlong was no longer as confused as before. He promptly called Nanli to understand the situation. Upon learning that his biological daughter had been demoted and forced to resign, Nan Jianlong was furious. He no longer had the patience to comfort Kai Juing and instead chastised her for causing a scene at Nanli's workplace and for allowing Tian Yulan to frame their daughter. Consequently, the two elderly individuals, each fighting for their daughters, became increasingly heated in their exchange, culminating in Kai Juing storming out of the house, taking her belongings with her. In the afternoon, Zhou Chen was at home writing, while Nanli was diligently working on the tutoring center project. Though she had initially opposed Zhou Chen's idea of starting a tutoring institution, she became even more earnest and dedicated than him after deciding to take charge. Excuse me. Huan Huan's father, I have something to discuss, but I feel a bit awkward. Mi Tao's mother said hesitantly as she approached the study where Zhou Chen was busy. Zhou Chen paused his work and courteously replied, Mi Tao's mother. Please feel free to speak your mind. Mi Tao's mother, visibly embarrassed, said, Huan Huan's father. I heard from teacher Zhong that he has resigned and is planning to start a tutoring center with you. The reason we enrolled Mi Tao at Zishu was because of teacher Zhou. Now that he is leaving, we do not wish to remain there. I wanted to ask if, once your tutoring center is established, you could perhaps accept Mi Tao. Zhou Chen immediately understood her intent and nodded without hesitation. Of course, Mi Tao's mother. A child as outstanding as Mi Tao would be sought after by any tutoring institution. Furthermore, we have known each other for a long time. If you're willing to send Mi Tao over, I will have teacher Zhang personally arrange everything. As for the tuition fees, you need not worry. I assure you it will be considerably less than at Zishu. Nanli had already informed him that the initial tuition at their new center would not be high, especially for a remarkably talented child like Mi Tao, who was also a familiar acquaintance, making a discount entirely feasible. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Mi Tao and Apos, S mother immediately bowed in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you so much, Huan and Apos, S father. We truly appreciate your kindness." Zhou Chen hastily approached to assist Mi Tao and Apos, S mother, but soon realized the inappropriateness of his gesture and halted. Mi Tao's mother, this hardly constitutes a burden. In fact, your diligent work in our household has alleviated many of our troubles. Moreover, Huan has mentioned that Mi Tao frequently lends her a helping hand. They have become quite close friends. Mi Tao's mother continued to express her gratitude. I am sincerely thankful to you. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to let me know. Zhou Chen suddenly recalled a matter. Indeed, there is something. My mother-in-law, whom you have met, resides directly across from our community. My wife and I intended to hire a part-time worker for her, but we have been preoccupied and it slipped our minds. She is quite fond of you, Mi Tao's mother. I wonder if you might have some availability to take on this task? Yes, of course, Mi Tao's mother eagerly nodded. Even if I were pressed for time, I would make arrangements, as your family has been exceptionally kind to me. That is splendid. You need not visit daily. 3 or 4 times a week would suffice. I will have Nanli provide you with further details. Regarding payment, if she offers you any remuneration, please kindly refuse. We shall settle it together. Mi Tao's mother quickly interjected. That is simply not acceptable. You have already assisted me so greatly. How could I possibly accept payment? It is no trouble at all. I can manage it effortlessly. However, Zhou Chen was insistent. Assistance is one thing, but work is another. They must not be conflated. If you persist in declining payment, we would hesitate to let you take on the task. Therefore, let us not prolong this discussion. It is settled. How embarrassing, she replied. Earning a living is a natural obligation. There is no need for discomfort. Mi Tao's mother, you are simply too courteous. Thank you once again for your kindness, both in aiding our Mi Tao and for this job opportunity. I am truly grateful. No need for thanks. It is merely what should be done. Mutual assistance is paramount. Chapter 60. Kai Juiying's disturbance in the blink of an eye. The summer vacation approached. Under the urging of Zhou Chen and Zhang Yi, the renovation of the tutoring center was nearing completion, and the office furniture had also been finalized. A simple phone call would suffice for its delivery. Interestingly, Yin Peng's family was in the furniture manufacturing business, and had it not been for the fallout with Yin Peng, procuring the office items would have been a far less cumbersome task. As for the necessary documentation, business licenses, fire safety certifications, health permits, and so forth, all had been duly arranged. The name of the tutoring center was chosen by Zhou Chen himself, called Qinxing, devoid of any profound meaning, merely a reflection of his own name. He felt that he would eventually depart, and regardless of the circumstances, he wished to leave behind something of his own, hence the name. Most crucial, however, was the recruitment of students. Once Nanli had settled other matters, she dedicated herself to enrollment efforts, for while other tasks could be accomplished through diligence, student enrollment was paramount. Without students, all endeavors would be in vain. Nanli employed every available connection and invested considerable funds in advertising. Although the tutoring center had yet to commence operations, a number of students had already expressed interest in enrolling. Despite her bustling schedule, Nanli did not complain. Instead, she expressed a sense of fulfillment, which relieved Zhou Chen considerably. In the evening, after lulling the child to sleep, Nanli pulled Zhou Chen to sit on the living room sofa. Dear, Tian Yulan called me today. What? Zhou Chen's voice suddenly elevated, astonished as he gazed at Nanli. You mean Tian Yulan called you? I must have misheard. What did she say? Did she argue with you again? Nanli clarified. It was not about her and us, but rather concerning her mother. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. What about her mother? Is she causing trouble again? She had a fierce argument with my father and even left home, claiming she wants a divorce. Now she is staying at their house. Those two are quarreling and contemplating divorce? Because of our situation? But why would she contact you? To ask you to. Zhou Chen was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but managed to restrain himself. That is preposterous. She must be dreaming. How could she possibly think of that? It's utterly ridiculous. It was beyond his comprehension that Nan Li would actually entertain such a notion. Someone like Kai Juiying still wants to save face? Does she even deserve it? Nan Li sighed, but what about my father? Though I dislike saying it, without that woman, my father cannot live alone. This is not merely a matter of shame. He needs someone to care for him. If he cannot eat or drink properly, he could easily fall ill. A look of hesitation crossed Nan Li and Appo's face. Given my father and Appo's age, we cannot afford to let anything happen to him. I can sacrifice my dignity if it means he remains well. No, absolutely not. This is not a negotiable issue. If you truly intend to go, I will be very upset. Seeing Zhou Chen's displeased expression, Nan Li couldn't help but smile. I am not even angry yet you are all worked up, dear husband. I understand that you have my best interest at heart, but that woman has cared for my father for over a decade. He has grown accustomed to her presence. And changing caregivers at this juncture may not yield the best results. Noticing the uncertainty in Nan Li's tone, Zhou Chen realized that if he did not firmly oppose her, given her character, she might indeed yield. Rather than allowing her to take matters into her own hands without his knowledge, he decided it was better to intervene directly. Lily, allow me to handle this. I will speak with Aunt Kai. You? Nan Li's face was filled with skepticism. No. Can you really manage? I hope you won't end up in another argument with him. Rest assured, leave it to me. Zhou Chen was resolute. He was determined to deal with this mother-daughter duo. Just as he had resolved one issue with Tian Yulan, now Kai Juiying was starting to stir trouble again. Divorce? How absurd. If Kai Juiying had the capability to threaten with divorce, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to play the mistress in the first place. If a divorce were to occur, who would care for her? Tian Yulan? Zhou Chen felt less confident when it came to Tian Yulan. But he was completely assured when it came to Kai Juiying. Though she too was shameless, she was considerably easier to handle than Tian Yulan. Are you truly capable? Recently, due to the demands of starting a business, Nan Li was overwhelmed. In truth, if it weren't for her father's situation, she would have little interest in the affairs of Tian Yulan and Kai Juiying. Oh, and soon the students will be on summer vacation. There are only a few days left for the summer tutorial classes. Is everything all right on the Qinxing side? Everything that needed preparation has been arranged, and it will surely commence without issue. However, we are uncertain how many students will enroll in the end. Without a final confirmation, no one can guarantee profitability, after all. We have already invested a considerable sum before even starting. Zhou Chen remained optimistic. Do not fret excessively, it has already begun, and we have put forth our efforts. Now, we shall see how fate unfolds. By the way, are the online training courses proceeding simultaneously? Nan Li asked, bewildered, husband. I truly do not understand why you are so insistent on pursuing online education. We can hardly manage our offline courses, so why venture into online as well? I have inquired, and the online sector is several times more challenging to navigate successfully. All right. I admit I am not privy to your thoughts. But you are the boss, so we shall follow your lead. I am the boss, and you are the boss's wife. Chapter 61. Self-inflicted humiliation. Why is it you? Nan Li? Although it was Nan Li who made the call, the person who arrived was Zhou Chen, and Kai Juiying's expression immediately darkened. Previously, she had a favorable impression of Zhou Chen, but after a series of unfortunate events, particularly the loss of her daughter's job and the subsequent online backlash, both instigated by Zhou Chen and Nan Li, her feelings soured. Zhou Chen, lacking his customary politeness, coldly stated, Lily has matters to attend to today, so I am here in her stead. I do not wish to engage in conversation with you. I am leaving. As Kai Juiying began to rise, Zhou Chen and Appo's voice turned icy. You need to consider this carefully. If you choose not to speak today, there may not be another opportunity. And the prospect of reconciliation with your husband will be utterly extinguished. What are you saying? What right do you have to make such assertions? Kai Juiying retorted, sitting back down, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. My relationship with Lao Nan is none of your business. Zhou Chen shrugged, replying, Indeed, I am merely an outsider to you. However, do not forget that my wife is the biological daughter of your husband, and in comparison, their bond is far closer than yours. Kai Juiying's expression darkened further. Do not take advantage of me. What merit is there in bullying an elderly person? Elderly? Zhou Chen scoffed disdainfully. Were you not causing a scene at my home? Did you not create turmoil at Li's workplace? Yet, when it suits you, you suddenly become an elder. Let us dispense with the pretense. I am not your father, and will not be swayed by your tactics. If you wish to make a fuss, feel free to try, but consider your daughter's predicament first. If it comes to confrontation, the two of you together are no match for me. Disregarding Kai Jueying's exceedingly displeased expression, Zhou Chen had lost all patience with this old mistress and would not extend her any courtesy. You may perceive this as a threat. That is of no consequence to me. I am here to resolve an issue. If you do not wish to converse, then your role is merely to listen. I have heard you intend to divorce your husband. That is none of your concern. It is a matter between me and Lao Nan, and requires no input from you. Kai Jueying replied coldly. Zhou Chen nodded, saying, You are correct. I do not wish to interfere. However, since your daughter has sought my assistance, I shall engage with you directly. You claim you wish to divorce your husband. Very well. Even if the divorce occurs, what do you believe you will gain? Kai Jueying confidently asserted, having been married to Lao Nan for over a decade, I am entitled to half of the assets, even in the event of a divorce. Ah. So you were well prepared, already contemplating asset division, Zhou Chen remarked with a sarcastic smile, causing Kai Jueying to tremble with rage, feeling deeply humiliated. Zhou Chen continued, not allowing her a moment to respond. I understand your mindset. You believe that should a divorce occur, you could secure half the wealth and use it to live alongside your daughter. With money in hand, your daughter would not dare to disdain you, correct? Although Kai Jueying remained silent, her expression conveyed everything. For an uneducated elderly woman, she believed that as long as she possessed wealth, her daughter would be inclined to care for her. To some extent, this notion held a semblance of validity. Allow me to speak candidly. While your daughter may be dutiful, do you truly think Yinping shares the same sentiment? For a day or two, perhaps, but over time, what do you suppose Yinping's parents would think? At that point, not only would your own situation become precarious, but it could also place your daughter in a difficult position. Ultimately, two scenarios would unfold. Either you would depart alone, or you would leave with your daughter. Kai Jueying's face turned pale at Zhou Chen's words. Although she lacked formal education, she had endured various hardships in her youth, living under the roofs of others. Thus, despite her disdain for Zhou Chen, she did not dismiss his words as mere intimidation. She recognized their potential truth. Furthermore, I must correct a fundamental misconception. You believe that divorce would entitle you to half of the assets, but that is merely a fantasy. While you have been married to your father for many years, the only assets you would be entitled to are those acquired during the marriage. Premarital property is entirely beyond your claim. Do you fail to comprehend what this means? Listen closely. The house your father currently resides in is classified as premarital property. This indicates that regardless of whether you divorce, the house bears no financial connection to you. The only assets you could potentially claim would be the funds accrued during your marriage. However, by the time of your union, your father was already semi-retired. Considering his expenses since then, how much savings do you imagine he possesses? And how much of that would you actually receive? The more Zhou Chen spoke, the more Kai Jueying trembled, her voice quaking. I do not believe your words. I refuse to believe them. If you harbor doubts, you may inquire with your daughter. There is no need to wait. Zhou Chen remained unperturbed. Such a simple deception could be easily dismantled, and there was no necessity to deceive her. Kai Jueying's mind buzzed. Previously, she had quarreled fiercely with Nan Jianlong over her daughter's matters, genuinely contemplating divorce. Indeed, as Zhou Chen had mentioned, should a divorce occur, she would take with her only half of whatever meager assets she might acquire. Yet, Zhou Chen's remarks shattered her illusions. After a divorce, she would receive little to no financial support. Without sufficient funds, how could she possibly assert herself while living with her daughter and son-in-law? Old Nan cannot live without me. I can choose not to divorce. Zhou Chen smiled. Indeed, you may opt to remain married, but if you claim that your father cannot live without you, you are sorely mistaken. You have been with him for many years and have learned to care for him, but I must inform you that such matters can be resolved with money. We can hire caregivers, nurses, and doctors. With wealth, all issues may be addressed. Kai Jueying stiffened her neck. That is impossible. Old Nan would not adapt. He is accustomed to my care. Thus, I reiterate, you truly overestimate your importance. At your father's age, what do you believe holds the utmost significance? Is it familial bonds, or the joy of grandchildren? Do you think you can rival Li, or compare to Huan Huan and Chao Chao in your father's esteem? Observing Kai Jueying, whose spirit appeared increasingly disheveled, Zhou Chen felt no trace of compassion as he continued his verbal assault. At your age, one should be acutely aware that while you may find solace in your son's words, there remains a rationale for clinging to them. However, when it comes to your daughter and son-in-law, one need not elaborate. You must comprehend that, in contrast to children, A devoted partner is the sole individual upon whom you can truly rely. With that, Zhou Chen stood up. Oh, by the way, my words today may have been rather harsh. Should you find them unbearable and contemplate a tumultuous outburst, or even a drastic decision, I strongly advise you to reflect carefully. If you were to proceed with such actions, the one who would ultimately suffer would be your daughter, while others would remain unaffected. Regardless of the choices you make, refrain from disturbing us in the future, and do not allow your daughter to approach us either. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee how I might react. Though Zhou Chen's barrage of words did not inflict any tangible harm, their derogatory nature was profoundly impactful. At this moment, Kai Jueying was utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to Zhou Chen's departure, as she sat there in a daze. Chapter 62. The father-in-law through the son-in-law's eyes. Today, I visited my father. And as Tian Yulan remarked, the state of his home was utterly chaotic. After several hours of tidying up, I managed to restore some semblance of order. Learning about my father's dismal condition, Nanli dedicated her time today to visit him, engaging in a lengthy conversation with Nan Jianlong, followed by further efforts to clean the house. Husband, how did your talk with that woman go? Zhou Chen recounted the day's dialogue with Kai Jueying to Nanli, who was taken aback by the revelations. You were quite harsh in your words, yet that woman genuinely contemplated divorcing my father and even dividing his property? Initially, Nanli thought Zhou Chen and Apos, as comments were somewhat extreme, but upon hearing that Kai Jueying truly wished to divorce her father and was considering a division of assets, she was consumed by indignation. How could this woman dare to utter such words? Although my father may have acted inappropriately in the past, he has treated her and her daughter well, providing for their needs. The fact that Tian Yulan was able to attend university was due to my father's financial support. Their comfortable lives these years can be attributed to him, and now, at the end of it all, she still thinks of claiming his wealth. It is utterly shameless. Zhou Chen scoffed. Given their actions, they have no right to claim any dignity. Now you understand why I advised against your involvement. You sought to compromise for the sake of our father, but they have clearly perceived your intentions and aim to exploit you. Should you have approached them, they would only have pressed further. They even have plans for a divorce and asset division. Their naivety is astounding. It is truly astonishing that our mother was usurped by such a woman. And as for my father, to have chosen someone like her in his twilight years, still coveting his fortune. Zhou Chen offered an understanding perspective, saying, what is so surprising about this? Our mother is strong-willed. Upon discovering our father's infidelity, regardless of the reasons, it was inevitable that she could not continue their relationship. As for our father, Li, I believe you underestimate him. He is not as naive as you think. What do you mean? Nanli queried, perplexed. After visiting her father and aunt, Apos, as home today, she genuinely felt sympathy for him and sincerely wished for his well-being. Zhou Chen replied, do you think our father is unaware of that woman's intentions? He is quite astute. Over the years, although he has provided generously for that mother-daughter duo, he has gained even more in return. He has someone to attend to him, do his laundry and cooking, and care for him in sickness, sparing us the burden. Where else could he find such an excellent caretaker? That woman is entirely dependent on him, after so many years of a comfortable life. Do you truly believe she would leave? Thus, our father is indeed shrewd. He is merely waiting for her to confront reality. To put it bluntly, in our father's eyes, that woman ranks just above a maid, never rising to the level of a true spouse, let alone having any genuine marital affection. It's all nonsense. Nanli stared at Zhou Chen in astonishment, and after a long pause, she remarked, husband, you've changed quite a bit lately. Have you been studying psychology? Zhou Chen cleared his throat. Well, it's just that I'm writing a novel. The more I contemplate, the more I understand. Nanli, listening to you, it feels as if a couple and Apos' life together requires constant calculation against one another. It is quite terrifying. Is our father truly that cunning? Zhou Chen replied, our father has held a leadership position for many years, and his understanding of human nature is undoubtedly more profound than ours. Moreover, how many remarried couples truly thrive? How many are not engaged in mutual scheming? From mundane expenses to significant assets, regardless of wealth, couples in such situations, especially those with children from previous marriages, are bound to face discord. This is quite normal. It's not that he looks down on remarried couples. It is simply the nature of reality. Those who have married once and can remarry for love are rare. More often, it is a matter of mutual compromise and cohabitation. It is frightening, genuinely frightening. If I were to live such a life, I would prefer an early separation and to live independently. Nanli shuddered, unable to fathom how one could endure such a life. Zhou Chen embraced her, saying, therefore, The original spouse is preferable, unless it is a matter of principle. It is best to avoid divorce for the sake of the children. Smack. Ouch, Li, you truly have a heavy hand. Zhou Chen clutched his shoulder. The blow was rather severe. Nan Li shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, "You deserve it. To even suggest finding a new companion for your father. What on earth are you thinking? I was merely contemplating a solution. It was just a jest. Let us hope for the best. I do not expect much. Merely that this woman can take good care of our father. At worst, we will simply try to minimize our visits there. Rest assured, though our father may be aging, he still possesses discernment. That woman will undoubtedly not outsmart him." What does that even mean? Why can't you speak properly? Nan Li rolled her eyes at him and continued, Huan is approaching her final exams. I wonder if she will make it into the top 10 of her class this time. Recently, Huan has been quite diligent in her studies and has made progress. Though compared to her initial efforts, the pace of improvement has noticeably slowed. Chen Xiaoqin has also mentioned this to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen understood this well. As Huan and Appo's S grades had improved rapidly from a poor starting point. However, as her performance improved, the rate of enhancement could not remain so swift. Continued advancement necessitates gradual, persistent effort. While the teacher's guidance is crucial, the student's attitude is equally paramount. Thus, relying solely on the teacher is certainly insufficient for academic improvement. Regarding Huan and Appo's S performance, Zhou Chen no longer felt the intense pressure he had when he first arrived in this world. This was due to two reasons. First, Huan's grades were consistently improving, and second, their financial situation was becoming increasingly stable. He had already devised a plan. If, a year from now, Huan could gain admission to Hamlin Middle School through her own efforts, then everything would be manageable. However, if she did not succeed, he would have to resort to financial means. After all, Hamlin Middle School is a private institution, primarily profit-driven. So as long as he finds the right people and utilizes his financial resources wisely, admission is certainly attainable. Moreover, Zhou Chen has resolved that once the summer tutoring classes commence, he will enroll Huan as well, believing that learning and competing alongside a larger group may yield even more effective results. Chapter 63, The Opening of Qinqing Education, 6 months later. A few days later, Huan had completed her final exams, though the results were still forthcoming, and Qinqing Education had quietly commenced operations. The responsibility for the opening fell to Nan Li, and the occasion was quite grand. What took Zhou Chen by surprise was the unexpected arrival of the district's deputy mayor. He later learned that Nan Jialong, in an effort to garner influence for them, had humbly sought out his former subordinate, now the deputy mayor. Nan Jialong believed that with his daughter and son-in-law both having resigned, despite Zhou Chen's assurances that writing novels could be lucrative, he still felt uneasy. As a father, he felt compelled to lend his support as the couple sought to establish a tutoring institution. Thus, he toiled for several days to secure the deputy mayor's attendance. Upon learning of this, Zhou Chen felt a deep sense of gratitude. Despite Nan Jianlong's various shortcomings, his dedication to his daughter was undeniably sincere. National officials of the deputy mayor's rank are typically prohibited from participating in company openings. However, Nan Jianlong found a way around this. The deputy mayor did not partake in the formal ribbon cutting, but instead brought along a relative and Appo's child to register and soon departed. Although he did not participate in the cutting of the ribbon, his personal visit in the presence of another child created a significant positive impact on Qinqing education, as many witnesses could attest. Consequently, subsequent activities unfolded smoothly, with numerous parents bringing their children to visit and enroll. Not long ago, Zhou Chen had liquidated all his investments in Bitcoin. If memory serves him correctly, during this period, Bitcoin had reached a peak of over 13,000. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, he opted to sell when it surpassed 11,000. In total, including additional investments, they had invested over 2 million, ultimately reaping a profit exceeding 4 million, resulting in a total of over 7 million in hand. Upon receipt of the funds, they settled outstanding debts related to their tutoring classes and promptly began working on the institution. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Darling, when will your side cease operations? The news on television has been rather alarming lately. During the winter break, which should have been a busy period for the tutoring center, Nan Li found herself unoccupied. This was due to a recent notice from the city, mandating that all tutoring institutions conclude their activities early this year. Thus, Qinqing Education had closed its doors a few days prior. Manager Fong had already issued a notice to finalize matters the following day, after which there would be no need to return. 2 months prior, preparations had commenced for a new building for the racehorse group. and as a design consultant for the group, Zhou Chen had also taken on his responsibilities. At that time, since Qinxing education had entered its operational phase, Zhou Chen devoted most of his time to the work at the new building. Regarding this matter, Zhou Chen felt a profound sense of conflict. He had long anticipated such developments, however. It was not a matter of negligence, but rather a recognition of his limitations and a reluctance to act. If he were to suddenly utter such words, he would either be deemed insane or considered a criminal undermining societal peace. Thus, apart from taking early precautions by purchasing an astonishing quantity of masks and disinfectants, he did not engage in any other actions. As for profiting from this calamity, that thought never crossed his mind, not because he held himself in high esteem, but because he had not yet lowered his moral standards to exploit such a disaster. This situation is quite serious. From today onwards, you must keep the child at home and refrain from going out. We should notify mother as well. No, I believe it would be best to bring her here for safety and Appo's sake. Is it really that severe? Although Nan Li had seen the news and understood the gravity of the situation, reminiscent of the disastrous events of the early 2000s, she was still taken aback by Zhou Chen's assertion of its seriousness. It is indeed severe. Do not let your guard down. We need to prepare our stock of masks and disinfectants and distribute them to every student's family. While these items may not hold much value now, they are essential supplies. By the way, how is our online training progressing? Nan Li furrowed her brow and replied, since we launched, the online training has been unprofitable, and we have even incurred losses due to teacher salaries. After more than 6 months, we have only a handful of students. In truth, she had long contemplated shutting down the online training, as the offline classes had finally found their footing and begun to turn a profit. She envisioned expanding the offline program and closing the online venture, but Zhou Chen had always opposed this, insisting on continuing the online training, leaving her with no choice but to follow his lead. Zhou Chen, however, remained calm as he said, "It and Appo's. It's all right. All beginnings are difficult. The time for our online training to flourish will soon arrive." Are you referring to the current situation? Nan Li, being perceptive, realized that with tutoring centers now closed, the students would be left in a lurch. Honey, did you prepare for this moment by establishing online training? She appeared quite stunned. I do not possess such grand capabilities. I merely believe that online training will become increasingly relevant in the future. Just look at the plethora of training programs emerging online. In this new media age, while offline is crucial, we must not neglect online opportunities. Is this what you refer to as strategic foresight? She chuckled. One could say so. While he spoke lightly with Nan Li, Zhou Chen's heart was heavy. He was acutely aware of the hardships and suffering that lay ahead for the nation in the coming months, though he did not possess the noble thoughts of a patriot. The thought of countless families being torn apart and eternally separated filled him with profound sorrow, compelling him to force those thoughts away. Huan ranked 4th in her final exams. She has been eagerly awaiting her reward from you. Are you prepared? Upon hearing Nan Li's words, Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. Had you not reminded me, I would have completely forgotten amidst my busyness. Nan Li shot him a knowing glance and said, I anticipated you would forget. I have already prepared a set of Elsa dolls for you to give her. My dear wife, how wonderful it is to have you by my side. Come, let me steal a kiss. Zhou Chen gently pulled Nan Li closer for a brief embrace. Suddenly, Nan Li spoke. Darling, I heard from Huan that recently, Yin Zio seems rather out of sorts, no longer playing with her. Moreover, she only ranked a little over 10 in the recent final examinations, a situation that has never occurred before. Although she held little affection for Tian Yulan, she had a fond impression of the understanding and kind-hearted Yin Zio. After hearing Huan and Appo's words, it lingered in her mind. Zio? Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. Ever since that incident, their family had lost all connection with the Tian family. He had almost forgotten about it, especially since Nan Li had not mentioned it. Now, with Yin Zio and Appo's unusual behavior, could there be another issue? Yet, it seemed implausible. They were currently living with his in-laws. Although Tian Yulan was overbearing, Yin Ping and Appo's parents were certainly not to be trifled with, and it was unlikely they would allow Tian Yulan to mistreat their grandson. After pondering this, he concluded, It's no use worrying about it. That's their affair, beyond our reach. Nan Li sighed. Indeed, I can't help but feel a bit melancholic. Zio is such a wonderful child. I hope she isn't and Appo's led astray by Tian Yulan. Speaking of children, I spend my days at the tutoring center, surrounded by many kids. But the one who leaves the deepest impression on me is Mi Tao. This child is truly sensible and obedient, always taking the initiative to clean the classroom after school. They say children from impoverished families mature early. If Mi Tao continues on this path, she is bound to succeed in life. Indeed, Mi Tao is a remarkable child. Mentioning Mi Tao, Zhou Chen also felt a sense of nostalgia. Compared to the dramas, Huan and Mi Tao get along splendidly now, without any conflicts. With teacher Zhang Shui and Oppos, for providing guidance, Mi Tao remains exceptionally cheerful. After the events of the summer holiday, Zhang Shui and Oppos, her ultimately resigned and joined Qinxing Education, becoming a teacher there. Together with Zhong Yi, they are thriving at Qinxing. Chapter 64. Donations and Yinping and Oppos. As plea on New Year and Oppos. Eve, the family gathered for a meal. Although they referred to themselves as a family, it comprised merely 4 members along with the mother-in-law, Zhao Na. Mother, why don't you come and stay with us? The current situation is genuinely alarming, Nanli suggested once more, marking the 3rd time she had made this proposition. Zhao Na waved her hand dismissively. No need. I live just across the street. It's only a few steps away. Rest assured, I will take precautions. I have masks and disinfectant at home. As she spoke, a sigh escaped her lips. This year's festivities are truly disheartening. Seldom do I see anyone on the streets. How could such a calamity occur? Recalling the time when Zhou Chen had unexpectedly purchased millions of masks, filling the storeroom to the brim, she had jokingly remarked that they would last for generations. Yet now, it seemed that this casual decision had taken on monumental significance as the price of masks continued to soar, with reports indicating a scarcity in many areas. 1 million? Zhao Na exclaimed. Xia Junshan, are you out of your mind? Zhou Chen replied, Mother, in the face of disaster, if we lack the means, that is one matter. But now that we possess some capability, we should extend a helping hand. Money can be earned again, but we must do our utmost in situations like this. Li, what do you think? Nanli frowned slightly. 1 million was no trifling sum. Their tutoring institute had only just begun to turn a profit, and the household expenses were primarily covered by Zhou Chen and Oppos' earnings from writing novels. The thought of donating 1 million indeed weighed heavily on her heart. However, seeing Zhou Chen's resolute demeanor, she ultimately nodded. I have no objections, you decide. Zhao Na opened her mouth, conceding, well, if both of you are in agreement. What more can I say? Yet, the thought of losing 1 million still pains me. That amount is nearly equivalent to my savings over the years. Zhou Chen smiled, reflecting on his previous inability to effect change in the real world. Having arrived in this realm with newfound capabilities, he felt compelled to lend assistance. After more than 6 months, his first novel had reached completion. Though he had never seen the original ending, he managed to conclude it satisfactorily through his own efforts. Over the span of 10 months, he had earned over 18 million from subscriptions alone, with future revenues anticipated. Additionally, he had sold the rights for adaptations, earning over 4 million from film and television, although this amount paled in comparison to his subscription earnings. Nonetheless, discussions regarding traditional publishing and audiobooks were ongoing. The editor informed him that as a newcomer, his royalty share was relatively low, but with his growing reputation, future works would likely yield a better distribution. Moreover, following the new year, his contract level would elevate to that of a major author, further increasing his subscription revenue. With a solid foundation now established, Xiao Shede was determined not to abandon writing. Shortly after completing his first novel, he began work on a second, a fantasy tale. While it would not see the fervent updates of the first, its rising popularity ensured promising performance metrics. Thus far, Zhou Qingguang has accumulated over 20 million in cash. According to Nan Li's vision, these funds have been invested in bank wealth management, yielding modest returns, yet ensuring safety and reliability. Withdrawing 1 million may seem significant. Yet for Zhou Cheng and his family, it is not a matter of great consequence, nor does it disrupt their lifestyle. The responsibility of donating funds and supplies rests solely with Nan Li, as she is the current head of Qinxing and has contacted Deputy District chiefly through Nan Jianlong. Upon learning of Qinxing's willingness to contribute such a substantial amount of materials and funds, Deputy District chiefly expressed considerable delight. Presently, while financial resources are manageable, supplies such as masks and disinfectants are exceedingly scarce. Qinxing's donation of 2 million masks and a large quantity of disinfectant is truly remarkable. Many companies with assets exceeding 1 billion might hesitate to part with such resources. As days pass, Zhou Chen and his family remain largely confined to their community, finding all necessary daily necessities available within, including vegetables and meat. Although they cannot venture outside, they are not idle. The online training program of Qinqing Education has gained significant momentum, with numerous students who previously attended classes in person now enrolling for online sessions. Nanli has been tirelessly coordinating these efforts, with her phone and WeChat seldom ceasing to ring. The surge in online training has amazed Nanli. While Zhou Chen has expressed his exhaustion from the continuous rewards, regretting not having prioritized his physical fitness earlier. The pandemic has persisted for an extended period, extending into March without signs of abating. However, some companies have resumed operations. Although construction on the new building for the Sima Group has been halted, Zhou Chen, as a design consultant, has not ceased his work, constantly liaising with designers at the Design Institute, reviewing and amending blueprints. One evening, as Zhou Chen and Nanli prepared dinner, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a look of surprise crossed his face. Nanli leaned in to see and exclaimed, "Oh, Yinping, why is he calling you?" It was indeed Yinping, who, after their altercation nearly 10 months prior, had not been in contact. His sudden outreach piqued Nanli's curiosity. Zhou Chen shook his head, replying, "I'm not sure." After such a lengthy silence, the past events had faded, and though his emotions were somewhat mixed, he decided to answer the call. "It's me, Yinping. I know you. What can I do for you?" Zhou Chen was at a loss for words. "I have something I need your help with. Can you meet me?" Yinping's voice was unusually subdued, lacking his usual vibrancy and clarity. After a brief pause, Zhou Chen responded, "All right." He hung up and informed Nanli. "Yinping wants to meet. It sounds like something has happened." Nanli nodded and advised, "Go ahead, considering how long you've known each other. He is different from Tian Yulan. When you go out, remember to wear your mask, avoid eating recklessly, and steer clear of crowded places." "Understood," Zhou Chen replied. Zhou Chen ventured out wearing a mask, heading to a CAF not far from his residence, where Yinping had arranged to meet him. Upon his arrival, he found Yinping was already there. Due to the ongoing pandemic, the CAF was nearly deserted, with only a couple seated at a distant table besides Yinping. Zhou Chen approached and took a seat across from him, noticing that the coffee had already been ordered. However, he was taken aback by Yinping's appearance. Compared to their last encounter, Yinping appeared significantly more haggard. Though masked, the weariness and despondency were evident on his face. "Yinping, what has happened to you?" Zhou Chen pondered. The previous Yinping had been lively, either engrossed in video games or engaged in sports. While he may not have exuded exuberance, he certainly radiated youthfulness, a stark contrast to the man before him, whose sunken eyes and weary countenance spoke of hardship. Nearly half a year had passed. What could have transpired to change Yinping so drastically? "Brother, I sought you out today to ask for your assistance." Yinping's voice, now subdued, lacked its former vivacity. Zhou Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Yinping had always referred to him as brother, but since their last quarrel, that endearment had been absent from their exchanges. Hearing it again, coupled with Yinping's current state, stirred a sense of melancholy within him. "Have you encountered difficulties?" Zhou Chen inquired. Yinping lowered his gaze, his eyes evading contact, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "Brother, my family's business is facing severe financial issues. I have sold everything I could, yet it remains insufficient. I am at my wit's end, truly at my wit's end. Chapter 65, Yinping's anguish towards Tian Yulan brother. "I truly find myself utterly helpless." Yinping wept, his sorrow laid bare. A torrent of emotion cascading forth as if he wished to expel the profound sadness residing within his heart. It is indeed a rare sight for a man to weep so openly before others, a testament to the depths of his despair. What calamity could have befallen him? Zhou Chen found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the circumstances that could drive Yinping to such a state. Given the tumultuous history between their families, which had long since rendered them estranged, it was evident that Yinping approached him with a resolute determination. After a prolonged spell of grief, Yinping gradually regained his composure and recounted the events that had transpired. Tian Yulan approached her studies with utmost diligence, exhibiting an exemplary attitude, which reassured Yan's father. Gradually, he began to relinquish control, allowing Tian Yulan to oversee the factory independently. Initially, she managed the factory with humility, effectively rallying the management and workforce. However, as time progressed, her ambition swelled. She became singularly focused on expanding the family business and generating greater profits. To this end, she began to accept orders on a large scale and even contemplated expanding the production line. It must be noted that Tian Yulan possessed an extraordinary talent for persuasion. She managed to convince Yan's father to endorse her plans, leading to the decision to expand the factory and even apply for a mortgage loan from the bank. Following the expansion of the production line, She hastily accepted more orders and recruited additional workers. Yet, just as she was poised to embark on a significant undertaking, the pandemic struck. With the onset of the pandemic, the factory was forced to halt operations, rendering it incapable of production and, consequently, profit generation. However, the factory had binding contracts with numerous companies, necessitating that goods be delivered on schedule. Failure to do so would result in substantial penalties. Tian Yulan, driven by her aspirations, had committed to numerous orders and borrowed heavily from the bank. Faced with an impending deadline and unable to resume operations, the Yin family was compelled to consider liquidating their assets to settle debts while also scrutinizing the factory's finances to ascertain available funds. To their disbelief, upon reviewing the accounts, they discovered significant discrepancies. A considerable sum of money had inexplicably vanished. Inquiries directed at Tian Yulan revealed that the missing funds had been surreptitiously diverted by her for investment purposes, specifically in stocks, which had culminated in disastrous losses over the ensuing months. Her foray into stock trading had been influenced by Yinping, who, having initially ventured into cryptocurrency alongside Zhou Chen, had profited handsomely from his investments. This rapid wealth accumulation had captivated Tian Yulan, and upon witnessing the decline of Bitcoin, she turned her attention to the stock market, mingling with stockbrokers while managing the factory. Ultimately, this series of events led to the present predicament. During the pandemic, numerous companies faced dire straits, and many of the factory's partners, uninterested in maintaining any semblance of goodwill, demanded fulfillment of orders. The factory, unable to deliver, was faced with the prospect of incurring hefty breach of contract penalties, leaving them with no viable recourse. Adding to the woes, the bank, having learned of the factory's troubles, commenced debt collection. The factory had barely resumed operations when it was reported, and under the stringent regulations prohibiting its operation, the Yin family and Oppo's establishment defiantly continued to function. Naturally, the district and city leaders would not let this slide. Consequently, the factory was sealed, facing severe penalties, which struck the Yin family like a bolt from the blue. Yin and Oppo's father was hospitalized, while his mother was overwhelmed. In a fit of desperation, Tian Yulan refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing, leaving Yin Peng with no choice but to step forward. However, accustomed to a life of ease, Yin Peng found himself ill-equipped to handle the crisis. His attempts to borrow money proved futile, compelling him to sell off family assets in hopes of settling the debts. Yet, during the pandemic, certain items were unsellable, and even those that could be sold fetched alarmingly low prices, providing little relief for their financial woes. In a short span, Yinping endured hardships he had never faced in over 30 years, experiencing the fickleness of human relationships, leaving him utterly devastated. In a moment of desperation, Yinping thought of his former friend, Zhou Chen. Despite their estrangement, he had heard that Zhou and his wife were thriving in their business. After much internal struggle, Yinping approached Zhou Chen, swallowing his pride. Zhou Chen, upon hearing Yinping's plight, was taken aback. The Yin family's assets were considerable. How could they have deteriorated so rapidly due to Tian Yulan's actions? Was she truly a harbinger of misfortune, so ruthless in her dealings? How much do you wish to borrow? Zhou Chen inquired. 5 million, Yinpeng replied. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. 5 million was no trifling sum. If it were not for the considerable earnings from his writing over the past 6 months, he would not have been able to conjure such a large amount. Even now, his total assets barely exceeded 20 million, making 5 million a significant burden. Brother, I understand this is a substantial amount, but I am truly at my wit and Oppo's end. If we do not repay the debt soon, we will face legal consequences. Rest assured, I will return the money as soon as we sell our property. The Yin family's real estate was still intact, but given the current circumstances, it could not be sold in the short term. Moreover, with outstanding debts to the bank, they could not secure further loans, and even if they attempted to mortgage their properties, approval was unlikely. Otherwise, he would not have been driven to such desperation. Brother, I assure you, I will not ask for this money without giving back. I propose a 20% interest rate over 3 months. Just grant me 3 months, and I will repay you. Zhou Chen was not quick to agree and was filled with apprehension. Yin Peng and Oppo's words were reasonable, yet he harbored no trust in Tian Yulan, who could guarantee that the money would not vanish into thin air. Yin Peng, this is not a trivial matter. 5 million is a significant sum for us as well. I need to consult with Nanli. Yinping appeared humble, responding, of course. Zhou Chen felt uneasy witnessing Yinping and Oppo's state, thus he declared, I will provide you with an answer tomorrow. Thank you, brother. Yin Ping rubbed his hands together, now past the point of caring for his dignity. He was willing to do anything to rescue his family from this crisis. The current residence still belongs to their family, yet it has been mortgaged to the bank. Should they fail to repay the loan in a timely manner, the bank will forcibly seize the villa, in a desperate attempt to preserve this dwindling inheritance. Yin Peng is compelled to seek financial assistance from Zhou Chen. Where have you been? Yin Peng coldly gazes at her, if not seeking a loan. Where else could I possibly go? Tian Yulan retorts, you've been borrowing for so long. Have you managed to secure any funds? Perhaps you should heed my advice and sell the factory. Not only could you settle all debts, but there would also be a surplus. Tian Yulan, be silent. Yin Peng exclaims in anger, pointing at her. The factory embodies my parents' lifelong efforts. I cannot possibly sell it. Moreover, I will secure the funds by tomorrow. Though the factory is currently inactive, the machinery, property, and orders, if sold, would yield a substantial sum. Yet, Yin Peng has never contemplated such an action, for it represents his parents' and Oppo's dedication. Even in this dire predicament, selling the factory has never crossed his mind. Hearing Yin Peng assert he could acquire the funds, Tian Yulan's expression shifts to disbelief, her gaze filled with skepticism as she suddenly seems to recall something. You wouldn't have gone to Nan Li and Xia Junshan for money, would you? Of course, Yin Peng would never admit this. He intends to leave without a word. However, Tian Yulan rushes over, blocking his path. Tell me, did you ask them for money? It's none of your business. Step aside. Yin Peng forcefully pushes her aside, but Tian Yulan clings to his clothing, shouting in fury. Yin Peng, who permitted you to request money from them? I would rather die than borrow from them. You useless fool. How could you turn to them, you? With a swift motion, Yin Peng strikes her, sending Tian Yulan crashing to the ground, yet he feels no compassion. Tian Yulan, you are insane. If you wish to perish, do so alone. Do not drag my parents and Ziyu into your mess. I have truly reached my limit with you. Were it not for Ziyu, I would have cast you aside long ago. You brought this calamity upon yourself, and now the entire family must suffer alongside you. Yet you remain unrepentant and unaware of your own faults. Tian Yulan lies on the ground, the imprint of his hand stark on her face. Yet she pays it no mind and bellows at Yin Peng. What do you mean I brought this upon myself? When I was earning money to expand the factory. Why didn't you speak up? Now that we are incurring losses, you all blame me. Can you truly fault me for that? It was a natural disaster, not a result of human actions. What gives you the right to blame me? Furthermore, had you been competent, would your father have entrusted me with managing the factory? My hard work was for your sake. What right do you have to criticize me, to strike me? Yin Peng trembles with rage, pointing at Tian Yulan. You truly have the audacity to say such words? You claim it was for us? You merely desire to prove yourself superior to Nanli and the others. Do you think we blame you for anything? You unilaterally took the factory and Oppo's as funds to invest in stocks, disregarding the pandemic, forcing operations to continue, and when things went awry. You refused to admit your mistakes, shifting all blame onto others. How dare you speak with such shamelessness? Yin Peng, how dare you insult me? What is wrong with me cursing you? I even want to strike you. I have truly indulged you over these years, which has fostered your ungrateful and arrogant disposition. Tian Yulan, I have reached my limit with you. Tian Yulan sprang up, furiously retorting, I have had enough of you. You worthless fool. Yin Peng, you are nothing but a failure, utterly insignificant. What right do you have to admonish me? If it weren't for Ziyu, I would have left you long ago. I don and Oppos, do you want to be with you any longer either, Tian Yulan? Listen well, I want a divorce. Tian Yulan showed no fear, declaring divorce? Fine, let us divorce. But Ziyu will stay with me. You must be dreaming. Yin Peng pointed at Tian Yulan, shouting, I will never allow Ziyu to be with a woman like you. Get out. Leave this instant. Tian Yulan paid him no heed and rushed into Yin Ziyu's room, swiftly pulling the child, who was hiding with his ears covered, out into the open. Ziyu. Come, let us go with mommy. We are leaving this place. However, Ziyu had no desire to leave and struggled fiercely, declaring, I want to go. I want to stay with daddy and grandpa and grandma. For Tian Yulan, already seething with rage, these words struck like a bolt from the blue. But she only grasped Ziyu more tightly. You are my flesh and blood. You can only be with me. Hurry, come with me. Being merely a child. Ziyu could not withstand Tian Yulan's force and was forcibly dragged out of the room. At that moment, Yin Peng rushed over, straining to pry Tian Yulan's grip from Ziyu, and then he forcefully pushed her away, pointing at her and berating, Tian Yulan, you madwoman. You can even lay hands on your own son. You have truly lost your mind. Get out. Leave this place. Without regard for Tian Yulan's struggles, he hoisted her out of the villa. Daddy. Hearing Tian Yulan's loud curses outside, Ziyu clung tightly to Yin Peng and wept inconsolably. Daddy. I don't want to be with her. Let her go. I never want her again. Do not be afraid. Ziyu, do not fear. Daddy will protect you. I will never let her hurt you again. Yin Peng embraced his son tightly, shedding tears of regret. Tian Yulan was the root of all this chaos. Yet he too bore responsibility. Had he not indulged her so blindly, she would not have become so arrogant, shattering their once harmonious family. Chapter 66. The conclusion. Zhou Chen and Yin Peng met once again at the same CAF. Brother, here are the valuation and share transfer agreements for our factory. Please take a look. After settling into their seats, Yin Peng refrained from immediately discussing finances, instead producing a document and sliding it across the table to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen paused, perplexed, and inquired, "Why are you giving me this?" "Brother, if you could lend me some money, it would be an immense kindness to our family. However, friendship aside, business is business. Our factory has been appraised at approximately 46 million, and this represents a 15% share transfer. Should we fail to repay in 3 months? This transfer will take effect." Yin Peng did not mention that this valuation was recent. In reality, if the factory were to commence operations, the valuation would far exceed this figure. After all, their factory was a tangible enterprise, equipped with numerous machines, many orders, and outstanding invoices. The 15% share of the factory undoubtedly surpassed the interest Yin Peng had previously promised. Isn't this unnecessary? Zhou Chen hesitated, not wanting to exploit the situation. He could tell that Yin Peng was genuinely sincere. He had contemplated whether to ask Yin Peng for some form of collateral but was unsure how to broach the subject. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, he observed Yin Peng's proactive stance. Was this truly the Yin Peng he had come to know? Yin Peng shook his head, stating firmly, "No, business is business, brother. If you do not accept this, I will not accept your money." Zhou Chen was taken aback by Yin Peng's insistence. "Is it truly necessary?" "Yes," Yin Peng replied. "Your willingness to lend me money at this time is an extraordinary favor. However, given the current pandemic, no one can guarantee when operations will resume. If the factory cannot reopen, I will still be unable to repay you promptly. Therefore, you must sign and accept this share transfer agreement." Having discussed the matter so candidly, Zhou Chen felt he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well. I will accept this for now, but I will not sign it just yet. Keep the money for now. Hold on a little longer, and you will surely persevere." He understood that the pandemic would endure for quite some time, yet domestic companies and factories would gradually resume operations. Although Yin Peng's factory had violated regulations, as long as they could pay the fines and navigate the necessary dealings, reopening should not pose a problem. Furthermore, the Yin family's factory had been operational for many years, with machines, workers, orders, and channels all in place. Once they resumed operations, profitability would inevitably follow. Thank you so much." Yin Peng trembled as he clutched the bank card. Securing a loan during such times was an arduous task, especially given the challenges of earning money during the pandemic, let alone procuring a substantial sum like 5 million. After a considerable pause, Yin Peng steadied his emotions and suddenly declared, "Brother, I am preparing to divorce Tian Yulan." "Ah?" Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. Family matters were typically not meant for public discourse, yet at that moment, Yin Peng felt an overwhelming need to share his burdens, grappling with a deep-seated distress that was difficult to articulate. If it were merely a matter of financial loss, divorce would not cross my mind. However, Tian Yulan has truly lost her sanity, and I fear that if this continues, our entire family will be plunged into turmoil. Most concerning is Ziyu. She now cowers in her room at the mere sight of her. Although Tian Yulan was once strict with Ziyu, it was primarily for her education. Now, she imposes relentless demands, and I sense that if this persists, it will not be Tian Yulan who descends into madness, but rather Ziyu. After over a decade of affection, who would wish for divorce unless the situation had reached such an extreme? Yet, for the sake of my family and Ziyu, I find myself compelled to pursue this path. Zhou Chen, unsure of how to counsel me, could only listen to Yin Peng's lamentations, the two of them lingering in the CAF for over 2 hours before departing. Upon returning home, Zhou Chen shared the developments with Nan Li, who was equally astonished. Although she had never held Tian Yulan in high regard, the situation had escalated beyond her expectations. Once life returned to a semblance of normalcy with school resuming and Qinxing education reopening, it became evident that foot traffic had significantly diminished as many opted for online training instead. Through Nan Jianlong, Zhou Chen learned of Tian Yulan and Apos' ultimate fate. Yin Ping had indeed divorced Tian Yulan, even leading to a legal battle over their son, Yin Ziyo. However, Ziyo, now of an age where he could exercise some autonomy, ultimately favored the Yin family, which was evidently more stable than Tian Yulan's circumstances. When the verdict was announced, Tian Yulan lost all semblance of composure, creating chaos in the courtroom, a scene of utter disarray. Yet, regardless of her outbursts, the only one to suffer was her. Yin Peng, still recalling their years together, provided her with a monetary settlement post-divorce. Zhou Chen felt a deep sense of reflection regarding Tian Yulan's plight, which had culminated in such an unforeseen outcome. Yet he did not believe it bore any relation to him. The prior online revelations had merely caused her embarrassment. But her current downfall stemmed from her acceptance of the Yin family's factory, which exacerbated her already flawed character. The developments surrounding Tian Yulan did not unduly trouble Zhou Chen. He resumed his life, aware that the transition to junior high was imminent. Beyond his work, he focused on encouraging Huan studies. Understanding that while wealth could facilitate entrance to Hanlin Junior High, he hoped she could achieve it through her own merit. The distinction between purchasing entry and earning it through hard work was stark. Husband, as per your request, I have procured 2 bank cards. This one is for my mother. And this one for yours, Nanli said, handing the cards to Zhou Chen. Each month, I will deposit 10,000 yuan into both accounts as their pension. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. This had been his directive to Nanli. As time passed, he felt an increasing sense of urgency and melancholy regarding his own mortality, prompting him to prepare for what would ensue after his departure. Lacking communication with the system, he remained uncertain about the state of the world following his exit, pondering whether it would mirror the stillness he experienced upon his transition from reality. Uncertain of what the future holds, he could only prepare to the best of his abilities. In this world, he inhabited the body of Xiao Shan and inherited everything he possessed. The situation at home had improved. Yet the one connection he had yet to engage with was his mother, who resided far away in his hometown. Although his emotional bond with Xiao Junshan's mother was not particularly profound, he felt compelled to take action. The monthly pension of 10,000 yuan was his way of providing for the mother in this world. Having made such provisions for his own mother, it was only fair to extend the same generosity to Zhao Na, Nanli and Apos' mother, by preparing a similar bank card and pension funds for her. As summer swiftly passed, the new school term approached. Dad, Mom, hurry up. Today is the first day of school. We cannot be late, Huan exclaimed, her new backpack bouncing on her back as she rushed towards Zhou Chen and Nanli. With the onset of school, Huan would transition into a middle school student. Having grown taller and matured somewhat, though her personality remained largely unchanged. This new term, Huan would attend the prestigious Hanlin Private Middle School. Stepping into the first year of middle school, in the entrance examination for Hanlin, Huan performed well. Yet she still fell short of the cutoff score by a few points. Consequently, Zhou Chen resorted to utilizing his financial influence, paying a substantial sponsorship fee to secure Huan and Apos' admission to Hanlin Middle School. This arrangement was kept discreet, with the school not disclosing the details, allowing Huan to believe her acceptance was solely based on her merit. While the admission criteria for public schools are transparent, private institutions operate differently, conducting internal examinations for interested students. Those who meet the school's expectations are granted direct admission. Huan was admitted to Hanlin through this internal testing process. All right, let us set off, Zhou Chen proclaimed as he finished preparing, leading Huan out of the house and straight to Hanlin Middle School. Despite being prepared for this moment, Zhou Chen felt a profound sense of reluctance and sorrow as it became a reality. On this day, he took a leave of absence, staying home alone, reflecting on everything that had transpired over the past year. The development of Qinxing education was thriving, with Zhong Yi and Zhang Shuer diligently contributing as teachers and minor shareholders, fostering a vibrant atmosphere throughout the organization. The Yin family and Apos' factory had successfully resumed operations, and Yin Peng repaid the 5 million he borrowed within the stipulated time frame, along with an additional 20% interest. Zhou Chen also returned the share transfer contract to him. After sharing a few drinks with Yin Peng, Zhou Chen learned that he had begun to study the management of his family's factory, while Ziyu was cared for by his grandparents. Although her academic performance had declined from previous heights, her spirit had noticeably improved, and the Yin family had invested in sending Ziyu to Hanlin Middle School. As a child, Ziyu still harbored deep feelings for her mother, Tian Yulan. Each time they met, they would spend a considerable amount of time together. Even contemplating the possibility of her parents remarrying, Though neither Yinping nor Tian Yulan had any intentions in that regard, Zhao now remains as poised as ever, embodying the grace of a princess. With the assistance of Mitao's mother, her life has become increasingly comfortable. Aside from picking up and dropping off Cao Cao, she indulges in solitary activities and occasionally lends a hand at Qingqing education to assist Nanli. Far away in her hometown, Xiaomu persists in her solitude. Zhou Chen contemplated bringing her to Jiangzhou for better care, yet his proposal was met with an unwavering rejection. Ultimately, he could only offer her a bank card that he replenishes monthly. Initially, Xiaomu was reluctant to accept it, but under Zhou Chen's insistence, she eventually kept it. Reflecting on the past year, despite the myriad of challenges faced, the richness of real-life experiences undoubtedly surpasses any fictional narrative. It is time to depart. That evening, Zhou Chen and Nanli shared an intimate embrace for an extended period, until Nanli succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 67. Conclusion. This book has been in progress for over 30 days, during which I have encountered numerous challenges. The conclusion feels somewhat rushed, yet it ultimately reaches a satisfactory end to the first world. Regarding the Little Joy world, I must confess that the writing is not particularly commendable, being my first attempt. I navigated through it with much uncertainty. The excitement points were rather mediocre, and I received considerable criticism. Nevertheless, I have learned a great deal. As for my mindset in the face of criticism, I believe I have remained relatively composed, though I cannot deny it has had some impact. After all, this narrative traverses various realms of cinematic literature, and one cannot linger too long within a single world or delve too deeply into descriptions. This realization dawned on me gradually post-writing. It is not that one cannot elaborate, but rather that the content ought to be more enriched and the framework broader, transcending mere plot-centric writing. As this is my inaugural foray into this genre, much of the experience must be accumulated over time. At the outset, I certainly lack the eloquence and control that seasoned authors possess, and I am firmly in the midst of learning and striving for improvement. With the first world concluded, I now turn my attention to the second. I have grappled with this decision for quite some time. To be honest, even now, I have yet to ascertain which world to embark upon next, finding myself in a state of indecision. I am drawn to write about Ode to Joy, yet I am acutely aware that the main female characters are formidable. Although the protagonist has traversed one world, her experience remains somewhat superficial. Moreover, while I have watched Ode to Joy, I have forgotten much of the plot, and revisiting it would require considerable time, leading me to temporarily set it aside. In summary, my thoughts have been in turmoil for a prolonged period, primarily due to the apprehension that the protagonist's journey may be too vast. There are numerous worlds I wish to explore and various ideas I have contemplated. However, when it comes to putting pen to paper, the choice proves to be exceedingly challenging. Chapter 68. Return. Zhou Chen felt a sudden jolt in his consciousness, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a crimson square of paper, upon which an inverted character for fortune was inscribed. This upside-down character was the very one he had affixed to his window during the New Year celebrations, a detail he recalled vividly. In their local customs, it was traditional to hang couplets on the main door during the New Year, while inverted and oppos, fortune and oppos, characters adorned the doors or windows of bedrooms, signifying the arrival of blessings. Was everything truly real? His memories remained intact. He still possessed the recollections of Xiao Shede and the subsequent events he had experienced. This signified that he had indeed traversed into the world of the television drama, Xiao Shede, and had spent over a year there. It was utterly astonishing. Overwhelmed with wonder, Zhou Chen immediately contemplated the most crucial matter. The system opened the panel. Host, Zhou Chen attributes, strength, 7 constitution, 8 spirit, 12 agility, 7 remaining points, 0 task, assists Xiao Huan in improving her grades to gain admission to Hanlin Middle School completed. Reward, pending collection. The panel exhibited no alterations, save for the task status in the Xiao Shede world, which now indicated completion, along with a reward awaiting collection. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen opted to claim his reward, and instantly, the system panel transformed. Host, Zhou Chen attributes, strength, 7 constitution, 8 spirit, 12 agility, 7 remaining points. For skill, money talks. When the host actively uses money to accomplish a task, the success rate of that event is increased by 50%. Cooldown, main world, 1 month, film world, once per world. His attribute points had increased by 4. The previous task had vanished, and a skill slot had appeared, featuring a skill named Money Talks. The reward of 4 attribute points was commendable, yet the Money Talk skill left him puzzled. The importance of attribute points had become evident to Zhou Chen during his year in the Xiao Shede world. However, now that he had departed from that realm, he refrained from hastily allocating the points to his constitution and instead scrutinized the newly acquired skill. The description of the money talk skill was straightforward. When he spent money to undertake a task, the probability of success would be elevated by half. As for this skill, Zhou Chen found himself at a loss for words. It appeared impressive, potentially doubling the chance of success, yet the real question was how to quantify it. He certainly did not harbor the naive belief that spending a single dollar would enhance the odds of a challenging endeavor by 50%. The crux of the matter was that he had no means of discerning the original probability of success for any given task. Unless the initial success rate was already 50%, and he happened to spend the right amount, only then could the likelihood of completion reach 100%. However, this was easier said than done. He could not perceive the success rate or ascertain the requisite expenditure. Everything hinged on his guesses and calculations. Thus, in Zhou Chen's view, this skill was indeed somewhat of a conundrum. However, it is not absolute. In numerous instances, as long as the financial resources are adequately allocated, even endeavors deemed utterly impossible may achieve a success rate of 50%. The probabilities of success and failure become equal. If one is uncertain about how much money to spend, then one should spend liberally, for an abundance of wealth can never be detrimental. Thus, the skill of money paving the way may seem trivial at times, yet its potency is undeniably formidable when wielded effectively. The essence of this skill lies in wealth. With sufficient funds, many obstacles can be surmounted. However, is this not a mere truism? Even without such a skill, possessing ample resources can facilitate the accomplishment of numerous tasks. Moreover, this is not akin to playing a game where higher probabilities guarantee greater success. There are occasions when even a 99% chance may still falter by the slightest margin, resulting in failure. Of course, regardless of Zhou Chen's criticisms, this skill can be considered a remarkable ability, provided that there are no subsequent cooldown restrictions. Why impose a cooldown period on an otherwise effective skill? A monthly limitation in the primary world is tolerable, yet restricting its use to merely once in each cinematic realm seems discriminatory. How perplexing and frustrating. After much contemplation, Zhou Chen could only offer such a critique. He would prefer to receive an additional 4 attribute points instead. Simultaneously, the system conveyed a message, informing him of the timeline for his next traversal, which could occur as soon as 7 days from now, but no later than 1 month. This means that within the span of 7 days to 1 month, he must undertake another journey. Zhou Chen found this time frame acceptable. What he dreaded was the prospect of being compelled to traverse endlessly, blurring the lines between reality and the cinematic worlds. Nanli, Huan Huan, Chao Chao Zhao Na, Nan Jianlong, Yin Peng, Tian Yulan, and her daughter. All of these memories lingered vividly, forming an integral part of his recollections. And they were indeed the most recent memories he possessed. Damn it! What use is this wretched system beyond issuing tasks? Zhou Chen exclaimed in frustration, before calming himself. This was not the first time he had berated the system. It was merely a soulless program, indifferent to his grievances, regardless of how vehemently he expressed them. How are they faring? This thought tugged at his heartstrings. After more than a year of companionship, he had developed profound feelings. The abrupt absence of their presence was truly difficult to accept. Seated quietly on the balcony, gazing out the window, his thoughts wandered aimlessly. The realization of his ability to traverse into cinematic realms warranted joy and celebration. Yet at this moment, he found himself incapable of feeling happiness. Time passed, and suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, rousing Zhou Chen from his reverie. Without needing to ponder, he instinctively knew who had arrived. In their household, aside from his niece's playful habit of kicking the door, no one else would create such a ruckus. In the living room, Zhou Jiming approached the door and opened it, only to be greeted by a small figure rushing in. Grandpa, where's Uncle? Where's Uncle? Lele, come here for a hug. Zhou Jiming joyfully embraced the little girl, just as Zhou Chen strolled in from the balcony. Uncle. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, the little girl Lele immediately struggled free from her grandfather's arms. Her arms outstretched as she dashed towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen seized her by the armpits, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Rather than being frightened, Lele erupted into delighted laughter. Lele, have you missed your uncle? Zhou Chen inquired. Lele exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yes. Lele misses her uncle the most. Uncle, have you found Annie yet? Zhou Chen nearly choked on his words, feeling a pang in his heart. He turned to his sister, Zhou Xin, who had just entered, and remarked, Sister, can't you teach Lele something more appropriate? The first thing she asks me is about Andy. Don't blame me. It and Appos. As our mother who incessantly whispers about it in her ear, Zhou Chen replied. 5 years. Zhou Chen and Appos. S. Senior. Zhou Chen stood at an impressive height of 1 meter 69. Her long, glossy black hair tied back in a simple ponytail. Clad in a professional business suit, she exuded an air of competence. At a loss for words, Zhou Chen cradled Lele and asked, "Where's your husband?" Zhou Chen set down her bag. As a group insurance manager at an insurance company, she often found herself engulfed in work. Lele was primarily cared for by her grandmother, but on weekends, she frequently came here under the watchful eye of Li Tsongping, forming a close bond with both sets of grandparents. "Your brother-in-law is busy. He probably won and Appos. Tea arrive until lunchtime," Zhou Chen explained. Oh, Zhou Chen nodded. Previously a doctor, his brother-in-law had left the hospital due to an injury and had since opened a pharmacy, which kept him quite occupied. Chapter 69. Preparations for crossing overcome. Lele. "Enjoy a large hairy crab." Li Tsongping placed the largest crab before Lele, while Zhou Chen reached out for one. Smack. Ouch. Li Tsongping shot him a fierce glare. "The hairy crabs are for Lele and your sister. The rest none for you." "Mom, are you serious? Just because I don't have a girlfriend? Does that mean I'm unworthy of even eating a crab?" Zhou Chen and Appos' face was filled with frustration. Li Tsongping replied coldly, "This is how our family operates. If you're dissatisfied, you may as well find another." All right, I concede, Mom. I'll quickly find you a daughter-in-law. How about that?" Zhou Chen raised his hands in surrender. In reality, his mother was not typically like this. She usually managed the family with great care. Yet, when it came to the topic of a daughter-in-law, she always adopted this stern demeanor. "How long?" Li Tsongping set down her chopsticks and inquired. "Complete what task?" Before his mother could respond, Zhou Jiming, his father, interjected, "The reason I urge you to marry is for your own good. It's not about any tasks. Your mother and I are aging. Someone needs to take the mantle and care for you. Moreover, a man only truly matures upon marriage." Zhou Chen may not have fully grasped this principle before, but after enduring over a year in the world of little happiness, he had genuinely come to understand it. "I understand, Dad." Sister Zhou Chen, unable to bear the pressure, addressed their mother. "Mom, please don't rush him. He is in his 20s. He knows these things." "Knowing it is one thing, but does that mean I need to urge you? And you, Zhou Chen, how many times have I instructed you to introduce suitors to your brother? Yet, you always team up with him to brush it off. Do you think I'm unaware?" After chastising Zhou Chen, Li Tsongping's gaze shifted to her daughter. Zhou Chen hastily raised her hands in surrender. All right, I won't say anything more. You may scold him as you wish. I'll leave it be." Meanwhile, Zhou Xin's husband remained quietly engrossed in his meal, embodying the demeanor expected of his son-in-law, opting to ignore the conversation entirely. Eventually, Zhou Chen did enjoy the hairy crab. After the meal, Zhou Xin and her husband went off to work, leaving Lele behind. "Lele, come. Uncle will take you to the amusement park." "Great. Uncle, you're the best," Lele exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Zhou Chen had spent over a year in the little happiness world, developing a rapport with the child, making it effortless to take care of her, especially since his niece was well behaved. After spending the day at home, Zhou Chen dreamt throughout the night, awakening several times. It was until the following morning that his mood began to slightly recover. "What? You intend to move over there?" Upon hearing her son's words, Li Tsongping immediately became incensed. "What do you mean? Are you saying you find me bothersome? After all the hardships I endured to raise you, and now you claim I'm annoying? You haven't even married yet, and you wish to separate from me. What will happen to your father and me once you're married?" "Ah, Mom, please don't cry." Seeing her mother tear up mid-sentence, Zhou Chen was instantly alarmed. "Mom, where are your thoughts wandering? How could I possibly find you bothersome? The reason I moved out is to better pursue a girlfriend. Is it not you who urged me to find one quickly?" Li Tsongping wiped her tears. "My urging you to find a girlfriend has no correlation with your decision to move out." Zhou Chen gently assisted his mother to sit down, patiently explaining, "Mom, let me clarify. Nowadays, women are incredibly discerning. Do you know what type of man they despise the most? It's the mama's boy, those weak men who are utterly dependent on their mothers and lack their own opinions." "What nonsense. You a mama's boy? When have you ever listened to me? I told you not to use the girls' restroom in kindergarten, yet you insisted on going. I advised you against causing trouble in elementary school, but you ended up fighting. And don't even get me started on middle school with your early romances. How did you go from that to not dating at all as an adult?" "Mom, please stop. How did we even get here? When did I ever use the girls' restroom? And about middle school, when did I ever date? I was merely friends with those girls. How did that turn into a romantic relationship in your eyes? Zhou Chen could no longer bear it and hurriedly interrupted his mother's tirade, relieved that no one else was around to witness his embarrassment. Are you still planning to move out? Li Tsoping inquired, her expression skeptical. Of course, Mom. Consider this. I could comfortably stay at home, with you taking care of me. If I weren't genuinely seeking a girlfriend, why would I endure the hardships of living alone in a separate house? Zhou Chen seized the moment, knowing his mother's heart was beginning to soften. After a brief hesitation, Li Tsoping asked, How long do you need? A year is too long. How about 6 months? I want to see you with a girlfriend within that time. Zhou Chen eagerly nodded. No problem. Just 6 months. For this half year, I'll focus solely on this endeavor and ensure I find a girlfriend. Really? She queried, her expression turning serious. Absolutely, more genuine than gold. Ultimately, Li Tsoping was persuaded by Zhou Chen, granting her approval for him to move into another apartment, which had long been prepared as a marital home. It was not only furnished but also regularly cleaned by Li Tsoping, so living there posed no issues. That very day, Zhou Chen packed his belongings and drove to the new apartment. His intention to find a girlfriend was sincere, yet he felt no urgency. With the system he possessed, he believed that given time, he would undoubtedly improve. He was aware that he would frequently traverse different worlds. Yet he still wished to live a vibrant life in this one, which made him eager to find an exceptional partner. The reason for his move was the quest for freedom. He needed to prepare for another crossing within a month. But this unreliable system never informed him in advance of which world he would enter. Thus, he had to cast a wide net, consuming various television shows and films, hoping that exposure would fortuitously align with his future endeavors. The 4 attribute points of the system did not compel Zhou Chen to hastily allocate them. He resolved to wait until he arrived in the next world to assess the situation before making any decisions. Over the course of a month, Zhou Chen not only indulged in binge-watching dramas but also prepared to embark on a fitness regimen, curious to discover whether physical training could enhance the 4 attributes. Chapter 70. Let us marry host. Zhou Chen attributes. Strength. 8. Constitution. 8. Spirit. 12. Agility. 7 remaining points. For skill. Money talks. When the host actively utilizes money to accomplish a task, the success rate is increased by 50%. Cooldown. Main world. 1 month. Cinematic world. Once per world. After a month of training, although his constitution remained unchanged, his strength increased slightly, primarily due to his enrollment in a muscle-building program at the gym. Initially, intense workouts left him sore all over, but he has since acclimated. However, after a month of rigorous training, the modest gain in strength underscored the significance of attribute points. Despite the slight improvement, Zhou Chen felt a glimmer of hope, realizing that attribute points could indeed be enhanced through exercise. Tomorrow marked the final day of the month. Once prepared, Zhou Chen reclined on his bed and established a mental connection with the system. Zhou Chen sat in a chair, gazing at the 2 individuals seated before him, his expression one of bewilderment. He had traversed into this new world for several minutes. The process was akin to his initial crossing, yet this time, he found himself in a different identity. Previously, he had merely transferred his consciousness into another's body, but now, he discovered that he had physically crossed over, inhabiting his own body from the real world. He felt elated by this corporeal transition. After all, one's own body is far superior to that of another. However, since he had arrived in his true form, his identity was initially non-existent. Nevertheless, the system's prowess was undeniable, as it effortlessly fabricated an identity for him. Zhou Chen, 28 years old, a civil servant at the Bureau of Civil Affairs, orphaned, parents deceased, unmarried. This system was indeed formidable, though the detail regarding his parents and Appo's demise felt rather harsh. Though Zhou Chen was unfazed by this fabricated identity, given the system and Appo's capabilities, creating one was a trivial matter. Furthermore, the memories associated with this identity were inscribed in his mind, albeit significantly less extensive than those of his previous identity, Xiao Shede. The lack of familial ties afforded him considerable convenience. Not long after his arrival, he checked the system panel, which revealed no other changes apart from the addition of a system task. Let us marry, complete a marriage within 1 year in this world, choosing between Yang Tao and Lan Weiwei as your partner. Through this task, Zhou Chen immediately discerned the world into which he had been transported. It was the realm of the television drama, Let Us Marry. However, he felt disheartened, for despite dedicating a month to revisiting various dramas, he had neglected this particular series. He recalled it as a popular show from several years prior, which he had watched from beginning to end, yet after so many years, only a vague memory remained. Nonetheless, judging by the task, it should not impede him, as the requirements did not necessitate a deep understanding of the plot. All he needed was to pursue a woman and successfully marry her. This task has truly left him in a contemplative state. In the realm of reality, he had promised his mother to seek a girlfriend, yet a month passed without any progress. Now, he finds himself thrust into this world with a marriage task assigned to him. Is this system attempting to warm him up for finding a girlfriend in the real world? Although many years have elapsed, Zhou Chen can still recall certain details. The two women mentioned in the task, Yang Tao and Lan Weiwei, are pivotal characters from a television drama. As for Lan Weiwei, she plays a significant supporting role and is the close friend of the female protagonist, Yang Tao. Despite their friendship, she is hardly a trustworthy companion, having deceived her friend by stealing her boyfriend and concealing it for years. To his dismay, this woman ultimately ends up with a splendid husband, which is truly perplexing. Indeed, on the path of marriage, women always seem to have the upper hand. The women one finds repulsive may, in the eyes of others, be treasures. Faced with a choice, he feels utterly disheartened, knowing what kind of person Lan Weiwei is. How could he ever choose her? However, to pursue Yang Tao, he must first discern the current situation, whether the plot has commenced and to what extent. If the leading characters have already wed, then attempting to intervene would be considerably challenging. Certainly, he should not be blamed for lacking scruples. If Yang Tao is indeed married, he would have no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics to fulfill his mission. Fortunately, understanding the plot is now a straightforward endeavor for him, as he currently serves as a clerk in the Civil Affairs Bureau of Yinjing. Within the memories bestowed upon him by the system, he recalls a colleague named Guo Ran. In this world, a colleague in the Civil Affairs Bureau named Guo Ran must undoubtedly be the male protagonist. By ascertaining Guo Ran's current circumstances, he can swiftly deduce the timeline he is in. Before that, he needs to continue his work, attending to the couple before him. Currently, Zhou Chen is responsible for divorce proceedings, and the middle-aged couple in front of him is seeking to dissolve their marriage. They have laid out several documents, including identification cards, household registration books, and divorce papers. Separation is imperative, the woman exclaimed with unwavering resolve, emphatically slamming her hand on the table. Zhou Chen then glanced at the man. The couple appears to be in their 40s. The man is dressed in a suit, exuding a composed demeanor that suggests he is a successful individual. The woman, though still attractive and stylishly dressed, possesses a somewhat gaudy air with her ostentatious jewelry. Since they sat down, the man has spoken little, while the woman has been vocally criticizing him. Despite his resigned expression, he does not exhibit anger or resort to shouting. It is evident that he possesses a certain level of refinement. Sir, madam, I must confirm once more. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the divorce? If so, please hand me your identification documents, Zhou Chen inquired once again, though he has no prior experience in this field. The memories he possesses allow him to navigate the situation with relative ease. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's reiterated emphasis, the resolute woman momentarily averted her gaze, then exclaimed at the man, I am addressing you. The man replied, Did you not say you wish to divorce? You expressed the desire to part ways. So let it be. With a forceful slap on the table, the woman retorted, What sort of attitude is this? Were it not for your favoritism, would I truly seek a divorce? You are utterly heartless. Day in and day out, I cater to your every need, preparing your meals and tending to your clothing. Have you forgotten who cared for you during your hospitalization? And your father, encountering issues with his retirement paperwork, I spent countless days pleading and running around, exhausting myself until my legs ached and my lips were chapped, all to ensure his retirement went smoothly. And as for your mother, she has disapproved of me since the day I entered this family. This woman proved to be quite loquacious, incessantly enumerating her grievances. The man cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Chen, his face a portrait of embarrassment. Enough, enough. We are already here. Why do you continue to regale me with these tales? It was you who wished to end our marriage. I have never proposed such a thing. How have I become the heartless one? He continued, You, who allow your daughter to study abroad, yet find a mere school for my daughter? When you pursued me, you spoke so eloquently of treating both children equally. Yet, after all these years, has that been the case? I will not even mention your parents' favoritism towards your daughter, as she is their biological granddaughter. But why must you also display bias? The man in Oppo's temper flared. When have I ever shown favoritism? For 13 years. I have treated them as twins, ensuring that whatever Xiao Jie has, Xiao Ming has too: food, drink, clothing. What more do you expect of me? You accuse me of bias because I allowed my daughter to study abroad while keeping Xiaoming at home. Yet I have explained that it was Xiaoming and Appo's own choice to stay. She expressed a desire to remain with you and me. Should I force her to leave against her will? Is this truly the reason you wish to divorce me? Oh, so it seems I am at fault here? Li Zhenan. The man continued. The matter concerning Xiaoming is merely a catalyst. Are you truly unaware of the countless grievances I have endured for your sake over the years? Yet how have you treated me? Do you believe all of this is merely my obligation? Sitting across from them, Zhou Chen began to comprehend the dynamics at play. It became evident that these two were not each other's original partners, but had formed a new family, with the woman seeking a divorce out of a sense of being wronged. Feeling her daughter was treated unequally and reflecting on the hardships she had faced without receiving the man's understanding. Such circumstances did not surprise him, after all. Blended families often encounter strife, particularly when children from previous relationships are involved. From the man and Appo's tone, it appeared he did not exhibit favoritism, rather. It was his parents who had acted differently. Was it not natural that they would not show affection to a child with no blood ties? Zhou Chen suddenly recalled his own experiences and little happiness, recognizing the parallels between this couple's situation and that of Nan Jianlong and Kai Juiying. Yet theirs was a far more straightforward affair. Listening to their quarrel, Zhou Chen could no longer restrain himself and felt compelled to interject. Do not be deceived by the woman and Appo's fierce demeanor. It is evident that she harbors no intention of divorce. Her outbursts are merely for show. As for the man, he clutches his identity card tightly, displaying no inclination to relinquish it. Given this scenario, the prospect of separation seems utterly far-fetched. Both individuals find themselves in a rather awkward predicament. The woman scolds the man a few more times before seizing her document bag and departing, prompting the man to offer a wry smile before hastily pursuing her. Zhou Chen reflects on the wisdom he has previously encountered when a couple engages in a loud and tumultuous argument during divorce proceedings. It is highly likely that their separation will not materialize. Conversely, couples who maintain a complete lack of communication throughout the process are often fated to part ways. However, enduring such a tumultuous environment on a daily basis is truly unbearable for most. It is little wonder that civil servants at the marriage registry oscillate between handling marriages and divorces, alternating between the good and the bad to preserve their own mental well-being. Chapter 71. Unexpected fortune. One afternoon, Zhou Chen attended to numerous couples seeking divorce, yet only a fraction managed to finalize their separation, while many departed after a brief quarrel. Among them, one couple was even persuaded to leave by Zhou Chen himself. Throughout this single afternoon, Zhou Chen gained considerable insight, particularly observing that many of the disputes arose over trivial matters. However, it is often these seemingly insignificant issues that serve as the proverbial last straw for a relationship. As Zhou Chen tidied up, preparing to conclude his workday, he appreciated the punctuality of his government job. Just as he was about to leave, a male colleague approached him, calling out, "Xiao Shou, don't rush off after work. Old Zhang is treating everyone to dinner." "All right, I understand," Zhou Chen replied. The Civil Affairs Bureau, being a significant government entity, had a modest yet stable staff. Old Zhang was one of the department's leaders, and last month, when he celebrated his birthday, the team had collectively gifted him a present. Now, Old Zhang was reciprocating the gesture. In such bureaucratic institutions where personnel tend to remain for extended periods, it is commonplace to engage in these social exchanges. Many civil servants spend their entire careers within a single department, as job security is high unless one seeks promotion or voluntarily resigns. Naturally, the gifts exchanged were rather mundane, as employees were aware of the boundaries regarding appropriate offerings. After work, Zhou Chen followed the group to the restaurant, where Old Zhang had invited a dozen people, perfectly filling a table. During the meal, Zhou Chen intentionally seated himself beside Guo Ran, hoping to glean some insights. Guo Ran appeared to be in his 30s, of average build, and possessed an unremarkable appearance. Yet his smile radiated warmth and approachability. However, his thinning hair was notably shiny. As a fellow clerk in the marriage registration office, Guo Ran had significantly more experience than Zhou Chen, having worked there for many years and earning a reputation as a seasoned employee with a wide social circle. Under Old Zhang's leadership, the atmosphere at the dining table was lively. Although Zhou Chen had a good memory, it was primarily due to the system's input, and in reality, he shared little camaraderie with these colleagues. Therefore, he maintained a low profile during the meal, appearing rather indifferent. "Xiao Zhou, let us drink. Even though you've only been with our department for 2 years, it's essential to socialize more. In our line of work, The culture of dining together holds great significance, Gu Ran enthusiastically remarked, clapping Zhou Chen on the shoulder as if imparting wisdom from experience. Understood, Ran Gu. Thank you for your concern, Zhou Chen replied, though he didn't take it to heart. It wasn't that he disliked socializing, rather. He was acutely aware that his time in this world was limited, making it unnecessary to invest excessive effort into building relationships. Nor did he feel compelled to curry favor with superiors. Ran Gu, having worked in the marriage registration office for so many years, when do you plan to get married? What is the point of marriage? I belong to the non-marriage tribe. Xiao Shede, you are still young. After spending a few more years at the divorce registration office, you might end up feeling just like me. Gu Ran sighed with a myriad of emotions. As a man who has suffered, coming from a troubled family background and frequently encountering those who have experienced divorce, it is entirely natural for him to develop a fear of marriage. Upon hearing Gu Ran's words, Zhou Chen felt a surge of joy. This indicated that Gu Ran was still unmarried. However, he decided to probe further. Who knows what the future holds? At least for now, I am not afraid of marriage. But what about you, Ran Gu? Aren't you feeling any pressure from your girlfriend to settle down? What pressure? I am currently single and have no intention of finding a girlfriend. Gu Ran displayed a look of disdain, as if the idea of seeking a partner was a terrifying prospect. Having received the answers he desired, Zhou Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. It was best that Gu Ran and Yang Tao had not yet begun their romantic involvement, thus sparing him the need to resort to underhanded tactics. Xiao Shede, you are not so young anymore. What about you? Are you in a relationship? No. I am different from you, Ran Gu. I do wish to marry. I just have yet to find the right person. Gu Ran shook his head vigorously. Being alone is so comfortable and carefree. Xiao Shede, you are overthinking this. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. Being single has its advantages, just as marriage does. While being single may be delightful in the moment, as one grows older, if one is financially secure, life may be a little easier. However, if funds are lacking, one might find it better to conclude matters oneself. Since Yang Tao and Gu Ran have yet to embark on a romantic journey, it implies that the narrative has not truly begun to unfold. In that case, fulfilling his task would be considerably easier. Riding his electric bike, the breeze tousling his hair, his mind slightly hazy from alcohol, he soon regained clarity. His situation in this world is rather dismal. Lacking a proper vehicle, he can only ride an electric bike. Furthermore, he had only purchased a modest 2-bedroom apartment last year. After several years of work, he had barely managed to scrape together a down payment. And the location of his home was far from ideal. However, when he reflects on his status as an orphan with no relatives, everything falls into place. Alone and without assistance, being able to afford a down payment for an apartment in a vast metropolis like Yanjing at the age of 28 is no small feat, even if it is in a less desirable area. Spotting a branch of the industrial and commercial bank by the roadside, Zhou Chen parked his electric bike and entered the self-service zone. During his work hours, he had noticed that he was left with only a few dozen yuan in cash. In an era where mobile payments are not yet widespread, it is essential to have cash on hand, so he planned to withdraw some money from the bank. After retrieving his bank card from his wallet, he inserted it into the machine and entered his password, beginning to check his balance. Upon seeing the balance, Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback and began to count. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. Good heavens! Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed in astonishment. The account balance was far beyond his expectations. In this world, was he supposed to be broke? What on earth is this balance? Over 23 million? Why does this figure seem so familiar? Upon gazing at the balance in his bank account, Zhou Chen was initially taken aback. Yet a profound sense of familiarity washed over him. The figure before him struck a chord within his memory, leading him to ponder for a moment before the realization dawned upon him. But how could this be possible? In the realm of little happiness, the balance on his bank card amounted to over 23 million. Such an amount could never transcend worlds. Just as he was engulfed in astonishment and confusion, the system conveyed a message, elucidating the origins of this sum. Indeed, this money was a remnant of his savings from the little happiness universe. However, it was not a matter of funds being interchangeable between realms. Rather, it was a reward bestowed upon him after completing a task, accompanied by attribute points and skills. This reward, however, could only be utilized within the cinematic world and was not displayed on the system panel, which explained his prior ignorance regarding this monetary boon. Upon grasping this information, Zhou Chen felt a tinge of regret. If only he could inherit the balance from each world he traversed, it would be a wondrous advantage. Alas, Such aspirations were but fanciful thoughts. The fortune he received from completing his last task was already a stroke of incredible luck, and the future remained uncertain. Nonetheless, this unexpected windfall significantly enhanced his ability to undertake missions. In the pursuit of romance, three essential attributes come into play: height, wealth, and charm. In terms of height, he could not claim to be tall, falling short of the coveted 1 meter 80 by 2 centimeters, thus placing him in the average category for his era. As for charm, he could be deemed somewhat attractive, possessing double eyelids, large eyes, a prominent nose, and an oval face, which together formed a modestly appealing visage. However, he was acutely aware that he fell short of the standard of extraordinary handsomeness. Wealth was a different matter. Prior to discovering this account balance, he certainly could not have considered himself affluent. Yet, with over 20 million now at his disposal, he could no longer be deemed poor. Even in the bustling city of Beijing, at the very least, he was now a minor gentry. While he could not rely on height or charm, possessing wealth would undoubtedly broaden his options in the pursuit of Yangtao. Thus, this newfound fortune was of paramount importance to Zhou Chen. It was rather exasperating that this confounded system failed to notify him of his rewards in advance, leaving him to uncover them on his own. Had he not come to withdraw the funds, he might have remained oblivious to their existence for an indefinite period. A daily lamentation on the shortcomings of the system, indeed. Chapter 72. Strategize and act. Having acquired a substantial sum, Zhou Chen did not hesitate to withdraw 10,000 yuan. He pocketed the card and departed. With a buoyant spirit, he hummed and sang along the way, feeling as though riding an electric bike was akin to cruising on a Harley-Davidson. As for the origin of his newfound wealth, he harbored no concerns, for the system had assured him that this was profit derived from overseas investments, entirely legitimate and lawful. Zhou Chen had no reason to doubt the system's capabilities. 20 minutes later, he arrived at an aged residential complex, his home for over 20 years, where the buildings exuded a palpable sense of history. At the time of purchase, the available funds were limited, making it a feat to acquire any property within the city, let alone a new development. Securing a 2-bedroom unit in this old complex was indeed a considerable achievement. After parking his electric bike downstairs, Zhou Chen ascended the 6 flights of stairs to the top floor. This building comprised merely 6 levels, lacking even an attic or an elevator, rendering the 6th floor the most economically viable option. Upon unlocking the door, he found the apartment reasonably clean and devoid of any unpleasant odors, which left him quite content. He recalled his early days in the working world, residing in a dormitory shared by 8 individuals, where a cacophony of scents lingered in the air. At that time, the thrill of earning money overshadowed any discomforts, but he knew he could no longer endure such an environment. This marked his second journey into another world, and thus, he was no longer as astounded as he had been during his first experience. The task ahead was to marry within a year. If he were to pursue an individual he had never encountered or heard of, he would lack confidence. However, having watched television dramas, he possessed a modicum of insight into Yangtao. In the narrative, she was just over 30 and deeply yearned for marriage. Otherwise, she would not have nearly fallen prey to a scoundrel. Given that Yangtao also desired matrimony, his chances appeared favorable. Nevertheless, achieving success within a year would require meticulous planning and strategy. With this thought, Zhou Chen promptly sat up, rummaging through the room for paper and pen to draft his ideas. It was clear that he could not simply approach Yangtao and propose marriage outright, as that would likely lead to ridicule. Thus, a well-thought-out plan was essential. Before anything, he needed to locate Yangtao. He only knew that she was a lobby manager at a hotel, but the specific establishment eluded him. In a city as vast as Yanjing, relying on such scant information would demand considerable time and effort. Having traversed another world, Zhou Chen had matured significantly, understanding the importance of strategizing before taking action. Recognizing that he indeed did not know Yangtao, he chose to remain patient and focus on resolving his own situation first. The Civil Affairs Bureau, as a governmental entity, represented a commendable occupation. Had he not unexpectedly acquired over 20 million, he would have certainly clung to this job, which offered commendable salary and benefits. However, the predicament lay in the fact that he could not linger in this world indefinitely. Remaining in this position would hinder his pursuits. As a government administrative unit, it is impractical to indulge in whims and whimsies, where one can merely take leave at will. Such notions are but fanciful portrayals in television dramas. However, in his pursuit of duties, Zhou Chen found himself frequently requesting time off, leading to inevitable conflicts. Thus, he contemplated resigning from his position, yet after some reflection, he resolved to bide his time, opting to deepen his understanding of this world before making any hasty decisions. For the time being, Zhou Chen occupied his role at the Civil Affairs Bureau, where he encountered a myriad of couples seeking divorce. Although at times this was exasperating and awkward, it broadened his horizons and afforded him the opportunity to hear many intriguing stories. Eventually, his tenure concluded, and he transitioned to a position at the Marriage Registration Office. In stark contrast to the divorce sector, the atmosphere at the Marriage Registration Office was filled with joy. As elated couples entered, their faces radiating happiness. This time around, Zhou Chen had no intention of pursuing novel writing. The endeavor had proven too exhausting. Moreover, being only a year or two into this new world, the literary market had yet to flourish as it would later, and breaking through as a newcomer was exceedingly challenging. With merely a year at his disposal and lacking the energy to engage in writing, he found his current financial situation, over 20 million in savings, sufficient for his needs, rendering the pursuit of authorship unnecessary. With such wealth, engaging in business ventures promised swifter returns than penning novels. Having grown accustomed to spacious accommodations in his previous life, he was determined not to compromise on comfort now that he had the means. Consequently, he sold his former residence and rented an expansive 200-square-meter flat, with an annual rental fee in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, Zhou Chen felt no regret. The rented abode was fully equipped and far more comfortable than his previous dwelling. In addition to his housing arrangements, Zhou Chen explored the stock market, having studied past stock trends before his transition. He memorized several high-performing stocks, which appeared consistently each year. However, to his dismay, he found that only a few of those stocks were present in the current market, and the majority were conspicuously absent. The limited stocks available bore little resemblance to his memories, leaving him hesitant to invest. With stocks proving unfruitful, he sought alternative avenues for profit and decided to purchase lottery tickets, specifically for the January 1st drawing. Due to concerns of attracting undue attention, he prudently limited his purchase to 3 tickets, only to be disappointed by a lack of winnings. This string of setbacks led him to reflect on the serendipity of his initial experiences in the previous world. The Bitcoin trends remained unchanged, and had they mirrored the variations in this new world, he would have faced dire consequences. Zhou Chen struggled to articulate his feelings, pondering whether his initial transition had been made easier by a system that provided him with a sort of beginner's gift package, akin to those one might receive in a game. Along with securing a residence, he also acquired a vehicle, a BMW 5 Series, purchasing it outright for less than $700,000. His decision to refrain from acquiring property or a more luxurious car stemmed from a desire to exercise financial prudence. Mindful of the potential rewards that might await him in future worlds upon the completion of his tasks, however slim those chances might be, having equipped himself adequately, the next course of action was to gather intelligence on the enemy. He recalled that Yang Tao was the lobby manager at a 4-star hotel, so he spent his leisure time browsing various 4-star hotel websites in Yanjing. Although Yanjing boasted numerous 4-star establishments, with diligent effort and time, fruitful discoveries could still be made. Like Zhou Chen, who, after a month of patient searching, finally pinpointed his target, Yang Tao. This was the one. There were no lobby managers with the same name in this 4-star hotel. It must be her. Standing before the opulent entrance of the hotel, Zhou Chen lifted his foot and stepped into the lavishly adorned lobby. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings and noticed several women attired in identical business suits, likely hotel staff, possibly at the front desk. As the lobby manager, it was Yang Tao's duty to attend to guests and maintain order in the lobby. Upon noticing a man gazing around the lobby, she assumed he required assistance and promptly approached him. "Sir, I am the lobby manager here. How may I assist you?" Zhou Chen, observing the tall woman before him, glanced at her name tag and clearly read her name, Yang Tao. Chapter 73. A solitary spring festival happiness can arrive quite unexpectedly. After Zhou Chen entered, he pondered how to seek out Yang Tao, only to find that she appeared before him unbidden. Upon hearing him, Yang Tao's face blossomed with a radiant smile. "Rest assured, sir, our hotel is undoubtedly a paragon within the industry. Our staff have undergone rigorous training, and our facilities are fully equipped. Staying at our hotel will certainly not leave you with regrets." While Yang Tao spoke, Zhou Chen maintained a polite smile, scrutinizing her with greater attention. Yang Tao appeared to be in her 20s, tall and elegant in her high heels, seemingly not much shorter than him. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with particularly captivating large eyes that seemed to convey unspoken words, exuding a unique charm. "I am looking for accommodation for the upcoming new year. How is the festive atmosphere at your hotel?" With the new year approaching, he reflected on how he had always celebrated with family in the past. even in his previous life. However, this would mark the first time in over 20 years that he would spend the new year alone. With just a few days remaining before the holiday, it meant that if Zhou Chen were to stay, it would likely be for several days. Sir, we always host activities during the new year, and we also offer discounts on food and lodging. Staying with us will surely provide you with a feeling of being at home, Yang Tao replied enthusiastically. Having been the lobby manager for several years, she treated guests with utmost warmth, regardless of her private demeanor. Zhou Chen nodded and said, "All right, I will stay here for a few days. Please follow me." Yang Tao responded warmly, leading him to the front desk to arrange his accommodation. Once the process was complete, Zhou Chen refrained from engaging in further conversation with Yang Tao. His purpose for visiting was solely to observe her. Previously, while at the Civil Affairs Bureau, he had shared a few drinks with Guo Ran and had developed a good rapport, learning that Guo Ran was already 34 and would turn 35 after the new year. By this reasoning, Yang Tao must also have surpassed 30, as he recalled from a television drama that she and Guo Ran appeared to be just 2 or 3 years apart in age. Now that he had met Yang Tao, he was pleasantly surprised to find her far younger and more beautiful than he had anticipated, which alleviated his concerns. Although he had decided to choose Yang Tao, if she had been less than appealing, he would have struggled to proceed. Human nature is drawn to the allure of beauty, given a better choice. Who would willingly opt for the inferior? Fortunately, Yang Tao did not disappoint him. Moreover, her current age brought him comfort, for at this stage in life, she was likely most eager for marriage, merely yet to find a suitable partner. However, Zhou Chen's visit today was merely to gather information. He had yet to initiate any action. He planned to wait until after the new year to begin his endeavors, having already prepared a strategy. Today was simply an opportunity to familiarize himself with Yang Tao and Appos as presents. Regardless of the circumstances, even in blind dates, it was always preferable to have some familiarity over being complete strangers. Zhou Chen remained at the Civil Affairs Bureau until the eve of the Lunar New Year, likely due to his youth, which prompted his superiors to assign him extended hours until the afternoon of that day. He was indifferent to this arrangement, as he had already resolved to resign after the holiday. Thus, putting in extra effort before the new year seemed inconsequential. Zhou Chen resided in a hotel where meals and refreshments were delivered to his door, allowing him to exercise within the confines of his room. After careful consideration, he allocated his remaining 4 attribute points, primarily enhancing his physique by 3 points, while the remaining point was designated for agility. To his astonishment, increasing his physique also resulted in a slight boost to his strength attribute. He was not overly surprised by this change, despite being categorized as distinct attributes. Strength fundamentally relies on physical constitution. When one's physical fitness improves, strength naturally follows suit. As for the decision to enhance agility, it is a vital attribute as well. An increase in agility not only accelerates his speed but also heightens his overall reaction time, including cognitive sharpness. Host: Zhou Chen attributes: strength, 9 physique, 11 spirit, 12 agility, 8 remaining points, 0 skill. Money talks. When the host actively employs money to accomplish a task, the success rate increases by 50%. Cooldown: main world, 1 month. Film world, usable once per world. These are the attributes after his enhancements, but beyond mere statistics. He could distinctly feel his body growing stronger, with a noticeable increase in strength. Even his reaction speed had improved. He had tested his typing speed and found it markedly quicker than before. While the improvements in activities like running and punching were modest, he could still sense a difference. As others indulged in their reunion dinners, Zhou Chen gazed out at the streets, feeling a pang of melancholy and solitude. His thoughts drifted to his parents and family, as well as to Nanli, Huan, and Xiao Xiao from the Little Happiness World. Meanwhile, in a nearby residence, a family gathered around a table for their reunion dinner. Taozi, another year has passed, and you are now 32, still single. When do you plan to marry? Shuesume inquired, causing Yang Tao to lower her head like a quail, barely daring to breathe loudly. What does your silence imply? I ask you, Taozi, what do you intend to do? Are you trying to drive your mother to despair? Spare us. Annie, please refrain from such talk during this festive season. Su Qing interjected hastily. Shuesume scoffed. New year. It's just the same few of us every year. What difference does it make? Yang Tao murmured. If I were to marry, I certainly wouldn't be here for the new year, so it's better to be present now. What are you mumbling about? Nothing, Mom. I was just saying that the dishes you prepared today are absolutely delicious. Eat. All you ever think about is food. How have I raised such a glutton? You're 32 now, Taozi. Today marks your 32nd year. If you don't marry soon, when do you plan to have children? In just a few years. It may become increasingly difficult for you to conceive. Shui Sume looked at her daughter with exasperation. While others celebrate the new year, her heart sank at the sight of her single daughter, extinguishing any festive spirit. Yang Tao, feeling disheartened, replied, Mom, why are we even discussing having children? Just because I'm in my 30s doesn't mean I can't have kids. There are plenty of women in their 40s having babies. Shui Sume retorted. Are you planning to wait until you're 50 to start a family? Taozi, I still have some energy left. If you marry sooner, I can help take care of your children. But if you delay for a few more years, I'll be too old to assist you. How can I not be anxious? At 32, what girl remains unmarried and without a boyfriend? I'm embarrassed to even go out. It's utterly shameful. Mom, why is it shameful? It's just that I'm not married yet. My marital status is my own concern. What embarrassment is there for you? Yang Tao countered. Shui Sume replied, You are my daughter. How could it not reflect on me? Look around. Women my age are at home caring for grandchildren, chatting about their little ones. I can hardly relate to them, as I don't even have a grandchild to speak of. My daughter is 32 and still unmarried. Setting down her utensils, Yang Tao said, Mom, I'm full. I'm going to watch the evening show. Seeing her carefree daughter, Shui Sume felt a surge of frustration. No. If her daughter was too anxious, she had to be. It was imperative to find a suitable husband for her daughter as soon as possible. Chapter 74. The Invitation Indeed. Suppressing potential threats. Resignation? Are you truly resigning? On the first day back to work after the new year, Zhou Chen submitted his resignation letter, astonishing many. The Civil Affairs Bureau is a national administrative unit, and Zhou Chen is a bona fide civil servant, quite young, with considerable prospects for promotion in the future. It baffled many that he would choose to relinquish such a promising career. Upon learning of Zhou Chen's resolute decision to resign, his superiors took the time to counsel him, emphasizing that this is a formal institution, not a small workshop. Even if he were to resign, it would hardly raise any eyebrows. Yet, Zhou Chen remained steadfast in his resolve. Were he in a different society, he might have given serious consideration to working in such a department, benefiting from a government salary. However, in this realm, he possessed only 1 year and was not inclined to squander it here. Most importantly, continuing his role at the Civil Affairs Bureau would preclude him from venturing into business. That evening, Zhou Chen invited Gu Ran to dinner. As they sipped wine and savored their meal, conversation flowed naturally. Xiao Shede, Gu Ran began, You seem to be doing well at the Civil Affairs Bureau. What prompts you to contemplate resignation? Having pondered the matter throughout the day, Gu Ran struggled to comprehend Zhou Chen's reasoning. In his view, while the work at the Bureau might be tedious, it was still a position with considerable promise, particularly for someone as young as Zhou Chen, who had faced fierce competition just to secure his position. With a smile, Zhou Chen replied, Ran Gu, it's just the two of us tonight. So I'll be candid with you. I am, in fact, a scion of wealth. Gu Ran erupted in laughter. Xiao Shede, spare me the charade. A wealthy heir? I and Oppos, VE senior file. Oh, Xiao Shede, please don't misunderstand. I meant no offense. Suddenly recalling that Zhou Chen was an orphan, Gu Ran paused. Not to worry. Ran Gu, Zhou Chen reassured him. I am indeed without family now, but over the years, I have engaged in investments and amassed a fair amount of wealth. I intend to resign and pursue my own ventures. Really made quite a bit of money. What do you plan to do? Gu Ran inquired, skepticism evident on his face. A bridal shop? A bridal shop? Gu Ran and Oppos, eyes widened in disbelief. You, a grown man, want to run a bridal shop? Zhou Chen retorted. Why can't a man run a bridal shop? Nowadays, couples are willing to spend extravagantly on their weddings. This industry is quite lucrative. By the way, Ran Gu, I've heard from our colleagues that you have a passion for photography and possess considerable skill. How about, when my bridal shop opens, you come on board as a photographer? You would be capturing wedding photos and the like. This notion seemed somewhat reasonable to Gu Ran. He scratched his head, recalling that he currently assisted a friend with photography, albeit primarily of small animals. If he were to photograph weddings, it would undoubtedly be more professional and would greatly enhance his skills. Wait, Gu Ran interjected. I was initially discussing your resignation. How did this turn into a conversation about me? Zhou Chen smiled and said, Ran Gu, I merely wanted to mention it casually. Besides, my shop has yet to open. It is merely an intention at this point. However, you know many people, and if I truly wish to establish my store, I fear I may struggle with the numerous formalities. Could I possibly ask for your assistance? Gu Ran patted his chest and assured him, that is no issue. As long as I can be of help, I will certainly assist. Thank you, Rango. Once my shop is up and running, you must come by to lend your name. And when I need a photographer, you must also come to help. I assure you, I will treat you well. Zhou Chen replied. Guo Ran smiled, saying, helping is fine, but let us not speak of money. Consider it a favor for a friend. Indeed, Guo Ran did not mind. His photography stemmed from passion. Had it not been for his formidable mother, he would never have considered taking the civil service examination. His dream was to become an exceptional photographer. If he could assist with wedding photos, he would gladly oblige whenever he had the time. Having spent nearly 2 months with Guo Ran, Zhou Chen had come to understand his character, loyal and righteous, which was a significant reason for their burgeoning friendship. Of course, there was another motive. He intended to pursue Yang Tao and felt the need to eliminate his greatest rival in advance. As long as their relationship remained amicable, Guo Ran, with his character, would never engage in actions that might harm a friend. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but in order to fulfill his mission, he needed to prepare appropriately. As for why he chose to open a wedding dress shop, Zhou Chen had contemplated this deeply. He recalled that, in the narrative, Yang Tao had a profound affection for wedding gowns and dreamed of owning her own bridal shop. While his pursuit of Yang Tao was part of his mission, Zhou Chen wished to approach it earnestly and prepare ahead of time. After the new year, Shui Sume began to focus on matters concerning her daughter. Now that she was retired and had little to occupy her time, her daughter's marriage became her foremost concern. She was willing to forego everything else, placing her daughter's matrimonial prospects above all. To find a suitable match for her daughter, she sought out connections and registered on various dating websites, attending numerous matchmaking events organized in different venues. One morning, after breakfast, Shui Sume prepared to venture out again to arrange her daughter and Appo's affairs. However, before she could step outside, her phone rang. Hello, who is this? Oh, Mr. Zhou? Really? No problem. Where shall we meet? Then let us meet at. All right. After hanging up, Shui Sume beamed with joy. The caller was a prospective match for her daughter, inviting her to meet. Although it felt somewhat unusual for the other party to invite her, Shui Sume saw nothing amiss, as she had previously met her daughter's suitors to ensure their suitability. Zhou Chen arrived at the tea restaurant. Being morning, the establishment was relatively empty, and he quickly spotted an elderly woman seated at a table by the glass. He approached her swiftly. Excuse me, are you Aunt Shui? Shui Sume was seated, engrossed in her phone, when suddenly a male voice interrupted her. Looking up, she exclaimed warmly, Are you Mr. Zhou? Zhou Chen immediately replied, Aunt Shui? I am Xiao Chen. You may call me Xiao Shou. He had previously contacted Shui Sume, intending to pursue Yang Tao, and believed that winning over her mother, Shui Sume, would facilitate his efforts in courting Yang Tao. However, he was well aware that Shui Sume was quite formidable, so he had prepared extensively beforehand, hoping to successfully persuade her. Very well, Xiao Shou, please sit, Shui Sume said, her face lighting up with a smile as she scrutinized Zhou Chen. Before meeting him, she harbored some concerns. But upon seeing him in person, her worries dissipated. He appeared youthful, with commendable height and looks. Thank you, Auntie. Zhou Chen took a seat opposite Shui Sume. His expression filled with regret as he spoke. And Shui, I sincerely apologize for the abruptness of this meeting. However, after reviewing your daughter's profile, I found her exceptionally remarkable, which prompted my eagerness. Unfortunately, I did not have more information, leading me to reach out to you. I hope you can forgive my boldness. Not at all, Xiao Shou. Hearing Zhou Chen commend her daughter, Shui Sume beamed with delight, finding Zhou Chen increasingly agreeable. Would you like something to drink? I can order for you. No, I have already ordered a cup of tea. However, I was uncertain of your preferences, so I didn't tea order for you. Not a problem, Aunt Shui. I can manage on my own. Zhou Chen signaled the waiter to bring 2 cups of tea along with some light snacks. And then he engaged in conversation with Shui Sume. Chapter 75. The unyielding mother of Yang Xiao Shou, you appear remarkably youthful. May I inquire your age? Upon their first encounter, Shui Sume found a favorable impression of Zhou Chen. As an actress, she could discern that his smile bore authenticity rather than pretense. 29? Shui Sume's expression shifted noticeably. Xiao Shou, you must have reviewed my daughter Taoxi's profile, and you should be aware that she will soon turn 32. Initially, she held a positive perception of Zhou Chen, but upon learning his age, concern began to creep in, for her daughter was indeed 3 years his senior. In Chinese marriage customs, it is customary for husbands to be older than their wives. While instances of the reverse do exist, they are relatively rare. The fact that her daughter was 3 years older than Zhou Chen naturally stirred her worries. Zhou Chen reassured her, Auntie, I do not mind. ISN and Appo's See, there an old saying that goes, and Apo's, a woman 3 years older is like holding a golden brick and Apo's? Indeed, indeed, Shui Sume chimed in. A woman 3 years older is like holding a golden brick. Xiao Shede, your sentiment is indeed quite valid. Although our Taozi is slightly older than you, she possesses a youthful appearance. Hearing Zhou Chen's indifference to the age gap eased Shui Sume's anxieties, and she found him increasingly agreeable. What is your profession, Xiao Shede? Forgive me, Auntie, I have yet to introduce myself properly. Zhou Chen offered an apologetic smile, to which Shui Sume waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. Auntie, my name is Zhou Chen. I previously worked at the Civil Affairs Bureau as a marriage registration clerk, but I recently resigned to venture into business for myself. Shui Sume's heart skipped a beat, and she curiously inquired, a clerk at the Civil Affairs Bureau is a civil servant, isn't it? Such a stable position, why would you choose to resign? For parents like her, the hope is for their daughter to find a reliable partner with a stable job. Thus, upon hearing Zhou Chen's intention to leave his job for entrepreneurship, her heart instinctively recoiled. After all, her daughter was already in her 30s. She could no longer afford to take risks. She did not seek a wealthy suitor but merely desired a stable and dependable man for her daughter. Zhou Chen smiled as he explained, to be candid, Auntie, while the benefits at the Civil Affairs Bureau are quite good, I found it increasingly difficult to handle couples embroiled in conflict and seeking divorce. It took a toll on my heart. Over time, it instilled a deep-seated fear of marriage within me. We have a senior at our workplace who, at 35, remains unmarried and is not even dating due to his fear of marriage. To alleviate Shui Sume's concerns, Zhou Chen divulged his financial situation, albeit with a twinge of guilt. Is that so? Shui Sume appeared quite taken aback. Yes, Auntie. I fear that if I continued in that role, I might end up like that senior, developing an aversion to marriage. However, my resignation was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. I possess some knowledge in finance and have made a modest fortune through investments around several million. I realized that keeping such funds in the bank for interest was unwise, so I thought to embark on a business venture. Auntie, please do not take offense. I do not wish to boast. I simply believe that with elders like yourself, one should be forthright and honest. Only in this way can you truly come to know me. While it may seem somewhat cliché to speak of wealth, Zhou Chen believed that this approach would more effectively alleviate Shui Sume's concerns. Perhaps she did not necessarily wish for her daughter to marry a wealthy man. But if such a gentleman were to exist, she would certainly not oppose it. After all, who would not desire a prosperous life for their child? Do not worry, Auntie. I have not thought too deeply into it. You are correct. In matters of matchmaking, knowing one another's background is paramount. I truly appreciate sincere individuals like yourself. Zhou Chen continued. Shui Sume beamed with delight, her smile radiant. Although she was unsure of the veracity of Zhou Chen's words, she maintained a polished demeanor. Recognizing that even if these statements were fabrications, they could not stand on shaky ground. Zhou Chen sighed in relief and elaborated, Auntie, allow me to share more about my situation. Previously, I purchased an older 2-bedroom apartment in the suburbs. It was manageable for one person, but unsuitable for a marital home. Hence, I sold it, intending to acquire a new residence. However, I have yet to make a purchase, as I wish to find a partner first and consider her opinions when selecting a home. As Shui Sume listened, her unease grew. He had quit his job and sold his house. Was it possible he was a fraud? Nevertheless, being a seasoned actress, she maintained her composure and inquired, if you have sold your house, where are you currently residing? Upon learning that he was renting, her skepticism deepened. Lacking fixed assets raised red flags. While she yearned for her daughter to marry soon, she certainly did not wish to entrust her to a charlatan. Despite her burgeoning doubts, she found it difficult to dismiss the sincerity reflected in Zhou Chen's demeanor. Observing Shui Sume's expression, Zhou Chen recognized that his words had unsettled her, rather than panic. He calmly continued his explanation. Auntie, I understand that you may currently perceive me as unreliable, perhaps even a fraud. No, Xiao Shede, I truly do not think that. Shui Sume hastily interjected, though she did harbor some concerns that she could not voice outright. Auntie, I can appreciate your perspective, but you must understand my circumstances. To be candid, my parents have passed away, leaving me alone. This is why I mentioned the importance of considering the woman's opinion when purchasing a home. Shui Sume felt a wave of panic upon hearing that Zhou Chen was without parents. Zhou Chen, however, remained composed, stating, Auntie, although my parents are no longer with me and I lack that support, consider this. If your daughter were to be with me, there would be no potential for mother-in-law conflicts, and you would not have the burden of caring for elderly relatives in the future. Would you not agree? Initially concerned about Zhou Chen and Apos, lack of familial ties, Shui Sume found his reasoning compelling. Much like her niece, Zhou Chen, and her husband, who often dined and stayed at her home due to their lack of family, which brought a lively atmosphere to her household. Noticing Shui Sume and Appo's shifting sentiments, Zhou Chen seized the moment to continue. It is precisely because I am without family that I seek a kind and nurturing mother-in-law like yourself. Such sentimental words were seldom uttered by Zhou Chen in the past, yet he understood that Shui Sume was a person who valued her reputation greatly. Hence, he sweet-talked her with flattering remarks, knowing that if he could win her over, pursuing Yang Tao would become considerably easier. Oh really, Xiao Shede, you flatter me too much. Shui Sume replied, her heart blossoming with joy from Zhou Chen's praise, and she humbly downplayed her worth. Of course, if I had a daughter-in-law like you, I would be smiling in my dreams. The flattery echoed loudly, and Shui Sume's smile grew ever brighter. But Xiao Shede, do not think that mere compliments will leave me bewitched. I am not foolish. Zhou Chen chuckled, Auntie, I speak only the truth. If I were to be with your daughter, wherever you suggest I should buy a house, I would do so, even if it were right across from you. Upon hearing his words, Shui Sume's eyes flickered. Coincidentally, the house directly opposite theirs seemed to be up for sale recently. If she quickly shook her head, realizing she was getting ahead of herself. Xiao Shede, it is too early to discuss such matters. My requirements for a son-in-law are not high. As long as he is decent and has a stable job, that is sufficient. You are quite good, but don't be like that, Auntie. Noticing Shui Sume's reluctance, Zhou Chen hurriedly added, Auntie, you misunderstand me. In today's society, what job can truly be considered stable? Shui Sume replied, I think your job at the Civil Affairs Bureau is quite stable. Being a government employee, you are guaranteed a steady income, better than most. Zhou Chen felt quite disheartened, realizing that Shui Sume did not believe he possessed substantial savings and thought he was lying. How could he prove otherwise? It would be absurd to show her his bank statements. Annie, while being a government employee is indeed stable, to be honest, my position as a junior civil servant does not yield much income. If I wish to marry, I certainly want to provide a better living condition for my partner, which is why I resigned to start a business. After pondering, Shui Sume found Zhou Chen's argument reasonable. While government jobs are stable, their salaries are not particularly high. Naturally, she desired the best for her daughter, yet Zhou Chen lacked both employment and housing. Relying solely on words, she found it hard to believe. You mentioned wanting to start a business. What kind of business do you intend to pursue? Zhou Chen responded, I plan to open a large wedding gown shop, offering rental and sales services, as well as wedding photography. I have already secured the funds and found someone to assist with the paperwork, though I have yet to find a suitable location. You are searching for a storefront? I have lived here for decades and am quite familiar with Yanjing. What size of store do you need? Perhaps I can assist you in your search. Shui Sume's response was swift. She had been seeking an opportunity to gauge Zhou Chen's credibility, and now it had presented itself. If he truly had the capability to rent a substantial storefront and was willing to accept her assistance, it would indicate that his words held merit. Conversely, if Zhou Chen were to decline her assistance, it would likely stem from a sense of insecurity, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Is that truly the case? If Aunt could genuinely lend a hand, it would be splendid, for I have been troubled by this matter lately. Aunt, if you could assist me in locating a suitable storefront, I would be immensely grateful. This statement holds merit. He has indeed been searching for a storefront recently. Since he intends to embark on this venture, he is not aiming for something trivial, but rather preparing to secure a more substantial establishment. His familiarity with Yanjing is confined to scant memories, undoubtedly inferior to that of a true local. If Shui Sume is willing to assist him, it would certainly save him considerable time and effort. With the proceeds from selling his house, he currently possesses over 25 million, which may seem substantial, yet in this city, expenditures can rapidly accumulate, necessitating meticulous budgeting. Chapter 76. The scheming of Zhou Chen. All previous conjectures were merely founded on her imagination. If the young man Zhou Chen spoke nothing but the truth, he would undoubtedly be deemed a golden son-in-law. Little Zhou, what kind of storefront do you desire? Do share your thoughts, and I shall assist you in your search. Shui Sume listened intently, increasingly astonished by Zhou Chen's assertions. According to his descriptions, the requirements for the desired shop were no trivial matter. If truly located, the annual rent would likely be substantial. Yet, Zhou Chen articulated his points with such fluidity and rationale. He did not resemble one prone to empty boastfulness. Auntie, my requests are quite modest. If you genuinely can assist in finding a suitable store, I would be most grateful. Zhou Chen did not expect Shui Sume to be of real help. but this pretext would facilitate future communications. All right, Annie will take note. Rest assured, should I be able to assist, I will certainly do so. I take great pleasure in helping others, Shui Sume replied with a smile. In matters of social interaction, she was beyond reproach. Yet she would not hesitate to confront those she found intolerable, transforming into a fierce woman in an instant. Zhou Chen and Apos. S. impression of Shui Sume and Apos. S. fierce demeanor from watching the television drama had been quite vivid, but when it came to her own family, she exhibited nothing but unwavering support. Auntie, with your word, I am reassured, Zhou Chen responded, following her lead. Perhaps Zhou Chen's demeanor gradually alleviated Shui Sume's wariness, prompting her to open up further. Little Zhou, I find you to be quite a fine young man. However, please do not take offense at my candor. I find it rather curious that you have yet to meet our daughter Taozi, yet your tone suggests a conviction that she is the only one for you. You understand what I mean, right? Zhou Chen replied. Auntie, you may not be aware, but I have indeed met your daughter, Miss Yang Tao, at the very hotel where she works. It was my attraction to her that compelled me to seek a way to connect, which ultimately led me to you. You've met our Taozi? Shui Sume was taken aback. Zhou Chen nodded. Yes, I stayed at the hotel where Miss Yang works for a few days. However, I feared that my presence might disrupt her work, hence we did not engage in much conversation. Shui Sume began to comprehend. So, you were saying you experienced that feeling of love at first sight? Quite nearly, Zhou Chen candidly admitted. In truth, it was not entirely love at first sight. Yet Yang Tao's beauty was undeniably striking, surpassing even that of Nanli from the world of Little House. However, one must truly interact to grasp the essence of her character. Little Zhou, you truly possess discerning taste. Our Taozi's attributes are beyond compare, her height, beauty, and profession are all exceptional. Shui Sume beamed with pride. Although she often teased her daughter at home, in public, her daughter was her pride and joy, the epitome of excellence in her eyes. Although her trust in Zhou Chen was not yet fully established, Shui Sume spoke candidly without any hesitation. Thank you so much, Auntie. Zhou Chen expressed his gratitude with a beaming face. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Shui Sume stood up and announced that it was time to conclude their meeting. Upon exiting the tea house, Zhou Chen took the initiative and said, Auntie, I drove here. Where do you live? Allow me to give you a ride. Shui Sume hesitated, saying, Oh, is that really all right? Would it be too much of a bother? Not at all, Auntie. My car is just by the roadside. Please follow me, Zhou Chen reassured her. Guided by Zhou Chen, they approached a sleek black sedan. He unlocked the vehicle and opened the door. Auntie, please get in. Okay. Shui Sume entered the car, her expression one of surprise. Although she was not knowledgeable about cars, she could discern that this vehicle was not an ordinary one, exuding an air of sophistication. Zhou Chen fastened his seatbelt and started the engine, following the route indicated by Shui Sume. After a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a residential community. This is it, Shui Sume called from the back seat, prompting Zhou Chen to stop the car. He parked and swiftly exited to open the door for her. Xiao Shede, look at you, making me feel embarrassed, she exclaimed, though her beaming smile revealed her delight at his courteous gesture. Auntie, you are being too polite. This is what I ought to do. Now, I won't accompany you inside, Zhou Chen stated. Shui Sume waved her hand dismissively. No need for that, Xiao Shede. You may go. I will keep an eye out for a suitable storefront for you in the vicinity over the next few days. If I find something, I'll give you a call. Thank you, Auntie. And what about Miss Yang Tao? Zhou Chen inquired cautiously. With a smile, Shui Sume replied, Once our Taozi has had some rest, I will arrange for you two to meet. Just wait for my news. Zhou Chen was uncertain of Shui Sume's true intentions. He could not glean any clear answers from her expression. However, having reached this point in their conversation, he felt it inappropriate to press further. Very well. I shall await your good news, Auntie. As Zhou Chen drove away, he noted that while Shui Sume's reaction today was not overwhelmingly positive, he remained unperturbed. His mention of his previous work at the Civil Affairs Bureau was not a mere casual remark, but a statement with purpose. As long as Shui Sume had not completely dismissed him, she would likely seek to inquire about his circumstances, ultimately leading her to Guaran, who happened to be a good friend and the husband of Yang Tao and Apos, as cousin. His earlier invitation for Guaran to dine with him was part of a larger strategy. Watching Zhou Chen's car disappear from view, Shui Sume furrowed her brow. Her reluctance to provide a direct answer stemmed from lingering doubts. Auntie, the voice belonged to her niece, Su Qing, who had just arrived, preparing to enter the community. She was taken aback to see her aunt alight from a sleek black BMW, but chose to wait until Zhou Chen had left before approaching her. Shui Sume remarked, "He is a young man interested in pursuing Taozi." "Really?" Su Qing replied, intrigued. "The BMW is quite an expensive vehicle, and what about this gentleman's circumstances?" Su Qing's interest was piqued. Not only was Shui Sume worried about Yang Tao, but as her cousin, Su Qing also hoped for Yang Tao to find a suitable husband. Shui Sume hesitated for a moment, saying, "How should I put this? The situation of this young man is somewhat complicated. I cannot quite discern his circumstances." Su Qing appeared perplexed. "Aunt, what do you mean by that? Qinger, do you think what that young man named Zhou Chen said was partly true or partly false?" Su Qing was taken aback by this inquiry, yet she was not as decisive as Shui Sume. "Is that car really worth so much?" Shui Sume expressed her astonishment. While she recognized the car was extraordinary, she did not expect it to be valued at 500,000 or 600,000. It should not be far off. When Shifeng was purchasing a car, I observed several vehicles, and that kind of BMW is indeed worth several 100,000. Being young, Su Qing, though not particularly familiar with cars, possessed significantly more knowledge than Shui Sume. Furthermore, Zhou Chen and Apos' assertion held merit. Although civil service jobs are stable, they do not offer substantial income. Such positions often require years of perseverance. "Aunt, I understand that elders like you place great importance on stable employment. But stability does not equate to income. The times have changed. Young people prioritize quality of life. A man with a net worth of tens of millions. Compared to a stable civil servant, I believe most women would opt for the former." "Is that so?" Shui Sume appeared doubtful, maintaining that stable employment was paramount. Su Qing reasoned, "If what Zhou Chen stated is indeed true, then consider this, Aunt. How many young individuals have managed to earn a net worth of tens of millions, having lost both parents and relying solely on their abilities? This indicates his competence. A capable man would not content himself with a meager salary as a civil servant. It is only natural for him to venture out on his own." Shui Sume pondered for a moment and asked, "Qinger, are you suggesting that Taozi should get to know this Zhou Chen fellow?" Su Qing interrupted, "Aunt, I believe we should not rush into this. Your thoughts are valid. We ought to proceed cautiously. He did ask you to help him scout for a storefront, did he not? We can assist him in selecting a few options, allowing him to choose. Wait." Suddenly, Su Qing halted mid-sentence. Shui Sume, engrossed in the conversation, immediately inquired, "Qinger, what is it?" Su Qing replied, "Aunt, I just remembered that Shifeng once mentioned to me that he has a friend working at the Civil Affairs Bureau. If Zhou Chen is indeed employed there, Shifeng and Apos' friend would certainly know the details." Upon hearing this, Shui Sume urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and make the call." "I will call right away." Chapter 77, contended Shui Sume. "What is it? What is it?" Shui Sume inquired anxiously as she saw Su Qing hang up the phone. She had invested immense effort into her daughter and Apos' marriage prospects and was overjoyed to finally encounter a young man she approved of, hoping fervently that everything was indeed genuine. With a heart full of joy, Shui Sume exclaimed, "So it is true then?" Su Qing replied, "It is certainly true. Shifeng mentioned that his friend is utterly reliable and would not deceive him. Auntie, your concerns are entirely unfounded now. If that Zhou Chen is truly as wonderful as you describe, he would undoubtedly be a perfect match for Taozi. The only worry is that he is 3 years younger than her. I wonder if she can accept that? She must not dare to object." Shui Sume interjected sharply, her eyes widening in determination. "A woman may be 3 years older and still hold treasure in her arms. Zhou is undeterred by age. What right does she have to mind? No, we cannot let Zhou slip away. He must be secured as Taozi's suitor. Auntie, I believe this is an opportunity. Didn't he ask for your assistance in finding a storefront? We could locate one in close proximity to our home, which would facilitate their interactions. Moreover, you mentioned he hasn't purchased a house yet. This is another chance. If he and Taozi truly connect, he could easily buy a nearby property." Upon hearing Su Qing's suggestion, Shui Sume nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. The house across from us is up for sale. If my daughter and son-in-law could reside just across the street, it would be splendid. Besides, Zhou is without parents. He would undoubtedly rely on me for guidance in raising children." The more she contemplated, the more she felt compelled to ensure Zhou Chen and her daughter became a couple. "Indeed, Auntie, if Taozi truly gets together with him, you would be the only elder in their lives. If they cannot rely on you, who else could they turn to?" Su Qing, having no in-laws herself, understood well that while the absence of elder support could be a disadvantage, it also meant fewer constraints and pressures. That's precisely the point. Shui Sume wholeheartedly agreed. Zhou expressed a desire to find a storefront. I shall assist him in exploring options this afternoon. Auntie, I happen to be free this afternoon. I'll accompany you. Very well. However, when do you plan to arrange a meeting between Taozi and him? No rush. I will first engage further with Zhou. Zhou Chen, what is your situation? Just moments ago, a longtime friend had called to inquire about him, mentioning that he was pursuing his friend and Apos, aunt and Apos, sister. Zhou Chen was not taken aback, chuckling as he exchanged a few words with Guo Ran before agreeing to meet for drinks again, then ended the call. Although his conversation with Shui Sume was not entirely smooth, Guo Ran's phone call indicated that the outcome was promising. Now, it was time to observe his subsequent actions. Having resigned from his job, he had yet to secure a storefront for the bridal shop. He had contacted several brands regarding their offerings, but everything hinged on finding a location and completing the renovations before he could proceed. Regarding personnel, he is also scouting for talent, particularly essential photographers and makeup artists. However, he is not overly anxious about this aspect, as the bridal shop was established for Yang Tao, and everything will proceed once he successfully pursues her. Thus, Zhou Chen finds himself with little else to occupy his time and has settled into a nearby gym for exercise. His physical constitution has now reached an impressive 11 points, while his strength stands at 9. With such a robust physique, he finds it increasingly difficult to injure himself during strength training, as his endurance and strength have improved. Zhou Chen, who once lacked visible muscle, has begun to develop a semblance of definition, although he cannot compare to those muscular giants. He is certainly in a much better shape than before. Several days passed, yet he had not received any word from Shui Sume, which left Zhou Chen, once brimming with confidence, feeling somewhat uneasy. The human heart is the most challenging to comprehend, despite his thorough preparations. He remained uncertain whether he could truly captivate Shui Sume's heart. Reclining in a rocking chair on the balcony, Zhou Chen gazed out at the sky. Having been in this world for over 2 months, he now had less than 10 months until the 1-year deadline. If he still did not receive any news today, he would have to temporarily abandon the shortcut of pursuing Shui Sume and directly seek after Yang Tao instead. Just then, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was Shui Sume calling, instantly reviving his spirits. Hello, Auntie Shui? Yes, it's me. All right, no problem. After hanging up, Zhou Chen beamed with joy. Shui Sume informed him that she had found a suitable storefront and asked him to come take a look. Naturally, he would not refuse and promptly offered to pick her up from her community. He quickly changed his clothes and drove to Shui Sume's neighborhood. Upon arriving, Zhou Chen spotted Shui Sume waiting at the entrance, but she was not alone. A woman stood beside her. Zhou Chen parked the car, engaged the handbrake, and swiftly exited. Auntie Shui, have you been waiting long? No, not at all. We just arrived at the door, Shui Sume replied with a warm smile, gesturing to the woman beside her. Xiao Zhou, this is my niece and Taozi's cousin, Su Qing. Zhou Chen immediately greeted her. Sister Su Qing, hello. Su Qing returned the smile. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Please, just call me by my name, or like Auntie, you can call me Xiao Zhou, he suggested. Su Qing nodded. Since Zhou Chen had stepped out of the car, she had been observing him. She found him to be as youthful and enthusiastic as her aunt had described. Consequently, Su Qing held a favorable impression of Zhou Chen. He was not only tall and handsome but also possessed a commendable character and ambition. He was undoubtedly a suitable match for her cousin, Yang Tao. As for the 3-year age difference, since the male party had no objections, they naturally felt no qualms. Auntie Shui, Sister Su Qing, please get in the car. Once inside the vehicle, Zhou Chen inquired, Auntie Shui, where is the place you mentioned on the phone? I can navigate directly there. Su Qing remarked. There and Apos. No need for navigation. I know the way. Just drive according to my directions. Very well, then I shall trouble you, Sister Su Qing. Zhou Chen concentrated on driving. While in the back seat, Shui Sume and Su Qing engaged in subtle antics. Su Qing glanced at Shui Sume, raised her thumb in approval, and nodded repeatedly. Initially, she had been concerned that Zhou Chen might be reluctant to come, but to her surprise, upon receiving her call, he arrived promptly without any hesitation. This indicated that Zhou Chen and Apos' previous assurances were neither mere boast nor insincerity. They were indeed genuine. Consequently, her worries dissipated. Not only was Xiao Zhou not a fraud, but he was also an exceptionally remarkable man. Therefore, she resolved to secure a connection for her daughter. Without further ado, she planned to arrange a meeting between Tao Dao and him for the following day. Chapter 78, Renting and Bargaining. Zhou Chen, I previously heard from my aunt about your requirements. So we found a storefront that spans 3 floors, each exceeding 200 square meters. I wonder if you find that sufficient? By the way, this establishment was previously a restaurant, which unfortunately closed for various reasons. However, its location remains quite favorable. Zhou Chen, seated at the back, initiated the conversation, directing her inquiry toward Zhou Chen. Upon hearing that there were 3 floors, each with ample space, Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. As for the prior business and its closure, he held no interest, as he found it implausible. It should suffice. I truly appreciate your assistance, Aunt Shui and Sister Su Qing. It's quite embarrassing to trouble you on our first meeting. Hee. Shui Sume chuckled. Little Zhou, you needn't be so formal. I am simply someone who enjoys helping others. Finding a storefront is no trouble at all. Impressive. And Shui, you are indeed remarkable. To be candid, I had searched numerous locations for this storefront without success. Yet, within mere days, you have found such a suitable place. Truly extraordinary. Zhou Chen expressed his admiration with a raised thumb. Indeed, little Zhou. When you entrust this matter to your aunt, rest assured she will handle it impeccably. Shui Sume laughed heartily. I should have met you sooner, otherwise I wouldn't have traversed such a convoluted path. Little Zhou, it's not mere boasting. I was once an actress and know quite a few people. You intend to open a wedding dress shop, correct? I have some knowledge about makeup and photography as well. Is that so? Aunt, you were an actress? No wonder your demeanor is so refined. It seems I was blind before. I always wondered why Miss Yang Tao possessed such grace. It must be inherited from you. Indeed, Aunt. With such elegance and beauty, you must have played leading roles in your youth, right? Of course, little Zhou. You may not know this, but I was the leading actress in our troupe. There was another woman who constantly vied with me for the spotlight, yet after years of competition, it became evident that whenever we took the stage, I was always the A-lister and she, forever the B-lister. Impressive, indeed. Observing her aunt and Zhou Chen, one boasting and the other flattering, Su Qing couldn't help but turn her head away, unable to watch the exchange. She understood her aunt's nature well. Yet she never anticipated Zhou Chen would be so accommodating and complimentary. In this world, there are no unearned intimacies. Therefore, ruling out the possibility of Zhou Chen being a fraud, she deduced that his behavior was undoubtedly aimed at courting her cousin, Yang Tao. Little Zhou, we have already arranged for the landlord to come over. You can assess the place, and if it meets your approval, you may negotiate directly with her. All right. I am truly grateful to both of you, Aunt Shui and Sister Su Qing. As they arrived at the storefront location and encountered the landlord, Zhou Chen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. While he could adopt a more casual attitude when conversing with Shui Sume, he understood the importance of treating the rental process with the utmost gravity. The landlord is a woman in her 40s, rather portly, and exudes a typical landlady vibe. Su Qing was not mistaken. This storefront is indeed quite impressive. It comprises 3 floors, with the first and second levels each approximately 200 square meters, while the third level is even more spacious, exceeding 300 square meters in total area, ample enough for a bridal shop. Xiao Shede, what are your thoughts on this property? After a brief tour, the landlord addressed Zhou Chen, stating, Sister Shui informed me of your situation. You wish to open a bridal shop, and this place is absolutely suitable. The location is decent, though the building is somewhat aged. I noticed outside that some areas have peeling paint, and there are numerous columns inside, complicating renovations. Additionally, many sections exhibit cracks. If I were to lease it, a complete renovation would be imperative, a considerable undertaking. Moreover, the main entrance has its issues, with the staircase design being rather impractical, and the third floor, which previously accommodated a restroom, suffers from inadequate drainage. Having inherited specialized architectural design skills in the first world, identifying flaws comes effortlessly to Zhou Chen, who promptly enumerates various issues. The landlord, initially beaming with enthusiasm, gradually loses her smile as Zhou Chen continues his assessment. Not only the landlord, but even Shui Sume and Su Qing exchanged bewildered glances. They had previously inspected the property and considered it satisfactory. How could Zhou Chen, after a brief inspection, uncover so many problems? Xiao Shede, what exactly do you do? The landlord inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Zhou Chen replied with a smile, Sister, please don't take offense. I have rather discerning tastes and prefer quality in my acquisitions. Since I wish to lease this property and you intend to rent it to me, we are essentially conducting business, and it's vital to address any issues. Wouldn't you agree? The landlord responded, Young man, I'm merely a landlord. I don't quite understand your concerns. All I know is that this property has a prime location and ample space. Besides you, several others have shown interest. Zhou Chen chuckled. I understand the need to compare options, and while your property has its share of problems, they can all be remedied through renovations. However, this would entail greater risks and higher costs for me. Realizing the extended conversation was simply a negotiation tactic, the landlord adopted a somewhat exasperated expression. Zhou Chen, undeterred, continued. Since you are so straightforward, I shall be direct as well. How do you intend to structure the lease? 3 months, 6 months, or a year? The landlord replied, certainly. It will be an annual lease. Xiao Shede, I find you quite agreeable. How does this figure sound? She raised one hand, extending all 5 fingers, and then gradually folding down 2. Shui Sume and Su Qing were somewhat puzzled, but Zhou Chen chuckled. Sister, are you jesting with me? The landlord insisted, I am not joking. This is the price. The current market dictates this rate, and if you were to go through an agency, the cost would undoubtedly be higher. If you find my offer excessive, please suggest an alternative. The same action, the same 5 fingers splayed. But the landlady's expression instantly shifted. Xiao Shede, are you all right? You might want to check the remote suburbs for this price. Zhou Chen remained unperturbed, shrugging his shoulders as he replied, Sister, you initiated this jest. You stated your price, and I countered with mine. If it doesn't align, we can continue our negotiations. You, young man, are quite ruthless. How can one bargain in such a manner? Others would consider having the price as quite severe. Yet you have reduced it to less than a quarter. Negotiations are an art, after all. The primary issue with your property is its numerous flaws. Aside from the location being acceptable, if I were to rent it, I would need to renovate it entirely, which entails a considerable expense. The landlady pondered. Then I shall concede a bit and offer you a 20 reduction. Still too steep, sister. If this property were situated in the city center, I would pay without hesitation. However, given its current location and condition, there is a significant disparity. Xiao Shede, do not try to deceive the lady at this price. Do you really expect to find a comparable property in the city center? It would take double that amount. Sister, I have viewed numerous properties and have a clear understanding of market prices. Please, present a sincere offer. Otherwise, there is nothing further to discuss. There is truly no room for reduction. Given the current market, this property spans over 800 square meters, comparable to a commercial building on the first floor. The most I can offer is a 10 reduction. Zhou Chen shook his head. 2 million for such a place was absurd, unless he were out of his mind. It was neither a bustling commercial street nor the city center, merely a location roughly around the 5th ring. Furthermore, the valuation of storefronts varies. The first floor constitutes a storefront, while the second and third floors, strictly speaking, do not. The pricing for the second and third floors diverges significantly from that of the first. Such comparisons are utterly unfathomable. This landlady was indeed quite audacious, starting with 3 million. As if such an amount could be plucked from thin air. With that sum, one could secure a down payment for a property in the city center. 1 million, sister. This is already the utmost limit I can accept. Young man, are you trying to take the lady and Appos as life? 1 million does not even cover the costs, absolutely not. That price is entirely unfeasible. Shui Sume observed the negotiation between Zhou Chen and the landlady, preparing to intervene, but Su Qing restrained her with a shake of her head. Zhou Chen continued, Sister, I see your property has been vacant for some time. A storefront loses money with each passing day. Moreover, I intend to rent all 3 floors at once, sparing you considerable trouble. I doubt there are many like me willing to lease all 3 levels. If you were to rent them separately, you might not even secure this price. The landlady's expression fluctuated as Zhou Chen spoke the truth. While her property was indeed decent, most prospective tenants were only interested in the first floor, reluctant to take on the second and third. As a seasoned landlord, she understood well that if she were to rent them separately, the latter levels would hold little value, which is why she had hesitated to lease them. Indeed, there are those who wish to rent the 3-story property. However, numerous discussions have ensued regarding the price. The other party is reluctant to make a lump sum payment, preferring instead to pay in installments, which she finds unacceptable. No, 1 million is far too low for such a large space. That equates to merely a few thousand per month, which is unreasonably low. Dear lady, you mustn't Appos to think this way. Your property has been on the market for quite some time, and the loss incurred is essentially financial. Should you choose to rent it to me, I am prepared to pay in full and even sign a longer lease. This way, you need not worry about rental issues for the next few years. The landlady retorted. Xiao Shede, do you believe me to be foolish? Rent prices increase annually. Each year brings a new rate. By signing a longer lease with you, wouldn't I be at a greater disadvantage? Perhaps you could raise your offer by an additional 100? Zhou Chen replied, Dear lady, I can genuinely only afford this amount. As you know, I intend to open a business here, which is certainly not a short-term venture. While you may incur a slight loss in the short term, in the long run, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. The landlady's countenance displayed hesitation. As an experienced landlord, she understood the significance of a long-term tenant. Yet she struggled to commit to the proposed price. Sensing her indecision, Zhou Chen presented her with a business card. Dear lady, since we cannot persuade one another, let us take some time to consider. Here is my card, which contains my contact information. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to reach out. The landlady accepted the card and reciprocated by offering Zhou Chen her own. As Zhou Chen departed with Shui Sume and Su Qing, Shui Sume inquired, Xiao Shou, were you dissatisfied with the property? With the landlady absent, Shui Sume felt at ease to pose the question. Zhou Chen smiled, responding, the property is satisfactory. It is merely the price that is somewhat steep. However, this was to be expected. It is not uncommon for prices to inflate. It is prudent to wait a few days before making a decision. Shui Sume remarked, so it is a matter of rent. However, nearly 3 million annually is indeed daunting. If one cannot earn a few million in a year, it would spell disaster. Coming from a typical family, the thought of such sums was overwhelming for her. Su Qing commented, I perceived a glimmer of interest in that landlady. Shui Sume gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Xiao Zhou, despite your youth, you possess considerable skill. Not at all, not at all, Zhou Chen replied modestly. Having viewed numerous properties in his previous life, he had acquired some experience. Negotiating fiercely was not a remarkable talent. Shui Sume, smiling, asked, Xiao Zhou, are you free tomorrow? Our daughter Taozi is off work, and if you are available, I would like to arrange a meeting. Andy, I am free. Excellent, then it and Oppos, S settled. Choose a location for tomorrow, and I shall send Taozi over. That sounds perfect, Andy. Chapter 79. The helpless Yang Tao tomorrow will finally grant us a day of respite. Thus, we shall indulge in a delightful meal this evening. After a day of rest, Yang Tao has invited 2 close friends for dinner, intending to unwind. Taozi, you are perpetually busy, scarcely finding time for romance. When will you finally marry? While Wei Wei might not be wed, at least she has a boyfriend. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Inquired her male friend, Zhao Yang, as he sipped his drink. Yang Tao, Zhao Yang, and Lan Wei Wei have grown up together in the same compound, sharing a deep bond that compels them to gather frequently. Particularly, the camaraderie between Yang Tao and Zhao Yang is striking, despite their differing genders. Yang Tao shot him a glance of exasperation, retorting, and what of you? You two remain unattached and unmarried. Zhao Yang replied, I am not like you. I have no intention of marrying. Being single suits me just fine. Why would I invite someone to oversee my life? Yang Tao found herself at a loss for words and turned to Lan Wei Wei, asking, Wei Wei, when will you introduce us to your enigmatic boyfriend? You've been together for several years, yet we have never met him. Zhao Yang chimed in, Indeed, Wei Wei, you are rather inconsiderate. Do you still regard us as friends? Lan Wei Wei, a yoga instructor of striking physique and allure, contrasted sharply with Yang Tao's more demure and sisterly charm, embodying a more seductive allure. He is quite busy, currently abroad. I promise to introduce you when he has the time, she replied. You've uttered those words countless times. Our ears are growing weary of your assurances, Zhao Yang scoffed. Feeling a closer affinity to Yang Tao than to Lan Wei Wei, whom he found somewhat pretentious compared to the forthright Yang Tao. In the midst of their conversation, Yang Tao and Oppos' phone rang, and upon glancing at it, her brow furrowed in dismay. After finally securing a day of rest, I am still not spared by the empress of our household. Over the past 2 years, her mother had orchestrated numerous blind dates for her, rendering her apprehensive at the sight of her mother's calls. Hurry and answer. If you don't, it will only worsen, Zhao Yang urged. With a resigned expression, Yang Tao answered, Mom, Taozi, you have the day off tomorrow. Yes, I do. However, I have made plans to gather with Wei Wei and the others. Yang Tao hoped to fend off her mother's incessant matchmaking with the excuse of a friend gathering, but her mother's resolve was formidable. You may gather as you wish. It won't hinder anything. This afternoon, someone will call you to meet Xiao Shou. Xiao Shou? Mother, are you arranging yet another blind date? I have finally obtained a day off. Can't you allow me a proper respite? A blind date won't impede your rest. This Xiao Zhou is different. Both your sister and I have met him, and he is a remarkably fine young man. You and my sister have met him? That certainly surprises me. While I can understand your acquaintance, why has my cousin become involved? Indeed, I concur with your cousin that this Xiao Zhou is a suitable match for you. Don't you agree, Chinger? Yang Tao sighed heavily. Mother, is it really that serious? All right, I understand. I'll heed your advice. Setting her phone aside, Yang Tao slumped in her chair, appearing utterly despondent. Another blind date, huh? Zhao Yang chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Tao, disinterested, sipped her drink through a straw in a state of disillusionment. Lan Weiwei pursed her lips and advised, Taozi, I believe you should listen to Andy. You're not a child anymore. It's time to consider marriage. It's better to settle down with a man than to wait indefinitely. At our age, finding a good man in the future will feel akin to winning the lottery, difficult even to secure the smallest prize. Weiwei, I have no interest in hearing that. Given Taozi's qualities, why should she settle for those worthless men? If she is to find someone, let it be an exceptional man. Zhao Yang was quite displeased with Lan Weiwei's remarks. To him, Yang Tao was far superior to Weiwei, and he wondered why she should lecture Yang Tao. Enough, Yang Tao said, unfazed by the banter. She held her friendship with Lan Weiwei in high regard. Weiwei, do you have plans tomorrow afternoon? If not, accompany me. Lan Weiwei shook her head vigorously. No, I can't go with you to a blind date. It would be too awkward. Yang Tao leaned closer to Lan Weiwei, grasping her arm. Weiwei, please come with me. This blind date is truly uncomfortable. I don't know the person, and sitting together will be utterly silent. If you join me, at least I'll have someone to talk to, preventing the atmosphere from becoming unbearably awkward. Taozi, perhaps I should accompany you? Zhao Yang suddenly suggested. No way. Yang Tao rolled her eyes at him. If I brought you along, my mother would have a fit. Weiwei, consider it a favor. Next time you're in trouble, I'll be there for you. I promise. Lan Weiwei felt dizzy from Yang Tao's insistence and finally relented. Fine. I'll go with you, but don't blame me if I ruin your chances. How could that be? Men are nowhere near as important as a good friend. Yang Tao quickly assured. After receiving a message from Shui Sume, Zhou Chen saved Yang Tao's phone number but did not call immediately. Instead, he waited until evening to dial her number. Hello, who is this? Miss Yang Tao, greetings. I am Zhou Chen from Annie Shui. Oh, it's you. Hello. Yang Tao, lying on her bed and gazing at beautiful wedding dresses online, perked up upon hearing Zhou Chen's name, sitting upright as she spoke on the phone. One hand twisting her hair, her expression a mix of embarrassment and nervousness. Miss Yang Tao, do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Confirming it was indeed Yang Tao. Zhou Chen got straight to the point, having prepared adequately beforehand. Now he simply needed to devote himself to pursuing Yang Tao. Yang Tao replied, I'm off tomorrow. Splendid. Shall we meet tomorrow? All right, but may I bring a friend along? Upon hearing Yang Tao and Apos' intention to invite a companion, Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. He had hoped for a private moment with Yang Tao and was reluctant to have an unwelcome third party. Nevertheless, since Yang Tao had already expressed her desire, he pondered the consequences of declining her request. What if she decided not to show up? The friend she was likely to bring was undoubtedly that male confidant or Lan Weiwei. It was improbable for her to invite a male friend on a casual outing. Thus, it was quite probable that she would be accompanied by Lan Weiwei. No problem. Bringing a friend is perfectly acceptable. Let us meet at. Understood. We shall arrive punctually tomorrow. Is that settled? All right then. Do take care and rest early. Chapter 80. The final meeting. Xiao Zhou. Have you arranged to meet our Taozi? Shui Sume, still somewhat anxious about her daughter, called Zhou Chen once again the following morning to inquire about the situation. With a cheerful tone, Shui Sume remarked, You must perform well. I hold great affection for you. Young man, so do not disappoint me. Rest assured, Andy, I will give it my all and strive to become your son-in-law, Zhou Chen replied confidently. Then I shall place my trust in you. Xiao Zhou, Shui Sume responded, visibly pleased. After 2 encounters with Zhou Chen and gathering sufficient information, she now earnestly hoped that he would win her daughter and Apos' heart. The primary concern remained her daughter, Yang Tao. Zhou Chen had arranged to meet at 4 in the afternoon, with a straightforward plan. First, they would sit together to chat, then enjoy dinner, and afterward, they could either watch a movie or take a leisurely stroll. However, all of this hinged on Yang Tao's agreement and the need to discreetly send away the third wheel she might bring along. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Chen had already arrived at the designated CAF, choosing a cozy corner to sit while scrolling through his phone and awaiting her arrival. He pondered whether he should enroll in courses to become a certified architectural designer, as his previous investments in stocks and lotteries had proven futile. To earn money, his best asset was the knowledge and experience he had acquired in the realm of architectural design from his past life. Although certification was not a necessity and his skills were adequate, lacking a formal qualification would limit his potential earnings to minor sums, making it nearly impossible to secure substantial projects. As for the upcoming bridal shop, Zhou Chen had never anticipated turning a profit in the short term and had even braced himself for losses. To him, opening the bridal shop was a means to pursue Yang Tao, providing her with security once they were together. He never expected immediate financial gain from it. However, he was uncertain how long he would remain in this world. Managing a bridal shop consumed a considerable amount of time and energy. And if he were to pursue certification and establish a renovation design company, he wondered how much time he would have left. Money was undoubtedly important, yet for the moment, completing the system and Oppos's tasks took precedence. A year was not a long stretch of time, and with the experience from his previous world, he felt it highly likely that he would depart after fulfilling his obligations. Therefore, he needed to ensure he could complete his tasks before contemplating anything further. In Zhou Chen's recollection, the female lead of the drama Let's Get Married, Yang Tao, was an admirable woman, devoid of vanity and yearning for genuine love. He could potentially impress Shui Sume with his financial standing, but winning Yang Tao's affection would require more than material wealth. It necessitated sincerity. Yang Tao drove to pick up Lan Weiwei. Upon entering the car, Lan Weiwei was taken aback by Yang Tao and Oppos's attire and exclaimed, "Are you really going to a blind date dressed like that?" Yang Tao glanced down at her outfit, a white sweater paired with a long skirt and fitted jeans, and inquired, "Is there a problem?" Lan Weiwei, at a loss for words, replied, "This is far too casual." As a woman who is particularly concerned about her appearance, were she in this situation, she would undoubtedly wish to present her best self, never as casually as Yang Tao does. I find it quite acceptable, after all. I never believed it would come to fruition. Why should I go to the trouble of purchasing an entirely new outfit or getting my hair done? It seems unnecessary. Yang Tao, with an air of indifference, truly has no expectations for success. She merely intends to fulfill her mother's request, after which she can enjoy a leisurely outing with her friends, perhaps shopping or watching a movie, indulging in some pampering. Do as you wish, after all. It's not my blind date, Lan Weiwei remarked. Yang Tao, however, teased, "Your appearance far surpasses mine. Perhaps I should bow out and let you take my place." "No way," came the response, accompanied by laughter. Soon, they arrived at the CAF, and as the moment approached, Yang Tao felt a twinge of nervousness, adjusting her clothing and hair while glancing in the mirror. "Peach, perhaps I should just stay outside. Your blind date is too awkward for me," Lan Weiwei suggested. "Nonsense. Stop talking and let us go," Yang Tao insisted, taking Lan Weiwei's arm and leading her into the CAF. "Which one is it?" Upon entering, Lan Weiwei scanned the room, then inquired of Yang Tao. "That one," Yang Tao replied, having spotted Zhou Chen, who stood to make himself visible to them as they entered. Yang Tao nodded, affirming, "That should be him. Let us go over." As Yang Tao approached, Zhou Chen initiated the greeting. "Miss Yang Tao, it's good to see you again. Do you know him?" Lan Weiwei asked, astonished, looking at Yang Tao. Yang Tao, equally taken aback, exclaimed, It's you." As the lobby manager of the hotel, one must possess an acute ability to recognize faces. She hadn't recognized Zhou Chen at first glance, but upon hearing him speak, she scrutinized him closely and immediately recalled their previous encounter. Zhou Chen smiled and gestured, "Miss Yang Tao, and this young lady, please take a seat." "All right," Yang Tao replied, guiding Lan Weiwei to sit beside her, then introduced, "Mr. Zhou, this is my best friend, Lan Weiwei." "Hello," Zhou Chen nodded at Lan Weiwei, confirming his suspicion that Yang Tao had brought Lan Weiwei along, who was also one of his options for the task. Although his target was firmly set on Yang Tao, he felt a sense of surprise upon seeing Lan Weiwei. While she may not possess Yang Tao's beauty, her figure was strikingly alluring, exuding an enchanting aura that rendered her undeniably captivating. Lan Weiwei maintained her smile. "Hello." Unable to contain her curiosity, Yang Tao inquired, "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here with me today?" Zhou Chen chuckled. "You may simply call me Zhou Chen. I hope Miss Yang Tao will not take offense. I must confess that I was aware of today's events in advance. After our initial encounter at the hotel, I found myself unable to forget you, yet I hesitated to express my feelings. Subsequently, I learned that Aunt Shui was orchestrating a matchmaking endeavor for you, which prompted me to reach out to her, resulting in our current situation." Yang Tao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Lan Weiwei beside her playfully winked, amplifying her shyness. Meeting an acquaintance during a blind date can indeed be quite awkward. Although Yang Tao had only met Zhou Chen once or twice, the discomfort lingered. "Miss Yang Tao, I recognize that my actions may have been somewhat forward, but I genuinely wish to understand you better and explore the potential for our relationship to blossom. Zhou Chen continued earnestly. Yang Tao felt a mix of embarrassment and nervousness, unconsciously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, at a loss for words. It would be inaccurate to claim she disliked him, for Zhou Chen had candidly shared his intentions, which elicited a faint thrill within her heart at being the subject of such open admiration. I see you're not here merely for a blind date. It seems you are preparing to confess your feelings to our dear Tao, Lan Weiwei teased, nudging Yang Tao gently. Weiwei, what are you saying? Yang Tao's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as she quickly turned to Zhou Chen, apologizing. Mr. Zhou, please forgive my friend. She speaks without thinking. Not at all. Miss Yang Tao, you may call me by my name directly, Zhou Chen replied amiably. Then you should call me by my name as well. Yang Tao responded with a smile. Very well, Yang Tao, Zhou Chen replied, mirroring her smile. In that moment, Zhou Chen sensed that Yang Tao's first impression of him was likely positive, easing his earlier apprehensions that she might harbor resistance due to his introduction by Shui Sume. It appeared that their encounter had commenced on a commendable note. Indeed, Yang Tao held a favorable impression of Zhou Chen. His initiative to approach her through his mother indicated a sincere intent. Observing the unfolding dynamics, Lan Weiwei interjected, Zhou Chen, our Tao is rather innocent. Since this is a blind date, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Weiwei, Yang Tao interjected, feeling a bit anxious at the abruptness of the inquiry, fearing it might come across as overly pragmatic and potentially alienate Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen did not seem displeased. Rather, he found Lan Weiwei's interjection somewhat disruptive, feeling that the momentum had been somewhat diminished. Indeed, since this is a blind date, it is prudent for us to get to know one another better. Yang Tao, I am somewhat familiar with your background, thanks to Aunt Shui. Allow me to share a bit about myself. My name is Zhou Chen. I previously worked at the Civil Affairs Bureau but resigned after the new year with plans to invest in opening a bridal shop, which is currently in the preparatory stages. Really? Yang Tao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. You're planning to open a bridal shop? Yes, the preparations have already begun. Aunt Shui even took me to view a storefront yesterday, though nothing has been finalized yet. Yang Tao was utterly astonished. What was happening? Her mother was actively assisting Zhou Chen in finding a storefront? How optimistic could she be about Zhou Chen? What thrilled her even more was that Zhou Chen intended to open a bridal shop, which was precisely what she yearned to do. Although she worked at a hotel, her greatest passion lay in designing wedding dresses. She had always dreamed of having a bridal gown of her own design come to life. Thus, upon hearing Zhou Chen and Appo's plans, her admiration for him soared to new heights. However, Lan Weiwei, puzzled, inquired, forgive my curiosity, Zhou Chen, as a man, what makes you consider opening a bridal shop? Zhou Chen replied, this should not be a matter of gender. A bridal shop is not solely about renting or selling wedding dresses. It also involves photography for newlyweds, makeup, and even organizing wedding ceremonies. In essence, it encompasses all aspects related to marriage. Yang Tao beamed with delight. Zhou Chen, to be honest, while I work at a hotel, my greatest love is wedding dresses. I have always dreamed of designing my own gown. If I could wear a dress of my own creation while walking down the aisle, it would be nothing short of perfection. As she spoke, she became completely immersed in a reverie, envisioning that enchanting scene. Lan Weiwei covered her forehead, aware that Yang Tao's current state was likely to lead to disappointment. She felt it was imperative to rescue Yang Tao and help her see the reality. Chapter 81. Hesitant Yang Tao. Zhou Chen gazed at Yang Tao, who was lost in her own reverie, her face adorned with a sweet smile. And he found himself momentarily dazed. Although he had experienced love and even had a wife and small happiness, he had never encountered such an expression on someone like Tao before. It inexplicably brought him joy. Taozi, Taozi. Lan Weiwei gently nudged Yang Tao, rousing her from her daydreams. Awakened, Yang Tao offered an embarrassed smile and apologized to Zhou Chen. I'm sorry, I got a bit distracted. Zhou Chen responded with a warm smile. It and Appo's, it's all right. Your thoughts are quite unique. A woman who can don a wedding gown of her own design on her wedding day is indeed a fortunate one. Receiving Zhou Chen's affirmation, Yang Tao felt elated, as if she had found a kindred spirit. However, Lan Weiwei was not as enchanted as Yang Tao. She pragmatically inquired, Zhou Chen, how old are you, and where do you live now? Yang Tao was equally curious, for Zhou Chen appeared rather youthful, certainly lacking the grace of a middle-aged man. I will be 29 after the new year. 29? Both Lan Weiwei and Yang Tao exclaimed in surprise. Particularly for Yang Tao, her heart skipped a beat. For in a few months she would turn 32, meaning she was, in fact, 3 years his senior. Lan Weiwei was also astonished. While she perceived Zhou Chen as young, she had not anticipated him to be even younger than she imagined. She instinctively glanced at Yang Tao. At that moment, Yang Tao found herself silently reprimanding her mother. Questioning the situation, why had she been introduced to a younger man? Although she had a favorable impression of Zhou Chen, the realization that he was 3 years younger made her hesitate. Zhou Chen anticipated their reactions, maintaining a faint smile as he said, "Yes, I am indeed 29. You must know my age then." Zhou Chen and Apos' youthfulness began to undermine Yang Tao and Apos' confidence, though she had always considered her age an advantage. Deep down she understood that being in her early 30s made her less appealing in the matchmaking market, where men sought younger women. Just as women desired slightly older men, similar sentiments on both sides. Of course, I know you are 3 years older than I am, but I do not mind. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. We are merely 3 years apart, not 10 or 8. Moreover, there are couples with age differences of 10 or even 20 years. 3 years is truly insignificant. Zhou Chen remained unhurried, simply asking, "Why?" Noticing her hesitation, he continued. Women often find it challenging to accept relationships with younger men due to concerns about immaturity and the potential need for caretaking. However, you need not worry. I am not that type of man. I believe you can overlook my age and regard me as your peer. Yet, the truth remained undeniable. And Yang Tao still harbored reservations. Zhou Chen, let us attempt to engage with one another, rather than labeling it as a romantic relationship. Let us simply enjoy each other's company as friends. If you are to dismiss me solely due to our age difference, it would be quite disheartening. I believe we possess a wealth of common interests. You adore wedding dresses, and I aspire to open a bridal shop. I perceive this as a serendipitous connection between us. Yang Tao, at the very least, grant me the opportunity to get to know you better." Upon hearing this, Yang Tao hesitated. Although she was not particularly inclined towards a May-December romance, Zhou Chen was not entirely incorrect. They indeed shared common ground. Moreover, Zhou Chen had invested considerable effort in pursuing her, and to outright refuse him seemed rather unkind. Over the past 2 years, she had been on numerous blind dates. Acutely aware of how challenging it was to find a man with whom she could share a mutual understanding and who possessed commendable qualities. The fact that he was merely 3 years younger stirred her apprehensions, as she was no longer in her 20s and could not afford to take such risks lightly. Being friends posed no issue, yet. Zhou Chen interrupted her thoughts, promptly suggesting, "Since we can be friends, surely a dinner invitation would not be too much to ask?" Yang Tao pondered for a few seconds before finally conceding. "All right, but I shall treat you." As you mentioned, if we are to be friends, then do not refuse. I insist on treating you." Seeing Yang Tao's unwavering stance, Zhou Chen responded with a smile. "Very well. What do you enjoy eating?" Yang Tao replied, "Let us dine at a Western restaurant. I have heard from a colleague that there is a particularly good one we could try." Zhou Chen had no objections. And soon the three of them found themselves sipping coffee and engaging in conversation. Most of the dialogue flowed between Yang Tao and Lan Weiwei. Yet Yang Tao occasionally directed her inquiries towards Zhou Chen, even asking about his plans for the bridal shop. Given Zhou Chen and Apos' aspirations, he had diligently researched various aspects of running a bridal shop over the past 2 months, making it effortless to address Yang Tao and Apos' questions. After nearly an hour at the CAF, they prepared to depart for the aforementioned Western restaurant. "Taozi, I have other commitments this evening. Perhaps I should excuse myself and allow you two to go on your own?" Lan Weiwei, perceptive as ever, recognized Zhou Chen's intentions towards Yang Tao and deemed it best not to intrude, thus opting to leave. Upon hearing Lan Weiwei's intention to depart, Yang Tao felt a wave of panic. "Weiwei, we agreed to have dinner together this evening. You cannot simply walk away." Lan Weiwei wore an apologetic expression. "Taozi, I genuinely have matters to attend to. May I treat you next time?" Yang Tao instinctively glanced at Zhou Chen, fully aware of Lan Weiwei and Apos' motives for leaving. Yet, having just promised to treat Zhou Chen, she could not retract her offer, nor could she insist that Lan Weiwei remain. That simply will not do. No. It is no trouble at all. At this hour, it would be inconvenient to find a taxi. Let us proceed as I suggested. Yang Tao, what do you think? With both Zhou Chen and Yang Tao firmly insisting, Lan Weiwei had no choice but to acquiesce. "My car is right here." Zhou Chen approached the car with Yang Tao and Lan Weiwei, gracefully opening the rear door for them. Both expressed their gratitude as they settled inside. Once they were comfortably seated, he turned and entered the driver's seat, igniting the engine and setting off on their journey. observing Zhou Chen's focused demeanor while driving. Lan Weiwei whispered to Yang Tao, "It appears that Zhou Chen is quite affluent, given that he drives a BMW 5 Series. You must seize this opportunity." Initially, she had perceived Zhou Chen as an ordinary individual, dismissing his claims of operating a bridal shop as mere boastfulness. However, witnessing his ability to afford such a luxury vehicle shifted her perspective. Though she and Yang Tao shared a close bond, due to the nature of their family's relationships and her own aspirations, she had always considered herself superior to Yang Tao, striving to outshine her in all aspects. This mentality had even influenced her decision to pursue Yang Tao's former boyfriend. Over the past 2 years, she had been acutely aware of the caliber of men Yang Tao had been introduced to, and her willingness to join today was driven by a desire to assess the man Yang Tao was courting. Zhou Chen's circumstances, however, astonished her. Had Yang Tao truly encountered a young and wealthy suitor? Especially during their recent conversation at the CAF, Zhou Chen's gaze had been entirely fixed on Yang Tao, with only fleeting moments of attention diverted to her, leaving Lan Weiwei, who was accustomed to being the center of attention, feeling somewhat discontented. This thought stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Yang Tao, equally quietly, responded, "Sees what opportunity? He is 3 years younger than I am. So what if he is younger? It's merely 3 years. I believe you should engage with him more," Lan Weiwei urged, despite the discomfort brewing within her. She rationalized that if Yang Tao were to develop a relationship with Zhou Chen, the eventual revelation of his true identity would likely have a much lesser impact. Ultimately, her own happiness took precedence over that of her close friend. Chapter 82. The Arrogant Mother and Daughter Peach. "I shall take my leave first," Zhou Chen said as he escorted Lan Weiwei to the entrance of the community. After Lan Weiwei alighted from the vehicle, she waved at Taozi. Yang Tao followed Lan Weiwei out of the car, reluctantly grasping her arm. "Weiwei, why not accompany us? It feels too awkward with just the two of us." Lan Weiwei replied, "I have already been a third wheel for quite some time. I cannot jeopardize your happiness any further. This man is quite decent. Though he is a bit younger, he seems genuinely fond of you. You should seize this opportunity." Yang Tao shyly responded, "I never considered a romance with someone younger. It always feels a bit strange." Lan Weiwei chuckled. "What is strange about it? A younger man has more vitality. You will find happiness in the future." Yang Tao's face turned crimson at the playful banter. "All right, I shall take my leave now. Please convey my regards to that handsome fellow." With a wave, Lan Weiwei departed. Once Lan Weiwei was gone, Yang Tao pondered for a moment, then circled around to the passenger side and entered the car. "Shall we set off now?" With Lan Weiwei, the third wheel, gone, Zhou Chen felt relieved, finally able to enjoy some private time with Yang Tao. "Mom, where are you headed?" The woman in question was none other than Lan Weiwei's mother, Lan Kaiping. Indeed, Lan Weiwei took her mother's surname rather than her father's. Upon hearing that Yang Tao had a date, Lan Kaiping became animated. "Peach's blind date. How is that young man? What are his credentials? How does he compare to your boyfriend?" Lan Weiwei had long grown accustomed to her mother and Appo's demeanor and found nothing amiss. "He seems all right. I heard he used to work as a clerk at the Civil Affairs Bureau but has since resigned to open a wedding dress shop." "Is that all?" Lan Kaiping scoffed, raising her chin disdainfully. "Shuasume has such standards. A clerk opening a wedding dress shop? How can he possibly compare to Zhuang Yan, the CEO of a listed company?" "Weiwei, in this regard, you certainly surpass Taozi." Lan Weiwei continued, "Mom, you may not know, but Taozi and Appo's date is named Zhou Chen, and he is over 3 years younger than her." "What?" Lan Kaiping burst into laughter. "A man 3 years younger? Shuasume, you have truly become desperate. Seeking a son-in-law younger than your daughter. How amusing." Lan Weiwei joined in the laughter. Even more ridiculous is that Zhou Chen seems utterly infatuated with Taozi, as if he has never encountered a woman before. Before her mother, Lan Weiwei no longer held back her feelings. Remembering how Zhou Chen had previously overlooked her in favor of Yang Tao, she felt a swell of dissatisfaction. Though she did not regard Zhou Chen highly, she resented his disregard for her. Lan Kaiping sneered, "I understand. Today's youth lack discernment. He probably thinks he has struck gold, whereas, in reality, Yang Tao, do you share a good relationship with Miss Lan?" Zhou Chen inquired, steering the car, attempting to ease the atmosphere within the vehicle. Yang Tao smiled and said, "Yes. We have been good friends and close companions since childhood. Our bond is truly strong." Zhou Chen chuckled softly, acknowledging that Yang Tao possessed a certain endearing foolishness in some respects. However, he refrained from commenting further, as they had only just met, and he felt it inappropriate to speak about Lan Weiwei. Yang Tao, since you have such a passion for wedding dresses, once my bridal shop opens, you must come by to offer your insights. After all, my perspective as a man cannot possibly compare to yours, especially given your expertise in bridal fashion. Agreed. The candid Yang Tao, oblivious to Zhou Chen and Appo's underlying intentions, readily nodded in agreement. The two soon arrived at a Western restaurant, found an empty table, and after placing their orders, engaged in a lively conversation. In truth, Zhou Chen was not particularly loquacious, but sitting with Yang Tao made the dialogue flow effortlessly. Though they spoke of their hobbies and amusing anecdotes, the atmosphere remained comfortably pleasant without any hint of awkwardness. Zhou Chen casually ordered a steak and a drink, and after more than an hour of delightful conversation, it was Yang Tao who suggested they take their leave. Yang Tao, how about I treat you to a movie? For their first official meeting, Zhou Chen could not think of a better venue than a popular cinema. It's quite late. Perhaps we should skip it? Yang Tao hesitated. Although she had enjoyed their conversation, the age difference made her slightly apprehensive about getting too close to Zhou Chen. It's not even 8 yet. There is still plenty of time. You just treated me to dinner, so let me return the favor with a movie. Please don't decline, Zhou Chen urged. Noticing her reluctance, with determination, he opened the passenger door. Come on, don't hesitate. Do you not consider me a friend yet? All right, Yang Tao conceded, unable to refuse. Zhou Chen and Appo's enthusiasm was infectious, and she had not interacted with a man in such a manner for quite some time. His every gesture was courteous, and his respectful demeanor made her feel at ease, quite unlike the tense atmosphere of previous blind dates. Wonderful, let us get in, Zhou Chen exclaimed joyfully. After Yang Tao settled into the car, he quickly took his place in the driver's seat, started the engine, and set off towards the nearest cinema. What genre do you prefer, romance, sci-fi, or comedy? Given that it was the Lunar New Year, many recent films were still screening, providing them with numerous options. I'm fine with anything, Yang Tao replied nonchalantly. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen opted for a romantic film titled Her Wedding, selecting 2 tickets based on its favorable ratings. Despite not recognizing any of the cast members. Her wedding? It's a romance, Yang Tao exclaimed, blushing slightly upon realizing that this was typically a movie for couples. They had only known each other for a few hours, yet the tickets had already been purchased, and she chose not to protest. I'll grab some popcorn and drinks. Wait for me here. In the evening, numerous individuals gathered in this world to watch films, particularly in the theater where Zhou Chen and his companions found themselves, which was already nearly 1/3 full upon their arrival. Zhou Chen took a moment to observe the audience, noting that the vast majority were couples, with perhaps a few pairs like himself and Yang Tao, who were yet to formalize their relationship. The film and Appo's narrative gradually unfolded, depicting the journey of the protagonists who met in high school, progressed to college, and shared several years of romance, only to ultimately part ways due to a myriad of reasons stemming from the male lead. Years later, the female lead was set to marry, prompting the male lead to receive an invitation to the wedding. However, during the ceremony, he caused a scene, orchestrating a dramatic attempt to win her back. Ultimately, it was revealed that this entire scenario was merely a figment of his imagination, as he watched her fulfill her wedding vows, consumed by melancholy. Ah, yet again. The same old trope, a man who fails to appreciate what he has, only to be plagued by regret in the end. Zhou Chen couldn't help but wonder about the gender of the director behind such films. What had men done to offend you? Why do the protagonists never end up together? Always placing the blame on the male character? Men are perpetually portrayed as the villains, while women are forever cast as the victims, as if they alone bear the weight of it all. Is it too much to ask for a fresh perspective? Zhou Chen had grown entirely immune to such narratives. While beside him, Yang Tao was quietly weeping at the poignant moments, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, women are undeniably creatures easily moved by emotion. Chapter 83. Shui Sume teaches her daughter, "Are you all right?" After exiting the cinema, Zhou Chen inquired with concern, noticing Yang Tao's still reddened eyes. Wiping her tears with a tissue, Yang Tao replied, "I and Appo's am fine. It and Appo's. It's just that the movie was so moving. Truly, it was a remarkable film. Perhaps my heart is too callous," Zhou Chen thought silently. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing the stark contrast in perspective between men and women. While he deemed the film overly melodramatic, Yang Tao was deeply touched, her emotions spilling over. Indeed, the film was quite good. Watching it has left me with a small epiphany, Zhou Chen continued, drawing Yang Tao's attention, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Suddenly, the somber atmosphere lightened as Yang Tao burst into laughter at Zhou Chen's words. "How can you say that?" she teased, feeling a rush of shyness under Zhou Chen's intense gaze, coupled with the warmth of his words igniting a fluttering sensation within her. Keep your eyes on the road. We're driving. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, maintaining a slow pace without pressing the accelerator, all the while stealing glances at Yang Tao. Straighten your head and focus ahead, he advised, yet continued. What I say is genuine. If I set my sights on something, I shall not waver. Yang Tao, unable to meet his gaze, fell into silence, fearing further bold declarations. The drive continued in quietude until they arrived at the CAF where they had planned to meet that afternoon. Zhou Chen parked his car beside hers. As they reached their destination, Yang Tao opened her door, but paused to say, Zhou Chen, it was a pleasure meeting you today. However, I need to ponder our situation further. Zhou Chen replied, that's perfectly fine, I understand. Pursuing you is my prerogative, but rest assured, I will not impose upon you. Thank you. Good night, Yang Tao said, watching as Zhou Chen's smile followed her departing vehicle. After driving for a few minutes, she noticed Zhou Chen's car trailing behind her, causing a flutter of surprise. Just then, her phone rang. It was Zhou Chen calling. Is this really necessary? She thought, ending the call. Yet, as she glanced at the black BMW following her, a smile crept onto her face, her spirits lifting considerably. The two cars traveled in tandem for over 20 minutes until Yang Tao finally arrived at her apartment complex. She halted at the entrance, and Zhou Chen pulled up alongside her. All right, you go ahead. I'll leave once I see you enter, he smiled. Having spent a few hours with her and gleaning enough to understand that he was a man of his word. With a wave, Yang Tao drove into the community, keeping an eye on Zhou Chen through the rearview mirror. She noticed he remained stationary, her heart racing with anticipation. Overall, the day had unfolded positively. Yang Tao felt no aversion towards him. They had shared laughter, enjoyed a meal, and watched a film together. This marked a wonderful beginning. If one were to say who was more anxious than the two parties involved, Zhou Chen and Yang Tao, it would undoubtedly be Yang Tao's mother, Shui Sume. Since the afternoon, Shui Sume had been restless, attempting to make a phone call several times, but each time she recalled that her daughter was likely with Zhou Chen. She restrained herself. Hello, Mom. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Shui Sume immediately perked up, hastily inquiring, Taozi, how did your meeting with Xiao Shede go today? Mom. Zhou Chen is indeed a fine person, but he is 3 years my junior. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Had I known sooner, I wouldn't have gone. Shui Sume's expression soured at her daughter's complaint. So what if he is 3 years younger? A woman 3 years older can still secure a golden brick. Xiao Shede doesn't mind, so why should you? Taozi, let me tell you, Xiao Shede is an exceptionally good young man, and I have high hopes for him. If you let this slip away simply because of age, I won't forgive you. Mom, I really don't want a May-December romance. Let us not even discuss his maturity. He is 3 years younger than I am. Men age more slowly than women. In a few years, I will have wrinkles, while he will still be youthful. By then, if he doesn't mind my age, I will find it hard to accept myself. I think it would be better to find a man who is around my age or slightly older. Shui Sume was exasperated. Taozi, you are my daughter. Why are you so lacking in confidence? Look at me, even at my age, I am still the belle of the neighborhood. My looks and figure remain intact. You have inherited my genes. You are certainly not inferior. Even if you are 3 years older than Xiao Shede, you look younger than he does. What does that even mean, Mom? I still believe. Stop with the and oppos. I believe and oppos. It and oppos. It's always about what you believe. Listen, Taozi, if you ruin this opportunity, don't blame Mom for turning against you. Mom, I'm just trying to date. Why are you more anxious than I am? You are already 32. If you're not anxious, how can I be? Enough with the chatter. Tell me, aside from age, how do you feel about other aspects of your interactions with Xiao Shede? To be honest, Zhou Chen is outstanding in every regard, and we surprisingly share many common interests. He is caring, yet. Stop with the and oppos, yet. And oppos, you have already recognized Xiao Shede and oppos as merits. Such a wonderful man, who is genuinely interested in you and goes to great lengths to learn about you. What right do you have to dismiss him? I'm not dismissing him. I just worry that he might regret it later given our age difference. Taozi, are you out of your mind? You haven't even begun dating yet, and you're already worried about his regrets. Enough said. Just spend some time getting to know Xiao Shede better. Perhaps you will come to see age as a non-issue. That's it. I'm hanging up. Mom, wait. With a heavy heart, Yang Tao tossed the phone aside and collapsed onto her bed. Sighing deeply, Yang Tao felt a tumult of emotions within her. To be fair, Zhou Chen, the man she met today, was undoubtedly one of the most remarkable suitors she had ever encountered. He was courteous and displayed exceptional respect towards her. and it was particularly noteworthy that he intended to open a bridal shop. This was her cherished dream. The moment she learned of this, she was overwhelmed with excitement, especially since Zhou Chen had exerted considerable effort to arrange their blind date. The intensity of his gaze made her feel both bashful and secretly delighted. However, the disparity in their ages weighed heavily on her mind, instilling a deep-seated fear that in a few years, as time made its inevitable mark upon her, she would no longer be worthy of Zhou Chen, who might come to disdain her. After all, she was no longer in her youth, and her perspective on matters had matured beyond that of a girl in her 20s. She found herself grappling with practical concerns. Zhou Chen, why could you not have been born a few years earlier? If only that were the case, I would be free from such worries. Reflecting on Zhou Chen's earnest words spoken in the car, his unwavering gaze sent her heart racing, compelling her to pull the nearby blanket over her head in an attempt to shield herself from her own tumultuous emotions. Chapter 84. Conflict after a demanding day. Yang Tao gently rubbed her heel in the changing room. Although the position of lobby manager may seem appealing, the hardships and fatigue that accompany it are known only to her. Each day at work requires her to remain on her feet, and when faced with troublesome guests, she might even endure harsh reprimands. Nevertheless, she must maintain a smile, for the lobby manager, in many respects, embodies the hotel's image, and any misstep is unacceptable. Thus, while she wears a smile daily, it often arises not from genuine joy but from necessity. By the end of the day, the discomfort in her heels from wearing high heels was unbearable, yet years of experience had made her accustomed to such pain. Sister Tao, shall we go watch a movie together? Her colleague inquired. All right, Yang Tao replied. After changing her clothes, she left with her colleague. However, just as she approached her car, preparing to get in, someone approached her, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Excuse me, are you Miss Yang Tao? The person asked. Yang Tao looked at the individual in astonishment and responded, I am Yang Tao. Who are you? Hello, I am the delivery person. A Mr. Zhou ordered these flowers from the florist to be delivered to you. Please sign for them. The delivery person placed the grand bouquet of roses before her. Yang Tao was momentarily stunned. Mr. Zhou, could it be Zhou Chen? All right, I will sign for them, she said, accepting the roses, which were at least a dozen in number. Once inside her car, she noticed a card nestled among the flowers, filled with heartfelt wishes, and indeed, it was signed by Zhou Chen. Gazing at the roses, she contemplated for a moment before dialing Zhou Chen's number. At that moment, Zhou Chen was online, searching for storefronts. The previous landlord had yet to return his call, and he was mentally preparing for a potential deadlock, determined to explore other options. For one should not put all their hopes in a single tree. When his phone rang, he glanced at the screen. It was Yang Tao. Hello, Yang Tao. It's me, Zhou Chen. Yes, it was me who sent them. I meant what I said about pursuing you. It is not merely idle talk. But rest assured, I want to interfere with your work. I arranged for this delivery after your shift. Yang Tao covered her mouth in disbelief. How did you know my working hours? There exists a power in this world known as financial capability. I once stayed at your hotel, and with a little expenditure, one can easily ascertain your schedule. You are quite something. Yang Tao was at a loss for words. Zhou Chen, please don't send any more. It's too extravagant. Zhou Chen chuckled. Isn't it normal to spend money when courting a lady? You needn't worry. I won't overextend myself. This is well within my means. But, no and oppos, buts, and oppos. I want to pressure you to agree immediately, yet you cannot prevent me from pursuing you. I am willing to make the effort, should we ultimately not find ourselves together. I shall not regret it. I certainly don't wish to end up like the male lead in last night's film. All right, I need to drive now. So I will hang up. Okay, drive safely. As Yang Tao gazed at the roses beside her, a sweet sensation surged within her heart. It had been quite some time since she had received such beautiful flowers. Just as she finished her conversation with Yang Tao, another call came in. Hello, Rangu. It and Oppos. Esme. Yes, thank you so much. I will call you once I secure a storefront and treat you to a meal. All right. He indeed sought Guo Ran's assistance for the procedures and documentation necessary to open a store. Guo Ran informed him that he had found someone to help. If he preferred to avoid hassle, he could simply pay someone to run errands, as his presence was only required for the signing. It must be said that Guo Ran was quite dependable, although he was not a significant official amidst the multitude of department heads in Yanjing. His years of experience had afforded him a certain network of connections. The relationships between individuals are indeed cultivated over time. Guo Ran's willingness to assist stemmed not only from camaraderie but also from their frequent meals and drinks together, which had fostered a solid bond between them. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. During this time, Zhou Chen had secured a storefront. The landlord, whom Shui Sume had introduced him to, had called him. But ultimately, the final price did not meet Zhou Chen and Appos' expectations, and negotiations fell through. After renting the storefront, Zhou Chen busied himself with renovations. Being an expert in this area, he engaged a renovation company not for their design proposals, but rather to employ their workers, as he would provide the blueprints for them to follow. At an outdoor table of a CAF, Yang Tao gathered with her 2 close friends, Zhao Yang and Lan Weiwei. "Taozi, how are things with that young boyfriend of yours?" Lan Weiwei inquired playfully. "Young boyfriend?" Zhao Yang exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "Taozi, are you in a relationship?" Yang Tao immediately blushed, exclaiming, "Zhao Yang, don't listen to Weiwei's nonsense. He is just the guy I went on a blind date with. He is not my boyfriend." Lan Weiwei chuckled. "Zhao Yang, you don't know? That guy's name is Zhou Chen. He is 3 years younger than Taozi. But he looks utterly devoted, as if he would marry no one but her." Zhao Yang, intrigued, asked, "Is that true? 3 years younger?" "Taozi, I knew it. You must be quite the charmer. So, are you still in touch with that guy?" On this topic, Yang Tao appeared somewhat troubled. "You know, ever since that blind date, Zhou Chen has been sending me flowers every day after work. It's been over 10 days, and he hasn't repeated a single bouquet. My home has turned into a flower shop. I asked him to stop, but he wouldn't listen, and he said so much that I felt embarrassed to refuse him." "Is that true? Is he really that infatuated?" Zhao Yang asked, incredulous. Yang Tao replied, "Don't be ridiculous. It's not infatuation. He is a genuinely nice person. It's just that sending flowers is such a waste of money." "Oh dear, it seems you might be on the verge of falling for him," Zhao Yang remarked. Zhao Yang exclaimed in surprise. Having known Yang Tao for over 20 years, he was intimately familiar with her character. Her words clearly indicated that she had developed a certain fondness for this man. More importantly, his mother incessantly urged him on, leaving him in a state of emotional turmoil. Zhao Yang nodded and said, "I understand. What you truly desire is to cultivate a relationship with that man, yet you are apprehensive about the age difference. Let me tell you, Taozi, you are overthinking it. If he genuinely cares for you, he will not be deterred by a few years. I believe that if he is sincere, you should engage with him, explore the potential, and grant him a chance, which in turn offers you an opportunity as well." Compared to Lan Weiwei, Zhao Yang was more concerned about Yang Tao's well-being. His advice stemmed from a place of genuine care. "Is that truly the case?" Being a man, Zhao Yang and Appos' words resonated more with Yang Tao. "Do you think Zhou Chen is a good match?" she inquired. Zhao Yang replied, "I have only heard about him from you. I have yet to meet him. Ultimately, one must meet in person to truly understand. Taozi, why not arrange for him to meet me? You have a break in a couple of days. We could invite him out for some leisure time. The more interactions you have, the better you will get to know him." Yang Tao hesitated. "Are we really going to invite him?" "Yes," Zhao Yang affirmed with a firm nod. "All right. I shall give it a try." In truth, Yang Tao did not harbor any aversion to engaging with Zhou Chen. Her reservations lay deep within. However, with Zhao Yang's assistance, she felt more at ease about inviting Zhou Chen out. Chapter 85, Scorching Sun. Agritainment, are we going out tomorrow? All right, sounds good. It's settled then. Recently, Zhou Chen had indeed been quite occupied, as he was closely supervising the renovation of the wedding dress shop. A task of paramount importance that demanded his personal oversight due to the tight schedule. Although he had hired workers for the job, anyone who has experience with renovations knows that if not monitored, workers can easily stray from the intended plan. It was and Appos' that Zhou Chen doubted their integrity. Rather, he was simply unfamiliar with them and felt it prudent to exercise caution for the sake of the project. When he received a call from Yang Tao inviting him out, he was genuinely taken aback. Over the past few weeks, he had asked her out several times, only to be turned down each time. It was unexpected for her to extend an invitation this time, and without hesitation, he accepted. With plans set for tomorrow's outing, Zhou Chen began to outline the tasks for the day, ensuring that during his absence, the workers would not tackle any critical areas of the renovation. Xiao Shede. He set aside his work, removed his hard hat, and stepped outside. "And Shui, what brings you here?" Shui Sume beamed as she replied, "I happened to pass by and thought I'd check in on you. I hope I'm not interrupting your work." After securing the storefront, Zhou Chen had previously informed her of its location, hence her visit. "No, not at all. I'm just supervising the renovation to prevent any mishaps. Is there something you need?" "And Shui?" Shui Sume glanced around cautiously before asking, "Xiao Shou, tell me the truth. How are things progressing between you and our Taozi? Have you made any significant advances?" Significant advances? Zhou Chen chuckled at her words, finding her amusing. Taozi invited me out tomorrow. Our Taozi took the initiative to invite you? Shui Sume's expression transformed into one of astonishment, and upon seeing Zhou Chen nod, she burst into laughter. Xiao Shede, you must seize this opportunity. I have high hopes for you as my future son-in-law. Please don't let me down. Shui Sume's enthusiasm reassured Zhou Chen. Initially, he had considered leveraging a connection with her. But now it seemed she was more eager than he was. Aunt Shui, you needn't worry. I will give it my all. Good. That puts my mind at ease. I'll be on my way now. As she turned to leave, she suddenly called back to Zhou Chen. Xiao Shede, keep it up, and made a gesture of encouragement. Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh. Aunt Shui was indeed delightful. He had made arrangements with Yang Tao for their outing, and he would be the one driving. Upon arriving at Yang Tao's community, he spotted her waiting at the entrance. Spring had arrived, yet the air remained brisk. Yang Tao, clad in a sweater and a trench coat, appeared as a striking figure against the backdrop. Taozi, shall we first pick up your friend? After more than 10 days. Although the two had not interacted in private, they had been conversing consistently over their phones, and their relationship had grown somewhat closer. You mean that childhood friend of yours? Yes. Zhou Chen, let me tell you, Jiao Yang is my best friend. I'll let you in on a little secret. He can be a bit effeminate, but sure. Don't let that slip. Haha. Seeing Yang Tao whispering secretly made Zhou Chen burst into laughter. Although the term male best friend might be a tad off-putting. He had watched the television series and knew that Jiao Yang was indeed a commendable person, far more reliable than Lan Weiwei. However, I assure you, Jiao Yang is undoubtedly the most trustworthy friend. His character likely developed from always playing with us girls when he was younger, which may have contributed to his slight effeminacy. Yet, once you get to know him, you'll realize he is an exceptionally kind person. Oh, I see. Jiao Yang over here. Yang Tao called out loudly from the passenger seat to Jiao Yang outside. A bespectacled man ambled over, and Zhou Chen observed that his gait was indeed somewhat awkward. With a noticeable sway, get in the car. After Jiao Yang entered, Yang Tao immediately introduced them. Zhou Chen, this is Jiao Yang, my best friend, Jiao Yang. This is Zhou Chen. Hello. Hello. Zhou Chen shook hands with Jiao Yang, who spoke first. I've heard about you from Taozi. You are much more handsome than she described. I wouldn't and oppose. T say handsome, but I've heard Taozi mention you often, saying you were her best friend. Jiao Yang grinned and asked, so? Taozi and Amp, Oppo's best friend is a guy. Don't you feel a bit jealous? With Jiao Yang and Amp, Oppo's straightforwardness, Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. I was a little envious at first. But after hearing you say that, I actually feel indifferent now. Haha, you were quite amusing. Taozi has good taste. After addressing Zhou Chen, Jiao Yang turned to Yang Tao and advised, Taozi, make sure to hold on to such a wonderful man. Yang Tao rolled her eyes at him and then said to Zhou Chen, let us go. We're setting off. Where are we headed today? Jiao Yang replied, to a farmhouse. He continued, previously, when I visited the countryside with friends, I discovered a delightful farmhouse that not only serves free-range chicken and wild game, but also has many fun activities. I've been wanting to go for a while. And today, I'll take you both along. What do you think, Zhou Chen? I'm fine with it. I've rarely been to a farmhouse. I spent a few years in the countryside, but that was many years ago. Jiao Yang smiled and remarked, farmhouses are quite popular now. Many city dwellers enjoy visiting them. Zhou Chen added, that makes sense. The pressure in the city is immense, and people go to farmhouses to unwind. Then let us set off now. I'll assist you with the navigation. Although Zhou Chen felt that the wild game was rather average, Yang Tao was extremely delighted, especially with the wild fish soup, which was truly delicious. While visiting the vegetable garden to gather produce, Zhou Chen boldly grasped Yang Tao's hand. Although Yang Tao managed to break free from his hold, she did not express anger. Instead, she appeared rather embarrassed. On the journey back, Yang Tao, exhausted, succumbed to slumber in the passenger seat. While Jiao Yang and Zhou Chen engaged in lively conversation throughout the ride, Jiao Yang proved to be an exceptionally gregarious individual, conversing with Zhou Chen for nearly 2 hours without pause. Their discussions predominantly revolved around Yang Tao, delving into her interests, childhood memories, and even encouraging Zhou Chen to pursue her, expressing a desire for their union. Can a pure friendship exist between a man and a woman? To be candid, Zhou Chen had previously harbored doubts about this notion, yet upon witnessing the camaraderie between Jiao Yang and Yang Tao, he recognized that they were indeed very good friends. Perhaps this was also influenced by Jiao Yang's effeminate demeanor. Chapter 86. Opportunities for profit. How is it here? Today, taking advantage of Yang Tao's free time, He brought her along to have a look. After exploring the first and second floors, Yang Tao was utterly amazed. The decoration here is simply exquisite. I heard you managed the design yourself, Zhou Chen. You are truly remarkable. Zhou Chen chuckled. I studied architectural design previously. I suppose I have a certain talent in this area. However, I must credit some of the ideas to your earlier suggestions. So, thank you. While I excel in renovation design, you have far more expertise in wedding dress arrangements and exhibitions. No need to flatter me. I'm just an amateur who dabbles in drawing. You are far more skilled, Yang Tao replied with a humble acknowledgement, thoroughly admiring her surroundings. She envisioned how splendid it would look once adorned with wedding gowns. Are you planning to primarily display the wedding dresses on the second floor? Oh. Yang Tao clearly adored the place, frequently exploring different areas with excitement that rivaled that of Zhou Chen, the owner. Taozi, what? And Oppos, S up? Zhou Chen inquired. I see you have a passion for wedding dresses. Why not work here? I and Oppos am currently in need of a manager, and I believe you would be the perfect fit. Really? I find that quite fitting indeed. A beautiful woman like you managing my store is something I could only wish for. Moreover, if you come here, we can spend more time together, making it much more convenient for us. Taozi, I genuinely want you to join me. It would fulfill your aspirations while also helping me earn money, a win-win situation that might not be appropriate. Although Yang Tao felt tempted, the thought of their current relationship made her hesitate. Working under Zhou Chen would undoubtedly feel awkward, prompting her to decline. As Zhou Chen stepped closer, Yang Tao and Oppos' heart raced, causing her to retreat. With each advance from him, she instinctively moved back until she suddenly found herself pressed against the wall, leaving her no further retreat. Staring at Zhou Chen, who was now just inches away, her heart raced. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Zhou Chen grasped Yang Tao's hand, leaned slightly forward, and began to draw nearer. As Yang Tao felt his breath against her cheek, she abruptly snapped back to reality, pushing him away and swiftly sidestepping. No. Why not? Taozi, do you not understand my feelings? It and Oppos, as too fast. We and Oppos, V only known each other for a little over a month. We haven't and Oppos, T truly gotten to know one another yet. This isn't right. Zhou Chen smiled. I understand, Taozi. Rest assured, I respect your wishes and will not pressure you. Time will prove my intentions. Okay. In the days that followed, Zhou Chen treated Gu Ran to several meals as a gesture of gratitude for his significant assistance in handling various permits and paperwork. Friends support each other, and Gu Ran had been immensely helpful. A few dinners were hardly sufficient to express his appreciation. Our shop is located at, and you are welcome to come by tomorrow for a visit. We can discuss the specifics of the salary in person. Over the past few days, Zhou Chen has been preoccupied with recruitment. While finding front desk staff and assistants is relatively manageable, sourcing photographers and makeup artists proves to be considerably more challenging. He has interviewed over a dozen candidates, yet only 2 have met his expectations, and the details regarding their roles and remuneration remain unresolved. As for the store manager position, he intends to appoint Yang Tao, but she has yet to leave her position at the hotel. Therefore, he needs to find an assistant manager to temporarily oversee operations. In the previous world of Little Happiness, recruitment negotiations were primarily handled by Nanli, while he focused on the broader strategy. Now that the responsibility has fallen upon him, he realizes how cumbersome these matters can be. Each position is indispensable. Even the smallest front desk role, if filled by an unprofessional individual, could adversely affect business. The same holds true for specialized roles such as photographers, makeup artists, and the store manager. Just as he hung up the phone, another call came in. Hello, Taozi. Are you off work? All right, I will come to pick you up now. Despite the busyness of recent days, he has managed to maintain a rhythm of seeing Yang Tao every 2 to 3 days. She has fully accepted him now. Although their relationship has yet to progress beyond hand-holding, at this rate, further developments are inevitable. After picking Yang Tao up from her apartment, they first went out for a meal and then to see a movie, once again, a romantic film. Zhou Chen couldn't help but reflect on the fact that the film market always seems to be in need of love stories. Just as one film exits the theaters, another immediately takes its place. After all, couples' money is the easiest to earn these days. Zhou Chen and Yang Tao interlaced their fingers tightly, munching on popcorn while waiting for the film to begin. As the opening credits rolled, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing the name of the film's largest production company, Brothers Huai. This name involuntarily reminded him of a real-world entertainment company with a similar name. More importantly, among the stocks he had previously noted, this company was included. Was it mere coincidence or an opportunity? The year is 2013, And if this brother's Hawaii bears resemblance to the entertainment company in the real world, it could represent significant information for him. With this thought, he momentarily lost interest in the movie and whispered to Yang Tao, "Taozi, you continue watching. I need to check something on my phone." "All right, but dim the screen a bit so as not to disturb others," she replied softly. Zhou Chen adjusted the brightness of his phone and began searching for information about the entertainment company. A few minutes later, his heart swelled with excitement, as he discovered that this entertainment company's developmental trajectory closely mirrored that of its real-world counterpart. Furthermore, he found that the stock price was currently just over $9. In reality, the stock of that entertainment company had skyrocketed several times within a mere 6 months, emerging as one of the year and Oppos as top performers. Did this mean that Brothers Hawaii possessed similar potential? To gamble or not to gamble? Zhou Chen naturally wished to amass wealth and hoped his assets would multiply, as this could potentially reward him with a chance to transcend to another world. However, this realm was a cinematic universe, fundamentally distinct from the trajectory of reality. Although the two entertainment companies bore striking similarities, he could not ascertain whether their stock performances would parallel each other. Thus, he found himself at a crossroads, to invest or abstain. Yet, this indecision did not linger for long. Such a rare opportunity warranted a leap of faith, even if it meant starting with a modest investment. Having made his choice, Zhou Chen resumed watching the film with Yang Tao. Perhaps due to his elevated spirits, he found himself engrossed in the romantic narrative. By the conclusion, he noticed Yang Tao in tears, prompting him to reflect on her nature, truly a sensitive and kind-hearted woman. "Peach, it's been quite a while, and I haven't yet visited your residence. How about inviting me up for a glass of water?" he suggested. It's so late. Perhaps we should just forget it?" Yang Tao replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Although their relationship had progressed swiftly to the point of holding hands, she still felt apprehensive about inviting Zhou Chen up at such an hour. Zhou Chen chuckled. "What? Are you worried I have ulterior motives? Rest assured, once we and Oppos re-up there, I promise to behave myself. You said it yourself, just a drink and then I and Oppos, leave." After a moment and Oppos' contemplation, Yang Tao acquiesced. "I promise." With that, Zhou Chen beamed as he parked the car and followed Yang Tao upstairs.